Digital marketing has emerged as a rapidly growing field in recent years, driven by the increasing adoption of digital technologies and the growing importance of online channels for businesses. According to a recent report, the global digital marketing industry is projected to reach $389 billion by 2021, with a compound annual growth rate of 17.6%. This rapid growth has led to a surge in demand for digital marketing professionals, with an increasing number of companies looking for individuals who can help them improve their online presence and reach their target audiences. Hello everyone, and welcome to this interesting session on digital marketing by Intellipaat. As demand for digital marketing professionals has grown, so too has the earning potential in this field. According to a salary data from PayScale, the average salary for a digital marketing manager is around $76,000 per year, with some professionals earning well into six figures. Additionally, there is significant room for career advancements in these fields, with opportunities to move into higher level roles such as Director of Digital Marketing or Chief Marketing Officer. In terms of job roles, digital marketing encompasses a wide range of positions, including social media managers, SEO specialists, email marketers, content creators, and more. Each of these roles require a different skill set and expertise, but all are focused on leveraging digital technologies and platforms to reach and engage with target audiences. If you are considering a career in digital marketing, there are plenty of reasons to get excited about this field. First and foremost, it offers the opportunity to work on cutting-edge technologies and innovations, as digital marketing tactics and platforms are constantly evolving. Additionally, there is a high demand for skilled digital marketers, meaning that job security is often excellent. Finally, digital marketing is a highly creative field, offering opportunities for individuals to flex their creative muscles and develop engaging campaigns that connect with audiences on a deep level. Overall, digital marketing is a dynamic and rapidly growing field that offers a range of exciting career opportunities for individuals with the right skills and mindset. Whether you're interested in social media, SEO, content creation, or any other aspect of digital marketing, there's never been a better time to learn and start building your career in this exciting and rewarding industry. In this extensive session, we'll discuss the ins and outs of digital marketing. To make it more engaging, we'll drop in a few quiz questions, so make sure to answer them in the comment section below. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. With further ado, let us take a look at the agenda for this session. First, we have what is digital marketing. Next, digital marketing career path. Third, digital marketing tools. Fourth, introduction to content marketing and what is Google Search Console. Next, what is search engine optimization and its types. SEO tools, social media marketing and social media content plan. Introduction to MetaSuite and social media advertising. Introduction to search engine marketing. Last but not the least, digital marketing interview questions.
All over the world, digital media spread is contributing 15% to the overall advertising. Digital media techniques are helping business enterprises spread its wings to face the challenges of the day. Gone are those days when we used to billboards for advancing our business interests. Business flourishes when we capture the attention of people. This is why Google and Facebook generate more income than any traditional advertising agency. Digital marketing has become an umbrella term for a wide variety of channels of marketing such as mobile applications, social media, web applications, email, search engines, or any new digital channel. It all narrows down to a much simpler definition that digital marketing is a form of marketing that involves electronic devices. As per TRAI, the number of smartphone users is expected to reach 442 million by 2022. This in turn implies that online market demand will surge. The job portals in India predict that there will be around 70 lakh job openings by 2025. Around 91% of top recruiters consider certification as a major criteria for hiring into the field. 48% offer higher packages for certified candidates. According to Goldman Sachs report, the digital marketing future in the Indian internet industry alone is going to be worth $160 billion by 2025. which is thrice from its current value. That makes us aware of the scope of digital marketing in India and digital marketing as an in-demand job. To enter a marketing field, apart from technical skills, you must have 3 C's: communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking. These 3 are important. Marketing is a way of communicating to customers, so proper communication is a must. To keep updated with new ideas and come up with new adaptations, creativity is much needed. Critical thinking makes you think clearly and rationally and also helps you understand the logical connection between ideas. In United States, digital media managers earn an average income of $72,015 US per year that can rise up to $111,000 US per year. Digital marketing managers in India earn on an average of 5,48,000 per year, which can increase up to 10 lakhs per year.
Why become a digital marketer? Because new platforms are continuously being developed, one of the reasons a career in digital marketing is so interesting is that the industry is constantly changing. An expert of digital marketing constantly monitors trends to see how they affect discoverability. Getting experience in digital marketing covers pretty much all facets of a brand's internet presence. Digital marketing managers monitor search engine improvements to see how they affect website rankings. The marketing team as a whole then collaborates to develop a strategy. Now, professionals may more easily demonstrate their value thanks to this data-driven methodology, and leaders can more easily determine which tactics work best. Replicating success will remove any uncertainty for upcoming efforts. Let's move on to our next topic: sought after digital marketing skills. Now, let us check out some of the most sought after skills that most industries look for in a digital marketer. Audience building. All businesses must cultivate their audiences, and you may have already done some of it without realizing it. Although there are some minor variances, it is comparable to many marketing related elements. By building connections, you establish a personal connection with your audience, winning their favor and enhancing opinion of your company. Increasing sales, naturally expanding a company's audience, is an essential part of its marketing strategy.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, which of the following is correct definition of digital marketing? Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are email marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, and all of the above. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment section with a 1 or 2 liner explanation.
Copywriting. Copywriting is the text that appears in a Facebook ad's caption or etc. It's the little title of a Google advertisement or the summary of a YouTube video. From the landing page to the product page, it is the text on a website. The lettering on billboards, the headlines on a newspaper story, and the sign outside of a physical store are all examples of non-digital marketing. People refer to clickbait headlines when they discuss copywriting. Copywriting encourages website visitors to click through, explains why they should purchase the product, and persuades them to exchange money for goods and services. Data analysis. Data analytics. The significance of data analytics in digital marketing arises from its capacity to identify information casual observers would otherwise overlook. The ability to recognize patterns is at the core of the data analytics. Modern digital marketing strategies make use of big data, which are vast collections of data from numerous sources. This data is processed by data analytics to give a business useful information. companies are realizing the value of employing technology advancements to drive digital marketing, which is causing the discipline of data analytics to expand quickly. In the past, marketing consisted of spreading the company's messages to as many people as possible in the hopes that some of them would be affected enough to make a purchase. Data analytics, however, though, has improved the efficiency of modern marketing, which of course includes digital marketing. Project management. Project management is essential to the success of digital marketing. They aid in making campaigns fulfill the needs, the excellent results, that they are deployed and delivered on schedule, and finally, that they are completed within the agreed budget. Effective project and task planning, as well as the capacity to move promptly when anything goes wrong, are critical skills for today's fast-paced workplace. It may enable you to accomplish your objectives, go above and beyond your company or client, and stand out from your competitors. Now let's check out our next topic.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Digital marketer average job salary ranges. Now, when it comes to India, the average annual salary that a digital marketer receives is somewhere around 7.2 lakhs per annum, where that can range somewhere between 2 lakhs per annum to somewhere as high as 20 lakhs per annum. Whereas in the United States, the digital marketer role plays around 60,000 US dollars annually on an average, where salary ranges from 46,000 US dollars to 100,000 US dollars. Now, these figures may vary as digital marketing is a vast field where you could be a full-time employee for a marketing firm, or you could be a marketing consultant, or even a freelancer at the comfort of your own house. Now let's look at our next topic, sample interview questions. Now let us go through some of the sample interview questions that may help you to land your dream digital marketing job when you get to attend your next interview for the same. 1. Explain digital marketing. 2. What are bounce rates? 3. Explain pay-per-clicks or PPC. 4. What are the various Google Analytics reports and their uses? 5. Differentiate between SEO and SEM. Now let's move on to our next topic, types of digital marketing. Now let us understand about various subdivisions that the vast digital marketing consists of. So these are the roles involved when we speak of digital marketing. SEO, or search engine optimization. Understanding the various components that makes up the SEO and how they interact is essential to comprehending why SEO is so significant. In other words, SEO is essential because it increases the visibility of your website, which results in increased traffic opportunity to convert visitors into paying clients. SEM, or search engine marketing. A digital marketing tactic called the search engine marketing, or SEM, is used to make a website more visible in search engine result pages, or SERPs. Search engine marketing is becoming a critical component of any online marketing platform for a business as more and more customers conduct their product searches and purchases online. PPC, or pay per click. Digital marketers who use PPC or pay per click are charged a fee each time one of their ads is clicked. Simply put, you only pay for advertising when a user clicks on your ad. In essence, It's a way to purchase website visitors in addition to generating them naturally. Social media marketing. Social media marketing simply refers to the advertising goods and services on social networking platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Google, and YouTube. Engagement with followers, identifying influencers, running contests, sharing materials, live streaming, and any other tactics you might use to draw attention to a tweet or an update are typical components. Email marketing. Email marketing is a potent marketing channel that uses email to advertise the goods or services your company offers. Email marketing is a type of direct business as well as digital marketing. By incorporating it into your marketing automation initiatives, it can assist in informing your clients about your most recent products or offers. Through various forms of marketing emails, it can also be extremely important in your overall marketing strategy for lead generation, brand awareness, relationship building, and consumer engagement in between transactions. Content marketing. Content marketing promotes conversions, prospects, and customer awareness. The development of digital age has made a content a crucial component of any marketing plan. There are always going to be tactics that produce immediate short-term results, but content marketing has the ability to boost the efficiency of your company for years to come. Your digital marketing efforts could be saved by a properly executed content marketing campaign. Finally, affiliate marketing. Although affiliate marketing predates the internet, it became a billion-dollar industry in the world of digital marketing thanks to analytics and cookies. An organization running an affiliate marketing program can monitor the links that generate leads and determine how many of them results in sales using internal analytics. Online retailer who wants to reach a larger audience of internet users and customers may use an affiliate. The number of websites or email marketing lists that an affiliate owns determines the size of its network. The more websites or email lists an affiliate owns, the larger its network is. Let us now move on to one of the most important topics in this session: the learning curve for digital marketing. Well, now let's move on to the most important part of this entire session, where we will see the detailed learning curve on how to attain any of the subdivisional roles of the digital marketing that we mentioned earlier in a step-by-step manner. So without any more wait, let's dive into it. Learning curve for SEM. SEM, or search engine marketing, is more of an umbrella term coined for something that awaits a person who has been an SEO or PPC specialist for a long time. Step 1 would be to take college or university courses. The companies looking to hire SEM experts would be considering a valid college degree as one of the biggest plus points among all the candidates considered for the position. Hence, getting that college degree would be a great help in landing that job. Step 2. Enlist in an SEM bootcamp. The SEM bootcamp sits in the middle between a college course and a personal training session. Bootcamps are typically 6 to 12 weeks in-person programs where participants gain both academic and practical understanding of SEM-related subjects. Step 3. Get an entry-level SEO or PPC role. SEM is the next step for SEO or PPC specialists. So, interning or full timing as one of either mentioned roles would increase your probability of landing an SEM job by a huge margin. Learning curve for an SEO. Step 1. Take a college or a university course. Yet again, obtaining a college degree on the SEO specializations would make sure that your chances of getting hired or selected among other candidates would be much more. Hence, it's always recommended to go out and attain that college or university degree. Step 2. Learn the basics of how search engines work. Utilizing their own web crawlers, search engines scour hundreds of billions of pages. Search engine bots or spiders are frequent names for these web crawlers. By downloading online pages and using links on those pages to find newly available pages, search engines browse the internet, so learning more about them in depth would be of great help. Step 3. Recognize SEO principles and techniques. A search engine optimization strategy, sometimes known as an SEO approach, is the process of organizing and putting into practice measures aimed at enhancing organic search engine ranks. To put it in another way, an SEO strategy is the procedure you use to increase organic traffic. Learning curve for PPC. Step 1. Learn PPC and improve the copywriting skills. Gaining a thorough understanding of PPC advertising and the advantages it can provide for all types of organization is the first action you should take. In layman's terms, it is a sort of advertising in which the company pay ad networks every time a user clicks on one of their adverts. Writing that encourages action is known as copywriting. You do a lot of it if you specialize in PPC. Ad wording is essential for encouraging users to click through your advertisements. You must be able to capture people's attention if you want to produce a lot of clicks. Getting acknowledged certifications. Learning and acquiring certifications of the likes of Google Ads certifications, Microsoft advertising certifications, Facebook Blueprint certification, and so on helps you to stand out from the crowd in front of a possible employer. To earn any of these certifications, you must pass a test. The exam is available both in person, at a testing site, and online, proctored. Depending on the certification, the different exams have different requirements for time and questions. Also, each exam has a prize that must be paid again if you fail it, and have to retake it depending on the type of certification that you are aiming to acquire. Step 3. Learn PPC tool and get an entry-level job. Pay-per-click experts need to be proficient with a variety of tools. This offers solutions for analytics, ad creation, and keyword research, among other things. Various tools such as Google Ads Editor, SEMrush, Google Analytics, Keyword Planner, and others are widely used. It is time to get an entry-level PPC job when you've acquired for your PPC talents. Since PPC specialist is an entry-level role, this is probably where your career in PPC will begin. Learning curve for social media marketing. Step 1. Learn social media marketing and build a presence. You should understand the ins and outs of the various social media platforms, in addition to developing the abilities necessary to carry out the duties of a social media marketer. This entails developing the capacity to effectively manage both paid advertisements and unpaid outreach on social media platforms. You can utilize your own accounts to show potential customers your expertise and social media prowess by developing a strong online presence. You should develop accounts describing your social media services on all major platforms including Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, and LinkedIn, whether you intend to work as a freelancer or hold a position with a firm. Step 2. Build client portfolios. Building your own internet presence can be helpful to some extent, but one of the most effective ways to grow your business quickly is to be able to demonstrate to potential customers the results you have generated for other businesses. Create a website outlining the services you offer, but be sure to control the domain name for your firm in order to increase brand recognition and customer loyalty. You can add their logos and testimonials to your home pages as you get more clients. Apply for an entry-level position. If you would want to work for a company or an agency as a social media marketer with a salary, rather than on your own as a freelance social media consultant, you can do so. You can utilize a variety of internet job sites to look for available social media marketer employment. Learning curve for email marketing. 1. Understand email marketing and build relevant skills. Learning how email marketing functions completely is the first step to becoming an expert in the field. Email marketing, to put it simply, is a digital marketing strategy where you communicate with your audiences using email messages. Email marketers need a wide range of abilities like list building and management, deliverability, engagement, and automation. Step 2. Master digital sales funnel function. Through the use of digital marketing funnels, firms can interact with prospects before they are even ready to become clients. They include awareness, consideration, decision, which compacts to the ACD methods. So having a firm grasp on the marketing funnel model and more about its details will get you a long way ahead. Step 3. Building copywriting skills and applying for internships. The purpose of copywriting is to use the language to persuade readers to adopt a particular action. It can immediately result in higher opens, clicks, conversions, etc. in email marketing. And in the meanwhile, it would be the best practice to keep sending out your refined resumes out, seeking for entry-level positions or even internships for the role of an email marketer. The learning curve for the content marketing. Step 1. Learn content marketing and improve your literary skills. Understanding the ins and outs of content marketing's operation is the first step in developing a career in the field. The practice of organizing, producing, disseminating, and advertising helpful material to a specific internet audience is known as content marketing. And once you're through that, you must improve your writing abilities. You will be able to write as a lot as a content marketer. So you should be comfortable writing in a variety of genres and for a variety of audiences. Start by reading writing-related books. You will learn the fundamentals of grammar, writing strategies, and writing fashions through this. Once you've mastered the fundamentals, regularly practice writing to start honing your skills. Look at the writing of your favorite authors and examine it to find ideas for your own content. Step 2. Work on keyword researching abilities. You must understand how to conduct keyword research if you want to be able to develop SEO campaigns that work. You must be able to comprehend the searcher's intent in addition to discovering the topics and keywords that they use. This will enable you to produce the appropriate kind of material that corresponds to the searcher's needs. Finally, step 3, get an entry-level position. And the best way to push your career forward as a content marketer is to file out your sorted resume for job and internship applications. And then, once you gain a few months or years of experience, you could enhance it by getting promoted to a full-time job, or even better, freelancing at the comforts of your own house. Learning curve for affiliate marketing. Step 1. Learn about affiliate marketing. Learning the ins and outs of affiliate marketing may be a laborious, slow process. Therefore, be ready to invest a lot more time than money at the beginning of your affiliate job. So, making use of all materials and resources that are available for free on the net, as well as the books and the other sources, would make sure you have quite a good grip on the affiliate marketing in general. Step 2. Fix your medium of marketing. Today, setting up a blog is relatively simple and inexpensive. Online tutorials that show you how to get started are widely available. What's best? You'll probably only have to pay a few bucks a month. Once your website is live, optimize it for search engines to improve your ranking chances. You are then free to incorporate affiliate connections into your content. Step 3. Start freelancing or apply for internships. The next step is to decide on whether you would want to start on a freelancing career or apply for an entry-level internship at an existing organization or firm. Once you do, make sure you start working on real-time projects that you could add to your portfolio so that you could attract customers and clients to assign you work. Now, the advantage of that is that you could use these portfolios for internship or job applications as well. Now let's move on to our final topic. Future of digital marketing. Every store now needs an internet marketing strategy to reach to its audience and clients due to the growth of online purchasing. The era of digital marketing is now. The future of digital marketing in India is bright for brands and businesses as digitalization becomes more and more commonplace. Everyone from large corporations to tiny businesses and shops is stepping into the digital realm to expand their operations and take advantage of how internet can increase their reach, sales, and conversions. Let's explore it more thoroughly. The amount of money being directed towards marketing and advertising on digital channels has increased despite the pandemic. Even the large business today are reorganizing their marketing budgets in order to shift their attention to digital. Statistics indicate that the epidemic and several lockdowns will cause the expansion of the Indian e-commerce business to push rupees 7 trillion by the year 2023. This strongly implies that the development of digital marketing is on the upswing and is having a beneficial impact on both business and people's lives. Hence, it's pretty safe to say that the future of digital marketing looks more than promising. Sure looks good. Now let's have a quick recap of the entire session. Initially, we went through why become a digital marketer. Then we went on to see some of the most sought after digital marketer skills. After which, we saw the digital marketer average job salary ranges. And then we went on to see some of the most frequently asked sample interview questions. After which, we went through the different types of digital marketing that are practiced. And then finally, we went on to see various steps included learning curves for digital marketing. And after that, we went on to discuss the future of digital marketer.
At number 10, The tool that we have is SEMrush. SEMrush is all-in-one marketing toolkit that helps grow the online visibility of the business with SEO, content marketing, market research, advertising, social media management, and search engine reputation management. That means it is all-in-one marketing tool. Internet marketers all over the world trust SEMrush. It is also used by a number of businesses, big and small. Major companies such as Apple, Amazon, Samsung, Forbes, IBM, and more use this tool. And it sure does have hell of a massive database of over 20 billion keywords and 808 million domains crawled. It tracks things like the organic position of a domain or landing URL of Google's SERPs, copies of AdWorks ads and their positions, cost per click ads, competitor analysis, and so much more. Overall, it can make a huge impact on your content marketing from strategy to research to optimization and beyond. Here are some of the features of SEMrush that makes it onto our list. The first thing is it helps in boosting organic traffic with the SEO tools and workflow. It also assists in creating the content that ranks. Next thing is it unveils competitor strategies and tactics which will definitely help you discover the ways of reaching more prospects with less spending. And the another and important feature that SEMrush offers is it supports in building social media strategies as well. I mean, you can create strategies for Instagram, Facebook, Twitter marketing as well. As per the official website, 7 million marketing professionals like to use SEMrush as their digital marketing tool. The tool has won many awards as the best SEO software, and it's kind of very easy to use. You just have to search out your keyword strategies, apply them, and start tracking them. The tool itself is free for trial, but the user has to opt for paid options after 7 days. So if you want to check out the capabilities of this software, go ahead to their official webpage and get your hands dirty with it. Now the next tool we have on our list is Ahrefs. It is known primarily as a backlink authority checker, but it is much more than that. This digital marketing tool provides valuable information about backlinks and SEO. It offers SEO features like ranking, monitoring, and keyword tools. Ahrefs is known for its backlink checker because it has one of the largest databases of live links. It uses crawling software to recreate your site how a search engine sees it. This helps you understand your site better so that you can optimize it for search engines better. When you use Ahrefs, you'll get a dashboard that helps you keep track of all your data. All you need to do is add a URL to keep tabs on your domain health. This dashboard will show you errors, new links, URL ranking, and referring domains. Here are some of the features of Ahrefs that are reasons for it to make on our list. The first thing is Ahrefs lets you optimize your website. It lets you find the right websites for your content and strategically choose content topics. It helps in analyzing the competitors, and it is a comprehensive software as a service tool that offers snippets of testimonials, data index, and a free trial as well, which are the best benefits that you could get out of any DM tool. It also let you manage your projects and let you track your ranking progress. Now that brings us to the number 8, which is Survey Anyplace. Survey Anyplace is the best tool for marketing professionals to create fun and interactive quizzes, assessments, and surveys for their targeted customer base. It is a great digital marketing tool that will enable you to engage with your target audience and help build brand identity and personality. If you are bored of traditional surveys to know the current demand for a product or business, you can use this tool to implement some quality surveys for your digital marketing campaigns that will help you in long run. Let me tell you about the features of Survey Anyplace.
Survey Any Place allows you to create questionnaires which return valuable insight. It also provides personalized advices in return to the respondents. It helps in understanding the market demands, what customers want, what features are they looking for, and more. With Survey Any Place, you can reflect your branding on questionnaires and surveys and build your own brand. In simple terms, based on the user experience, you can create your own brand that stands up to your customers' expectations. The best part is that platform allows you to formulate your own questions and you can include images as well in your surveys. The surveys you provide are well designed, simple and compatible with all types of devices. Next up we have is Yoast SEO. You probably have heard of Yoast SEO. It is one of the most talked about and used WordPress plugins that help digital marketers to optimize their website to perform better in search results. Yoast SEO helps with the details where WordPress cannot do much for submitting sitemaps, managing keywords, creating content, and using webmaster tools among other aspects. This tool comes with plethora of features that help in optimizing your website. It incorporates built-in content analysis, description management, meta keywords, rich snippets, social features, XML sitemaps, as well as features to manage duplicate content. It allows you to write better content for your digital marketing campaigns. The plugin provides you access to the Yoast SEO meta box to add meta description and meta title for your content. Moreover, you don't have to install a third-party plugin for XML sitemaps. It automatically produces XML sitemaps for websites and submits them to search engine. The best part, you can protect your RSS feed from plagiarism and content scrapers. This protects you from other websites copying your content and publishing it as theirs. That brings us to the sixth tool we have on our list, that is Slack. Digital marketers of these days use Slack every single day. With Slack, you can discuss client work, new articles, new projects, new support tickets, share useful content, and send messages. If you have a distinct team of digital marketers, you'll need a powerful medium to make effective communication with them. This is where Slack comes into play. Here are some of the highly valued features of Slack. Slack makes it easier to communicate with team members over the web in real time. It lets you follow everything related to the projects, teams, and channels. It also lets you do message and video conferencing as well. And while doing that, it assists the teams in collaborating from anywhere. While it seems like a messaging app, it does a lot more than that. Slack can potentially tighten up your organizational efficiency. It is not a collaboration or a project management tool. It serves as a messaging platform with a rich collection of options and settings. It lets you have group conversations that are searchable and public, including private conversations as well. You can change the color scheme of the interface and create different groups. Now, having said that, let's come to the fifth digital marketing tool that we have on our list, which is named as Trello. If you are looking for a content management tool that will help you brainstorm and strategize your content for digital marketing campaign, you can opt for Trello. It is one of the most popular content marketing tools used by hundreds and thousands of digital marketers worldwide to create, schedule, and organize content online. The platform keeps the whole team together, making communication a lot easier and manageable. You can assign multiple members from your team to a single card so that they can work on a project together. This way, you'll know who is in charge of designing, writing, editing, posting, and adding call to action offers to a post. Now, let me tell you the reasons Trello makes it to our list. Basically, guys, Trello allows you to create cards and incorporate notes on the card topic while creating deadlines and assigning topics to specific teams. It also facilitates remote working where your teams can access their tasks and projects from anywhere. You can use Trello for organizing your digital marketing campaigns and ensure that you never miss out on anything that your team is doing. Having said that, let's move to the next DM tool that we have on our list, that is HubSpot. When it comes to marketing, sales, and CRM software, HubSpot has become one of the top players. For the sake of this video, let's focus on its marketing software solutions. The company itself has this to say about this digital marketing tool. From attracting visitors to closing customers, HubSpot brings your entire marketing funnel together. You know just how important it is for your marketing funnel to be in good working order. With this software, you have access to tools that help with blogging, SEO, social media, website management, lead management, landing pages, call to action, marketing automation, email, and analytics. There is no stone left unturned when you rely on HubSpot's all-in-one marketing software. That's why it's a top choice for those who are starting a business. With everything you need in one place, you don't have to pull yourself in many different directions. This will help you to find success in the early days and help you guys grow as well. The third marketing tool we have on our list is Google Ads. Google Ads can work for almost any business. It doesn't matter whether it is small, medium, or large company. While many marketers think that Google Ads is too expensive, it is one of the most powerful digital marketing tools that can help your business reach new heights. Here are some of the top features that Google Ads provides. As we discussed earlier, Google Ads work for businesses of all sizes. It actually drives website visits. It increases the call from customers through a click to call button and increases more numbers of footfall in your shops. People need to learn Google Ads first in order to use it effectively. Else, you'll be wasting your money. The best part about Google Ads is that return on investment is relatively easy to measure and it's easy to achievable. Moreover, new artificial intelligence features make the platform a lot faster and easier to use. The AI features can help you get results faster in display advertising. The multiple targeting options allow you to target your customer base based on different factors like age, gender, location, profession, etc. This is something that you will not find in other digital marketing tools. Most importantly, you can access Google Agency Account Strategist, where you can learn about the latest feature that Google provides. Moreover, access to this means access to some beta testing as well. Now that brings us to the second tool on our list, which is Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a powerful digital marketing tool that can help you with numerous marketing decisions. You can easily track your e-commerce business as well as goals that can help keep your company on track. Using the innumerable data insight that Google Analytics provides, it is easy for marketers to understand the directions required to take with the website modification and changes. All you have to do is install Google Analytics on your site and you are ready to go. Here are some of the features of Google Analytics that makes it one of the best DM tools out there. It provides you with information about traffic on your website that is divided by devices, products, pages, and more. It lets you create your metrics, dimensions, and dashboards for easy access to data and information. Google Analytics help you understand your target audience in a better way. You'll get real-time updates about your website's customers, including the pages they are currently exploring. This can help you make your landing page more engaging by providing the customers with a more intuitive experience. It lets you uncover the insights about how the business is performing, as well as it lets you share the insights with the help of various reporting tools. Besides that, it will help you organize and visualize the data suiting business requirements. Last but not least, Google Analytics comes with tons of features, functionalities, the ability to create customized reports and dashboard, which makes it hell of a great digital marketing tool. On that note, let's talk about the tool that tops the chart, that is MailChimp. MailChimp is a social advertising and email marketing tool designed to orchestrate and automate digital marketing campaigns. It is one of the best digital marketing tools you can get to improve your campaigns and track the traffic generated. Moreover, the platform allows multiple integrations with different software as a service companies. The tool is quite efficient for email campaigns using which you can engage with your audience. MailChimp is a well-renowned name in world of email marketing, and email marketing is the most better way to get attention of your clients. Let's talk about the features that makes MailChimp rank at the top of our list. MailChimp creates better content with easy to use design tools. It uses AI powered assistants for generating custom designs. It creates personalized emails and get up to 6 times more orders using marketing automation. It provides tools for getting insights and analytics at one place and also provides a free plan for small marketers. MailChimp incorporates pre-built customizable email automation that makes it easy for you to reach the right audience at the right moment. The best part is that you can keep your brand top of mind and delight your customers with happy birthday messages, welcome automation, and order notification. Online retail and e-commerce businesses can significantly benefit from MailChimp as it can help you drive traffic, increase conversion, and grow sales.
So let's get started with content optimization, right? So content optimization, when we look at it, it's basically when it comes to the content, you need to understand two aspects, right? You are trying to create content that the visitor of your website, someone visiting your website is able to understand, and two, something that Google is also able to understand. So by that, it should have clarity. So basically it should not be something, some kind of a code language, and it should not have some kind of a different aspect to it. So yeah, basically there are two aspects to it, right? One is clarity. Google should understand what it is exactly that you're trying to share, or what it is exactly that you're trying to say or communicate. And second is quality. Google should be able to trust the content. So what that means is basically Google should be able to understand that whatever you are sharing is true content and it is not something that you have just made up or something like that, right? So overall, by content, it should be any information that lives on web and can be consumed on web. So essentially, we look at quality, we look at freshness, we look at direct answer. So let's say, for example, if someone is asking a question and your article is trying to answer that question, it should be directly mentioned. The answer should be very direct. It should not be like, talking about multiple things in between and such. It should be correlated. What that means is it should be somehow related to what you're trying to share, and overall it should be something that is properly understood by based on the content that you're trying to share as well. And finally, it should be something that is voice ready. So this is something that Google is looking for as well, to help with like, let's say if someone is if someone wants to speak or directly talk about that content, they should be able to. So overall, when we look at different types of content that you can post, right, for SEO, typically there are these type of content. There are bit different type of content as well, but typically these are the ones that are most popular, if you say. So one is product pages. This is mostly related to e-commerce, wherein if you have any products, etc., you'll be able to create pages for that. If you have pages for blogs, where essentially where you're trying to share blogs or articles. Okay, so there's product pages, right, which is like basically a part of e-commerce, etc. Then there's like blog posts wherein you're sharing any kind of update. Maybe you're just putting up some blogs, etc. There's articles wherein, let's say, if you're trying to print a news article or maybe some kind of an article or a report that you want to publish on your website. There's guides wherein you're trying to create a step-by-step direction for doing something, maybe a DIY, a do-it-yourself, or some kind of a tutorial. Then there is slideshows. So basically, if you have some kind of a PPT or a presentation, there is that type of content as well. Then glossaries. Glossaries are basically like definitions of specific things uh, that is very popular. So, for example, let's say if you're trying to identify what something means, or trying to understand certain concepts and all, you'll find them in the glossaries. And then there is directories, which essentially includes various details, just dials, etc. could be directories, right? And finally, there's videos. So video content, especially today, and this is for all of you, right? Like, video content is actually picking up quite well in today's day. um, in fact, you can determine if your content is of a video. You can host it on your own website, or you can also host it through YouTube as well. So all of these are the different type of content that you can actually publish on your website, and then optimize it for search engine to pick up, because search engine will be able to identify all of these different types of content that you have. So it's not just related to blogs, right? This is going to be a little bit technical, but I want you guys to stay with me. Don't worry, I'll try my best to help all of you understand like what exactly this means and how you can get into this. So this is nothing but it utilizes a little bit about HTML. So for those of you who don't know, basically when it comes to a website, right, there are different sections to a website. Let me see if I can open some website. So this is the website of the company that I work for currently. So if you look at this website, right, there are a few sections on this. There is something on the top, ignore this one. There's something on the top which has the logo, which has a menu and like different areas or pages that are linked to the website. This section is called as the header of the website, or the head section of the website. So because it's at the top, it's called as a head. Then after that, there is some content over here, like revolutionizing professional services. There is like a chat box. There are like different categories and all. All of this is a part of body. So just like a human body, right? This is like the header or head. Then the next part is basically a body, and the body can be as big as you want. Like basically till the end, it's the body till here. And after this, there is something called as the footer. So this is nothing but the area wherein you would see different links or some kind of a different closer of the website, right? So typically any website will have this three sections. Now what happens is when you're trying to do the SEO optimization, a lot of the technical details or the technical things, you will be putting it in the header section behind a code. So this is what the front part of the website looks like, right? But this is built on a code. So if I just like right click, I'll just do it here, right click and select view page source, I'll be able to see the code of the website. So in this, what happens is you can see, let me try to write. Okay, this is not a good example of code that I can showcase. It will become too complicated. So this is not SQL. SQL is a database, but this is basically the HTML or the front end of the website. So in this, as I was mentioning, there is something called as head. Let me just zoom in a little bit for all of you. So you can see this, right? There is something called as head. Yeah, is that visible for all of you? So head is where you will be defining a lot of the things for your website. When we say that there is some technical aspect that you want to add to the website, you will basically be adding it below this head section. So within this head section, like I'm not going to explain a lot of this, but basically over here, if you notice, there is something called as meta, which is nothing but a meta tag, which is used for SEO. And the meta description is talking about what kind of a description the website or a page has. Then there is meta local, which is nothing but what is the language it is using. Then there is type, if what is the type of content. So it's a website, so it says it's a website. Then what is the title, for the description, URL. URL is basically what is the URL of the website that they should be looking at, and so forth, right? So overall, this is what you like you would see or you would add to know or communicate with the crawler, with the different search engine and all, like what you're trying to achieve or do. Kiran, you raised your hand.
So basically, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, this Google crawler goes into the this portion of it, or does it go to the contents of the website?
So when the crawler visits your website, it will actually see this. It will not see the website that we see. It will not see this. It will see the code.
Okay, and what happens when people search for keywords? Where does it show? I mean, does this highlight or the contents highlights?
So this is how the entire thing works. It's not like this is what will get highlighted, etc. This code is how you communicate, or this code is how you build this, right? So basically, instead of looking at this, the crawler or the bot of the Google will basically look at the code to understand what you're trying to communicate. So the basic essence of this entire thing is to make sure that you're trying to communicate with the bot properly. So when you look at, for example, description here, canonical here, so all of these things you will not see over here directly, but you're trying to communicate it to the bot by telling them like, okay, what they can find here. So for example, they can find lightning the way towards a sustainable future. So probably something around environmental sustainability or something like that is what the content is available. This is what the bot will understand. So we will be discussing and talking about how you can set this up on WordPress. So I've actually used a plugin called as Yoast SEO for that. I'll show like how it works and how you can use that for your article, etc. So that you can also like make sure that your website is properly SEO optimized. But overall, like, so the reason I wanted to show and share all of this, basically, when it comes to optimizing the on-page elements, you need to be aware of these things. The first is the title tag. So title tag is what in terms of a blog article, it could be the subject or the main title of your entire article. So if I were to take this as an example, this is an article that I had posted over here. So this battery demand surges in India, a growing future demand. So this is basically a title tag. That is something that needs to, or basically it should have your primary keyword that you're trying to focus on. So we talked about different keywords that you can get, right? So your title tag should mention your keyword so that it makes Google understand that this is a keyword that is relevant to your website or not. Obviously, don't put it multiple times and all. Just mentioning it one, or at least mentioning its context once, should also be enough. Second is make sure that the URL or basically the link of the website is SEO friendly. Okay, so if you look at this URL, it's like so ugly in the sense like there are so many different things, heart.org, conditions, more consumer health care and whatnot, right? But similarly, if you look at this Just Answers website, if I let's say go to lawyers, it just says law, nothing else, right? Over here, obviously, this is this I would also call as an ugly URL. I can optimize this more, but this gives you an idea, very good idea of making sure that your URL is also good. So if I say electronics tech, it says like electronics, right? So this is how your URL should be. It should be very clear and very definitive on what you're trying to target or what you're trying to look at. So if, for example, I click on one of these relevant one, it'll actually talk about like topics around slow computer, and I can get more insights and data around it. So this is a very clean URL. I don't need to worry about it at all, and that helps Google understand that and go through the URL much faster and easily. Next thing is the H1 tag. So usually the title tag can be placed as a H1 tag in some cases. So for example, over here in this blog article, this is nothing but a H1 tag. So some of you may ask what is H1. So when it comes to content, usually what happens is in HTML, you will have something called as, again, a header text. So when I say header text, right? So when I say header, it's basically the top part. So in terms of HTML, what happens is the header text is something that is the biggest text. And then there is something called as a paragraph tag. So header text, usually you can have like a H1, which is like the biggest. Then there's H2, a little bit smaller, H3, H4, H5, H6, right? So all of these H1 to H6 are basically header text, and you can determine it to determine like what is the weight of certain words or certain sentences in a page. In this particular scenario, let me just zoom it properly. So in this particular scenario, this is a H1 text of mine, and this defines like what the title is. Then there is the paragraph. So this entire article is on the paragraph. So the H1 tag, it is good if your H1 tag also includes your primary keyword. So in this case, if my primary keyword is battery demand surges, this is a good article. Then finally, you can also experiment with some modifiers in your title tag. Now, what is a modifier? It's nothing but adding more details to it, or telling like what exactly it is all about, so that you can target some of the long tail keywords. So if, let's say, you are talking about a specific mobile phone model that just released, you can probably say it's let's say, for example, what was the mobile phone that just released, right? I think Samsung, some Galaxy just released. Sorry if I'm not uh, like updated with the latest trends. But basically, let's say if you're writing a review for that, you can just mention like, okay, Samsung Galaxy review, or if it's a guide wherein you're sharing something that will help people take certain actions, you can say like, okay, what that guide is all about, etc. So this way, uh, it also helps you rank for certain long tail versions. So we discussed, right? There's like the head keywords, then there is mid keywords, and then long tail. Long tail usually include some of the modifiers. So this way, not only will you be able to target your uh, keyword that you want to, you will also be able to rank for some of the long tail versions as well, right? So these are some of the initial important things. Apart from that, it is a good idea to use multimedia on your posts. So like images, screenshots, lists, and even videos. So in fact, videos is something that is um, a very big focus of Google in current days and age, because a lot of people are actually searching for different videos and all. So let's say if I want to go through something, or if I want to research on something, there's a high chance that I would want to watch a video rather than read a bunch of text. So having different media will actually be a good thing for you, as that can also be a way for Google to understand that they can share different type of content from your single page with the users. Then next thing is, when it comes to H2 and H3 tags, so okay, someone is also asking, can you explain H1 to H6 again? That is nothing but the what your this thing looks like, what your text looks like. So over here, this is a H1 tag. Let me share some example. So let's say if you're writing some text, right? So let me just put this text only, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if you see, this is a H1 tag. This is H2. This is H3, H4, H5, and H6, right? So it's nothing but a heading or a head, some kind of a title, you may say, or some kind of a basic header. But H1 to H6, it's nothing but the size of the text essentially decreases. So this is H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. So that's what it is. I talked about H2 and H3 tags. I talked about like what are the different elements of an on-page SEO, right? So title tags, URL, H1 tag, the modifiers in your title, multimedia, optimizing in your image. So when it comes to the image, you can also make sure that while it may not give you rankings, sometimes it is good to add an alternative text to the image. I'll show you what that is and how that is done as well. But by doing so, sometimes you may get some traffic or traction from Google image search as well. Then using keyword at beginning of a post. So it's a good idea to use the keyword in the start of the post. So we looked at, right, when to use keywords and all, but if you use the keyword or the target keyword in the first 100 words of your article, that actually helps Google understand if your content is relevant and where on the page the keyword actually appears, so that it knows like what is the importance of that keyword. But again, as I mentioned, like don't start stuffing it or putting it across each part of the page. It's okay to have like the keyword mentioned once, twice, maybe even 3 times is fine, but it should be natural. It should be like the content is or the keyword is a part of the content. It should not be something else. If it is something else, it'll actually not work at all and you'll not get any ranking. The next part of on-page optimization, or basically the page elements, is outbound links. This is basically the other links that you want to link or you want to provide as a source or something like that. So it is a good idea to have links of other website on your blog post as well, because it is uh, basically a way for you to also be able to link or provide directions of where user can go from your page. So this, while a lot of people initially used to be like, okay, I just want to build links wherein other people link me, it is always a good idea to also have outbound links that are going out of your website. So this way, you are actually, you become a part of the overall network of the indexing. So a good way to do this is basically by adding sources to some of your content, or if there is something that you want to share, like for example, if I came up with some kind of an analysis, I can share like where this analysis was sourced from. That is a very good practice as a part of the overall on-page optimization. So basically what happens is when you're using outbound links of good authority, that validates your content. So one thing you need to understand is what Google is looking for is that your content should be of quality. What that means is your content should be valid. So when you are linking an outbound website, so for example, if you're linking Times of New York Times, sorry, or maybe some kind of a government or educational website, some kind of a university website or something like that. Those are very valid and high authority resources. So by you linking to them, you're telling Google that whatever data you have is actually a valid data that you have captured from a high authority. So that way, Google will think that this is a good quality content. It may not help you with ranking, but it will help Google understand the quality of the content and will, in turn, indirectly, it will help you rank better for your keyword. Inbound links, your website. So this is what the flow looks like, okay? Other websites, if they have your website's link, that's an inbound link, which is coming to your website. If your website has links to other websites, then that's outbound link because it is going outside of your website. Internal links are nothing but linking to your own articles that you may have posted earlier. Um, so if there are some references that you have of internal links, etc., then you can actually utilize those and put it or link it with your existing article as well, as long as it is relevant. Wikipedia is actually a very good example of that. So wiki, let's say, right. So if I just go to this, you can see there are so many links. So there is one link of Wikipedia which talks about former territories. So this is another link of Wikipedia, right? So what Wikipedia does is they actually have a lot of internal links to different things, so that people can understand like what is London Declaration, what is Statute of Westminster. So all of these things are available, and this is basically a very quick example of what internal link could look like. The next thing is the use of LSI keywords. So we talked about what type of keyword or what keyword that you should be using, but it is also very important that you include 1 to 2 LSI keywords in every article. So LSI is nothing but latent schematic indexing. What this means is it's basically a keyword which is in the similar context. So let's say, for example, these are commonly found alongside your target keywords, right? So for example, if you were writing about weight loss tips, you can probably mention words like nutrition, dieting, fat loss, etc., because these are something which are related to weight loss and are usually found within the context of weight loss overall. So these are nothing but LSI keywords, and it is a good idea for you to mention these keywords so that it becomes super easy for people to connect with your article in a better way. So oftentimes, if you see, right, we would be searching for certain topics, but we would end up in a website which is not directly talking about the topic, but maybe indirectly talking about it. So that is where LSI keywords also help. And finally, it is important that you make use of social sharing buttons. So that, let's say, if people want to share your article or across, maybe if they want to share with a friend, if they want to maybe share it on some kind of a social media website like Twitter and all, it's super easy for them to do so. So these are basically different elements of what on page like optimization should include, or basically usually has. So we'll talk about each of these. So we already talked about title tag, SEO friendly URL, H1 tag, and all. We just talked about multimedia. I think I just explained it, but basically it's the images that are used, etc. So in this particular scenario, this is an image that is used. Again, not a great example, but this is like a use of multimedia. Image optimization, wherein you're using the image properly, a keyword at the beginning of the post. I'll just show what or how you can do that or what it looks like. Outbound links, I'll also like quickly talk about this. Internal links, I just showed an example. LSI, we just discussed an example, and social buttons, right? So now all of these things, let's actually do it on our website only, right? So I have this demo website that I have created. I actually created it this week for all of you. I thought like I'll just show what it could look like and all. So this is Carbon Lightning. I was like, let me just talk about some kind of a sustainable environment, a sustainable future, or something like that with this domain. I had this domain lying around. With that said, I basically created a WordPress website on this. Creating a WordPress website is usually easy. There are a lot of hosting and domain available. Like GoDaddy is very popular. I personally used Namecheap. Okay, so it looks like they have some website issue. Let me just show it on a different browser. One second, let me just share the screen that I want you guys to see. So this is where I basically created my website. So they have a hosting, they have shared hosting, WordPress hosting, and all. So I use shared hosting. Within shared hosting, also you can create your WordPress site. But if you're not technically savvy, you can create it with the WordPress hosting also. Uh, so usually what happens is, I'll just show it very quickly. I basically have some hosting subscriptions over here. And this is a control panel. This is like a typical control panel wherein you manage your website, etc. So a lot of control panels will have easy management of WordPress included. So in this case, like there is WordPress. So over here with the WordPress, I was able to install it very quickly. So if you want to install it manually, you can do that also by going to wordpress.org. Make sure it is the .org website, not the .com. And by going here, you just click get WordPress and you can download it and install it yourself. There's an installation guide also. If not, you can use the installer that is available on the control panel of your hosting provider. So once you install it, it will give you two URLs. So I installed it on Carbon Lightning, right? So this is the first URL, which is the actual website itself. And the second URL will be Carbon Lightning slash, one second, Carbon Lightning slash WP admin. So this is basically your admin page wherein you can log in. And after you log in, you will see something like this. One second. You will see a dashboard which looks something like this. Okay. So now this is nothing but a content management system. So this is where you manage your content and all. And you will see like there are two types of primary content that you should be looking at when it comes to WordPress. One is post. Post is where you will put all your different articles, etc. And another is pages. So pages are nothing but, let's say if you want to create a home page, if you want to create a privacy policy page, maybe you want to create a contact us page. So you can create all of those pages here. And if you want to write articles or publish blogs and all, you can do it over here. So that those are the two main sections. Then you have different sections that are available based on what kind of software, etc., that you install. So think of WordPress as a like operating system of its own through which you can manage your content. And in this, you can have different themes. Just like on your phone, you can also install themes in this. And then you can also install plugins, which is nothing but similar to what you have as apps, right? So in this, I have some plugins installed. So for example, I have a plugin for speed. I'll be talking about speed today and how what can do and how you can work with that. I have a plugin for security. I have a plugin for schema. We'll be discussing this also. Then there is a site kit that I've installed. I'll tell you why I've done this. Then there is like a template kit, Elementor, Envato elements. This I've done for theme and all. Finally, there's a contact form that I've installed and an SEO plugin that I've installed over here. Yeah, so WordPress is primarily for a blog. So in this case, I have created a blog website only, but you can also create any website that you want on WordPress. It's not just limited to that. You can also have an e-commerce website using WordPress. You can also have a normal business page. So this was a business page I created like a decade ago. Um, so you can have like a normal business page as well, like what you want to do and all of those things. Looks like there are some errors in this. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, like you can create a business page also, and this is completely based on WordPress. So it is quite versatile, and in today's day and age, WordPress is the most used content management system out there. So that's the reason I'm using WordPress to demonstrate some of the SEO tactics as well. So with all of this, right, basically what were we talking about? We were talking about optimizing the content on our website itself. So let's do that. Let's do that with WordPress. So these are the basic steps, right? Installing the SEO plugin if you already have set up the WordPress and all. Then going through the content and optimizing it through the Yoast plugin. Optimizing the content according to the suggestions, optimizing the metadata, making sure you use the keyword, and follow the suggestions that yours shows. So I'll just do that practically and I'll skip all of these slides over here. So let me just show what it could look like practically when you go to it. So this is the website that I have already set up, and I've already installed the Yoast SEO plugin. So you can just install it, like go to the like add new section, search for Yoast SEO, and you can install it. Once it is installed, it will generally have wherein you're doing the first time configuration. So I've not done that over here. So let's just do that for all of you. So SEO data optimization, I said continue. Site representation. So you can select all of these so that it becomes super easy for Yoast to communicate what your website is all about to Google. So in this case, it is saying if it is an organization or person. I'm saying it's an organization, name of the website, organization name, what is the logo. I'll just say save and continue. Yeah. Then social profiles, if I have any social platforms or pages, Facebook and all, I've not created those, so I'm skipping that for now. Personal preferences. So this is basically the plugin trying to understand different things about your website so that they can improve plugin. I'm just going to say no, and that's it. So after that, I can visit the web dashboard, and it will and that's like my setup done, right? So now what I can do is I have already created a post here. So last time someone was talking about using chat gpt, right? So I'll take 5 minutes to quickly talk about an experiment I did with chat gpt, so that you guys can also understand like what is the use of it and how you should be careful when using it. So with growing trend, uh, obviously there is different things happening in the marketing world, right? Chat gpt is one of the biggest one, wherein if you tell it something, it will generate a text around that. Now the question is, can you use chat gpt to create content for your website and all? The answer is it completely depends on how you use it, but yes, you can. So if you directly use it, right, if you just go to the chat gpt and get the content and you just copy paste it, that will not work, that will never work. And I will show you why that is, and how you should do it. So this is something that I did with chat gpt. I was like, suggest content topics for sustainable energy. It suggested some of the topics. Then I was like, write a professional, easy to understand article on this. Include numbers, possible questions and all. Make sure you include sources, should have 1,000 words and such. It gave me a pretty good article, right? Now what happens is, this article is nothing but, it is a very, what do you call it, this is an article which is written by a bot. Google is smart enough to understand and detect that your article is written by a AI. So I'll show you what and how it basically looks like. So this is the content that I had recently written. So this was battery demand in India. So that was the main keyword. Over here, you will see like there are 3 different variations. And you will see like there is something which is chat GPT generated. This is like the direct generated content of chat GPT. And I ran it through a tool. So there is a good tool. I forgot to link it here. Let me just 1 second. So this is a very good tool. I'll just put the link on the top over here. So this tool, if you paste the content and click check for AI content, it will tell you if it is a human content or not. And if it is like at least 95% human content, only then you should be using that content. So now, how do you make that happen, right? So what I did is I pasted this content directly into this detector, and it told me that it is 66% human. So probably the content is not that great, right? So likely both AI and human. There was like a 61% predictability, 40% probability, and such. Now, I tried to modify it. I was like, okay, I want to modify what was generated directly, and I tried to do that. So it improved the predictability a little bit, but overall, it was still only 1% improvement, only 67%, right? So now what I did is, instead of modifying what was shared by ChatGPT, I rewrote it. I wrote it in my own words. I was like, I read this once, just like you do it in your examinations and all, right? You would read the content, and then in your own words, in your own way, you will write it. So that is what I did. So I wrote it completely. The content is the same thing, but I've written it in my own way. And when I did that, it was 93% human. So that means it's a good article that now I can publish. So this is how you can use Chat GPT. You can get content ideas from it, but it is very important that you rewrite it. You can use this content AI content detector. I am sharing the link here for all of you. You can use this tool to identify if it is AI level or not, and then you need to rewrite it. There are a lot of tools currently that do rewrite and all, but there is still going to be some kind of a either cost involved. Like the tool that I just shared, they also help with writing content, but I think they have like a $150 per month subscription or something like that. So there is usually cost involved wherein you would have to subscribe or something like that. But if you don't want to do all of that, it is better that you rewrite it on your own. And writing it on your own will actually gain you better results than using something that is bot generated. So let me tell you in the terms of time, right? By using ChatGPT generated content, um, if I was to do this thing manually, do all the research and get the content and all, it would take me typically 3 to 4 hours to make sure that I have proper content, including what are the authority sources and making sure that it is properly written. Using this, I was able to finish this off within 30 minutes to 1 hour, because all I needed to do was I just needed to generate the content, and then in my own way, in my own words, I rewrote it. So that is how you can use ChatGPT. So now once I've written this, the next step is for me to optimize this and post it on my website properly. So let's do that. So I'm using a tool called as Elementor for editing post and all. That's the major point, right? Google is able to detect and understand what content is written by a bot versus what content is written by for human or by a human. So because of that, Google is able to rank content that is written or has the highest human score. They will be ranking those content higher than the other content. So let's say if you took this same content, right? So this Chat GPT generated content and this one, let's say the same content is posted on two different websites. Both of them are a very good website. They have a lot of backlink. They have a lot of authority. Everything is good. But what will happen is the one which is human one will actually be ranked higher than the ChatGPT generated one, because this is much more human and this is much more easy to read and easy to understand for anyone who reads it as well. It does not read as something that was written by a robot. This I'm just talking about two websites. Imagine there are a million websites. So now across a million website, obviously you would want to make sure that you have the highest chance to get on the top, right? That is the reason. So this is the article that I had rewritten on my own. I have put all of those things over here. Obviously, I have not made a lot of formatting changes and all over here. It could be a little bit better, but okay, for now, I'm just showing like what it could look like. So once I've put the article here, uh, like there is uh, at the bottom of the article, because I have installed Yoast SEO, you will see something like this SEO part, and it says like focus, key phrase and all. So this is the main or primary keyword that you want to focus on. So this was about battery demand surges in India. So my key keyword will be demand in India. So now what I'll do is I can also get like related key phrases if I want. I can just put US is okay. Looks like there's not much search volume for this. Probably a bad keyword that I selected. Yeah, looks like there's not much search volume for this. Battery demand India. Okay, probably a bad keyword. Okay, anyways, so let's just assume that this is the keyword that you're going for, right? But in this particular scenario, now what happens is you will be able to see, like once I've put this in, you'll be able to see like what is its preview, what it looks like on mobile and what it looks like on desktop, right? So based on this, I can also like change this accordingly and it will give me a quick preview of what it could be. So SEO title, If I want to like modify this a little bit, maybe I want to keep title first and then the page, then the site title, something like that also I can do. So let's say if I remove the title, you can see now it just shows Carbon Lightning as the page, right? So now site title is Carbon Lightning, that is what it is showing. So over here, I can basically manage it accordingly. So essentially there are like these different things, these 4 different variables that I can definitely utilize. So over here, first I'm going to just put title. So that seems good enough for me. I'm going to proceed with that only. Then I can also include a meta description. So let's just include a quick meta description. This can be a very quick one. Okay, it fits right in. I can probably decrease this a little bit. Battery demand is driven by government's emphasis on renewable energy, growing demand for electric vehicles, and increase. It's basically, this is the keyword. Based on that, I have like said like what the title should be or what the title could be. And then I've also talked about the meta description and all. Then it has the SEO analysis over here for me based on the keyword that I've put, right? So it tells me what are the problems that it has identified. One is no outbound link. So I just talked about that, right? So there's no outbound links in this. Let me just quickly add that. Modor intelligence. I had this thing. So this is some source that I have picked up according to mode or intelligence. Let me just put that link over here. So now that outbound link, so it basically tells you like what are the things that you need to focus on or look at to make sure that it is better. So similarly, key phrase distribution. Have you evenly distributed your focus key phrase throughout the whole text? It says like probably I've not done it properly. I could have done it in a better way. So let me just change this to battery demand search. Let's see if it changes a little bit. Looks like it did not. Okay, then internal links. So internal links, basically there are no internal links to other pages. Right now, I don't have any other pages at all. So that's why I've not added any internal links. So I guess I'm okay with that. Key phrase in introduction. So your key phrase or its synonyms do not appear in the first paragraph. So now my key phrase is this, right? So it says like it is not appearing in the first paragraph, but it looks like yeah, it looks like it does not directly show up over here. So that's the reason it is saying like it's not available directly. So let me just do one thing. Increase that this has also seen a significant battery. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So key phrase and introduction is now available. So this is basically a very quick way for you to put your post, tell Yoast SEO what is your main or focus keyword that you want to like create the focus for, and based on that, optimize your content. So key phrase in the SEO title. Not all the words from your key phrase this appear in SEO title. So battery demand surges, battery demand surge S. Okay, if I do that, so now key phrase in introduction goes away, but that's completely fine, right? So like basically you have to just look at it, you have to make some edits and improvement, and as you can see, it has gone green. So it says like it is overall getting better or good. So if I want, I can include it in meta description also. So over here, battery demand surge. Actually, let me remove the S. Everything is all good. So overall, if you see now, the only two problems are keyword key phrase distribution and internal links, but everything else seems to be good. So that's why it has given me a green signal. Like from SEO point of view, now this is overall a good article that I can look at. There are some additional improvements that I can also do if I want to like look at it, but these are not that important. But everything else is good to go now. Similarly, it also has a readability analysis. So you can use this to understand like how good it is in terms of readability and all. You can work with this. Again, this is something that will sort of help you in making sure that people are able to go through it in a better way or faster way. But this is a very good plugin that you can utilize to understand like how to do on-page SEO or on-site SEO. So that's basically how you get keywords, how you can write articles, and how you can publish it and make sure that it is a article that is good for SEO. We talked about SEO overall. We talked about on-page SEO, what on-page looks like, how you can write or how you can identify keywords, and how you can make sure that you're optimizing your content or making sure that whatever content you have written is well optimized towards your keywords, so that it is much easier for you to rank using the content part. Now, the second aspect to the on-site SEO is technical SEO. In this, the main goal is to understand different stages of the user journey in terms of from crawling. For this is the site, sorry, this is the search engine, right? Crawling, indexing, and all, and then also making sure when because of this a user comes to your page, they have a good page experience through various different things, right? So this is what we are going to talk about overall, and this is one of the most important aspects of SEO overall. So just as important as it is to identify keywords and optimize content, this is similarly and important as well. So to get started, right? So since Google is has the monopoly on search, we will do a setup of Google Search Console first, and then we will dive into the technical SEO aspects and how Google Search Console is linked with all of these things. So Google Search Console, right? Let's just connect your website. So what is Google Search Console? It's nothing but a free tool that is offered by Google to understand how Google crawls your website, indexes it, and overall sends traffic to your website. You can just search for Google Search Console. That's what the next slide is, right? So Google Search Console, and you'll be able to get this link like Search Console and all. So in this, you just need to click Start Now, and then it will go through a onboarding process, but you need to make sure that you have a website already set up. So you just click Start Now, and after that, let me just actually show you what it could look like for a different property. So let's say you're adding a website, right? So it will give you two types of suggestions. So what type of website it is or how you want to set it up. So in this case, I'm just going to go with the domain. So this is again like a test example just to show you what the flow looks like. So once I do that, it gives me a verification method. So I can use, there are different methods I can use. One is text and one is CNAME. This is like how I can validate it through the DNS record. So basically what I need to do is once I select this, let's say if I'm using Namecheap or GoDaddy or whatever my domain name provider is. So this is where my domain is registered, right? Over there in the DNS, I just need to set this record and I just need to verify, and that's it. Like after that, the domain gets verified and it will show up over here. There is also a different way for you to do it. If you're using WordPress, it's much easier process. If you're using WordPress, like I have done here, what you can do is in the WordPress, you can install a plugin. So in the plugin, just go to add new, search for SiteKit, and it will show this SiteKit by Google. So just install this plugin. I've already installed it. Once you do, you go to the plugin and you can directly connect your account to it. Once you do that, it will do all the changes that are needed in terms of setting up, let's say, your search console, in terms of setting your Google Analytics, or even getting page insights, right? So you can also connect more services if you want. And this is like super easy for you to do through this. Like you can just like go to this and you can directly just connect it and manage your like property over there very simply. So once I've connected it, it automatically showed up over here. So this is like Carbon Lightning, that as you can see. So I connected this Thursday only. Sometimes it takes some time to get all the information. So, but this is basically how the setup looks like, right? I'm going to show you one website. Like this is one of the website like Excel Doors. It's actually a website of a friend of mine. And I wanted to show you what it looks like after it is connected and it has some performance. So if we look at it, there's like different sections to this, right? This is basically the dashboard of Google Search Console. On the left hand side, you have all the different options and areas of the site available. And over at the main part of the screen, you have different things like performance, indexing, experience, and enhancement. So for all of these, you also have the similar options over here. So now what you can do is, let's say if I go to performance. So within performance, you will see what kind of performance or what kind of traffic you were able to get from Google to your website. So that is what this data talks about. So over here, you can see, I'll just look at impressions. So impressions is nothing but how many times your website was seen on Google search by users. Clicks is how many times after seeing that website, people clicked and went to your website. Average CTR is nothing but the percentage of people clicking your link after they saw your website. And finally, average position is nothing but at what position your website usually showed up. So accordingly, you can see like every day what kind of impressions and clicks this website is getting. And then you also have other information like queries. Queries are nothing but what are the search keywords, or basically the search query of the user, and how many clicks and impressions you were able to get from that queries, right? These are nothing but the queries that the user search for, and how many impressions and clicks you were able to get for that. What are the different pages that were visited and how many clicks you got for those pages? What are the countries these visits were from? The devices. So as you can see, apparently desktop was the highest one for this website. Search appearance. So if you're basically the content of your website appeared in video, so that is what it shows, like it appeared in video and there was a click. And dates, across like what dates, what kind of performance there is. So I talked about sorry, not this slide, Google Search Console. So if you see, there are other parts to it as well. I'll talk about it quickly, but before that, let's try and understand why those parts are important by understanding technical SEO altogether. So when it comes to technical SEO, right, it's nothing but the process of optimizing your website to help search engines like Google to find, crawl, understand, and index your pages. So basically, you have content, but that content should be something that Google can find, and it should be able to crawl properly as well, right? So that is what it's all about. And the second thing is, it should Google in addition to being able to find it and crawl it, it should also be able to understand it and then index it. So that is what like technical SEO revolves around. So first, let's talk about crawling, right? We already discussed about it, but crawling is where search engines grab content from your pages and use links on them to find even more pages. There are many ways to control what gets crawled on your website, and these are the two ways that you can control it. So the first thing is a robots.txt file. So this file is nothing but something that tells the search engine where on your website they can go and they cannot go. And second is a sitemap.xml. So it's basically an XML file which contains all the details of your website, and it helps search engines know like, okay, this is all the pages that you have, or this is how you have listed all your pages, etc. So we'll talk about both of these, but first let's talk about robots.txt, right? So now robots.txt is nothing but a simple text file that tells Google to not crawl or crawl certain pages. So usually for Google or any website, if they want, they can directly crawl your website and all. That's not a problem for them. But when it comes to your own website, sometimes you may not want it to crawl certain pages. This could be, let's say, any kind of admin page or some kind of a password protected page and all. So you can let it know like, okay, this is not something that you wanted to see. One thing you need to remember is when you block a crawler, right? It does not mean that the URL will not show up in the search result. So sometimes what happens is if search engine is wants, they can show the URL, but they will not be able to show the content of your website. So robots is basically you telling the robot, or sorry, robots.txt is basically you telling the crawler of a search engine that you don't want it to understand or see what is within a specific URL. So that's what it's all about. So this is an example of what contains in a robots.txt file. It's basically a code which tells like what are the things or what are the different areas that you wanted to crawl or not. So user agent star means all of the robots. You can also specify like Google bot, Bing bot and all, but star is basically all of the bots. You don't want it to access this page, but you want it to, it's okay if they access this other specific page. And then you're also telling it this is the sitemap of your website. So now you may be thinking, why block certain pages, right? So as I just mentioned, it can be your admin page, it can be a login page. If maybe someone has made a purchase on your website, after that they will go to some kind of a thank you page and all, right? So you don't want those thank you pages to actually show up. If maybe they are subscribing to a newsletter, it will go to the thank you page. You don't want those pages that serve no purpose to show up on SEO, or even use the crawl budget for that, or have a crawler go to your website for that, right? So for all of those things, you will basically tell the crawler that, okay, these are the pages that you don't want it to crawl. So let's just look at how you can do it. So even with using Yoast SEO, you can actually do it. So like when I go to Yoast SEO, and I just need to go to tools section, and within tools, there are multiple options. I just need to go to file editor. So over here, like there are different files. The main thing that we are focusing on is the robots.txt. So I don't have a robots.txt file yet, so I can just create it over here. Okay, so looks like there's some kind of an error. So no worries, but basically once I create the robots.txt, okay, so looks like it has created it over here. So you can see this is something that Yoast has created themselves. So user agent star, if I want to disallow it something, so I can just mention like, okay, I don't want it to visit or crawl WP admin. Then this is my sitemap that it can access, and that's it. Save changes, and it's done. Now, once this is done, what I can do is I can just, if I want to see what my robots.txt look like, I can just go to carbon lightning / robots.txt. And this is what my robots.txt looks like. So you can actually see robots.txt of any website, by the way. So even for Google, you can check that. So google.com / robots.txt. And this is what they have. They disallow search, they allow search about static, etc. They disallow certain other pages and all. So see, given that they're such big company, probably they would have a lot more disallows and allows. But yeah, like every company or every domain will have a robots.txt. If I consider facebook.com, this is the robots.txt of it. So this is basically a very basic thing that you set up to make sure that the bots that are crawling your pages and all, they know like what to crawl and so forth. Now, when it comes to that's basically how robots.txt works, right? Next part is sitemap.xml. So I just quickly talked about sitemap. So generally sitemap is found at slash sitemap.xml for most of the domain, but a few domains can have it in a different style as well. So this is what a sitemap typically looks like. It basically has list of all the pages or a map for all the pages that you have available on your website. So even for Carbon Lightning, if I want, I can just show .xml and it will show me like what are the sitemaps that are available, right? So using this, if I like go to this post sitemap, it will show me like what are the posts. So there is only one, basically this is the first one is the main website and this is the post. So these are two things, two URLs that are available in this because the website currently has only two posts. Excel doors that I was talking about, if I go to its sitemap, if I go to the post section of it, you can see like it lists all the posts that this website has as well. So this is basically what the sitemap.xml looks like. And in Yoast SEO, you can again using this, you can also create your site map or manage your sitemap. So in the Yoast SEO, you just go to settings. Within settings, under the site features, if you scroll down, you will see the sitemap option. By default, it is enabled. And you don't need to do anything else with that. Yoast will automatically manage that for you. Now, once you have the sitemap, you can also submit it on Google Search Console. So in Google Search Console, within the indexing part, there is something called as sitemaps. So if I just go to that, I can tell it like what my sitemap or where my sitemap is basically there. So I'll just do it for Carbon Lightning. So this is the sitemap. I'll just take the end part of it, put it here, submit. By submitting a sitemap, what happens is you're basically, while Google can crawl your website on its own, you're telling Google that this is the sitemap that you want it to look at, and what are the different things that it can look at from this overall. So that's basically what robots.txt and sitemap is all about. That is what majorly contributes to crawling, right? Like once you have submitted all of these things, one second. So once you have submitted all of these things, it actually checks like what are the discovered pages, discovered videos and all. If let's say, for example, if I check this one, it will show like, okay, within this particular sitemap, it discovered 613 pages. And if it discovered any videos or not. And if I want to see the page indexing, I can also see like all of that details over here, like what we've indexed and what we're not indexed. That is what we are talking about next, right? So the next part of crawling, once it is crawled, is indexing. So when it comes to your website, right, a search engine will not see it like how we do, as we just talked about it earlier in the session. Instead, what they see is a code that the web server sent back to a browser, which is the front end code. So for example, if I want to see what it will, what a specific page looks like and all, we just created that page, right? What is that? So for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste that in URL inspector, enter that, and it'll tell me like what it was able to index or not index. So since this was not indexed yet, I can request indexing over here, by the way. So this is a way for me to quickly request it to crawl my page. But I can also test a live URL. I can just click that, and that way it will show me what the live URL will look like. Let's just give it a couple of minutes. By the time it does, I'll just explain the rest part. But yeah, basically, once it does that, you will be able to see what the crawler is actually seeing of your URL. So it's nothing but the piece of HTML code and some additional info. This, yeah, it looks like it has done that. So it was able to do a live test of this page that I asked it to, and the URLs are available to Google. And it, if I click view tested page, this is what the crawler was able to capture, right? So as you can see, what the crawler sees is the entire source code of the front end. So it basically sees the title, the meta description that I have, canonical URL that I may have, and all of these different things. These are what is available to the crawler, and based on that, it will understand like, okay, what was actually there. This is a screenshot of the website that the crawler was able to capture as well. So as you can see, like it was able to capture this entire part on a smartphone. So this is a smartphone crawler. And if I want to see, like, these are additional technical details that are available.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, what does SEO stand for? The option 1 is search engine optimal, option 2 is search engine optimization, option 3 is social engine optimal, option 4 is social engine optimization. Think thoroughly and mention your answer in the comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
When it comes to additional part to it, in terms of the indexing, there is also something which is like page availability, which basically checks like if it is available or not, if it is indexable or not, and what is the declared URL for the canonical URL. I'll explain what this is. And in addition to that, it also talks about the mobile usability. So it says like this page is usable on mobile and was crawled successfully on mobile as well. So that is what a quick, like I could say, quick indexing part looks like. We just looked at what indexing looks like on Google Search Console also, right? So if we go to it, indexing pages, if we go, let me go to this one. So over here, you can see like there are 108 pages that were indexed and these were not indexed. If I go down, it tells me why certain pages are not indexed, right? So it basically tells me maybe certain pages, they have alternate page with a proper canonical tag. Certain pages were discovered but not indexed, and those are these pages. So probably because these are tag pages and it did not have like a lot of information in all, Google decided that they don't want to index all of these pages, which is perfectly fine. So that is basically how you can identify or see like if certain pages are indexing or not indexing, and based on that, if there is something that you need to fix, that then you can fix that as well. So there was something that was coming up quite often, which was canonical URL. So canonical URL and redirects is what we will talk about next. So when it comes to canonical URL, it's nothing but first, what you need to understand is when it comes to search engines, right? They rely on unique URLs to find and indexed all your pages that you have on your website, right? So while there should be a unique single URL for every page, what happens is sometimes that's not the case always. It could be for different multiple reasons. Sometimes there are URL parameter, like let's say after a piece of URL, maybe there is some kind of an additional parameter that there is there, or maybe there is some kind of an additional detail that is added with the URL. So because of all of those things, having a canonical URL helps Google understand like exactly what is the primary URL that they should be looking at. So if I look at it, let's just go to Amazon. Actually, let me just say shoes online. Let me just go to this one. So if you see, this website, basically Decathlon, has like so many different things on the URL, right? Let's just see what is the canonical URL that they are showing. If you go to view page source, so we can see the canonical URL that they are suggesting is this one: ahref men's basketball shoes. gray, and so forth. So with this, what happens is if there are other variations of this URL, even those will be using this similar canonical URL. And that way it becomes super easy for Google to know, like, okay, even though there are multiple pages for the same content, um, it all comes back to one single page. So that is what canonical URL is all about. Basically, when it comes to canonical URL, it's nothing but a unique URL of your website. So unique URL of a page, specific page. So let's say if, for example, you have certain different variations, or maybe the URL has a longer version, or some kind of a longer variation of the same URL. Then what happens is for the same page, or for the same page, multiple URLs get created. Like there will be a different type of URL which will get created for the same page. So to get over all of that, a canonical URL is created. If you are creating your website newly, you probably don't even need to worry about it, because there's a good chance that, for example, Yoast SEO will directly add what the canonical URL is going to be. But if you have, like, let's say, different parameters and all, canonical URL makes it easier to identify like what exactly the URL is, so that for Google, it becomes super easy to know, like, okay, this is the URL that they need to go for. So that's what it is. Basically, this canonical is something that is added as a meta tag within the website. So in a website, for example, this is what the canonical URL would look like. So let's say if the website has the head, again, I said, right, most of these things come within the head section. So within that head section, you will have something like link rel equals to canonical. Then you say like what is the actual URL. So now let's say maybe there are different variations of this URL, like gray shirt hyphen blue hyphen sorry, gray shirt hyphen small hyphen medium or something like that. But all of them are a part of the same page. Then it is a good idea for you to have this canonical URL, because it will say that you're not using duplicate content on your website and all. So all of those things get resolved with this. Now, that's basically what canonical URL is. And the second thing is the redirects, right? So redirect is nothing but sometimes what happens is you may move some content across to a different URL, or you may change the URL of certain pages. So a very good example of that would be, so for example, this post that I have right now, if I take a look at it, the URL for this is battery demand surges in India, etc. If I change this, if I, let's say, change this and all, the URL changes. So if someone had the old URL, what will happen then? So if with the old URL, they are not able to find the content, then it is basically like the content does not exist, which is like a bad thing, right? So if you're moving your page from old to new, for all of those things and different things, you can like update the URL or change the URL. You can add redirects to your website, and having these redirects make it easy for the crawler to also know like where the specific page is, or if the page has moved to a different like URL altogether. That's basically these two things, right? However, when it comes to indexing, there is something which is actually very important for all of you to know, which is called as rich snippets. Now, what is rich snippets? Rich snippets is nothing but the overall what you find as a rich content on Google search, right? So this is basically a rich snippet on rich snippets itself. So I'll show you like what it looks like. What is rich snippets? So now this is SEO content. So basically this is the content that shows up on the search result because of SEO. And this is a rich snippet. So it's basically a featured snippet, but this is a rich snippet which talks about what rich snippet is all about. So that's what rich snippet is. Now, the question is, how do you actually get those? So we'll quickly talk about what is rich snippet and how you can work with the same. Rita, canonical is basically the unique URL of your page. So let's say if your page has multiple different variations of a URL, then canonical is the way for you to tell like which is the main page or which is the primary URL. So let's say if you have domain.com/product/gray shirt. Now, what happens is if someone is selecting a specific size in this, the URL is maybe changing. So it says like size. Then there is another URL which is saying size L. Then there is another URL which says size S, right? So, however, all of these domains, or sorry, all of these pages actually have the same content. Only because you're making different selections in the website of the sizes, the URL might be changing. So these are nothing but URL parameters. Now, if you tell Google that these are different URLs, Google will think that you have duplicate content on your website. To avoid this, you basically tell Google that even though this is the URL, the primary URL or the main URL is this. And you'd say that by saying like this is canonical URL. So that is what it is all about. Is it clear for everyone now? So now let's look at rich snippets, right? What exactly are rich snippets? And like what are the different types of rich snippets, etc. So we just looked at one of the rich snippets. This is also a rich snippet. So basically, if you search for a video, you would get something like this. Like instead of just like a URL and a description and all, you will get a thumbnail. You will get like the timestamp. You will get from YouTube. See, you're getting like which website it is, who's the content creator, and when it was posted. All of this is because of the rich snippet or the snippet detail. This is another rich snippet. So if I search for let's say how the stock market, or basically about the stock market of Nifty, and I want to see like how it is performing and all, Google creates a rich snippets which shows up something like this, right? Like what the trend is and all of these things. I can interact with it even without going to the website of Nifty, and that is what this is. So overall, there are different types of rich snippets. So this is a review snippet. Basically, you have review and the number of reviewers and the rating and all. This is recipe snippet. It has the rating. It has reviews. It has how much time it will take to create. It has calorie detail. Then this is related to a music or a song. It has details on genre, recorded, release date, producer, and all of these different other details. For a movie, it has release date, runtime, rating, vote, genre. For a product, it will have the price available as well as if it is in stock or not. So all of this is possible because of rich snippets. Now, how to get rich snippet? It is nothing but structuring your data so that it is easy for search engine to understand how to read certain aspects of your website. Now, this is going to be a little bit technical, but hang on with me, okay? I know there's been a lot of technical concepts so far, but this is a little bit more technical overall. But when it comes to rich snippets, it is nothing but structured data, and it follows something which is within the schema.org project. So if we go to this, you can see like if you have a product page, then these are the different values that you can actually assign to it and then share with the crawler as well. So for example, if it's a specific brand, maybe you're selling certain branded shoes or something, which category it comes under, what is the color, what is the country of origin, depth, funding, GTIN, height, variant of similar to related to mobile URL is again like basically your mobile URL, logo, keyword, manufacturer. So all of these different attributes is what you can actually share with Google or any search engine, right? Through rich snippets. Basically, there are multiple tools for you to work with rich snippets. Devan is asking, do we need to create the snippets or is it for the developers? So if you have a complicated website, or if you have a website from one of the website builders like GoDaddy and all, you may have to get your hands dirty with code. So however, I have shared some of the tools over here. So Google developers.google, basically the developer website of Google, it actually has a very good structured data on what are the different type of snippets that are available. So for example, if I look at here, right, it tells me like there's article, there's book, breadcrumb, carousel, course, education, salary estimates, events, if there is an event that is happening, fact check, FAQ, home activities, how to see, all of these different versions are available, and its preview is also available over here. So it becomes very easy for us to understand what it could look like. So if I go to article, for example, it will tell me like what the code could actually look like that I should be implementing. Now, I can also like try it out in their test version. If I just put this, if I say test code, it will tell me like, okay, what was it able to detect? It was able to detect an article. If I go within that, it says title of the news article, and it tells me like what are the things like author, name of the author, what is the URL of the author, then author, another author if there is, and all. So all of these things is what it was able to detect from the data that I had shared over here. Apart from that, there are also other schema generators. Now, Google themselves have a generator wherein like you can use this markup helper. So if you like just go to articles, for example, if you select articles and you put a URL over here, so I'm just going to put that URL of this page and start tagging. So with this, what I can do is I can actually tag what are the different parts of this website that belongs to different sections of this. So looks like I've not included the author details. So that is not available here. But when it comes to, let's say, article section, article body, I can basically article section. 1 second. Yeah. So basically you can select different areas. For example, if I want to select this part, I can just select like, okay, if this is like the article section, it shows up over here. Then if this is the article body, I can just select all of this, article body. So this way, it becomes fairly simple for me to directly tag all of this. And if I just click create HTML, it'll tell me like, okay, this is exactly what the code I have selected. And based on that, I can just put this code and like be done with it. Apart from that, there are also some other tools that I've marked here, like Webcode. There's microdata generator. You can also use these. And once you have done, you can just test it in the Google's tool as well. So once you have created it, you need to just implement it on your website and you'll pretty much be done. Apart from that, if you're using WordPress, there are also plugins available like schema and structured data or schema directly, right? These like are some very popular plugins. So if you install that, you can actually directly update all the schema details on your post itself. So over here, if I just go schema and structured data, article, and it has automatically fetched it, but I can also see like what are the things that it was able to fetch: image, URL, details, and all of those different things that it was able to fetch. Snippet is nothing but these things that you see on the search result. So it's a part of your search result, or the part of your website that you're able to see on the Google search. And schema is nothing but the markup language that you can use to communicate what is the snippet that you want to share. So using schema, you can communicate the snippet. So that's the reason I've been using schema and snippet like interchangeably, but that's what it is. Schema is a language. So just like HTML is a language, right? So schema, it's not exactly a market language. It's like a markup. So you basically define through that, like what exactly your snippets are. So as I just showed you, this is what the schema looks like. So one second. So this is basically what the code looks like of the schema. So you can use different tools for it. I used one of the tools that I had mentioned here, which is this one. I'll just share it with you as well. You can use it if you have a WordPress website. You can use a plugin directly. If not, if you don't have a WordPress website, you can go to this. You can enter the URL. You can select what is the type of post that you have, and then enter the URL. After that, you can start tagging, and you just like select directly on the page like what are the sections that you want to tag, and then update it. There are 3 URLs here. These have images. These images have come up because of the snippets. So now, since there are images here, I may be more inclined to click these results instead of the Flipkart one because it does not have an image. So this is one of the ways that you can communicate more details, right? So see, even these have images. This is because of the snippet that you see. When it comes to WordPress, there are also like plugins available so that you can directly build your own schema and structured data or do it automatically as well. So like if you're using WordPress, it becomes super easy for you to do it as well. Now, when it comes to technical SEO, we looked at crawling, we looked at indexing. Now that we understand that there's like all of these rich snippets and all, what you need to understand is that's a flow, right? So when you look at it overall, the first flow is search engine. After this, there is the user. So basically, in search engine, crawling is happening. With search engine, indexing is happening. However, the third important aspect is the user, right? Because you have communicated everything with the search engine, but if the user is coming to your website and not finding enough information, the user will bounce off the website, right? They'll be like, okay, what is this? I'm not able to get the information. Maybe there is some kind of a security issue or something like that. Maybe they are not able to access the information properly. So this is where the user experience comes into the play. So this is what we are looking at next. So let's look at the experience part, right? So basically, this is what Google has uh, said in terms of technical SEO. A website experience means looking at the following aspects. The first is the site performance. How fast is your website? How quickly it is to load, etc. Second is mobile friendliness. If your website is accessible on mobile and if it is easy to read the content and go through the content on mobile or not. Third is there should be no intrusive interstellatus. Basically they should it should not be intrusive for the user to go through the content. So when I say intrusive, there should not be a lot of those pop-ups, or they should not be like let's say if you open the website, you don't see the content, you just see all the other things which are like completely irrelevant. So that should not be a part of the website. And finally, your website should also be secure, which means it should be having the SSL. So these are the parameters that Google basically looks at. So let's just try to check how you can like validate all of these things, right? So I'll just show you. There's a tool for this, which is, so now what is happening is this is essentially running a quick diagnostics on my website. So I talked about 4 aspects, right? So I talked about site performance, mobile friendliness, non-intrusive, and security. So it basically checks across all of those 4 things, and it tells me in terms of performance how good this website is, in terms of accessibility how good it is, and what are the best practices that it could improve. And further to that, it also tells me in terms of SEO what are the things that I can look at. So this is a very important tool when you're doing this experience analysis, because this helps you understand like what are the things that you could look at or how you could improve it and so forth. So if you go down, you can see, right, it tells you like first contentful paint, like how much time it took. So this is nothing but the amount of time before the first or any content could show up. It took 2.3 seconds for any content to show up on the page. Then the largest contentful paint. So this is nothing but, let's say on the website, if you have some kind of a slider or something, how much time it took for that largest part of your entire website to load. So in this case, it took around 3.9 seconds, which is still slow. Then total blocking time. This is nothing but sum of all time periods between FCP, which is the first contentful paint, to time to interactive. So basically, how much time it took for someone to be able to interact with the website. Finally, there is like the cumulative layout shift, like how much the website had shifted from the time it loaded, and overall, how fast is the website. It says like it loaded in 5 seconds. So 5 seconds is still slow. So as you can see, because of that, we have a score of 74 in the performance. Now, from here, you can see further like what it was for Google to see, or this particular tools to see the website load as. So you can see initially there was nothing, then it loaded some content here, then it loaded an image in the content here, and so forth. So all of these details are available on how the website basically keeps changing across every few seconds, or sorry, milliseconds. And then you have details on what are the opportunities on fixing certain areas. So let's say reducing initial server response time. So you can directly just share all of these things with your developer. Mostly the developer will be taking care of this, like preload largest content, reduce unused JavaScript. So all of these different aspects, it makes it super easy for your developer also to know like, okay, these are the things that needs to be optimized. And by doing so, the overall website performance will also improve. So if I click on SEO, for example, it tells me like what are the SEO things which is missing. If I click on best practices, it will show me like what are the certain aspects that could be improved for that. So all of those different things I have quickly available for me to know what kind of performance my website has and what kind of user experience my website could have based on this entire test. So similarly, if, for example, I say facebook.com, just analyze that, it tells me, okay, apparently it failed the assessment. So this is like an additional data that Google gets based on if your website has a lot of visitors and all. So real users are experiencing these things. So that way you can also understand certain aspects on how the performance is actually affecting real-time users. And then it has like diagnosed performance issues. So performance overall looks like it's quite good, 94. Accessibility, there are certain areas that it could improve. Best practices, there's like a lot of things that it does not have. So yeah, you can check any website that you want to understand like how it looks like, but basically this gives you a very good idea. So for example, I had set up this Carbon Lightning, right? So you guys also saw like Carbon Lightning literally has almost no content at all. So because it has NIG, so because it has almost no content, it will actually show good numbers. We'll let it load, but yeah, so that's basically what it's all about, right? So using this, you can actually make sure that your site speed improves, and obviously like people are able to see it properly, and they do not have to wait the entire time for something to load. And obviously if the site speed improves, the bounce rate is something that will also sort of so bounce rate also increases basically when the page load time goes up. Okay, so don't worry about this. I don't remember how this came over here. Anyway, so what I was talking about is when it comes to page speed, obviously if it loads faster, people are able to use it better, and they will not bounce off your website directly, right? So that is what I'm trying to say here, that basically if the website is loading quickly, I will stick to the website for some time, and this will help me make sure that the bounce rate is reduced. And overall, obviously, if more people are able to see the content, then there is a higher chance of them taking actions as well. Now, when optimizing your site speed, obviously make sure that you're doing some basic things. So there's a plugin that is available that you can utilize for it. You can share all of these things with your developer, but you can also share this result directly with your developer as well. So this looks like Carbon Lightning. Looks like it is following all the best practices and all over here, but except for the performance part, which can be improved. But again, I've not set up any major performance improvement yet for this, so it makes sense. So with that said, you will also have a lot of different plugins available. So like, for example, Lightspeed Cage, W3 Total Cage, and premium versions are also available. But these are usually good enough if you know what to do or how to work with that. So for example, I have Lightspeed Cage installed on this website. So I can just like go to general. I can see like what are the things that I want to set over here. I want to do some page optimization. I can do that. So CSS minify, if I just turn it on, combine, that's fine. So I can basically look at some of these different things that I want to improve. So for now, I'm just like enabling the minify and the combine options. That's it. HTML's yes, and media settings. I'll turn this on. I'll save changes and I'll purge all cache. So now that this is done, let me just quickly run this test again and let's see if it changes, right? Okay, looks like the website actually performance went down. So yeah, like obviously you'll have to try it out a bit. You'll have to see like what are the things that you need to optimize for, etc. Oh, on desktop looks like it's 89 and mobile it looks like 59. So probably there are certain things that I need to look at further. So for example, there is some kind of a minification that needs to be fixed and all. So that's basically on the site speed. I just shared. Okay, so mobile friendliness. So mobile friendliness, there is also another tool that you can use for that. So this is the tool. So obviously this itself tells you if it is mobile friendly or not, or good or not. But you can also like use this another tool, which tells you if your website is mobile friendly or not, and it says or should suggest like what are the things that you can actually do to help improve the same. Mobile friendly design, see this was tested and it says like this is usable, and I can see like what view tested page. I can see the screenshot of what it looks like on mobile. So that is what the mobile friendliness you can also check from here. And obviously make sure that your website is properly secure by making sure that like you have all your let's say you have a security plugin installed if you're using WordPress, or maybe you're making sure that there's no security issues with your website overall. So it is also important that you do this, because if let's say your website gets hacked, it will actually hurt your SEO a lot, because a lot of hackers inject different links which will hurt your overall SEO rankings, etc. So having a secure website is very important. Make sure you don't use default passwords or usernames and all. And you can use like different tools like LastPass and all to generate secure passwords and use that. And finally, for WordPress, you can use any of these different security tools. So in my case, I have used something called as Loginizer. So this is like helps secure the login part of my website. And finally, make sure you are using a HTTPS or basically an SSL. So SSL is nothing but it helps secure your website for taking any inputs. And SSL is one of the most important things. If let's say your website does not have a valid SSL, Google will not even let anyone visit your website, because Google Chrome itself directly blocks those websites. Basically what it's all about in improving the overall experience of the user. But yeah, like that's basically what technical SEO is all about, right? Making sure that you're connecting or communicating with Google properly, you're letting it crawl properly, so that all of your all the things that you want it to crawl gets crawled. All the things that you don't want it to crawl will not get crawled using robots.txt. And you submit sitemap so that it becomes easier for us to for it to understand like what is the things that it can look at. Then you use indexing or basically you optimize indexing to make sure that all the pages are properly indexed, and the canonical URLs are taken care of, the redirects are taken care of, and you're also using rich snippets with the indexing so that you can get better traffic. After that, it's important to work on your technical aspects of your website, which includes the site speed, mobile friendliness, not having like intrusive aspects of your website, and having a proper security of page SEO. So let's understand what is off page SEO, right? So um, we already talked about this a little bit, but basically off page SEO is nothing but what others tell about your website, right? So when it comes to off page SEO, it's basically the actions that you've performed beyond your website. So this is no longer limited to just your website, but it is beyond your website. Maybe you're doing something on someone else's website, or doing an outreach and so forth. um, the sole purpose of this is to help improve your authority and your position in search engine results. So that's what off page SEO is all about. Now, let's try to understand like some of the aspects around this, right? And like the main thing when it comes to off-page SEO is basically link building. Obviously, there are certain other things that you can also look at, but the primary driving factor of off-page SEO is nothing but the backlinks, or the links that you build. Now, what are these links, right? So these are nothing but links that are pointing towards your website. So this is one of the most important component of SEO, by the way. And if your SEO campaign is ignoring link building, then it's basically missing out a major chunk of opportunity. So basically what happens is, if your website does not have good links pointing to your page, then search engines will not be able to understand the authority of it. So it may also not be possible to rank on search engines because of that. In fact, there have been multiple studies that were done to validate this claim, and overall, what has been noticed is that if people are building links, the probability of them ranking higher is like basically ranking on the top becomes much more higher. So, but that does not mean that you just start building any kind of link and all. So that is what I'm going to talk about here. And I want you guys to listen to this very carefully because this is going to be a very important aspect. If you mess around with how you build your links, or let's say if you're not doing it properly, you may end up providing bad signals to Google. And when that happens, Google will basically sometimes even block or not index your website. And that means like your entire SEO will fail. So hear me out on all the things that I'm saying, because this is going to be very important. Okay. Now, when it comes to link building, what exactly it is, right? It's nothing but a process of getting links from third-party websites that are pointing to your own website. Okay. But one thing that you need to make sure is it is from websites which are in your own niche or within your own category or industry. So for example, if you see in this illustration over here, maybe there is a website called as Fitness Weekly, and this Fitness Weekly has created some article or something and added a link. Now, this other website has basically added the link to your website. So for your website, that becomes a backlink, because that is the link through which you're getting traffic, or you're getting some kind of an authority as well. So that is nothing but what a backlink is. And to your website, uh, if you notice something, like even in this illustration, the other website is a Fitness Weekly website, which is related to fitness. And on your website, you're basically talking about how to run a marathon. So both of these are actually related to the same category or the same niche. So these are like some of the important things that you need to be aware of. Now, um, When it comes to ranking, right? So when I say ranking, it's basically the rank of your website being seen when someone types it. So just to give you guys a quick example, when I type shoes online, Mintra is rank 1, AGO is rank 2, Flipkart is rank 3, right? Because that is how they are showing up. So basically, this ranking, if you want to improve it, if you want to go to the top, you actually need good backlinks, because that is when, no matter how good your content is, while content is relevant, the credibility of the content is also important. And I'm going to quickly touch upon something called as EAT as well. Tajamul, you were mentioning that quite often, so I thought like I'll mention that today. But the basic thing is that it is very important that you have proper backlinks to your website in addition to good content, and that is when you will be able to rank properly in terms of SEO. And at the end of the day, it's basically the more relevant votes that you have, because backlinks are nothing but like votes to your website, right? But more relevant votes that you have, the higher your site will rank. Now, when it comes to link building overall, it actually adds value to the page that it links to. So that's nothing but page authority. It's a bit of dated concept now, but there is something called as page authority, which is basically, let's say if Mintra.com is a website or a domain, then Mintra.com/shoes is a page. Slash kids, or sorry, slash shop slash kids, this is another page, right? So the more number of people who are linking to this page, the authority of this page increases, while the authority of Mintra will also increase. So a page authority is different from a domain authority. So that's what like I'm talking about here. Like, one is it will add value to your page, all the pages that you have on your website. And second is it will also add value to your entire domain and improve your domain authority. The third thing is it will help search engine understand what your website is all about. Now, if you remember, I was mentioning, right, like the links on your website should be from relevant people or relevant website, or websites that are into the relevant niche, etc. So when a bunch of relevant niche website actually have a link to you, or they are saying like they are going to your website, that gives a very good understanding to Google that your website can be a good authority for that particular topic. So that's something which is also a very important aspect. And the final thing is you will also get traffic for the same. Domain authority is nothing but the overall authority that your domain has. So there are some metrics that like third-party websites like Moz actually have created for this. You can measure that. I'll be talking about that shortly, but it's nothing but the authority of your website, and a way to measure that authority, nothing else. This helps you understand how good of a domain, or how good of a website, any kind of website is. It usually ranges from 0 to 100, and the highest domain authority means that it's a better, like basically that website has a higher authority and whatever it is trying to do. What happens is domain authority is not a signal for ranking, or it is not a factor of ranking. It's just one of the things that Google looks at to understand what kind of authority your domain holds. However, the number that I'm talking about is just an indicator that third-party websites have developed so that we can understand how good a domain is. Google has their own algorithm towards it. I'll talk about it in depth on like what exactly those numbers mean and how you can utilize that. But overall, it's not a direct ranking factor. It's just a way for you to understand if you're getting a backlink from a high authority domain, that means you have higher chances of ranking. Why would other website link our websites, like link into their website? Can you explain? So there are multiple reasons. So as you rightly identified, everyone in the world is selfish, right? They would not do anything unless until like they get something out of it. So I have some strategies around that, which I'll be discussing in the upcoming slides. But overall, there are a lot of different reasons. Like for example, you could be providing some content to them or something which is good for them, and in turn of that, they would be linking back to you. So that's one of the best ways for you to do it. What happens is if someone is actually asking you to pay for a backlink, there's a high chance that they are also asking like 100 others. So that's probably not a good way for you to generate or get backlinks, because it may end up looking like a spam backlink. So that's what I'm in fact talking about over here also, right? Like backlinks have to be relevant. If not, they will be considered spam. So, and in fact, if they are considered spam, they will end up hurting your website. So basically what happens is uh, the topic of the page the link is on partly is determined by the partly determines the value of the link, and a link from a page that has the same topic as the receiving page is far more valuable than a link from a page about an entirely different topic. So just what I was talking about, that it should be relevant and it should not look like spammy, or it should not look like something that you have just bought and all. Google looks at all of these things, and the process of buying backlinks and all, that is considered black hat. So when I say black hat, it's something that has a higher chance of getting banned from Google as well. While you may see some initial short term gains from it, like for a month or two, after that your website will have a high chance of getting banned as well. So it's a very important thing for you to make sure that all the links that you build are relevant and natural. So I'll also talk about what natural looks like. So now this is what I was talking about, right? Like there are different types of backlinks. There are backlinks which can make a probably very small difference. They may have low authority, and they can be kind of relevant to the topic that you're talking about, etc. So should you get these links? You can. It is not going to hurt you at all, but at the same time, it may not be as impactful as some of the other links. Second would be the backlinks that can make a big difference. Okay. When I say big difference, basically these backlinks would be from websites that have a high authority, and they would also have high relevance to the topic or to the website that you are basically building. Then there is the third one, which are links. So in backlinks also, there are certain links that can actually hurt your rankings. And those are something that you should avoid. So as I just mentioned, having spammy or a website which is, just full of links and all, or just spamming links or creating backlinks for no reason, or maybe they just are a link mill, right? Like they charge a fee and then they will have like a bunch of links posted across different blog posts and all. So all of those things will actually hurt your website. So it is a very good idea that you avoid those. And then there is also something called as bad PR backlink. So one thing I wanted to clarify is, so some of you may know, but for those of you don't know, but there's something called as PR, online PR or digital PR, which is nothing but a digital press release of some kind of an update on your website. Maybe you're launching a product, or maybe you're trying to do some kind of a change, and you want journalists to write about that, right? So you would be contacting journalists, or you would be doing a press release of that content. Now, if you do that press release wherein you have just one link to going back to your website, and the rest of the content is actually a content that is newsworthy or something that you want people to be aware of, that's a good PR. But if you're just doing press release for the sake of getting backlinks, or for the sake of adding bunch of backlinks to that, and getting some links and all, that is bad PR, and that will actually hurt your rankings as well, and as well as it will hurt your authority. So you should avoid all of those things. How do you differentiate between high quality and low quality backlinks? Because if you are a famous website, you're bound to get backlinks without your efforts. So I'll definitely tell you how you can differentiate between high quality and low quality backlinks. But overall, when it comes to if let's say you already have a good high authority website, there's a good chance that you will be building a lot of links. And as you're doing this SEO process of monitoring your links, seeing like who are the people who are linking back to you, etc., sometimes you will see that there are certain backlinks which are actually going to be harmful for you. So there is a way for you to disavow, like basically disavow those links with you saying that, okay, these are the links that I don't want to follow, or these are the links that I'm like not letting through and all. And you can basically do that to make sure that any kind of effort or any kind of website that you have does not get hurt because of it. So in fact, in black hat SEO, sometimes what people do is they will try to crub their competitors by building those bad links. So that is one of the ways that you can like crub or manage this. Is there any tool to know which website are good or bad to have backlinks of a website? Yeah, you can actually use many tools. So for example, Moz, SEM Rush, etc. So you can just do a quick check of what kind of authority they have, if they have any, let's say, toxic links or something like that. So there are actually tools for that. I will in fact talk about some of the tools for the same thing, how to find whether it has low authority or high authority. So there's a tool for that, again, as I mentioned. So I'll actually show you. So there's something called as Moz. Moz is a very good tool to check authority, and also they have this free tool, which is like domain analysis. If you just click on that, analyze domain, and you'll be able to analyze a bunch of domain, right? So if I say Myntra.com, check authority, and you'll be able to see like what kind of authority Myntra.com has. It has 77. So out of like between 0 to 100, it has 77, and there are 24,100 domains that are linking to it, linking it to its root domain, that is Myntra.com, and there are 70,000 plus keywords where it is ranking, and it also has a spam score of 36%. But given that it has a high authority and all, probably like you can understand. So this is also a way that you can quickly understand like if this domain is going to be spammy or not. So you also get that spam score from here. You can use Moz domain analysis for this. Then you'll also get details on the top pages by links. You'll know like, okay, these are the ones, and top linking domains from where it is getting its links and what is their domain authority. So from YouTube, it has a lot of links. It has from LinkedIn, which have like 199 domain authority, Microsoft, which has 99, Apple, which has 99. Apparently, Mozilla is also linking to Myntra, which has 99. So you get a pretty good idea. Then it also talks about discovered and lost linking domains across last 60 days. Estimated clicks, top ranking keywords. So you have all of these details available, and based on this, you can get a quick understanding of how good of a domain this is, and if you should be working with this domain or not, or if this is a good domain for you to backlink with as well. Can you please explain shortly how Moz SEM Rush works? How do they get data? Yeah, sure. So basically, uh, when it comes to Moz, SEM Rush, and all of these tools, right? Just like Google, they also have a bunch of crawlers, and they also have a bunch of bots, etc. And these bots actually go to a different type of data sets and gather all of those. It goes to Google, for example. It collects data from Google directly on different aspects. It collects data on different websites based on their ranking and based on the links that they have. And it has its own algorithms based on which it determines multiple things. So in fact, this authority number that you're seeing, right? Domain authority, page authority, and all, these are the numbers that these tools have themselves come up with. This is not a number that is mentioned by Google. However, this is a number that helps us at least understand what could be the overall authority of a particular domain, etc. Right. So this is more like a directional number. It's not something I would say exactly accurate, but it at least like gives you a direction of what you should be doing, etc. And usually, given that these tools are already so old in the system, the amount of data that they have developed gives them a good authority on making those guesses and making those estimates. So that is the reason, since we don't have any other data, they are the ones who basically rule the entire SEO scene, I would say. How much domain authority should a backlink get can be used. Given that you cannot exactly choose or basically select like, okay, these are the domains that you want to work with, it becomes incredibly tough. I would say as long as it has at least 30 to 40 authority, that is good enough for you to get links from. If it is like less than 25 or 20, etc., it is low authority, but it is still good enough. I would be wary of the ones which have like very low authority, but overall like 20, 15 is still okay. Is how you can go with it. If you are getting links from very high authority like 60 and all, then that's probably a very good thing. So most of these tools are paid, by the way, but they also like sometimes offer some kind of a limited free version or free areas of certain tools that you can utilize. So like I have some of the links to some of the free tools also. Like I'll be sharing them in the further slides. Language does play a role, because as I just mentioned, your backlink should come from a website which is in your own niche. So if it is actually linking to you, um, and if it is within the same niche and just in a different language, it is still a good thing. But at the same time, if let's say if it is in a different language as well as in a different niche, probably I wouldn't want to get those backlinks. If I already have them, I can leave them. It is not going to harm my website in any way. But like if I would want to absolutely like reach out to them and have them add backlinks, I would not want to do that. As for the shelf life of backlinks, there's actually no shelf life as such. It completely depends on the life of the website itself, which is providing the backlink, as I mentioned. So if maybe the website is going down, or maybe if the website has some issues, or maybe it shuts down or removes the pages, then that's completely up to them. And that is how you like your backlinks are gone. But as long as the website decides to keep it up, the backlink will be there. So you can create those backlinks. Basically, when it comes to backlinks, there are like three different types of it. One is a backlink which you ask for. So you're literally going out to other websites and you're asking these backlinks. Second is your own backlinks. These are the backlinks that you're setting up yourself. So for example, you go on YouTube, you create your own profile and you set it up. You go on Facebook, you set it up. You go on Instagram, you set it up, right? So these are your own backlinks. Google doesn't really care about these backlinks. And like it is good to have, because people will be able to go to your website from the different social media websites. But overall for Google, social media backlinks doesn't really matter as a ranking factor. And the third is the earned links. So these are the backlinks that you automatically gain based on the content that you have, based on the content that people actually like, and they want to share it with others through different sources that they have. So that's how it is. Is it dependent on how your product or service is? In a way, yes, that is also one of the signals, I would say, but that's not what a domain authority is all about. It's about how much other websites are also linking you, and how good of a content you have, etc. So there is something called as EAT. I'll be explaining about that like shortly in one of the slides. So before that, I wanted to share the traits of a high quality backlink. So I've been talking about backlink so much, right? And you guys have been also asking like, what is a high quality backlink? So I'll just quickly talk about some of the traits of a high quality backlink overall, so that you can also judge like what could be a good quality of a backlink that you're getting. So the number one trait is basically that they come from trusted or authoritative websites. So just imagine, right? Would you want to get backlinks from a website like New York Times, or just some random website that was spun up like just yesterday, right? So obviously you would prefer to get it from New York Times. So that is nothing but the authority of the website. And that is exactly how Google feels about it. So when you say New York Times, Google knows like, okay, that's a media house, and for them to link a website, that's a big deal. So that's a high authority talking about something. So that creates a sort of trust. So that is how Google feels about different websites, and that is basically what the concept of domain authority is. So when these websites, when high authority websites, as you can definitely check the authority of a website using Moz and the Moz toolbar. When you have these high authority websites linking to your own, you also start to get some authority. Like, okay, probably because you're getting the link from a high authority website, probably you also have some good authority. That's the reason they are linking back to you. Now, we just like looked at Moz for that. We just looked at Myntra, in fact, for the same thing. So we have already covered this. Now, the second part is basically the link should include your target keyword, right? So what happens is, so there is something called as anchor links, or basically the links that you're actually getting. So for example, if I go to Wikipedia, I think I was searching for Commonwealth yesterday, right? Yeah. So in Wikipedia, if you notice, like these are internal links that we just talked about last time, but at the bottom, they also have sources. So these are basically references or the sources, and these are nothing but all the other outer website links. So for example, Commonwealth Charter is something that they are linking here. And this is what a backlink basically looks like, right? So they have offered a backlink to the Commonwealth Charter. Looks like it's an archive page, not a good example. Let me take this one, Commonwealth About Us, right? So this is like retrieved on 10th September. And if you notice, there are two aspects to it. So if I just right click on it, if I just do inspect, so bear with me a little bit. Don't worry if you're not able to understand. I'll try my best to explain this part. So when I did a right click inspect, it showed this. So this is the part where it has the link, right? So in this particular link, if you notice, the text of the link is the Commonwealth About Us. So this is nothing but the anchor text. Okay. And the second is it has the URL. So this URL is nothing but the commonwealth.org/about-us. So that is the anchor link. That is actually like the link where this website is providing the backlink for. Now, if you notice, there is also something else in this which is called as no follow. We'll quickly talk about this also. But overall, this is what a backlink looks like, right? It's nothing but there is going to be an anchor text and there is going to be a link to your website. So sometimes people or news media or blog article, etc., would have the link to your website with an anchor text saying like, okay, it was sourced from this website, or it was sourced from this brand. Or sometimes it's like, okay, if you want, maybe if you're offering like real estate or something, probably it'll be like, okay, you can get it from this particular page or something like that, right? So that is how it works. Please explain anchor text and link. So this is nothing but a HTML concept, but nothing but an anchor text is what you see written on the web page. So let's say if on the website, wherever you see, if the text is something like click here, that is the anchor text. And when you click on it, what happens is it opens a link. That link is nothing but the anchor link within the anchor text. So that is what this is, right? So click here, within click here, it will have a link. So that is what anchor link and anchor text is. If we used anchor text on keyword for like so many times through backlinks, is Google consider as bot, or does it affect keyword ranking already, which already in top 20? Okay, so it is okay to use, or it is a good thing if, let's say, your target keyword is actually the anchor word, and then that is the backlink that you're getting. But what basically happens is, um, if you're using it too many times, or if it is actually spread across too many different websites with the same anchor text and all, Google will actually consider that as a spam. So that's what, in fact, I'm talking in the next slide, that anchor text spamming is something which is very real. So essentially, let's say if every backlink to your website has the same word in it, so probably your keyword is shoes, buy shoes online is the keyword, and almost like 100 backlinks you have, and all the 100 backlinks have the same anchor text, which is like buy shoes online, and it goes to your link. So that is not a natural thing, right? So Google will be like, okay, that doesn't look natural, and they will basically not go with that at all. So for Google, if you have something like that, that's nothing but Google will consider that as spam. The only exception to this rule is that if it is your brand name. So if your brand name is the anchor text, it's completely fine. Naked URL is fine. Brand text is fine. So basically your brand name or the domain name, that is also fine. Yeah. So the third trait of a high quality backlink is that the page linking to you should be topically related to your website, right? This we already discussed, but it is a very important thing because Google expects that link come from websites in your own niche or in your own particular industry. The fourth, so this is like, it's okay if you have no follow links also. While Google and other search engines do ignore no follow link, having a do follow link is a very good thing. So first of all, what is do follow and what is no follow, right? So basically, a do follow, what that means is it tells the website is basically telling Google or any crawler that they should definitely follow this link because this is a backlink that they are sharing, etc. If they don't mention anything, that is also a do follow by default. But if they are mentioning, that means that they want it to follow. But sometimes some of the links they will mention no follow. In Wikipedia, I just showed that to you as well, right? Like over here with this particular text, when we look at it, it has rel equals to no follow. What this means is Wikipedia is saying that it is not important for Google to follow or any crawler to follow this link because this is just added as a reference. So, however, it is okay to have no follow links also because that's also a type of backlink, and sometimes you get traffic from those backlinks. But if possible, try to get do follow links or basically without any mention of these, so that you will actually have the spiders or basically the crawlers also going to your website and being able to track or transfer some of the authority of the website. The number 5 is make sure that the backlinks that you get are from a new domain. This is nothing but something that is added in a piece of code. So as I just showed, right? So this is nothing but like a HTML code that is added when you're linking to a website. So within that HTML code, there is the anchor text. Click here is the anchor text in this particular example, yourwebsite.com. So this is the URL. But for this URL, you can say if you want to add any attribute. So this is nothing but an attribute. So when you have a no follow attribute, that means you're saying that the crawlers should not go to this website. A user can go to this website by clicking on the URL and all when a user is visiting the website. But by saying no follow, you're telling the crawler who's visiting the particular website that, okay, you don't want them to go to this other website also. Do follow is nothing but the opposite of that. In do follow, you're basically saying that they should follow it. So even if the do follow is not mentioned and no follow is not mentioned, that's still fine as long as it is just a link. That's completely fine. I think no follow is similar to robot texting. Yeah, for your understanding, I would say it's similar to that only, wherein basically in robots.txt, that is for the entire website. But in this case, this is just for that particular link. Is Wikipedia a backlink? So Wikipedia is a website, and over on Wikipedia, there are backlinks added in the references section. So that's it. So what usually happens is, so one thing you need to understand, so this is a very quick summary on what Wikipedia is, right? Wikipedia, all the content that you see on it is written by people, normal people like you and me. We can also create our own Wikipedia articles, etc. And whatever we put on Wikipedia is actually reviewed by someone else who's also a contributor or a volunteer in Wikipedia. So once they validate it, based on that, they'll be like, okay, this looks like a valid source, this looks like a valid source, this looks like a valid text, etc. So once you log in, for example, you'll actually be able to update and edit this. So as you can see, there is an edit option, right? If I want, I can edit this completely. I can completely edit this. I can include my own link in the source and all. And then I can also like say that, okay, this is the source that I'm linking, etc. But as I just mentioned, it is one, going to be validated. Second, it may help in getting traffic, but how often do you actually go to the sources to visit that URL? And finally, like it may not be that great in terms of SEO, but overall, this is also one thing that you can sort of do to get some traffic. As I mentioned, having a no follow backlink is also a good thing to get traffic, but it may not help as much in SEO. Okay. So that's do follow and no follow. And finally, it is very important that the new backlinks that you get. So let's say you got backlink number 1, backlink number 2, and backlink number 3, so, right? But if all of these 3 backlinks are from the same website or from the same domain, that is not going to be beneficial for you. But if these 3 are from 3 different domains, that is going to be very helpful for you. So whenever you're building backlinks, try to get backlinks from multiple different type of websites. It is okay for the same website to link you like multiple times, that's fine, but overall you will not see a lot of return from those additional links. So whenever you're building your backlinks or you're trying to build backlinks, try to focus on this aspect, which is you should try to onboard a new domain and not just work with the existing domain to get more links. Yeah, it is definitely a disadvantage. Basically, see, as I just mentioned, so on-page SEO will help in making sure that you have the right content. And using technical SEO, you can make sure that Google knows that you have the right content. But that's about it. For you to make sure that you're ranking or you're beating your competitor, you have to get backlink. So unless and until you get backlinks, you'll not be able to beat your competitor. Because let's say if tomorrow your competitor will copy the same content that you have, maybe modify or change it a little bit, just because it has more backlinks, it may outrank you with your own content. So that is a very real case, and that happens quite normally. So as an SEO, it is very important that you focus on page SEO. It is very important that you focus on technical SEO, but building links is also very important aspects. Even if you're able to get one link in a month, as long as that's a high quality link, that itself is a good thing. So it's all about making sure that those links are natural. It shouldn't be like something that you have just spammed and all. Uh, as long as you're building links naturally, that's perfectly fine. And in fact, I have personally seen even when it comes to SEO, right? SEO services itself are super costly when these are offered. And even the ones who are like the top pros in SEO, people who are like charging $10,000 per month and all, even they will be like sometimes only building 1 or 2 links in a month. But those 2 links that they build will be such high authority, will be so relevant that it itself will be enough to give a high rank and a high boost. So that is the value that they are offering. So it's not about, getting more number of links, but it's about getting that high quality backlink that can be relevant for you. And that is what is important. Having backlinks from different domain website helps increasing the authority rankings too. Yeah, absolutely. Because if those other website or different domain websites have good authority, some of that authority will also be transferred to you, or basically will help you increase your own authority as well. So now, before I talk about building links, I wanted to share something very important, right? Which is eat. So this is not like eating and recipes and all of those things. This is like actual thing that Google has. It's nothing but expertise, authority, and trust. We have been so far talking about how you should look at trusted websites and all, but when you're building links, it is also important that you have a clarity on this, so that the links that you're building and even the websites that you look at to build links, or whatever content you're sharing, etc., follows all of these things that I'm going to talk about. So basically, Google scores your website based on these three factors. These three factors may not be a way for you to get a high rank, but basically this is how Google understands a lot of details about how good of a website you are, right? So this is a guideline that Google has basically shared. It's like a big guideline, right? This was updated in December of last year. It has a bunch of different things. It definitely has experience as well, as you mentioned, EAT. But overall, these are the three things that are most important. So that's the reason I'm just talking about this right now. So basically, what they're looking for is someone who has expertise, basically the expertise of the person who's creating the content. They are looking at authoritativeness, they're looking at trustworthiness of the content creator. The content creator should be trustworthy and authoritative. The content itself should also be authoritative and trustworthy. The website should also be authoritative and trustworthy. So this is an excerpt from the source that I just linked. So in this, it actually mentions it better. And Jasmeet, yes, thanks for correcting it. It also involves experience. So now the question is, on your website, how do you make sure to have all of those things? I've created a checklist for you for the same thing. So basically, these are some of the things that you need to look at or monitor. The first is tell Google about you. So in terms of your experience and expertise, make sure that your website actually has an about us page. It has like a team page if you have a team, or if you're publishing an article, make sure you have an author page as well as the author is linked with that article. Collaborate with known people. So, collaborate with known people. So this basically means that if you're writing any content, it is a good idea for you to collaborate with people who have already good names in this, or maybe take their help or take some excerpt from them, or just connect with them and get some of the talking points or some kind of a testimonial or something like that. Because that way, what happens is you're actually making sure that you're also sharing the expertise and the experience part on the blogs or articles that you're building. The third thing is you should keep your content very clear and straight to the point. It should not have a lot of fluff. When I say fluff, basically it should not be indirectly talking about certain things. It should be like, okay, this is what it is, this is what it is, point A, point B, point C, and that's it. So it should be very clear and straight to the point. And like the minute someone visits your website, they should have a clear understanding of what they can expect. And in the start only, maybe you can include exactly how they could navigate the entire content if it's a long content, and all of those things, right? So this way, it's very easy for everyone to also make sure, basically for Google also to understand, like, okay, this is a good website or a good authority website, which is very clearly talking about the topic. The fourth is make sure that you're updating the content regularly. So as time passes, obviously there's changes that are happening, things are getting updated, things are changing, right? So based as things change, some things that you may have talked about earlier might have also changed. So it is very important that you keep a record of what content you have, or maybe just what are the performing content that you have. And for all of those content, make sure it is updated based on what is happening latest. Fifth is link to high quality sources. So as I just showed you guys yesterday also, like whenever you're like it's not just about building backlinks for your own content, but if you're also creating links or adding links to your own content for other high authority websites. So for example, Wikipedia is a very good example, or maybe some kind of an educational website or some kind of a government resource, that is still a good thing. So add those high quality sources. Sixth point is consider multiple viewpoints. So basically what this means is try to see or try to identify what are the different angles for your content, what are the different areas that you can cover the same content from. So this way what happens is Google knows that you're not just talking about it from a single point of view, you actually have the expertise to put forward on what are the different areas in it and what are the things that you need to make sure for the same. And finally, manage and maintain your online reputation. So what this means is basically making sure that the type of reviews you're getting, or let's say if someone is criticizing the content that you have, or maybe someone is criticizing your brand itself, have some kind of a reputation management in place so that your reputation online is also good enough, because this reputation will help improve the trustworthiness of your website and the brand. So these are the few things that you should keep in mind when you're building the backlinks or getting the backlinks, because these are also some of the ways that you can make sure that the backlinks you're developing are also going to be of good quality and actually help you out, since you have all of these things put in place properly. Look like some of my slides were outdated, so I've updated that accordingly. I was like, it is EEAT, experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. So as I'll be sharing the slide with all of you, you should also have the correct information. I've updated the content accordingly, but overall the checklist still stays the same, because this checklist will actually help you make sure that you have a good EAT. Google has verified our business, but after my business is not visible on search engine. What are the steps to be taken care to see Google My Business on search engine? Only managing people can view and manage the business, but not for the people. So basically, when it comes to Google My Business, that's a part of local SEO. I don't think I've included that as a part of the slides, but I'll share it with you, because definitely that's a part of SEO as well. And basically, when it comes to Google My Business, since it is not your website, there are only very limited ways that you can optimize upon it, but there are still ways that you can definitely optimize, right? So the first thing that you need to do is, based on the locations of your business, try to make sure that you're updating the business details properly. You're including all the services that you offer. You're adding updates. You're posting updates. You have a good photo of your business overall. The services offered. If you have any reviews, then you're replying to those reviews. So those are some of the things that you should be doing. If you do that as often, what happens is, let's say if you're offering a business on, give me one example of what a business or a niche or something like that. Advocate. Okay. So if you have a local business, which is basically offering lawyer services and all, probably in the services page or the services part of Google My Business, you can include what are the different type of law services that you're offering. Is it criminal law, or if it is let's say some kind of a marriage law maybe, or just some kind of a general law details that you're doing, is it child law maybe, or some kind of employment law, whatever those services are or the expertise that you have, you mention those. And in addition, when you mention those, what happens is when someone is searching for a specific lawyer, for example, on Google Maps or even on Google directly, the chances of your business appearing will become higher if they are searching within your area or where your office is. So having those things updated or mentioned, don't try to stuff those keywords and all, just mention them, that is good enough. If you just mention those, and if as you start getting good reviews and all, your business will automatically pick up. But also make sure that your reviews, etc., are not all of them are like 5-star reviews, because that is again shady. Not a lot of businesses would want to work with, because it will basically not look natural, right? So that's the reason. So try to get good reviews as well. Try to respond to the reviews if they are saying something. If it's a feedback, try to take it positively. By doing all of these things, Google will see your business as a business that is active, and that is actually going to help anyone who wants to get some help. In fact, on Google My Business, there's also a way that you can enable chat. So people can just send you a message or something like that. So enable all of these, use all the functionalities that are available, keep it updated. That itself will be enough to get you visibility, because it is localized SEO, right? Because of that, the chances of you getting the visibility becomes higher, because within your area, it completely depends on how many other competitors are there. So within your zip code, let's say 1 kilometer radius, if there are not a lot of people, that means you already have a very good advantage. All that matters now is increasing that presence, and that itself will get you the results. Not exactly. So sometimes what happens is the first page may be the same. A lot of times that happens because, again, the searches are based on the location and all. But oftentimes I've also seen that they may be different. So overall, it completely depends on what is the intent that Google has been able to identify of the keyword. So let's say if the keyword is lawyers near me, probably the intent is that they want to find lawyers that are near them. So they will Google will basically show a maps result, right? So if I just put that, for example, lawyers near me. See, the first, so this is a ad, ignore this, but all of these results, if you see, are nothing but Google Map results, because this is the main thing uh, as the intent that is coming out. Okay, so popular times, yeah. So there is something called as popular times, right? This basically tells me uh, at which point of time, how many people are visiting a particular business. So this is a data that Google tracks automatically. And when they do that, what happens is they are able to also determine that because a lot of people are maybe visiting a specific a lawyer, probably that is a good one, because they are also available online. Probably that is a good one for them to put on the top. So there are multiple signals. It's not just a few signals, but for you to get the best results, it's just trying to see like what are the signals that you can utilize and leverage. Let's get to it, right? Link building strategies. So like these are basically some of the basic strategies, or some of the strategies that are most popular. Obviously, if you have a different strategy or a way, if you're already in this for some time, you may come up with a different method. But overall, these are some of the popular link building strategies. But before that, I wanted to share some of the fundamental things, right? So first thing is, make sure that you have key pages for popular products or services on your website. So what this means is, if you're offering certain services or certain products and all, make sure you have those pages ready, and those pages are properly added with all the content. It has all the proper content optimization done. It is good for backlink, and also it is able to communicate properly to Google about all of those things as well, with the rich snippets, etc. Second is focus on creating inbound links. So we already discussed about this, but make sure that you also have inbound links for some of these pages. Maybe if you are offering certain services, you can have some blog posts which are linking back to some of these services as well. So having those inbound links can actually help you create a proper network of this. Third is link velocity. Okay, so this is a very important one. This is the rate at which a piece of content or a page on your website earns links over time. This link velocity should appear natural. So, for example, let's say if you launched a page today, and in, let's say, just one day, you certainly got like 50 links or 100 backlinks for your page. That's not natural. So you have to make sure that the link velocity, or the way, or the number of links that you're earning over time, is completely natural, and it's not something that is artificial, as that will actually penalize your website. And next is guest post on relevant or trustworthy websites. So guest posting is one of the methods. And when you're doing this guest posting, you should do it only on websites that are highly relevant or trustworthy, so that you are able to get good backlinks from them. And finally, analyze your competitors' backlink. Analyze your competitors' backlinks and identify link opportunities using various SEO tools like SEMrush. Okay, so with this fundamentals down, let's look at some of the top link building strategies overall. So link building strategies, right? Let's look at some of the quick ones to understand. These are some of the top building strategies, in fact. But let me tell you that all of these strategies are some things that take a lot of time. So if you think like probably within just a few minutes or just a few link clicks, you're able to build links and all, that's not going to happen, because SEO is something that is time consuming. And this is what it means, right? It means like you should be spending time on making sure that you're properly utilizing all of the content, you're properly outreaching the right people, getting the right sources, and then building links with them. Guest posting, paid or free, which is better if both have good DA area? Urmila, I would say it completely depends. So some oftentimes paid guest posting is also okay. Just make sure that they have a low spam score. You can use mods to identify that, right? So just make sure that they have a low spam score and all. And if they do, like that should be good enough for you to proceed. Okay, so what are these 5 different strategies, right? So first one is outreach. Plain and simple, ask for links. It can be through different methods. I'll talk about the top method, which is guest posting. But it's basically reaching out to people and asking if they can offer backlinks to us in exchange for us giving them something else. Something else could be, so something else could be like some kind of a content, some kind of an additional detail, some kind of an infographic, etc. So that's basically what you can provide in this. Then you can also become a source for journalists. So this is basically HARO, or basically happy. So there's an acronym, I keep forgetting it. It's called as Help a Reporter Out, HARO. So basically using this, you can actually become a source. This requires a lot of time and effort, by the way, mind you, but that effort actually pays out if you do it properly. So this is also one of the ways. So that is the reason when I say that having a backlink for maybe like 1 or 2 backlinks in a month is okay. That is the reason, because some of the times getting those backlinks itself is a very big task. And if you do get those are very high authority backlinks which are relevant for you, and that itself will give you a very good rank. Third is broken link building. So this is essentially you identifying broken links, maybe of your competitors and all, and just contacting the people who have those broken links and telling them, since that link is broken, they can probably link yours. I'll explain more about what this means. Fourth is create linkable assets. So this one is a bit more simpler in the work that you do, but um, it is like a hit and run kind of a thing, wherein sometimes it may work, sometimes it may not. But essentially, the goal here should be that you should create assets, or you should create things that others would want to use. If that happens, your assets getting linked or earning links becomes that much more easy. And finally, examine competitor backlinks. Based on that examination, identify what are the strategies that they are utilizing, what are the gaps that you have from them, and based on that, see if you can utilize some of them for your own. So let's get into these things and understand a little bit more about what exactly they are. Okay, so link building outreach, right? So when it comes to outreach, it's like you're basically by writing guest blogs. Uh, Guest blog is nothing but you are writing an article for someone else's blog or someone else's website. The reason you would do that is so that you can get a backlink from that. Sharing ebooks. So this is like, let's say if you want to share certain ebooks and all, and you can outreach to people like, okay, we have this ebook available. Would you like to link it? It's a free ebook or something like that. For them, it becomes like a asset or something to talk about. For you, it becomes like a backlink. Or visual assets. Visual assets can be things like infographics that you've developed, or some kind of a graphic that you've developed and all. So for example, even when I was building this slide, I was searching for some of the infographics and all. And for that, I would, once I find them, I would basically link them over here, or at least add them, right? So that is also one of the ways that a lot of people create content. And if you have your own visual assets, that also becomes one of the ways for you to get or build backlinks. So all of this revolves around you asking them to get a backlink in exchange for them to use your assets, plain and simple. So for this particular session, we are going to take the example of guest blogging. So guest blogging is obviously relevant, and m- it is very important that when you're doing guest blogging, it is relevant to your specific industry and actually gives you an opportunity to brand yourself. So when you're doing guest blogging, oftentimes the websites will have you as an author on their own website. So over there, you can also brand yourself. And you remember EAT, right, of Google. When you're branding yourself and getting authority for yourself, and if you have the same authority on your own website's pages, that's going to be a very strong signal for Google to know that whatever you're writing is a good thing because you are an industry expert. And this is validated on the guest post that you have maybe written for Times of India, for example. So this way you can brand yourself as an expert as well as a thought leader. So guest post, it can help you build links. In addition to that, it can help you build your brand and make sure that you also build authority over your expertise and experience. Second is posting on guest sites that already have millions of fans or basically millions of people visiting that website to drive traffic to your own website. So one is obviously to help yourself, right, to help your authority, but second is also in terms of getting traffic from it. So let's look at one of the very simplest way for you to start doing that, right? Just do a quick search, and maybe if let's say you are into law like Kiran is over here, or maybe you are into travel or some kind of a bakery or something like that, right? So whatever that is, just search for that particular name plus write for us. Oftentimes you will actually find websites which have some kind of URL like this, right? Times of India has for travel. There's another website. So all of these websites that come on the top would usually have those. And once you go to these websites, you can actually see someone else's posts as well, right? When you do that, you can check, you can just do a back search for that author and also identify some of the other places where you can do a guest posting. So let's actually try to do this as an example, live example. So I'm going to go with See, the minute I did that, there are so many websites that came up. So there is Law Blog, Law and Other Things, Legal Rock. Let me just go with this one for now. Now, this is nothing but how you can do a guest post for basically for free. So they have a guideline, okay, like what it should be all about, how the article should be submitted, and all of these things, right? Article author details are also something that they would be asking, etc. So with all of this, now let's just go to some of the blog posts. Let's just go with this one. We can see it is written by someone called as Eshan. Eshan has 5 articles, right? So let's just search for this guy. He is a legal editor. Now, let's just try to find some of his articles. So there is an article on law and other things. There is a profile of his on this and this also, right? So on ResearchGate, on MuckRack. So ResearchGate, I'm guessing like even they have a place for you to, add your own articles, etc. So probably that's the reason he also has us. So yeah, discover research knowledge and stay connected to the world of science. So probably you can also put your own publications here. So this is another website where you can do publications. Then Ishan had also submitted to this particular website. So I'm sure like even this website is where that you can also write or put articles and all, right? So these are some of the ways for you to very quickly identify like within your niche what are the websites that allow them to write for themselves or basically allow the guest postings so that you can do free guest posting. And second, based on the existing guest posting of existing authors, you can also find other places which are also good and which may not show up just from here. So this is like a very quick way for you to start your guest posting journey, I would say, to do link building. When it comes to outreach, it can be for anything. If your name is already being used somewhere, that's a good thing. And people will be more inclined to add a link for you. The chances of you getting a link will be basically higher, right? Guest post is also one of the way. Overall, it's what are you offering to them for them to add that link, right? So that is what you should be looking at. And that is what the entire outreach part is all about. Okay, so with that said, let's look at the second one, which is becoming a source yourself. So a very good way for you to build high quality links by sharing content is basically by sharing content with journalists, reporters, and bloggers. So this is nothing but a service called as Help a Reporter Out, or HARO. So you can just go to this URL. I'll anyway share that PPT, but you can also take this as a reference. So over here, you can either sign up as a journalist wherein you're looking for content, or you can sign up as a source. And big media outlets like all of these that you're seeing over here actually utilize this as a source overall. So basically they want to get content from here so that for them it becomes easier to publish content. So on this website, just sign up by saying like you're a source, go to your account. So by default, you once you sign up as a source, what happens is you get signed up to a majority of the preferences and all. But if you go to your account and under HARO preferences, so there's a section called as HARO preferences. It will look something like this. You can select which industries you want to write for. So what you need to understand, since you're saying you're a source, you're basically going to write content for them. So you can select what are the different areas that you want to write for. Some of them might not be available for you because they may have certain limitations. But once you select those, you just have to keep an eye out for the requests that you get. So over email, you'll get some of the requests for those different content. So it will look something like this, like for business and finance, for example, there will be a list of different requests that journalists have. So let's say if you want to select this one, what are your favorite Shopify themes and why? This is a request from this particular website. So if you do that, you will get a quick summary on the right side. If you see, right, This is the one. So summary is, what are your favorite Shopify themes and why? This was asked by Nicole in the business and finance category. This is their email, and this is the media outlet, Nicole Elizabeth, whatever the name is, right? If this is a good domain, and if it is matching what you're trying to do, so in that case, this makes sense for you. So it will include a deadline. Like for example, as you can see, it says like 10 p.m. by 30 March is the deadline. And then it will have a query. What are your favorite Shopify themes and why? This will be an extremely comprehensive blog, so please provide as much information as possible. And within the requirements, they will also mention like, please provide a link to the theme and the Shopify store. Using the theme, feel free to also provide beautiful screenshots. So this is the entire requirement that this person has. So that you will look basically get something like this. Now, what you need to do is, based on this requirement, if you feel like this is good enough, you can actually send or provide your own contribution towards this to this particular writer in a brief, or maybe you can share like a very good pitch, like, okay, why you want to do this, or basically you're pitching to them like, okay, you want to write this content and help them out. And when you do that, obviously it is, as I mentioned, it will take a lot of work, and it will take a lot of work, but this can be a very good way for you to build backlinks, because once you write that content, you can actually include backlinks to your website in that content. And if that content gets posted on the media outlets, that's basically a backlink that you have earned. So that's how it works. And there are other services like Haro as well, like Quoted, Source Bottle, Help a B2B Writer. So feel free to look at these, but this is also one of the way for you to build links. Okay, so let's proceed to the next one. So these are the two that I wanted to particularly explain. The next ones are fairly simple, and actually two of them utilize SEMrush. So we'll also be going through SEMrush, by the way. Don't worry. So okay, broken link building, right? So this is the third one that I had mentioned. So basically, what happens is, oftentimes there are obviously backlinks that your competitor already has, right? But those backlinks, what happens is a lot of those backlinks sometimes get broken, in the sense some of the pages where the link is going may not be working. So that becomes an opportunity for you. So your goal in this is basically to identify all of those opportunities, see if there are existing other domains that are linking to those pages. And if there are, you can actually contact those pages and ask them to link your own page, because you may provide a page that is actually working. So this is another strategy, and you can basically use the backlink analysis tool for this. I'll show you like how this works and how we can do this when I'm doing the SEMrush demo. But yeah, this is another way for you to basically get backlinks. The next one is creating linkable assets. What this means is basically creating assets that can be linked by others. So it can be infographics, some kind of an original research that you have done, or some kind of an in-depth guide and all. So when you put that forward, what happens is there is a high chance that people may use your content and put it on their own website. And when they do it, oftentimes they also link back a source, like this is the source from where they got the particular infographic, etc. So that way you can get some, or you can basically earn some backlinks. One of the good way to identify what kind of asset or what kind of content to create is again to look at your competitors' backlink profile. That will give you a guidance on what are the assets, or what are the types of assets that you can actually build to make this happen. So that's basically on this one. And finally, examining or doing a competitor analysis, right? So while the last two strategies that I mentioned uses your own competitors majorly, or the fourth one does not actually directly use your competitor. But overall, just like those two things, you can actually do a proper competitive analysis to understand and reverse engineer their own strategies, and that itself will help you do a proper link building. So this would include like what type of content are actually like basically based on the backlinks that the competitors have, right? You'll understand like what type of content would get the backlinks most, so you would not have to do that guessing game. You can see like who are the leaders in your niche, or who are the people who are actually leading in your niche. You will also get a good idea about the type of topics, the style of writing it. Is it like a short form topic or a long form? If they are writing a lot of text, very little text, maybe they are using a lot of infographics or videos, or maybe it's like just some casual content that they're writing, or maybe it is more formally written. Based on what type of pattern of topics or what type of pattern of content is performing better, you can also take all of this research with you and create your own content in the similar manner. This way, what will happen is whatever you're trying to build will be more towards what people are actually looking for or are okay to provide backlinks for. And that becomes your winning strategy as well, because you're basically piggybacking on what is already working for your competitors. So these are basically some of the strategies. Now, as I said, like some of these uses tools like SEMrush. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to do a walkthrough of the tool itself, which is SEMrush. So we're going to do a proper backlink analysis and website audit through that tool. We will look at our own any of the website, like we will look at a website to understand like what are the things that can be there in that. We'll look at its competitors and how we can leverage all of those competitors overall. So what is SEMrush, right? So SEMrush is nothing but a tool that it actually has a lot of data on SEO, content marketing, and it will help a lot in competitive research as well as PPC and social media as well in today's days and age. So one thing that you need to be aware of is SEO is nothing but a guessing game. When I say that, it's nothing but you trying to guess what Google would rank, and based on that, you would want to make sure that you're also ranking accordingly. So what happens with this is there are some strategies and some methods that are rooted in some of the things that Google shares or some of the hints that Google gives. And that is what we as SEO marketers try to leverage or utilize. So in fact, all that eat that I was talking about, and all the things that I'm telling in terms of authority and the content and all, those are the things which are long term and which will last longer and will always be there. It may change a little bit, it may update a little bit based on the changes that Google does to its algorithms, but overall your goal should be to focus on building that proper foundation and building a proper foundation on content, on your technical SEO, as well as on the backlinks as well. So that's the reason, don't chase backlinks, chase good backlinks. That it's okay if you have less in quantity as long as it's a good backlink. So that is what you should focus on. SEO is all about quality. It's not about doing some small tricks and getting ranking. That may work short term, but that is definitely not something that will help you long term, and it may in fact long term hurt your overall presence and website. So let's look at SEMrush, right? What is SEMrush? So SEMrush, as I said, like it's nothing but a tool It's nothing but a tool that gives you different key metrics across all the different areas like SEO, content marketing, and competitive research. In fact, it also gives you metrics on PPC as well. So if you want to do a competitive analysis on what kind of Google ads keywords someone is running, you can also do that with SEMrush. Again, all of this data is purely speculative and an estimated guess at best, but this gives you a very good direction of what to look at and how to go ahead with. So with that said, like this is the dashboard. Ahref and SEMrush, which is better tool for SEO from your point of view? I think both of them are quite good. Both of them actually are very strong competitor against each other. And overall, I would say for an SEO, you can go with any of them. SEMrush, I personally feel it's a little cheaper than Ahref because of the report limitation and all. But at the end of the day, it's your personal choice. Both of them more or less offer similar kind of data and features. Okay, so with that said, since I did not get any domain, let me see. Maybe I'll go with something on lawyer in India. Let me just go with this as a keyword and see what are the domains I can get for this. There's not much search volume for this one. Okay. Okay, because it's in the United States, that's the reason. India. Okay, so this one has decent search volume. There are decent, this one also. SERP analysis, let's see. Okay, it may take some time. Let me go with money control that Debayan had mentioned. Okay, so the minute you put a search in this, you get certain options like domain overview, keyword overview. For now, we are going to go with a domain overview. So in domain overview, it gives you a quick overview of the domain entirely in terms of its authority score. So authority score, you remember, right? We saw it in Moz. So in SEMrush also we have it. Overall money control has a 95 authority score, which is very high. Okay, organic search traffic, it has like 161 million, which is almost like 16 crore people visiting its website every day. Paid traffic looks like there isn't like much of a paid campaigns that they're running, so that's why we don't see that. Backlinks, look at this. They have 114 million, which is like 11.4 crores backlinks that they have. So this is how massive and big it is. And overall, it gives you a very good idea of the entire organic amount of traffic that they have. What are the features that they are leveraging, like top stories, local pack, knowledge panel, image pack. So these are basically the rich snippets that I was talking about yesterday, right? So reviews also they are leveraging, video also they are leveraging. So I have all of that quick information here. I also have information on the distribution of traffic by country. It's primarily from India. Then what are the top organic keywords for which it gets the most traffic from? So apparently money control, its own name, is where it gets a lot of traffic from. Then Nifty is another one. Adani Power share price, Tata Steel share price. So all of these share price related keywords are also where it gets a lot of traffic from. Then there is keyword by intent. So if you remember, we were segregating keywords across different intent, right? So this is also something that you get directly over here. You have organic position distribution. So it gives you a very quick view of understanding, like when it comes to organic position, what percentage of distribution it is ranking in 1 to 3. It's 8% of its total rankings. Then 7% is 4 to 10. 10% is 11 to 20. Overall, pretty good, right? You also have competitive positioning map. This is the position in SERP ranking for all the pages that are indexed. So it basically, if you see over here, where was that? So basically, if you see, these are the overall pages that they have. So let's say around 1 million some pages that they have. So all of those pages, how they are distributed in terms of the rankings. So this is the organic. There's almost like 113,000 pages that rank between 1 to 3. Then there are almost like 1 lakh pages that rank between 4 to 10. So you remember ranking, right? So when I search for something, there is ranking. So that is what this organic position distribution is all about. Yeah. So if I click on this, I'll get that data. One second. Okay. So it's not going there for some reason. But yeah, that's the number. That's what the metric is.
Okay.
Yeah. Then there is a competitive positioning map. So this is nothing but it shows like where money control is positioned among its competitors and what are its competitors. So if you want to identify your competitors, this again is a very useful tool to do that, because you can directly know like, okay, these are your competitors. Business Standard is a competitor. Grow is a competitor. The reason they are competitors is because they are actually getting traffic from keywords which are similar to money control. That is what it judges the competition based on. So with this, let's say if I want to understand or analyze the traffic of Grow, I can do that. I can get details for that. If I want to do it for, let's say, investing.com, I can also do that and get information on that. So all of that detail is available for me and a very quick overview over here as well. Similar kind of data is also available for Google Ads. But since they are not using Google Ads for this particular domain, so that's the reason the data is not there. And this is the backlinks analysis, right? So this is again a quick overview of the backlinks. So for example, it tells you over here like they have a backlink from HCL Tech, and it is to this particular article, Davos 2023, and it's a no follow backlink. As I mentioned, follow and no follow. So basically, there are these two are no follow backlinks. This is a follow backlink and such. So follow is nothing but the do follow backlink. So they have this one, which is like from daily news highlights. They have a backlink to money control, like what is Mediterranean diet and why is it trending? Apparently, money control also lights about lifestyle and all. Then there is backlink type. So are people, you remember anchor text, right? So if they are using anchor text, that is like the backlink text type of anchor. If they are using image as a backlink or image as an anchor, so that can also be done. So you can basically have an image. Behind the image, you can have a URL. You can do it through HTML. So looks like 7% of its backlink are image based. Then there is like a form based, then there is like a frame they are using and such. So this also gives you like a quick overview of the backlink types, and then the follow and the no follow links are also segregated. In addition to that, we also have the top anchors. So if you remember, I was talking about the anchors, right? So these are some of the top anchors. Money Control itself, their own brand name is one of the top anchors for them, or the anchor text. And then we have the referring domains. So my Plexus, apparently, like this is a very top referring domain, which has like almost 64 million backlinks. And these are all the pages that are indexed of money control. Yeah, so this is what I had explained in the first session. Basically, when it comes to informational is nothing but when someone has an intent of just getting information, that's it. So when there's a keyword which is looking to get information, so that's the informational content, or sorry, informational intent. Navigational is someone just trying to navigate to certain area or a certain website. Commercial is they want to do some transaction, but they don't know yet. They are just searching, or they are just trying to consider certain services. Transactional is where they are ready to make the purchase or make a buy. So if we go to view details, you can actually see like, okay, whether is informational keyword, YouTube is a navigational keyword. Apparently for that also they are getting some traffic. Flipkart, I don't know what this is. Google Translate, IPC. So these are navigational keywords. Then restaurants is a little commercial, so that's the reason it has tagged it as commercial. So that is basically what this is like an automatic tagging that SEMrush does for some of the keywords. Automatically, it is trying to identify the intent, and based on that, we can understand like, okay, what are the top keywords, or what are the different types of keywords that people might be looking for, and then landing on money control through that. So where do we use image backlink? You remember I was talking about infographics and all. So if let's say you're sharing infographics and you want to share a link back to the source, so in that case, basically image backlinks are used. But basically what I mean to say is, if you are linking an image, so if let's say someone is having an infographic and that infographic is linked to a domain, so that's basically a backlink through the image. So that's like the image backlink type. Okay, so this is the domain overview and all of these details, right? Or organic and all. In addition to that, so as you can see, this is again money control. So money control, I don't have access to any of their data, but through SEMrush, I'm able to get access to all of that, right? I'm able to at least get an guesstimate or an estimated number of total number of pages someone is visiting per time, like how much time they are spending on average duration. They are spending like almost 20 minutes on average, and what kind of bounce rate they have. All of these metrics I have available. So if I go to traffic analytics, for example, I can see like how many unique visitors have visited it in February, how many total visitors actually visited the page, what was the total amount of time, what are the pages they visited. As I can see, because February was a budget season, looks like budget was one of the top visited pages. Then what are the traffic sources? So for example, let's say if it was direct, it was search, referral, social, or maybe through paid. So apparently they also have some paid traffic, as it says. Then it also shows about like top sources. It shows like a traffic journey over here, very beautifully driven journey, which says like from like how much percentage is from direct, how much percentage is from Google, uh, um, Google APIs, Twitter, AMP. So AMP is again like from Google only in a way. And then after money control, where do they go to? So it looks like from money control, people then go to google.com, sometimes Google APIs, sometimes clicking on ads. That is what double click is. Sometimes Twitter, and so forth, right? So it gives a very good overview of what is happening, and I can get a very good understanding of like, okay, what are the top pages that are being visited, what are, let's say, top subfolders that are being visited, or basically top categories, etc. I get a very good view. So in addition to that, there's also like an audience overview. Okay, so it looks like I'll have to pay more for that. Traffic journey is available, which we just looked at. Then the top pages. Okay. So okay, so it looks like I'll have to pay more for some of these things. But yeah, you get the idea, right? So you have all of these information available, even though you are not directly the owner of the website. So in addition to that, you also have organic research, and this is actually a very important part of this tool, wherein you get to know like what are the top organic keywords that they have, or they are getting traffic from. So I can just directly go to this, and based on that, if I like, let's say, sorted by traffic, I can see they are getting most traffic from money control, from Nifty as a keyword, from share price related keywords. See, I can see like all of these share price related. Taiwan index is also getting a lot of traffic. Sensex today, Kospi, mostly looks like it's share price related things. And see, all of these are share price related. Most of the traffic is coming from there only. Stock market is another keyword. It's like India VIX is another keyword. India VIX is also probably they are looking for the price, or basically the how much value it is at. So mostly share price is where it is shining, and that is where most of the traffic that it is getting is what I can understand from this, right? Then I have position changes, like how the positions are changing overall. It tells me like how many pages are newly getting listed, how many pages actually improved in the search rank position, how many actually declined, and then how many actually lost their position altogether. So I have that data available. I have competitors data available, like what are the different competitors and the URLs, how many common keywords it has with those competitors, and like overall, like what kind of traffic, and if let's say if it was paid, like what could be the cost of it. Pages. Along with pages, I also have this very nice infographic on what type of intent the keywords had before they landed on these pages, and the subdomains. So with this, I can understand or get a very good understanding of, okay, like this is what money control has in terms of their entire like SERP analysis, etc. What kind of keywords they have, what kind of competitors they have. Now, what I can also do is I can go to keyword gap analysis. So let's say if money control is my own website, and if I want to compare it with Grow, so see it already listed on the competitors, I can also do a quick comparison, and I can know like what these the keywords that are within this are the keywords that are common. These are the keywords of money control, and these are the keywords that are missing. So if all of these keywords are relevant for me, probably I can also target them and start to get traffic from these keywords as well. So uh, as you can see, like it basically has a proper list of this, right? So if I just say missing, it gives me a quick list of what are all the keywords that are missing. Then based on the intent, based on the volume, and how much traffic it is getting, maybe I can just sort it with this. So, okay, so Grow has some kind of a calculator, some kind of a loan calculator, Aadhaar, and a bunch of other things, right? So if I want, I can actually do a quick analysis of this. I can also probably sort it by search volume to see like if maybe this is going to be a good win for me or not. And from here, I can quickly see like, okay, these are some of the keywords that could be useful for me. So this is another way for me to utilize this tool, which is identifying gaps and then leveraging the same. Then there is something called as backlink gap as well. So this is a different type of comparison altogether. This is in terms of what kind of gap there is in terms of backlinks overall. So HubSpot looks like HubSpot actually is having a link for Grow, but I don't have that link at all. Glassdoor has a link for Grow, but I don't have it at all. But probably I'm not looking to get a link from Glassdoor, right? Maybe if there is something interesting from this, and if that is relevant, I would want to get a link to that. So that is what I can do very quickly over here. Now, with all of this said, uh, how do I use it for link building? So I was mentioning, like you can also do a lot of link building and link building strategies using this. So before I get into the keyword research, I just wanted to close off that link building strategies part. So there is something called as backlink analytics that it has. It's a very good tool wherein you can do a very quick analysis on what are the different backlinks that a website has, etc. Instead of money control, I'm thinking I'll go with a different website. So let's say I am an e-commerce website and I want to see like what kind of backlinks AGO has, right? So I'm on AGO right now. Oh, I'm getting some suggestions now. Cool. So I'll take one of these suggestions as separate one. So in this, if you see, I have a very quick understanding of uh, what kind of backlinks AGO has. So over 99 backlinks were found 2 days ago. Now, obviously, AGO is a very massive website, so it makes sense for them to get these many backlinks. And this is like basically, let's just assume like this is my website, right? So I can see like there are 13.7 thousand, so basically like 13,700 domains that are referring to me. These are like unique domains, and across these domains there are 4.6 million, which is like 46 lakhs backlinks that are available. Now, in addition to that, the total unique visits for this particular domain were 32.6 million. And this is because of almost like 1 million keywords, or 9 lakh keywords, you can say. So this gives me a very good idea, and there's also like a quick network graph that they have created, like when it comes to backlinks, how relevant these backlinks are. Authority score, it has a 83 authority score. It says the link power is great. Link power is nothing but when it comes to the backlinks the domain has, what kind of quality those backlinks have. Organic traffic is also amazing from basically because of these backlinks and all. It has good ranking, so it also has good organic traffic. And natural profile, so I was saying, right, link should feel or be natural. Your link building should completely be natural, and that is what this is measuring, like if this is natural or not. And looks like it is completely natural. It has a natural ratio of follow to no follow links. It has a unique backlink profile, diverse pool of referring IP address and IP subnet. So this is also something that is checked, that the hosting of your domains, or the ones who are actually providing the backlink, is also diverse enough, or across different areas or different countries and such. Because they also offer affiliate marketing and all, right? So oftentimes people would be adding their referral links as an example, right? So definitely they would have a lot more links. So that's the reason, if they gain like 100 link in an hour, that's completely natural, because that's expected out of them. So you can also see how the referring domains have increased over time, how the backlinks have increased over time. And then we can also see like the new versus lost referring domains, new versus lost backlinks, and like what are the top anchors. So as I mentioned, like this is the anchor: buy blacks sport shoes, buy white casual shoes. So all of these anchors is also something that is available. Now the question is, how do you use this information for your own? So now that we have understanding, like, okay, this is what they have. So let's say if I want to do a better analysis of what kind of backlinks they are, I can just go to this backlink section. Now, once I go to this backlink section, I'll be able to check like what are the places from where they are getting the backlinks. And based on that, I can see if these are the places which are good, or something that I can replicate myself. Now, second thing that I can also do is I can see what are the backlinks that they have lost. So I can see that they basically lost some of the backlinks here. So I can check like if they have lost this backlink, maybe there's an opportunity for me over here to get my own backlink over here. So let's say, for example, this is where the AGO backlink was there, which is now lost. So if I go to this, let me just go to this particular website itself. So maybe I can get a backlink over here, right? So looks like it's not very relevant. So in that case, I'll not go for it also. But this gives me a very quick idea of what to look at. It completely depends. So like oftentimes what happens is maybe there's an event, or maybe some kind of a plan. Like let's say maybe they have launched something or something like that, right? In those cases, some of the existing articles may become outdated. So a lot of people may be updating those articles with the fresh links, or maybe some of the pages have moved. Some of those things could have been happening, right? So because of that, sometimes you will see that on the same time, they would be losing and gaining the backlinks a lot, bank offers, etc. also. So that is the reason you would usually see something like that. I feel like because this is a magazine website, right? Probably they had a link earlier, but now they don't anymore, because maybe they are no longer promoting it, or maybe the magazine that was linking it is outdated, that they have removed that link. So it could be any of those things. So if I want, I can also see, right? So this is what they were promoting. There was some kind of a chain pouch shoulder bag and some kind of a heel sandals. So looks like they probably that was from an old magazine, or some kind of a old magazine which was linking it. So that's why they might have removed it. So you can definitely do an analysis based on your relevance and all, and see like if you can replace it with your own page. And if that is an opportunity, you can just reach out to that particular website. So this is where the outreach happens, right? You can reach out to those websites and see if you can get your own links over there. Let's go to referring domains section. So through this, you'll know like what are the domains that is referring AGO a lot, and how many backlinks those domains have. And if you can probably identify an opportunity with them as well. So looks like this is something that this domain basically is something that AGO recently lost, and that could also be one of the opportunity, right? So A to Z offer, looks like this is an offer website. Yeah, it's a classified website. So over here, AGO basically lost their links. Maybe it, but looks like it is still there. So I'm not sure. But yeah, overall, like you can also identify like what are the different referring links over there. Then index pages is basically what are the pages that are actually indexed, and how many backlinks those pages have. Now, you remember I was saying the broken link analysis that you can do. So let's say if I just click this broken pages, I'll get to see what are the pages that are not working, and if it has backlinks or not. So I can see that this page, uh, basically this is a page of a specific website, looks like it is no longer working. So now what I can do is I can just click this backlinks for this page, and I'll know like these are the pages where the backlink is available. So there's like AGO deals and all. If this is relevant for me, I can actually reach out to these guys and ask them to add my link instead. So that way, I can basically leverage all the broken links of AGO. So this is like online fashion sale. It has a lot of backlinks across 21 domains. So that is also something that I can look at. There is like some kind of a shrug. So this is another opportunity for me that I can look at. I can just like look at the referring domains for this. I'll know like these are the referring domains, and looks like it just lost it. And if I want to know like exactly which pages the backlinks was coming from, I can get that data also. And shrugs for when, looks like this is a very good opportunity, because this was lost. I can just contact this blog and tell it that, okay, why don't you add my shrug instead of the ones that AGO has. So this becomes like a very quick win for you to leverage. So that's basically how you can utilize the overall backlink analysis, right? Like you have a lot of different anchors, you have a lot of different referring domains, you have outbound domains. You can also do a quick audit of the backlink. So let's say, okay, I'm not going to add it for now. So overall, so you also have a backlink tool over here in SEMrush, wherein you can start to do backlinking in a much better way. So they have made it much better, so that you can, instead of doing outreach manually, they have made it a bit simpler. If you're into that, you can actually leverage their tool also. But overall, backlink analytics is a very useful tool that you can utilize as well. 500 is nothing but it's a error, usually a server error. So any kind of an error that starts with 500 is usually some kind of a server error, because of which you see it. So these are nothing but HTML error codes, that you would see for a website, or basically HTML codes for the website. So 200 basically means it is perfectly fine. The 300 ones is, the ones with 300 is basically like a redirect. So let's say if you're redirecting a particular link to any other URL and all, you would use 301, 302, 303 and all. Sorry, it's usually 301 for permanent and 302 for temporary, but you would use some of those different codes for that. So that is how it works. It's nothing but the server communication. So that was the backlink analytics. Now, let's look at some of the other aspects that this tool has, right? SEM Rush. So there is also something which is like a keyword overview tool. So let's say if I go to keyword overview and if I look at law, for example, and I'll search for law in maybe United States, I'll do this time. See, I get a very quick overview of the difficulty of keyword for me to actually utilize it. What is the intent of it? What is the global volume? US has the second highest, India has the highest apparently. Then how many pages are actually getting like listed because of this? If I'm looking at targeting through PPC or basically Google Ads, what could be the CPC? Which is like cost per click of $2.24. What are the keyword variations? What are the questions with the this particular keyword? Like what is martial law? How long is law school? And all of these things. And what are the related keywords? In addition to that, I also get like a SERP analysis. So these are nothing but what is the rank of different websites and how they're ranked. I get some of the ad copies if someone is focusing or targeting this keyword, ad history, and so forth. So with this, I can also know like what are the with this analysis tool, right? With this keyword tool, I can also know what are the domains or what are the websites that are actually ranking for these keywords. So this also becomes a way for me to keep a track of what kind of ranking my own website has also for specific keywords in specific regions or areas. So apart from that, there's again keyword manager. You can like manage your existing keywords list. You have position tracking, wherein you can track position of different keywords that you have. Then there is like organic traffic insights for specific websites or projects that you can create and all. But overall, in terms of research and all, you'll be using the keyword overview tool. You'll be using the backlink. You'll be using the domain overview, traffic analytics, organic research, and the gaps. Apart from that, you also have the site audit, and there are certain different tools for SEO, like local SEO, like listing management, review management. There's also some additional tools for advertising. So this is on Google Ads. All of this is nothing but providing you data to help leverage in different ways. But for SEO, this is basically what you would be looking at primarily. So as I was mentioning earlier, right, in terms of SEO tools, SEM Rush is definitely there, Ahref is definitely there. But apart from that, there is also a tool called as SEO Optimer. There is SEO Site Checkup. SEO Optimer is a free tool. Then there is also small SEO tools. This is something that I personally like because if there are small specific things that you want to check, you can do it very quickly. So you can see like these are the small tools that they have. Image editing tools, keyword tools. If you want to track position of a keyword, if you want to get some suggestions for keywords, do some quick research and all, you have this also available, so that it's free and easy for you to use. It will not have the same level of in-depth data, but it is still something that you can use to get started very quickly. So that's basically what is there in terms of different tools. But overall, the goal with all of this is to make sure that once you have done all of this thing, right, you're also measuring the success of SEO. You are tracking the data of your keyword, the targeting keywords that you have, what kind of rank they have, and overall, what kind of measurement or how it is working overall, so that you can then redefine or distribute what you would want to do. So yeah, it is also important that you set up an analytics tool, by the way, like Google Analytics and all. You guys might remember that I was talking about Sitekit that is available as a plugin in WordPress. If you use that plugin in WordPress, Google Analytics gets installed by default. So that's like a very easy way for you to start with analytics if you're using WordPress. And using Google Analytics, you can also like define if you have specific KPIs, you can configure your reports and all. And that way you can track it properly. So the final question that comes up, right? Like, what are the key metrics that you should be tracking, or what are the key things that you should be looking at when it comes to SEO? So these are some of the most important metrics that people usually look at, apart from the business metrics. So this does not include the business metric like the sales, revenue, and all. But apart from that, when it comes to SEO, these are some of the important metrics to track. So keyword ranking is nothing but, for a specific keyword, what is the rank of your page, or whatever page is indexed for that keyword, right? If you have a blog article for a keyword, where is it ranking? So keyword ranking is one thing, a very important thing that you should be tracking. Backlink quality and quantity. So this is also something you should keep a track of. We just saw with AGO, right? Like how it was measuring the quality of the backlinks, and also the quality of the quantity of the backlinks overall. We were able to do that analysis through that. So it's a good idea always to keep a track of that. So with SEMrush free version, you can actually do one free search of the backlinks, I believe. So that is something that is at least there for one free search per day. That is what it has. Um, Organic traffic, you should always keep a measure of what kind of organic traffic you're getting, how much it is increasing and all. You can get it from the acquisition section of Google Analytics, how you were able to acquire your traffic. Then time spent on page. So basically, how much time was actually spent on the page on average. You cannot track sales in SEMrush. You can do it in Google Analytics. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, use Google Analytics and make sure you're tracking all your details on that. So some of the things like keyword ranking and backlink quality and quantity and domain authority, these three things, you should use a tool like SEMrush, or you can use something like even small SEO tools and all to get this data. The things like organic traffic, time spent on page, bounce rate, mobile traffic, click-through rate, all of these things, you should be using a tool like Google Analytics to track this. So organic traffic, as I mentioned, it's basically traffic from Google that you're getting, or from other search engines. Time spent on page is nothing but the average time a user spends on your website or the page. Bounce rate is if once they go to your website, after that, if they are not visiting any other page and they are going back, or they are going back to, let's say, a search result and all, that's the bounce rate, or basically exiting the website, right? So that's the bounce rate. So it is important that you try to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. If the bounce rate is high, probably you don't have enough internal links for users to navigate across your website. Mobile traffic. So it is a good idea to keep a track of mobile traffic, and also make sure that you are mobile friendly, because oftentimes for SEO work and all, we use laptops or desktops, right? So we forget what the website could look like on mobile. So it is always a good idea to keep a track of this. And finally, make sure you have a good click-through rate, so that you're able to track from that impression how much clicks you're able to get.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, what are the links from other sites are called? Now, the option for this question are front links, back links, bound links, and hide links. Think thoroughly and put down your answer in the comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Social media marketing. Okay. So we'll talk a bit more about what are the different areas when it comes to social media as well. But all of you are right? Like it's basically there are so many different things. And looking at some of the comments from you guys, it looks like Meta. Basically, Meta owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, right? Meta is the one that sort of has the most coverage across the number of people, especially in India, because in India we don't we ban TikTok, right? So I'm sure if I would have asked this question to someone in US, they would have a different answer altogether. Okay. So let's look at understanding what exactly our goal with this is, right? The basic agenda when it comes to social media marketing. Like obviously we have all of these social media and we are utilizing those social media platforms to market what we want. So be it a business, be it a service, be it ourselves, because there's also like personal branding and so forth. That is basically what social media marketing is. And the main goal for this particular course is to sort of help define or understand what a business's goals around social media is supposed to be. Because what happens is every business, when it comes to social media, there will be different goals. Not every business wants to get the most sales, and there's a reason behind it, right? Because sales is not everything. And when it comes to marketing, oftentimes I see like, okay, how many number of sales did you get, or all of those things as top questions asked. But uh, for a business to grow and for a business to establish themselves as something which can sustain for long time is what uh, is something that will help improve the lifetime value of a customer. Now, what do I mean by lifetime value? Lifetime value is nothing but how many or how much is the customer paying you in the entire lifetime of your business that it exists, right? So, for an example, right, take Zomato. I don't know how many of you remember, but Zomato basically ran these 50% off promotions or marketing, right? Wherein like for any food or anything that you order, you would get like 50% off, and they ran it for quite some time. Now, obviously, those 50% off discounts were offered by Zomato itself. What that means is they were paying the rest of the money and the cost to cover it up. The reason they were doing that is because of the customer lifetime value that they were looking at. Essentially, what happens is because they got people addicted to Zomato's ordering service, people started using it more. And even as they slowly stopped all of those offers, we still use it whenever we think of ordering a food online, right? So if you want to like order some food, there's either Swiggy or Zomato or none of the other names actually come to my mind either. So that is how it is. So it's like when I want to order food, I just go to them. Now what happens with this is uh, over a period of a year, for example, and in this period, take for example this year itself, right, 2022. um, these platforms are no longer running similar offers, and they are actually making some or the other level of profits from the orders that they are getting. So over this period of time, the number of orders that I place essentially becomes the value of mine for this particular year. So they calculate their promotions based on how much I'm willing to use these platforms. Now, one way is obviously you burn money by doing all of these things, right? And all of us know like how that is not such a great idea. Another way is to have people recognize you as a brand. So, as an example, right? So, let's say when I talk about online shopping, what are the brand that comes to your mind first? Amazon, Myntra, Flipkart. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Because we know about these brands, and how do we know about these brands? Through different level of engagement, through different level of us talking to them, right? So there's like different like stages of a marketing. There is the first one, basically. Okay, so like basically there's like different stages of marketing, right? So in that, what happens is there is one stage wherein you look at engagement. There is obviously awareness. Actually, let me just pull up the audience funnel. So this is what basically a funnel looks like, right? So now what happens is um, conversion is obviously a very huge goal for a business. Loyalty and advocacy happens after the conversion, and this is where I was talking about the lifetime value, because of the conversion, the loyalty increases, and as people keep like have the loyalty, they'll keep ordering and or more. And advocacy comes when in they tell others like, why don't you use this platform, or why don't you keep using this platform? So similarly, what happens is even before all of this, there are two stages. One is awareness and another is consideration. So now for us to make sure that the customers are aware of our brand and they are also considering our brand, social media today is one of the key resources or the key methods to do that. Now, why is that? The minute you think of any social media, you see so many different brands talking about their offers and services. But at the same time, one of the things that they do is they also look at engagement. How many people are actually engaging with their posts? Uh, let's say if you're liking their post, if you're viewing their post, if you're commenting on their post, even if you're doing all of these things, as long as you're engaging, you sort of have this mental image that okay, this is a brand that you actually like engaging with. So the next time when you actually are in a stage wherein you're in the market looking for different products, what happens is if you see the same brand which you're engaged with or which you have engaged with in the past, you're more likely to consider that brand than in any other brand. The reason is because you know that brand, you have interacted with that brand, and you sort of build that sort of a trust with that brand. Okay, that even though that brand might not have certain specifications or it might lack in some of the product areas, you will still go for them because you understand that okay, probably after sales service will be better, or maybe their brand is better, or because just you have interacted with them, right? So that is why every business, every company will have a different social media goal. So some of them are just looking to make sure that customers are able to see what are the different products or services they have, or some of them have like a post goal as well, that they should make n number of posts in a day. And I'll talk about some of those brands as well. Then there are some who are looking at engagement as a goal. There are some who are looking at sales as a goal, which is quite obvious. So there are different goals of a brand. So it is very important that we define that. Second is for like basically for you to have a good social media strategy, you need to create one. So that's what it is all about. So we look at creating a social media strategy, what it looks like, and how to audit one if it exists, right? So we'll sort of touch upon that as well. Next, we'll look at improving or creating a social media profile. So we'll look at a few platforms and essentially what are the different things to look at in that. we'll look at creating a content strategy. Essentially, we'll look at a content calendar. And also we'll sort of touch upon analytics, like what are the performance or what are the things that you should be looking at. Okay. Now, with that said, I think we already understand more or less of this, but the key important thing is previously what used to happen before the era of social media is all the information was shared by companies to users. That's it. It was not like users could properly interact with the company. So a good example of this is, let's say you take any website. Before social media, it was like they were just putting or sharing information with the users without knowing what the users wanted or what they were thinking of it, or what their sentiment around that content was. Before social media, you would essentially receive information through, let's say, different offline sources as well. And even in those cases, for a business to know like what the customers are thinking of or what their reaction to it is almost not founded, right? But with social media, there's been a big shift. Essentially, the shift is from one to many. So this is what model I was talking about, from one to many model, right? So essentially, it's like both the brands, and I'm not talking about just a single brand, even your competitor brands, all of you are interacting with users. Then you're also interacting with yourself, in the sense like each other brands. You're also engaging with different areas. Your users are engaging with brands are engaging with users, brands are engaging with brands, and obviously users are also engaging with users, right? So there are so many different type of uh, uh, combinations that you can look at, and the reason that has happened is because of social media. And that is something that you should also focus on when you're doing a let's say social media marketing altogether, right? So there is obviously a formal definition around it, which is like it allows people and businesses to communicate with each other and share information. Basically what we already know and understand, right? So obviously there's no proper defined set of rules, and social media is ever evolving. So it's all about making sure that uh, you think of it as a community, right? Like an active community, and that you can sort of look at a way to sort of interact with each other and talk with one another. And that's what social media is all about, creating those networks and identifying ways to create those networks. A good example of this is how YouTubers often interact with users or take feedback from users in the comment section, right? You will see like they are responding to different comments, and they are also like talking about or like improving their content based on the different comments that they see. The reason is because um, the people who comment, they see that they are actually providing active feedback to the content creator. And by content creator implementing them, they think that they are a part of a community wherein they are actually working with the particular person as well. And this goes hand in hand. Because of this exchange, what happens is there's an active community that gets built, and the engagement that comes through from that is the true essence of what social media is all about, right? And that is where you see a lot of engagement. Now, obviously, when it comes to social media, there are like different like the entire landscape of it has different things based on what you're trying to do or what you're trying to get at and all of those things. So if we look at this particular image, you can see like the vast landscape that there is around social media. You will see that when it comes to learning, listening, adapting, what are the different platforms that are available? When it comes to images, obviously there's Instagram, which is quite popular. I don't know how many of you remember that there used to be Flickr. Then there is obviously a Snapchat that is there. So there are so many different platforms available, right? So similarly, when we come over here, crowd wisdom, we can see like there is like Reddit, which is quite popular. Then there is like BuzzFeed and all of these other platforms. When you look at, let's say, uh, discussion forums. Obviously, there's like Facebook groups. 4chan is also one of the popular forums. Then, so that's the thing. Like when you look at the entire landscape, oftentimes what happens is we get so focused on some of the top platforms that we tend to forget of when how different businesses or different platforms exist based on what their intent is. A good example is also music, right? So or audio is what I would say, wherein there are different streaming platforms available wherein you can upload your audio to Spotify, you can upload it to SoundCloud, you can upload it to Google Podcasts and so many different areas. And that is also a sort of social media because over there, users are interacting with you. They are commenting, they are liking your podcast, they are clicking on links and going to your brand and so many different things. So that is how huge social media landscape is. So it's not just limited to the top platform. It depends on what you're trying to achieve and how you're trying to get there. Now, like when it comes to overall social media marketing, like we were just talking about social media here, but when it comes to social media marketing, right, it's basically the point of it is to reach your target audience. This is the key important thing, knowing your audience, right? By utilizing relevant messages. So the first is target audience, second is your content. So, and then by basically building trust, interaction, and sales. So these are some of the key goal that your businesses can have. Obviously you can have like different type of goals. You can have like you can look at creating awareness for your brand and so many different things, right? But the key thing is for any platform, defining your target audience properly and then utilizing relevant messages or relevant content to reach these audiences. Okay. Obviously, this some of these are a bit old, but as you can see, like social media is everywhere, right? So like basically businesses can promote different things. Restaurants can upload their different images, they can promote their different offers or promotions for the day. Like there's obviously Facebook and brands uploading some of the promotions. So this is like a Christmas promotion that they have around Starbucks. I'm not sure like how many of you know, but Starbucks actually have these red cups which were so popular that essentially for Starbucks there was like a backlog of the number of orders that were. Then there's like different ads. Obviously, then there's LinkedIn. So essentially, if you look at it, the vast majority and the areas where social media is there, like it is huge, and we already noticed that with the landscape. But the way that the brands uses is what is so different, right? Like over here, you can see this is more about creating or sharing a promotion of Starbucks, and they are trying to use the holiday season for that, so that users can get different things. Brand sharing their offers. This is another offer. There's like ads. There's a sponsored post, promoted post ads. So there are different ways that brands use social media, and these are just some, like I would say, drop in a bucket of a method that you're seeing here. So this is, I think, more or less clear to all of you, but I'll just go through this. Uh, for social media, like one thing is, and in fact, like when you're pitching, like why someone should invest in social media, these are some of the important things that you should tell them, right? First is that you actually get access to your target audience. So what this means is, uh, in the traditional media or in any other media, what happens is you don't have such a huge access to the type of target audience that exists on social media. You can target them, you can reach them, you can segment them, you can recognize what are the different types of audiences, what are their different interest, intent, so many different things, right? And at the same time, it is like a gold mine of data. In addition to having proper access to the ones that you want to target, you have so much data available, which can be leveraged for good marketing. And at the same time, it's also something that um, basically does not disrupt whatever you're trying to do. You can target your demographic, be it like whatever location they are in, what type of, let's say, income they have. You can target also people based on who they are or what kind of levels of, let's say, education they have. There are so many different things that you can target with. And when you compare it with the traditional marketing, social media is very cost effective. So, and this is something that I'm sure most of you know, but let's say if you're running a TV commercial or a commercial on a radio, it may cost you like 1 lakh, 10 lakh rupees or whatever that is. But at the same time, the same amount, if you put it in social media, and when you compare both of them, right, the amount of results that you will get in social media is huge. And by far, like it is like the best when you look at it overall. And then obviously you can leverage social media to coordinate with other marketing channels. So it's not like very exclusive, wherein you just use that or you don't use it, and it is not interacting with any other channels, right? So even if you have an offline event, you can actually drive more awareness using social media. You can give them their social media handles. You can run a promotion. Whatever emails you collect, you can create an audience around that. You can work with that and target them as well. Then finally, you also get a good competitive insight. So, and the best way for doing this is just go to any competitor's page, see what type of posts they have, what are they doing, how customers are reacting to that, what are they, how they are actually interacting with them, what is working for them, what is not working for them. There is vast amount of data available, and these insights then also help you drive your own marketing tactics or marketing initiatives that you're carrying on, right? So that is like, these are some of the top reasons I would say, like, why you should invest in social media. Now, when you look at it closely, right, there's essentially four pillars of social media marketing. So the first one is social listening. Okay. When it comes to social media, it's more about having access to like your target audience, right? It's like when you're doing the organic social media optimization or social media marketing, for you to make sure that you're able to optimize towards your target audience is through your content. Essentially, making sure that your content is more relevant to your target audience. So, a good example of this is, let's say, if you are focused on people who are engineers and who are aged between, let's say, 25 to 45, then you get a sense like, okay, probably these are engineers aged between this. Then you next add a mix of the location to it. So let's say maybe they are from India, and then you add another layer to it. So something like, let's say if they are currently having a job. So based on this, you start to build a user persona, right? You utilize this user persona and then you create content towards what this user persona would engage with the most, and that is how you will define like or imp- like improve the access to the target audience that you want to build upon, or engagement that you want to build upon with this target audience. Like that is how I would do it in the organic setting. When it comes to advertisements, obviously, like, you can directly select it within campaign settings and such. It is like a no brainer. You just like select some of the buttons and that's about it. So that's how it is. Yemen is asking, is it even cheaper than Google Ads? Yes, it is. So, like, usually I've seen that when it comes to B2C, especially, Facebook or Instagram and all of these different social medias, even after the iOS update, is still cheaper than Google Ads. However, because of the third-party cookie blocking and such, there are some reduced relevance to the ads, but it is still like cheaper. However, now there is another however here, which is like in Google Ads, they are also improving the different targetings that they have. And they also have different type of channels and networks and all. So like I would say even today, social media is still like cheaper, but if you want to do a proper marketing for any business, even your own business, you should not leave out any channel. You should, because at the end of the day, it's more about like what are the businesses that you can actually factor in, or based on your budget, like what is the best ROI that you can gain, and it will differ based on the networks. From For a good example of this is Facebook can help you develop your mid funnel audiences. So as I was talking about the consideration stage, awareness stage, and so forth. And Google Ads, for example, if you're looking at search advertisement for so in that case, you can directly leverage the lower funnel audiences, wherein like you target the lower funnel keywords and then like get your audiences from there. So while social media is cheaper than Google Ads still is very important because of how it gives access to the lower funnel audience. And frankly speaking, it also have a very good monopoly over that. Okay, so this is an interesting area, right? So when it comes to Instagram and Facebook, I would say both has decent amount of traffic or decent amount of users. But the trend that I've seen so far, and in fact, which is happening in today's day, is Facebook usually has people who are like middle-aged or elderly. So, and if any of you are youngsters who are using Facebook, no disrespect, I'm just talking about the majority here. So what I have usually seen is like Facebook has people who are at least like 25 or older, and Instagram is mostly it has youth. So people that has like, let's say that are more than 15 years of age and less than 25 is the majority like users of the platform. In fact, I would tweak it to 15 to 35, and then like it starts to sort of stagnate from there on. So it all depends on who your target audience is, and based on that, I would say like that will determine like what will bring you most traffic. Okay, let's proceed, right? So I can see that a lot of the conversation that we are having is sort of more advanced in some terms of like what we would be looking at hands-on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some of the parts of this slides to make sure that all of you are aligned with what like social media is or the strategies around it and such. And as we go through it, it is very important if you guys feel a need for me to explain in depth about any of these topics, let me know. Or if you want more examples around some of these topics, let me know as well. So I'll be able to cover that. Okay, so when it comes to social media, right, there's basically like 4 pillars of social media marketing. Now, these pillars essentially determine what you're trying to achieve through social media and how you can achieve those different goals. So when it comes to social media, you can do social listening, you can listen, you can engage with consumers, and this can be a part of customer service as well, right? So oftentimes Twitter is what a lot of users or people use for customer service these days. They just like tweet to a business or a brand wherein they're like, okay, this is an issue I'm facing, I need you to fix it, and they then sort of fix it. But what happens is, because they're using social media, that also gives us a platform to listen to what they are saying, what they are talking about, and how we can make sure that the reputation is good around that, right? So by taking those feedback and just utilizing that and improving the service that we are offering, or the products that we are offering, or let's say the delivery of it, the transportation of it, whatever that is, just by doing that, customers will feel involved. And that is what social media and how social media is important, right? It's like you're listening to your customer, you're listening to your community of customers on social media, and leveraging what feedback they're saying to improve the product and services that you're offering to them. So that is one of the very important pillars of social media. Now, second is social influencing. So you can use social media to essentially share different type of content, different type of information and all, right? So this is something that all of us know, but all of the information that we share can also be used to influence a lot of like decision making. And social listening, for example, if you combine social listening with this, what happens is you can create content by saying that you have listened to them, you understood there were problems or issues somewhere, and you can respond to that by utilizing social media and the content around that, and tell them that you can influence people to know that you are a business who is pro customer, who is pro consumer, and listens to them and implements what they are saying. That builds the brand, that builds or influences people to use your brand more. And that is basically the second pillar of social media, right? Now the next is the networking. Now as you're influencing, as you're listening, another aspect to it is being able to network or identify individuals who can engage with your business, right? And you can also leverage this to talk to other businesses. You can also create engagements, and there are so many different things that you can do in social media altogether. And social networking is just a part of it, which is like one of the very important crux altogether. So for example, let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a survey, you can do that through social networking. If you're trying to find people who would review your products, you can even do that. Or there are n number of things, right? And more or less we are aware that how different ways social media can be utilized for networking with others, engaging with others, or identifying, in fact, like influencers to help promote our products. Now, the fourth is social selling. This is essentially generating leads or sales from the existing customers based on whatever we share on the social media. So, when a- and this is something that I talked about earlier as well, and we saw some examples as well of that, wherein customers would uh, get influenced. They would like look at some of the offers or promotions that we are doing, and through that they would make purchases or at least like sign up or become a lead, right? All of that can be done through social media, and that is what social selling is all about. Okay, so let's look at social media strategy, right? So we understood what social media is all about, and why it is important. At the same time, like what are the different entire like landscape for it and the pillar about it. Now the next part about this is um, understanding the social media marketing strategy and how to create one. So I'm going to talk about that as well. Um, like in like we'll actually go through a calendar ourselves right now. So, okay, so this is something which is actually a huge problem, right? When it comes to social media, what happens is a lot of businesses fail using it properly. Oftentimes, their pages are driven without any planning, any structure. They don't know what kind of strategy to have, or how to basically make sure that their efforts are properly aligned with the goals of the business, right? Now, um, what happens is, and this is very true, I have seen more than 95% of businesses, or not just businesses as well, right? Even individuals who are trying to make it big on social media fail. I'm sure the number is probably bigger now. The reason is of because of so many people out there now, but that is the truth. And the reason it fails is because one, people don't know what the goal is, how to measure the success of something, how to work with the goal or create content around the goal, and then utilize it to help build up your social media profile and essentially work around with it, right? So this is a question for all of you guys. Like, if let's say uh, I have a social media platform, like profile. So maybe let's say I have a Facebook page, and let's say what happened is, I was able to, like, basically I was able to get almost 10,000 people. Okay, so now let's say I have a Facebook page. I created a post. Okay, in this post, I got somewhere around 10,000 likes. Okay, and then comments, there were somewhere around, like, let's say 800 comments or so forth. However, in terms of sales or purchases, I was able to get only one sale. Okay, now this page, it actually has let's say 1 lakh total followers and likes or whatever that is. So now in this case, and the more number of posts that I'm making, the similar results I'm seeing. So let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever these posts are, I'm seeing similar kind of results. Maybe there's a slight change in them, but overall, this is what is happening. So now with this, what do you think I should do? There are two options, right? Option A is, right, because what is happening, for each post I'm spending so much time, I'm getting so many likes and comments, but it's resulting in only one sale. And option B is, right, so out of these two options, if you were in my position, what would you do? It's all about being someone who analyzes data and identify ways to improve whatever you're trying to achieve with social media. Right now, when it comes to analyzing data, what is that data? It's nothing but what you're trying to achieve. This data can be impressions. This data can be traffic. Traffic is nothing but people visiting your website. This data can be sales. It can be any of these goals. It can also be engagement. Now, around these goals, you will basically build, like, okay, maybe in 1 month, you're looking for some level of impressions or sales or traffic and all, right? Now, based on this goal, you will then start to identify strategies to achieve these goals. You will see what is working, what is not working. You will identify ways to improve it. You will identify ways to scale it, basically making it bigger and bigger every other month and every other day, right? So that is how it works. So no matter the best copy that you have, no matter the best content that you have, or whatever the challenge is, it's all about analyzing data, identifying ways to improve it by determining the goal, having a good strategy, and then going forward, right? That is what the social media strategy is all about. So now with this particular problem, uh, oftentimes businesses then start to give up, right? And that is because they don't have that strategy at all. They don't even know, like, how to build that strategy, what kind of plan they should have, what kind of calendar they should have. They're not even aware of that. So overall, it's all about having that sort of a document or definition. So if, let's say, you're a single marketer who handles the entire marketing, let's say you're a a single person who's handling the entire social media of a business. What will happen is, maybe you know, like, what you're trying to do. Maybe you are organized well enough, but as you scale up, as you hire more people to work with you or work under you, what ends up happening is they will not know exactly what they are supposed to do. Similarly, then they are going to be people who are you are going to work with. Maybe they are going to be content creators. They are going to be salespeople. There's going to be a product team, right? There's going to be a technology team. There are so many different teams. So for all of them to know what your goal is, what you're trying to achieve, how you're going to achieve it, making this plan and making this strategy is very important. So and creating that document is also important. So I have a like a template of sorts that I'm going to like play around with and show you as I do that, so that we can look at an example of what it looks like. But basically, it's all about determining that best strategy, right? Like best practices around what you're supposed to do, how you should address your business goal, how you should utilize the resources that you have available, defining your target audiences, defining your industries, the channels you operate, and so many different things. So that is basically what the document should have overall. Now, when it comes to defining your target audience, we have already done this like exercise just now, but let's do it in a like over at this spreadsheet itself, right? Now, when it comes to an audience, what are the different things that you would look at? There are multiple different things. You would look at the channels. Channels can be, it can be obviously social media is a channel, right? Then there is going to be, let's say, search engine as is a channel. Then uh, there is email marketing. Then when you also look at offline marketing, there are so many different other channels, right? So there are multiple channels that are available. Now within social media, you will have platforms. So you can have a platforms like, let's say, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, all of these different platforms, right? So now what you will be doing is to determine your target audience and determine like what channel and platform to use. You will start to identify who your user exactly is and where you will find them. And this is again something that we have already sort of touched upon, but let's do it through this. Now, in an audience, right? User persona, let's just call it. Now, in this particular audience, what are the different parameters? Let's just look at that, right? So one parameter is going to be age. Then there is location. Then it would be on like profession or education, right? It would also be around, let's say, gender in some cases wherever applicable. Then there will be income. Apart from this, there will be interest. Um, there will be more behaviors. Maybe you can look at some of the behaviors. Okay, so around this, you will determine your user persona 1. Then you can have user persona 2. So a single business can have multiple user personas. Okay, it's not limited to one. This depends on what you're trying to do or what type of like area you're trying to focus on. Around these, let's take a business, right? So we were talking about fashion. Now let's take the business of fashion. Now within fashion, what do you think this business should sell? Let's just see. What do you think we should look at within fashion? Should we go with clothes, accessories, shoes? What do you think we should look at? So let me do two areas, right? Let me look at one, which is accessories, and second is perfume. Sorry, clothes in general. So general clothing, and second is accessories. So this will include things like perfumes. I wouldn't call it perfume exactly, but basically, let's say different type of accessories that comes under it, right? So we have user persona 1, which is like general clothing, and another is accessories. Now, uh, we need to determine what are the different parameters that we are looking to target around these user personas, right? So we will look at, and this will determine the target audience for us. So we are going to look at age. Now, the first thing is, what is this business all about? So let's look at that business as well. We are saying that this is into fashion, but let's just say this is a e-commerce business. Okay, so now, okay, so it's basically into fashion. It is an e-commerce business. It only accepts payments online, has shipping across India. Okay. Let's say clothing. Now let's determine like what the business is all into, right? And this is something every business will be into. So like I'm not talking about big businesses like Myntra and all, but when you look at even Myntra, if you let's just go to Myntra, right, and we'll get a good example from there. Let's just see. Okay, so Myntra, let's just look at something over here. Let's just look at some shirts. Okay, now in this, if you see, this is Roadster, right? So Roadster is a business. When you look at Roadster, they have shirts for men, women, boys, girls. So these are different, I would say, demographics that they are looking at. Second thing that they have is, let's see. Okay, so these are shirts. Let me see if I can have a filter for brand over here. Let me just do that. Roadster. So they, as you can see, they have shirts, t-shirts, shoes, jeans, and so many different things, right? So now with this, what I understand it, let's say if we take Roadster as an example, they are into fashion, they are an e-commerce business, maybe they also have their own website. Then they accept payments online, has shipping across India. So now with all of this and the type of like clothing that you see, what would you say is the ideal demographic in terms of age? What range do you think it would fit under? 20 to 30, 25 to 35, 15 to 30, interesting. 18 to 40, 18 to 35, 18 to 40. Yep. So basically, like the first thing that I like about what you guys told is the majority where they would end up. So when you look at different age groups, right? Usually we start when it comes to age, we start at 18 to let's say somewhere around 25, 28. People have different ranges because these are the people who are still studying, let's say for example, or young professionals, right? Now, from here, we have 26 to usually it's around 40 or 35 or something like that. So in this case, I'm just going to consider this. Then there's like 41 to let's say 55 and finally 55 plus. So and below this is obviously like usually we start with 13 because that's like the legal age for people to use some of the services online, but obviously this can be even lower. So now when you look at all of these different ranges, right? So you get an idea like what type of products that they're offering. And from this, you also understand what percentage of users are more likely to buy these type of clothes. So in case of Roadster, what we understand is there is, let's say, if we have like 100%, right? So out of 100%, there is a chance that maybe 35% will be okay to in this age range will be interested here. Maybe let's say 30% will be interested here. And over here, maybe that's more like 25%. And then whatever we are left with, 100 minus some of this, are interested in, like these people are interested in this. So with this, we understand that if we are going to target people with age between 18 to 40, we will cover over 60% of the market, or at least over 60% of users who are relevant. This helps us define and refine what we are trying to target, right? So that's why you can go a little broader, and then over here you can determine like 18 to 40, just as an example. So obviously these are not like defined in stone that you cannot change. It will differ to different brands. Now, how do you get this data? You can actually use whatever data is already available of the brands and leverage them. If there is no data available, you can look at some of the different industry trends to start with, and then you can slowly also change it. One of the best thing about determining your target audience is that this is live. What I mean by that is this keeps changing based on your business needs, goals, and all, but this helps determine or document what you're trying to do. And that is what this is. We are just creating a document to make sure that we know what we are trying to focus on. And similarly, if someone else in the business looks at it, if the finance guy looks at it, for example, they'll know like what we are trying to do. If the CEO is looking at it, the CEO will understand like, okay, this is what we are trying to achieve, and there is a reason behind why we are trying to do it, right? So that's basically what it is. And if let's say you yourself is a CEO, then probably your investors might be interested in looking at these numbers. Just talking about it, but this document helps you determine it. So similarly, location, we already know we have shipping across India, but since we are e-commerce, which accepts payments online, the probably we will initially limit our targeting to tier 1 and tier 2 cities. Yeah. So now next is profession and education. So since we are looking at these people, and the type of clothing we have is mostly, I would say, casual. And there's also like women's clothing and such. So probably we can go with like students and working professionals. Right. So this is just to narrow down our target. We may also ignore this, wherein we can just say like this is not applicable in our case or something like that. Gender, like because we have for both men and women, this is again not really applicable. Income. Okay, so again, based on these parameters and based on the pricing of the product, you need to see like what kind of income grade these people come under. So obviously, like since you're already targeting tier 1 and tier 2 cities, there's a good chance that these users already have decent income, but this will also help you determine the type of messaging, etc., that you would want to do, right? So let's say, for example, in this case, because this is a clothing brand, probably you would want to have people with so the last I checked, 50,000 per month was an income that a lot of people were looking at as a target. So probably let's just go with that. Again, when you are defining a target audience, this is more for your consideration. Some of these options may or may not be available across social media, but at the same time, this will help you determine what type of advertisement you should build, what type of content you should build, what type of, let's say, a blog post you should be creating. So let's say if you're a fashion like when it comes to Roadster, maybe you're marketing for Roadster. What you will do is, because now you know what type of income these people have, you will start to create content around products which these people can afford. People with, let's say, good income or something like that. Obviously, you will have to play around with this live. In some cases, maybe this may not even be relevant at all, but in some cases, maybe this is relevant. So it's all about the type of content that you will create, the type of products that you will promote, and the different things that you will be sharing, right? So another thing about income is you can probably also look at another piece of data that businesses already have, which would be like the purchasing power, or basically, so customer purchasing power is something that we commonly look at. Now, what happens in this is you basically determine usual customer for Roadster. What is the like average range of how much they are willing to purchase for? Right. So in this case, probably you'll be looking at what maybe they are willing to make purchases between 700 to 2,000 rupees. So that's the range. So based on this, then you will also be looking at identifying the products and all. So this is just one of the ways that you sort of create a target for yourself, like, okay, this is what you're going to focus on, because that is where your major market share is, or major revenue comes from. Okay, so CPP is nothing but you similar to how we determine like what are the age ranges wherein we have most of the purchases. You take like what are the most token amount, or like what are the price points wherein customers are making these purchases, right? So for example, let's say when it clothing, you can just see like what is a price point that your primary customer would be okay with. So, and you can also utilize the history of your purchase data. So for example, let's say if you have 100 different products, right? Now, out of that, what you have noticed is there are like different product sales. So let me just do a quick this thing. Um, Random between 7. So let me just say 500 and 2,500. So let's say in a single day, you saw that these are the overall sales that have happened. So now based on this, what you can do is you can directly do the first thing, which is equals to minimum of this, right? So you will get like what is the minimum value. Then you can look at the max. So max it is at 2,500. Now similarly, what you can do is, so this is like, let's say order number, and this is like order price. So now what you will do is, this is like your minimum and this is like your max. Then you will have your average. So is equal to average. You enter it and you understand like, okay, so overall from all of this, what is the minimum, maximum, or the average price ranges that these users basically have, right? So we got those numbers now. So now from this, what we will be doing is we'll try to analyze like overall from this, where the numbers actually stand. A very quick way for doing that is just taking a small graph of this, but you can also like determine like what are the overall average numbers. So as you can see, like this is the graph, right? So I'm not able to add a line over here. Okay, so but if you were to draw a line, right, you can see like the orders are mostly around this region, right? The price point is mostly around this region. So based on this, we can understand that the maximum orders are coming between above 1,000 rupees and below 2,000 to 200 rupees, right? Again, this is just like an assumption, but this is how you sort of determine like this is, since this is where most of your sales are coming from, that becomes your average range of products that you would look at, and that also determines like what is the maximum sales value you're able to get. So it goes a bit deeper into statistics and all, but if you have a finance guy, that guy can pretty much tell you like how to look at it. Okay, so that's pretty much on the audience, right? So like defining your target audience, who this customer is, and what exactly the focus is and all. And once you do that, right, you look at the calendar, and this is one of the most interesting piece of today's session. I have this like a calendar template for all of you, which we can look at as well. Basically a social media plan, right? Now, let's just assume that probably you are building a content plan. Now, as I mentioned, like you can have different business goals. Let me zoom in a bit for everyone. Okay, so you can have like different business goals. Maybe one of the business goal is to increase brand awareness. Second business goal can be like growing sales. So as you know, like when it comes to social media, there are multiple goals that you can achieve, right? Now, to achieve these business goals. So this is where you define your top level business goal, the main thing that you're trying to do. That is what you will define here. So for this particular business, let me actually consider this one. Yeah. So for this particular business, because they are a fashion and such, let's just say that their strategy is one, to create brand awareness. So let's just retain this one, business goal one, increase brand awareness by whatever the percentage is. So this percentage will be determined based on what you already have. So it can be, let's say, if currently your total, the number of people, or the total brand awareness based on the brand study, you identified that in a specific city or in a specific let's say country, overall somewhere around 1 lakh people are aware of your brand. So now your next goal is to make sure in this particular year, which is like let's just change it to 2023 now. So in the year of 2023, your goal is to add or increase it by at least 50%. So you'll be like increase brand awareness by 50% is your first goal. Now the second is you want to also grow sales. So maybe in the year of 2022, the brand had somewhere around let's say 1 crore rupees of sale, and now you're looking to grow that further by 50%, which is like add more 50 lakhs to it. So total sales you want in the next year should be around 1 lakh, sorry, 1.5 crores, right? So that is your goal now. Now, based on this goal, you need to determine what you're going to do in social media to achieve some of these, right? So now we are going to look at 2023 social media goals. So maybe the first goal that you have is increase web traffic from Instagram. This is just an example, but it will differ based on what you're trying to do. So now by increasing web traffic, there's a good chance your sales will grow. Second is to double Instagram followers in like this particular year. So maybe if you, let's say, have currently somewhere around 50,000 followers, second goal can be to make it to 1 lakh. And if you are able to reach 1 lakh, obviously the more number of people will engage with your brand or your Instagram profile, and the more people who engage with it, the more traffic you get, the more awareness that gets built, and so forth, right? So that is like one of the goals that you can look at. Another can be like getting more number of views. So let's just say Insta Reels, because that's the replacement that we have in like India, right? So this is like how you determine the goals. Now, so basically, this is your top level goal of what you want to achieve for the business. And this is your next level of goal, wherein you're determining what you're trying to achieve on the social media that will help you achieve these business goals, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will try to create pillars of content. These are not content itself. These are more like categories of content that you want to promote. So you can have one pillar around, let's say, um, education, infographics, right? Another can be more around sales or promotions. Another can be more around, let's say, social wellness. I wouldn't call it social wellness. Basically, let's say more around, yeah, helping the helping the earth, helping nature, and all of those things, right? So that's where I'm coming. I'm missing the word here, but basically, this pillar helps you determine and make it broader on what you're trying to go around with. Okay, so another can be more on social wellness. Let me just go with that for now. Okay, yeah, CSR is a good example. So CSR, right? And then another can be more of, let's say, memes or entertainment, right? So now what happens here is, as you can see, based on these goals, we understand that these are the type of content pillars that will help us. Okay, so these are like the higher level of categories of content that you would create. Obviously, you will need sales or promotion related content, which will be more focused on promoting some of the products and all. You can have some of the educational or infographics. This can be related to some level of data of what type of clothing, let's say, customers prefer, or what type of clothes they actually want to buy and such. You can talk about social like CSR, basically like what you're doing for the community, how you're driving or resolving some of the societal issues that there are there. And basically that will also help grow your brand, right? And then you can have some basic memes or entertainment. So you can just look at anything which is trending, create some memes around that, because that is something that a lot of brands do as well, and you would want to be a part of that. So all of these will, one, help your brand. uh, Basically, let's say this will basically help create awareness or improve awareness of your brand. This will also help in awareness of your brand, and also at the same time help people recall your brand more. This will help you generate or curate interest from users, which will end up increasing your overall, let's say, it can help you engage with the users. And finally, this will help in actual sales of the products, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will create some cornerstone content. So based on this, you will create some cornerstone content. Okay, so let me clarify what these are, right? So content pillar is nothing but, think of it as the broader thing, the top thing. So it's more like a category. It's not the content, or it's not the post. It's a category. Cornerstone content is nothing but the main piece of content, or the main source of your content. So for example, let's say if you have an event, so that event will become a source of your content. If let's say you're launching an ebook, that ebook launch will become a source of content. If let's say you have a new product launch, that will become a source of content. Now, next thing what you will do is, from that content, you will create like posts for across different social media formats that you want to put upon. So in a single cornerstone content, you can have like 10 posts, or and in fact, like you can have two blog posts, a few videos and whatnot, right? A good example for that is look at any of the, let's say, mobile phone releases. So what is the latest mobile phone that recently released? iPhone 14, uh, India gadgets. So okay, now if you look at this, right, so there is gadgets 360. So now what they have done is, there is this particular launch. So now for this launch, they have one page. This is basically like a cornerstone or basically category for them, right? Now within this launch, they have a lot of content around what the summary is, what is the pricing, and all of those things. On top of that, there is also something around news. Okay, so when you look at this, you will see like these are the different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14 itself. So it's not a single piece of content. So if you look at this, there are like so many different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14. There is design leak, there is some kind of a operating system information, there is like an assembler information, discounts around it. It can also be some kind of a news about, let's say, increasing supply or decreasing supply. So there are so many different type of contents that they were able to create just around iPhone 14, right? So this is just one of the examples. Now the same content, what they will do is they will put it on Facebook page, they will put it on they will create a YouTube video around it, they will publish that video, then they will also like add some podcast around it, they will share it on Twitter, they will talk like create just for this one blog post, they will create like so many different type of Twitter posts, right? So that is what this is. It's like this iPhone 14 is basically like your cornerstone content. And from that cornerstone, you're creating so many different type of contents across different type of platforms. So I hope this helps clarify like what cornerstone content is, right? Okay, so moving on, right? Like then there is like the social media formats. So now you have different cornerstone contents based on the events that are happening. And for those content, you can determine like what are the formats that you're going to use to publish that. Are you going to look at, let's say, a carousel post? Are you going to look at Facebook post? Maybe you want to do some kind of a partnership, story, reels, whatever that is, right? Like so many different formats that you can determine. So with this, what happens is anytime there is a event or anytime there is a cornerstone content creation, you'll know exactly what are the formats you need to create the content in. Anytime you're creating some kind of a sale or promotion, you'll know what are the formats that you need to create it in. And let's say if some kind of a trend is happening, what are the formats you can use? If there is some kind of like information that you want to share, you'll know what are the format to use. And this way you will have a very high level, again this is a high level view, you will have a very high level view and understanding of what your entire social media strategy is, right? So now that we have this plan, basically what happens is we then look at different areas, like this is where you sort of start to go more granular around it, right? You create a content calendar around it. So you can have like a monthly calendar. So this is like, let's say in a single month, what are the content pillars that you're going to actually focus on? Now, what are the key dates that you're going to focus on as well? So let's say if you're going to focus on certain events that are going to happen in that month, what are those events? What are those holidays? And then from there, you will also look at what are the different cornerstone content that is like you are going to publish for that particular month, right? So let's say if you're going to put some blog posts, some kind of a promotion, what that promotion is, what are the events? If let's say you're running any contest, that will also come under here. And obviously, like you can create, insert a row above, add your own, like whatever you want to add, and then uh, modify it, because at the end of the day, this is a live sheet. And what I mean by that is this is a sheet that will change depending on your business, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. So there are like social media tactics that you can look at, that you can work on different stories, what are the different formats, and you can basically talk about like create a list over here. So this becomes like a very good plan and a very solid plan for your upcoming year, right? And if you go deeper on it, you will you can also create like a weekly view, which talks about in like a single week. So let's say in the week one, what are you actually planning to do, right? So for this platform, at what time, what is the content that you're going to put up, and is it going to be around education, is it going to be a promotion, or whatever that is, right? So you can basically customize it further to determine. So let me actually update this. Yeah. So now, as you can see, like you can select over here, like what are the content pillars that you're looking to target. So let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a promotion, if you're trying to promote some kind of an education or infographics, memes or entertainment, for example. So you can essentially like determine like whatever you want to do directly over here, and based on that you can determine like what are the things that you're going to actually do with them. So what is this cornerstone content going to be for that? What is the content format? What is the, let's say, content going to be all about? And what is the status of it? Link assets to the link to the assets, right? So you can put all of these. This is again like a template. You can customize and modify this based on your own what you're trying to do and how you're trying to move ahead with your social media content. And once you create this, right, you will have a very good view and of what you're trying to do, how you're trying to schedule it, how you're going to like work around with it, or what are the different type of content, what is your strategy around it, why you're even making a post, right? Everything is available for you to view, and that makes it like super easy for you to go ahead with. And as a next part, we basically have something called as like a evergreen content library. So this is nothing but, let's say if you have a point in time wherein you are running out of content and you want to post something, you can just create some of those over here, put them over here, and whenever you think like there is a gap, you can just leverage these. Or at the same time, you can also create a sorry repository of all the different type of content, right? So that's what this is. And like that's something I would say like gives you a decent sense or handle of what you're trying to do. And when I say, and as all of you selected, right, the option B, analyze data and identify ways to info. So this is the first set of data or the foundational data that you have to create to make sure that you're able to at least get a sense of what you're trying to do, what is your strategy, how you're trying to move ahead with it. And based on that, then you can further determine like how you're going to actually work around with it, what is working, what is not working, how you can improve upon that, and so forth.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, social networks are organized primarily around dash dash. Now, for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are number 1, brands, number 2, people, number 3, discussions, and number 4, interest. Think thoroughly and mention your answers in the comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
So basically, when it comes to the calendar, right, let me just talk about some of the different aspects around it first. So when it comes to a calendar, you'll have to determine what you're trying to do based on your business goal, and then sort of break it down into what is the each social media's goal. Then you come at content pillars. Content pillars are nothing but like what is a category of a content that you would like to work upon. Then you come at cornerstone content, which is nothing but like within the broader category or the broader aspect of the content, what are the different aspects or specific items that you would like to work on. So it can be a event, it can be, let's say, a specific, let's say if you're into technology, we looked at mobile phone launches yesterday, we looked at iPhone 14 yesterday. Then from there, based on the type of content, you then sort of determine like what are the social media formats that you're going to utilize to promote these different content, right? So this is nothing but a quick breakdown or a high level view of what you're trying to do with when it comes to your social media strategy overall. So this is a social media plan wherein he has identified two business goals. The first one is to increase the brand awareness by 50%. So assuming, let's say, whatever brand awareness was there in his particular market, they are now looking to sort of increase that by additional 50%. So maybe in an overall industry, they had a brand awareness around 1 lakh people. That's just an assumption. Usually you do a brand lift study or a brand study to understand this. But let's say 1 lakh people were aware of it. Now his goal is that 50% more are aware. And this is a business level goal, right? Like what the business is trying to do. Then the second is increase the IP count by 50%. Essentially, you're looking at getting or making sure that as more people are aware of it, you're able to get like more number of people to actually get their searches done and so forth, right? So basically, when you look at it, it's more like making sure that hospital. I'm guessing that this is more from the hospital's perspective or a healthcare sector. So from that perspective, it's more in terms of ensuring that the capacity of the hospital is better utilized, and there is an increased number of people who are aware of it and also get the surgeries done. So with that said, like it's more in terms of one, increasing the revenue, and second in terms of increasing the brand awareness. Fair point. So now let's look at the social media goal, right? Like when it comes to social media, he has defined three goals here. The first one is increasing the number of surgeries and OP conversions by 50%. Okay. And through SEM platforms. Okay. So the first thing when you're trying to write a social media goal, right, make sure it is around a specific social media platform. So when you say SEM platform, that's like mostly on the search engine marketing, right? Let's say, for example, Google Ads, etc. So try to because this is more from the perspective of social media. The expectation was to have it on the social media site, but you can definitely create a separate plan altogether for your own like benefits, or based on what you're trying to do as a business as a whole. So but at the same time, like again, this might be something that you're trying to look at. So I'm completely okay with that, but let's not call it as social media goals. Okay. Second, you're talking about Google My Business. Again, not related to social media, but completely fine. To make sense, that's perfectly fine. So, second one that you have is to rank in top two positions for top at least eight top monthly search volume keywords in Google My Business. Fair point. And second, the third one that you have is double the Instagram and Facebook followers. Okay. So, these are good goals overall. I would say like these are good digital marketing goals that you can have. In terms of social media goals, like this is a good example of a social media goals, right? So one thing that you can also look at is basically trying to increase engagement, or trying to look at how you can better engage with people to understand like some of the challenges or some of the issues that they're going to. Because when it comes to healthcare, the main point for anyone to believe in any kind of a hospital or any surgery and all, the main thing is that they should have a trust with the brand. And to build that trust, you need to one, have obviously have good brand awareness, and second is also make sure that you're having good engagement with the audiences. It can be by sharing any content and all. So probably engagement is one of the goals that you can also look at. Now, then content pillars, you have added awareness, educational, that's good. Then the second pillar is healthcare days, posting and offers. Okay, so these are basically promotions of the business, which is good. Success story of surgeon. This is actually quite good. Achievements. Then you're talking about festivals and related day offers. Okay, so basically promotion around healthcare and let's say other related days. Okay, fair enough. Then you're talking about content pieces, right? So you're talking about testimonials, which is good, actually a good one. Blogs. So I would try to determine like what type of blog a little bit deeper. Like let's say if you're looking at blogs related to certain symptoms questions, or like surgery related questions or whatever that is, right? Obviously when people have questions, only then they would be reading a blog around healthcare. So try to specify a bit more about what type of area that you would do this, but this is still good. Then you're looking at briefing about related surgery. Okay, this is nice. Trending health questions is good. FAQs. Okay, so I'm guessing surgery FAQs, which is good. And then subscription for newsletter. So subscription for newsletter, I would say, is more of a goal that you can have of a digital marketing, wherein you're increasing subscriptions. I'm not sure if that would count as a like piece of a content or a cornerstone content. Probably you need to define it better on what exactly the category or what you're trying to do here. It can be newsletter, but not subscription for newsletter. Subscription will be more on the goals, but newsletter, maybe if you have any specific newsletter, right? So let's say it can be a success story newsletter. So success stories of the week can be one of the new things that you can have in newsletter, or you can talk about tips of the week from the doctors or top doctors or something like that, right? Or specific surgeon related tips that they would want to share with general people, or people in general who are suffering with some of the top diseases, for example. Those can be some of the topics around newsletters, and then you can like sort of look at that. So when it comes to content piece, don't add a goal directly, just make sure that you add what you're trying to have as a content or a category of a content. Then finally we have the like different post or the format of posts. So here, as he has mentioned, like SEM, so which makes sense: Google search ads, display, Facebook, Instagram, brand awareness and lead generation, which is fine. Like, so in this case, I would actually like, while this is something that you have customized in a social media plan, the expectation here would be like, what are the formats of the content that you're going to utilize? So let's say, for example, when it comes to the patient testimonials, right? What are the different formats of the testimonials that you're going to use? So as you mentioned, videos and posts. So now videos, where are you going to post that video? Are you going to put that on YouTube? Are you going to put that in Instagram Reels? So what are those different formats, right, across different platforms? That is what you're expected to sort of put here, so that you have a clear understanding of the formats that you will need for your content. So this is basically the content, right? And then this is going to be the format of the content. So I would try to like talk more about those specific areas. So essentially what will happen is, whatever cornerstone content that you have, or whatever pillar that you have, you will try to use this pillar to create cornerstone content around these pillars. And then you will use the cornerstone content to create specific post or specific formats of post across different platforms. And that is what you're trying to sort of mention over here. The basic thing is to sort of determine the business goals, determine the social media goals, like what you're trying to achieve in different social media. Then you sort of look at like, what are the content pillars? So this is like what exactly you're trying to do across different areas of content. Then you determine like, what are the ways or pieces of content that you're going to utilize. And finally, like, what are the uh, like those content, how you're going to actually promote that, or what are the different ways that you're going to put it forward. So that's pretty much what this like strategy is all about. And from here, then you can like further build a calendar wherein you mention like, what are the different key dates or key things that you would do in the particular month. What are the different content that you're going to produce in the month? What are the different tactics that you're actually going to use? And in a weekly view, you can basically create a proper timetable across different platforms, and at what time, what is the content pillar that you're going to put, what is the post type, and what is the copy of that. And all of that you can basically manage and maintain over here, so that it becomes easy for you to strategize your entire social media marketing strategy as well as calendar, right? And this is more in terms of just a quick like evergreen content library, wherein like, if you think like you have a drought, or let's say sometimes you're not able to find something good to post, you can beforehand, you can create all of the content over here, put it over here, and then leverage that. Facebook and Instagram ads, to be precise. We are going to look at like what are the different areas around Facebook advertising. So now it's no longer called as Facebook advertising, it's meta advertising, because it basically controls ads across its platforms, which is like Facebook, Instagram, and so forth, right? So overall, like basically we are going to look at all of those different aspects in this. Before we get to that, this is something I believe like we have already touched upon, but I wanted to like take a quick brief look at it so that we have a quick understanding of the digital marketing funnel, because this is something that we are going to heavily use as we go through this session, right? So we are going to look at the platform directly. We'll actually create an ad. We'll create a campaign on Facebook ads like in this session. But before that, I just wanted to touch upon this funnel. So this is like what a typical marketing funnel looks like, right? There's like top of the funnel, TOP top, and FU funnel. So that's like tofu, then middle of the funnel, which is like mofu, and then bottom of the funnel. So bottom of funnel. So it's like tofu, mofu, bofu. That is what it's called as. Like that's what like a lot of people refer to it as. And if you want, you can like it's easy to remember this way. But the main thing about this is the top of the funnel is more for the awareness stage, wherein like you're trying to create awareness about your brand, about your product or services that you have. Middle of the funnel is where you're trying to have people consider you as a brand instead of someone else. So a consideration stage for a customer, from the customer's point of view, it's more like, let's say if they are trying to buy something, they would compare across multiple brands, right? So this is the stage wherein you are trying to establish like why you are better than your competitor, or why what are the USPs that you have, what are your unique selling points, and what are the reason that a customer should go with you rather than a competitor. And finally, bottom of the funnel is wherein you will have the customer actually make the decision. So here it will be more related to some of the case studies so that customers can relate themselves. You'll be providing demos, you'll be providing trials so that they can try it out. You'll be doing consultations and so forth, right? So that's the bottom of the funnel. And then there's something like after purchase, which is more like once they have already made a purchase, you would try to form a relationship with them. You will try to build a sense of advocacy with them so that they then form a loyalty to you, and also then sort of help you build as a brand, right? So that's the entire like marketing funnel. So this is another way of talking about it. As you can see, awareness, consideration, you can talk about that as interest, and then decision, and after that, like action. But more or less, like in a general marketing funnel, like these are the three that you will hear a lot of people talk about. So even when you're having a conversation, they'll be like top of the funnel, middle funnel, or let's say bottom funnel. But more or less, it's the same. There are different ways people approach it. Let's dive into Facebook, right? So, like, basically, when it comes to Facebook, obviously, have you seen a decline in the organic reach? So, let's say, even if you have, let's say, 10,000 likes, maybe only 10 people or 100 people actually see the post, right? There is a big reason behind it. Obviously, a lot of people say that it is because Facebook is trying to make a lot of money, and that's the reason they have decreased the organic reach. That is partially true. But don't quote me on that. Okay. However, the reason I say that is obviously, while there is a decline in the organic reach, the primary reason for that is because of the huge influx of the content. So the amount of content that people are creating is increasing every minute, I would say, or in fact every second. So if you would just pull up a chart, I don't know, probably Facebook has that, but the number of posts created in a day has been increasing quite significantly, and it keeps on increasing like almost every day. So because of such an increase in the posts creation, what happens is the number of posts that a user can see in the news feed will also become very huge. And due to that, Facebook started filtering stuff, or Facebook started filtering content based on the relevance that it might have to the user. And that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined. Okay, so that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined, right? So it's in basic sense because of the amount of creators that are there, the total reach is reduced, plain and simple. So it's similar to how you look at supply and demand in a way. But at the same time, because of this, the requirement for a business to have a Facebook ad or utilize advertising on Facebook has increased significantly. Obviously, there are quite a few reasons, and like some of them are mentioned here. Like you can anyone can advertise. It's not like you have a limitation on who can do advertisements. It's easy to set up. You can define your audience, define your target audiences. You can do remarketing, which is like, let's say if you have the data around your customers or something, you can actually do remarketing around that. And then at the same time, you can also like look at some of the different ad solutions, budgets, and so many different things, right? So when it comes to Facebook ads, obviously there are multiple reasons, and yeah, like overall there are different type of ads. This is where I will actually stop the slides because overall I think I will go directly with the platform itself to talk a little bit more about what Facebook ads is and like where it is right now, because uh, the platform keeps changing, right? The platform keeps updating itself. There are so many different things. So the first thing is like obviously there are multiple reasons and different type of formats that are available when it comes to Facebook ads. The best way to understand like what type of formats are available, what are their examples, is to directly just go to this URL. I've already shared this URL in here. Let me just put it up top, ads guide. So this basically provides you like what are the different type of ad formats that are available on Meta, and it essentially gives you a good idea of what to expect with different type of ads. A good example I would say is the Samsung's Facebook profile. But if we look at it, there's like almost 162 million people who follow this page. Now, out of this, if you look at their post, there's like 80 likes. There's like 8 comments. That's about it. 86 likes, 2 shares. So even though they have this was posted like one day before, the amount of engagement that they have is so less. This is lower than, I would say, even some of the pages which have like 1,000 or 10,000 likes would receive, right? So that is how bad it is in some cases, and this is a very good example of it. That's like one of the reasons that when it comes to advertisement, obviously, this is if your business wants to have that or receive or achieve the goals of whatever social media goals that you have, and you want to achieve it faster, advertisements are the way to do it, right? Organic reach, obviously it works, but because of the decline, one or the other time you may have to get into ads. So with that said, let's look at some of these formats to understand a bit better. So when it comes to image, as you can see, one of the best things about this particular URL is that it actually has a good, I would say, good content around what are the best practices to follow in terms of design recommendation, the file type, the ratio of the image, the resolution, what should be the number of characters and primary text, headline, description, and then like when it comes to technical recommendation, which is like what should be the file size, what should be the minimum width and height, aspect ratio, tolerance. So all of these different things are provided for all the different type of formats. So in this particular case, as you can see, like it says apply now, then if I say book now, so these are different call to actions that are available for me to utilize. There is like different objectives that are available. So if I want to use traffic, then what are the different call to actions that I can actually utilize. Maybe I want to have app install, and these are some of the app install call to actions available. So accordingly, Facebook actually gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats and what you can do with them, what are the best practices to follow around it, etc. So let's say if you look at the placement as instant articles. So instant articles, you can see like this is what it would look like in an instant article. Then stories, this is what it would look like on a story. There is reels. So it says like banner ad would look something like this. And as we are selecting, you can also see like the text recommendation and all is also changing here. It tells you like what is a good recommendation based on the format of what you're trying to promote. So we saw Facebook, right? Similarly, there's also for Instagram stories, Instagram Explore tab. Like this is an ad on the Explore tab. Then similarly, there is like audience network. Then there is like messages. Messages is basically the messenger part of the Facebook, right? So within Messenger, like how you can do some advertisements or send messages to the users directly. So then there is this Messenger stories, Messenger inbox. Here you can see this is an ad. So this gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats, and you can see those similar kind of things across video, carousel, like collection, and all of those different things. And these icons basically tells you like where those are available. So it's like Facebook, Instagram, Audience Network, Messenger, and so forth. I don't think like the change in the branding has actually impacted the organic growth. The reason is, while Meta is a parent company, the reason they did that was because of metaverse and all. The actual genuine users of Facebook or Instagram, right? They are still using the same app. The app is still called as Facebook. The app is still called as Instagram. That has not changed. For them, probably I would say most of them don't even know that there is something called as Meta, which is like the parent company. And for them, it's like they are just using the app, or they are just using these social media platforms just as they would normally. So overall, there hasn't been any change in the behavior of the consumers. And in terms of the platform itself, there may be a decline in organic growth, but the reason for that is not because of the branding, it's because of the number of people who are making the post. So as we talked about it, right, it's like a gradual decline that is happening, and this is happening all across social media. So while we looked at Facebook, this is also true with YouTube as well. This is also true with Twitter as well. The amount of organic growth that you have will keep declining over time as the platform itself grows. Because if the platform grows, the number of people trying to take advantage of the platform will also increase. And as the number of people trying to do that increases, what ends up happening is the number of posts increases, the number of usage of the platform increases, and hence, because of that, the number of views to each of the posts will also start to decrease, right? That's the reason. Real estate is actually quite interesting. So, in fact, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine like a week or so back, and we looked at some of the trends of how real estate is changing, right? Like, overall, the landscape has definitely shifted to social media a lot more. In fact, the reason for that is a lot of brokers have started utilizing social media platforms to like basically do a tour video of the let's say whatever plot or apartment or whatever that is. And in fact, in some rare cases, obviously those are quite rare, there have been sales that have happened right on the comment section directly. So again, that's quite rare, but it happened, right? So what I've seen with this trend is obviously there is good demand in real estate when it comes to social media, but it's more about like what you're trying to, who you're trying to reach out to, and what you're trying to achieve with that. And second is when you talk about junk rate, that is like a separate a thing, or the way to tackle that is different from how you manage your, let's say, advertisement campaign, right? So I'll talk about both of those as well. So one of the things, I'm not sure if we looked at that, but one of the things that if possible when it comes to real estate, I would try to suggest that you try to this 360 photos, because people having some kind of a view or understanding of what kind of let's say if you're into apartments, as you mentioned, luxury apartments, for them to see like what type of apartment it is will be more important. And second is, I would then also try to maximize my efforts around these plus image and video content. So probably if you already have good content, I would say like go with it. Now, the second thing what I would do is uh, I would try to make sure that the leads that I get, I add some of the questions around that, which will qualify my people, or the people who are actually filling it. So essentially making it harder for them to fill. So the reason junk rate happens is because oftentimes people are like they just fill it for the sake of filling it, or sometimes there are literal like bots etc. that fill it um, uh, just to sort of promote that okay, probably their page or their feed is working better. Then there are different areas of I would say people just filling it, but they sort of forget about it sometimes, or people just fill it for the sake of doing that. So the best way to tackle that is try to add some roadblocks or some hurdles wherein you are also validating who is actually filling it. So for example, you can put in something like the budget that they may have for making the purchase, or the area, and instead of having them actually select the area, maybe you can just have them uh, uh, type out a description as well about what type of features they are looking for or something like that, right? So think about it, test it out is what I would say. With real estate, obviously social media is going to be one of the top things in the future. We are already seeing that trend happening, but keep testing it out and see. And another thing I would suggest is as you run these ads, also try to work with some of these influencers, because for real estate businesses these influencers might also, like the broker influencers and all, right, they might also be helpful in getting some of the genuine leads. Actually it depends on your business, and that is where the funnel comes into picture, right? For a B2B business, top of the funnel and middle funnel can be built very well using Facebook or and Instagram ads. So you can have make sure that people, now, obviously, when it comes to any businesses, um, they spend their time on platforms like LinkedIn and all for sure. But at the same time, in their off time, they will be utilizing these platforms as well for consuming social media content. So over there, you can use like brand awareness and create a brand awareness for yourself by sharing some of the blogs, metrics, and such. You can also share some of the informational or infomercials or something like that, right? Which talks about, or you can also utilize infographics, white papers, webinars, and whatnot to sort of have them at least sign up through their email or something like that, and provide a consideration. So these are the two which would work very well in Facebook and Instagram, or in fact, like any of the social media advertisement platforms. Uh, you can also test out to see like if you're able to get capture some leads, but as you mentioned, you may not be able to get a lot of those. So for focusing on these two funnels or these two parts of the funnels, it's still pretty good. I would say usually I let an ad run in social media. I let it run for somewhere what about a week, so that it collects enough information. And then it also depends on the type of information that it has collected for me. What I mean by that is, let's say if it was able to get enough reach or not. If let's say it got only like maybe 100 impressions or 100 views, then probably that is not enough for me to take a decision, right? So I would want to wait for it to at least get to 1,000 views or something like that, wherein then I see like what is actually happening. So it's a bit of both. One is the volume that you have of whatever performance that you see, and second is the amount of period. Usually 7 days is a good time period, but I would keep an eye on these two to determine if I should be starting a change or not, or if I should be looking to optimize it further or not. I would actually suggest that you create advertisements across different funnels or different stages, right? So you can actually utilize the content pillar that you created. So for a specific content pillar that is talking about sharing advices or success stories, probably you can be or go with an open audiences, wherein like don't go with like a completely open audience, but keep it at a broader level, which has like a decent audience size. And when it comes to specific like lower funnel, you can probably then go for detailed targeting and see like how well it works, so that you're able to make sure that your leads are at least getting from the focused people. And as you go through it, obviously keep testing it, keep trying to modify the audiences based on their performance, based on like how well some of those different segments are working for you. And that is how you can identify the sweet spot. Yeah, we basically looked at the different formats that are available, right, for the advertisement. So there is like images, videos, carousel, collection, and I would definitely suggest that you guys go to this to understand a little bit better about what are the formats, what can work for you and all. Or if you have any like specific questions around some of the formats, recommendation on what kind of size to keep, etc. Now, the reason I suggest that you go to this is because this is their own resource, right? And given the amount of changes that keeps happening to the platform, this is going to be the best link wherein you will find all the different details. Similarly, they have also provided other resources on business type, platform, and all. You can just go through it if you want, as per your business goal. But now let's sort of deep dive into like ads itself, right? Let me just switch the, just give me a second. Let me just switch the profile. I created a test profile so that I can. So now, for people who like who have not sort of used Facebook a lot, or Facebook ads, I would say, uh, the easiest way for you to access it is just go to log into Facebook, and over there in the left side, just click see more, and you will be able to see something called as ad manager. That is like the best way for anyone to sort of quickly visit it. The other ways to go to it is obviously going to business.facebook.com, wherein like if you have not signed up, it'll ask you to sign up, and then you can sort of start to look at your business holistically. And over there, you can like go to ads and like work with your ads. Someone yesterday was talking about a free tool for managing or scheduling content and all. Uh, One of the things is business.facebook.com actually has that. Like you can schedule your different posts over here. You can like create a schedule and all, and you can manage this as a calendar as well. So if your main platform is around Facebook and Insta, then probably this is something that you can leverage as well. So with that said, let's go to ads. There are some campaigns that I had, dummy campaigns that I had created, but we'll definitely try out a different type of ad. But before I get into this, like overall, this is called as a burger icon or a burger menu. You just click on that and you'll see like what are the different things that are available in this, right? So you have one which is ads manager. Then there is like an events manager, which is more for, let's say, managing different events, or this is more in terms of the events that occurred through your pixel. So we'll also talk about some of the analytics and around pixels and all, so that you can understand that a bit better. Then there is something called as creative hub, where you can manage your ads and the type of ads that you have. You can also utilize this to create a mock-up or create your ad over here itself. So as you can see, like you can just work with it. You can determine like what is the type of ad that you want, and then you can create an ad around that. Apart from that, there is settings, then there is audiences, So audiences is important. Once you, let's say, have a pixel, you can go to audiences section and create a custom audience or create a lookalike audience. We'll talk briefly about these as well, which can actually help you reach to different type of audiences in a much better way. Billing is more for managing your overall billing. Then there is like brand safety, business settings, and so forth, right? There's also like shop locations. So overall, when it comes to Facebook ads, they have provided like bunch of tools that make it easy for you to manage what you're trying to do, what you're trying to work with, be it running experiments, be it having the creatives, getting the reports around it, getting insights, traffic analysis. There are so many different things, right? So it's all about for them, it's more about trying to make sure that you have all the tools necessary so that your campaigns can be a success. Because if your campaigns are success, then you're going to use Facebook ads a lot more, and by that like by doing so, Facebook makes more money, right? So that's how it goes. Now with that said, let's look into campaign creation. Let me actually I think it will take a lot more time to do that, but let me see if I can directly create an ad account from here. I think I'll need to do it from the business page. Okay, I'll just do that instead. No worries. So frankly speaking, because of the heavy integration that Meta has from Facebook ads, or basically the Meta Business Suite, right? Like now that is what they are calling it. Like there isn't really a huge difference. You may see some um, like platform specific metrics, or maybe it is much easier using Instagram ads, but overall you can directly use Facebook ads and have everything in a single place. And that is something that I usually recommend as well, because it's overall much easier for you to directly get started through that. There is no difference in effectiveness between either of them. Both of them pretty much function the same. Technically, like there's no difference between them. Yeah, so okay, so what happened? I'll be looking into or basically talking about the placement, but you can basically run your Insta ads from here as well, right? You can basically create the same Insta ads. You will see the same metrics, you'll see the same details, and in fact, you're linking your same Insta account over here to run those ads. So typically, when you look at the technical aspect to it, there's really like no big difference between it. You'll see the same performance in Insta Ads Manager or in this, because from both of the sides, you'll essentially run the same ad, right? The only difference is the platform itself and the way that you see the analytics and all. But overall, in effectiveness, both of them are going to be the same. So what I suggest is, I'm sure like most of you already have a Facebook account, be it a personal account or whatever that is. So in that case, just go to business.facebook.com and you can just select login or create an account. So in this case, I'll just go create an account. Then you can select or input your account's ID and password and just say login, right? So it will detect if you already have an account or not. And a Facebook account is actually required for you to work with a business account. Once you log in, you'll see something like this. It'll say like go to business suite or create an account. So when you create an account, this creates a business account. Okay. So you can just select business account. You can say what do we call this business? I think there was a conversation on real estate just now. So let's just say luxury real estate, right? Let's just call it something for now. Your name, let's just leave it at that. Business email, let's say luxury at. So I've set up a catch also, this email still works. So let me just quickly confirm the email. 1 second. Got link. This is what it looks like. Confirm your business email. Let's just confirm now. and email has been verified. Okay, so as you can see, it says like luxury real estate. Let me just put this, or yeah, so as it says luxury real estate, and I had created DigiMakers as a business account earlier. This is luxury real estate, and you can see like all the details are available here, similar to the personal ad account. So personal ad account, business account, ad account, some of the uh, no, I would say format of the way that you see these tools and all may be a little different, but overall it's more or less the same, right? So just click on the burger menu. You can hide this as well, but you can like just go click burger menu, go to ads manager, and okay, we need to create an ad account as well. So if you don't have one, it'll say that you have to create an ad account. Okay, let me just troubleshoot that a little bit. Okay. Okay, I guess I'll also need to link a page. Let me just do that. I don't think it'll actually be able to search the page here. Looks like some of the options are changed. No worries. But basically, that is how you create a business account, right? And then once you go to the ad section, you can sort of create the ad that you want to. So once again, let me just go to ad manager. See, this is actually a good thing as well because you guys get to see where the platform fails as well. So oftentimes what happens is in a lot of these tutorials and whatnot, you just see like, okay, this works. It just works. But when you see these challenges and all, that is when you get to know like, okay, what is actually happening? What are the challenges that you face or what are the issues that you get? So I actually appreciate that sometimes while okay, I have to deal with that later, but you can still like get to experience these real time. So this is my personal account. I probably ran some test campaigns over here. There's not much. Let me see if there are some metrics around this. Maximum looks like it was even before this time period. Okay, so anyways, like let's just create a campaign over here so that we can understand like how to create a campaign and how to go about that. Okay, so let me go back to this initial thing. So as all of you remember, we had a funnel, right? The importance of funnel you can actually see over here. So as you can see, there is awareness. So let me zoom in a bit as well. There's awareness, there's traffic, there's engagement. Now awareness comes at the top of the funnel. Traffic is more in terms of a mid funnel sometimes. It can also be awareness depending on your goal all around it. Engagement is mid funnel, leads is lower funnel, app promotion can be, I would say if it is installation of app, it's lower funnel or bottom funnel that is, and then sales is obviously bottom funnel, right? So in fact, if you notice, what happens is the first thing when you're creating a campaign, it asks you to select a objective, and this objective actually is determined based on the funnel of the audience itself. From top to bottom, this is like the top, and then this is like the mid, and this is like the bottom objectives, right? So all of these, if you see, each of these will have some good for as well. What is good for? Basically, it says like what this will help with. So it can help with reach, it can help with brand awareness, views to a video, store location awareness, right? Similarly, traffic, it can help with clicks to the link, landing page views, messenger, WhatsApp, calls, so many different things, right? So similarly, engagement. So you have a very good understanding of what you can get out of it. So by looking at this, then we sort of proceed further on what we are trying to do. So before this, what I'll do is I'll create an objective for us so that it will be much easier for us to determine what we are trying to do and how we are trying to go through the entire campaign creation procedure, right? So for this particular purpose, let's select a product, right? Let's actually do one thing. Let's go with the I would say the biggest business that deals with products. Let's just go with Amazon. Now, Amazon obviously it does not need to do a lot of brand awareness, but it still does. That's a different thing. It there's traffic, there's engagement. So in this case, what we'll do is we'll focus on let's go with traffic. Okay, so let's just assume that maybe Amazon is looking to get traffic and we are going to create ads related to that. There's also Black Friday sale, Cyber Monday sale, and all of these things happening. Probably a good time to look into that, right? So we select traffic because we want to get more people to visit our website. We are not as much looking at sales here or purchases. We are just want them to visit the website to browse our catalog or whatever we have. So we'll focus on campaign objective as traffic. Okay. So moving forward, we just click continue. And what happens is you see there are three areas that you see here. First is the campaign. So it's like new traffic campaign. New traffic is what, because I've selected traffic as the objective, it has selected this new traffic campaign. Then there is ad set, and then there is ad. Okay. So there is a good slide around this. Yeah. So this is a structure of a Facebook campaign, right? Typical structure. What happens is in a campaign, you select the marketing objective. So as we selected like traffic, so similarly, you select like what exactly you're trying to achieve as a marketing objective. There's page likes is no more, it's called as engagement now. Within engagement, you can select like page like as one of the options. Then you within campaign, you can have multiple ad sets. Okay, so that is what we have over there. So there's like ad set 1, ad set 2, ad set 3. You can have like hundreds of ad sets. Obviously, I wouldn't say like you have unlimited ad sets because it depends on what type of budgets you set on the ad set, what type of budgets you have, and so forth across the campaign and all. So one of the recent update that Facebook has is previously you could set budgets only at ad set, but now you can also have budgets at campaign level. Okay, so there's campaign, then there is ad set. Now within a ad set, you will have multiple ads, or you can have multiple ads, right? So you can have, let's say if you're trying to do a test between different types of ad copies, or maybe you would like to try out different varieties of ad. So you can do all of that within a ad set, okay? So you can have like multiple ads within an ad set. So this is the structure, or you can say like this is what the entire structure of the Facebook ads campaigns look like. So campaign, ad set, then ads, right? And as I said, like each of them can be multiple in number. So now with that in mind, as you can see, we have campaign, ad set, and the ad. You can have multiple ad sets, and then within each ad set, you can have multiple ads. Now let's go through the settings and details of each of them, right? So this is the campaign. Let's just call it Amazon traffic campaign. So you can name the campaign so that it is much easier for you to sort of like go through the campaign, or like when you have multiple campaigns and all, you can just name the campaign, and you can also like create a template around it, but don't worry too much about that. Basically, it's for setting the campaign name, and then you can select if your ad falls into a special category. So we were talking about Amazon, right? So Amazon, now what happens is, as you know, there are so many different policies that Facebook has because of some of the things like, let's say, Cambridge Analytica that happened, the political campaigns that were running, and so forth. So they created some special ad categories. So there is a category for credit, which is like around loans, credit cards, etc. Then there is an ad category around employment, wherein you offer jobs or such. There is a category for housing, which is again real estate related. Prashant, I believe that is something that might be of interest for you. Then there is an ad category on social issues, elections, and such. So based on what your business is doing, you can select the appropriate ad category. If your business does not fall in any of these, that's okay. You don't need to select this then. So this is just when you actually have a business around this category, only then you select it. Okay. So once you do that, then you look at buying type. Buying type, usually there's only auction, because that's the way that most of these work. Based on different objectives, sometimes you will have a different buying type as well, but mostly it's like auction only. Then campaign objective. So this is something that we already selected during the creation, but you can also like change it over here. And you can also, there is an advanced setting wherein you can add like how much limit you want the campaign to spend. So as I was mentioning previously, it was like you can set the budget at ad set level, but now you can also do it at the campaign level. You can determine, let's say, if you want the campaign to have a spend limit of, let's say, 10,000 or something like that, right? So you can set that over here. For now, I'm not doing that. Then there is an option for A/B testing. So this is nothing but, let's say, if you want to do a comparison test between, let's say, two creatives or between two certain settings of audiences, you can like create a A/B test, and then there will be a A version and a B version of the campaign. So when you're starting off new and all, you can pretty much ignore this. And one of the best thing about all of this is if you have any questions around it, right? They have a learn more page as well. So wherein you can find all the different details of what it is all about, what you should look at, what are the different things around it, and so forth, right? So it gives you a pretty good understanding of what you're trying to do. Campaign spending limit is nothing but how much you're okay with the campaign to spend overall in its lifetime. So let's say now when you're running ads, obviously you're paying money, right? So you're just setting like for this campaign, how much you're okay to pay overall. As I mentioned, you don't really need to set it unless and until for the entire campaign you have only a specific budget. But mostly like you can ignore it over here and you can just work with the ad set budgets directly. Another thing is you can also utilize campaign advantage campaign budget. This is a new feature. If you on it, you can, so this is a total campaign spending limit, right? And this budget is like a daily budget or a lifetime budget that you can set for the campaign, which you can like obviously modify, and this will optimize your ad sets accordingly. So this is like an overall campaign level, like how much you're willing to spend every day. So let's say, for example, if I'm willing to spend 800 rupees on my ads every day, I can just set that. And all the ad sets will work within this 800 rupees only. So maybe there are like 5 ad sets, for example. Some of in total, they should not spend more than 800 rupees per day. That is the budget that they will go ahead with. So this is something that I can also set at campaign level. So for now, I'm keeping it disabled. A/B testing is nothing but you comparing between two versions of, let's say, ad copy. I was hoping if there couldn't be some kind of an image here. No worries. So basically, when it comes to A/B testing, right? So what you're trying to do is, let's say if you have two different type of ad copy, which has some small changes. So let me just open a new sheet. So maybe there is like ad copy one, and in this ad copy one, you have a call to action, right? So maybe the call to action in the ad copy one is buy now, and in the ad copy two is, let's say, learn more. So now, how will you know if this is working better or this is working better? So what you need to do is you cannot just say like, okay, because you are into purchase, maybe this will work better, or maybe you're into sharing information, this will work better, right? So determine this, and because we are digital marketers, right, we need to work with data. To determine this, we will create two versions, one with this call to action and another with this call to action. And once we do that, we will like essentially test it out with A/B testing. So here there will be a version called as A version, and there will be a version called as B version. So this will be A version and this will be B version. And we can basically, let's say overall in a campaign, maybe there's like 1,000 people who are going to see the ad. So Facebook automatically, based on this test, they will divide the traffic or the ads view uh, equally between these two versions. So they will show it to 500 here, 500 here. Based on this, you can determine which one is working better or not. So that is how A/B testing works. Minimum daily budget. Okay, so basically that depends on like what you're trying to achieve. Usually, I see the best way is to directly just try to put a number and see like what can be the minimum daily budget overall. Too small increase. Yeah, right. So let's say Usually it's 100. So the reason I'm doing this is because in some accounts it shows a different amount. So that is the reason I'm just testing out. But overall, like Facebook themselves will give you a warning of what is the minimum daily budget that you can have. So one thing I wanted to clarify, right? A/B testing. The reason I was going very quickly on that is because it's. I should have clarified on that is because it's like a bit advanced. So usually you don't at this stage you will not be using or doing conducting A/B testing, but main detail or the main crux of this is for you to utilize data to determine what is working best. Okay, so essentially what happens is A, B, as you can see, there is A and B, right? So there is going to be one version of an ad copy which says A. Now, what is an ad copy? Ad copy is nothing but the ad that you create. Now, within an ad, there will be different areas to it. There will be something called as a call to action, which is nothing but a button that people are going to click. So a good example of that we can actually see over here. So this is an ad, right? Now, in this ad, if you see, this is the brand name. This is basically a quick primary text. This is like basically the image. Then there is a button. So this is a call to action. Now, a call to action will be different across different platforms. It can be different based on the type of ad copy that you have, but the purpose of a call to action is of the action that you want the people to take. You're basically calling it out. This is the domain name, and this is like another part of the copy, right? So when I say copy, it's nothing but the ad copy or the advertisement itself. So now within the ad copy, you can obviously, as I was showing here, like you can modify this call to action based on what are the different call to actions available and all. So in A/B testing, now let's say what happens is A/B testing is first of all, and A/B testing is usually meant to compare two variations of a single thing. So let's say if you want to test out a variation in the like the copy of the post, right? So maybe you want, instead of saying like our clinic perfected foaming face wash gently cleanses away oil, makeup, and surface. So this is one. Now, you want to try a different variation or version of this. So you can say like gently cleanse away oil, makeup, and surface with our clinic perfected foaming face. So that's a version 2. So it is more or less the same, but there are different versions around it. So when you have different versions of the same advertisement, you can leverage that or utilize. Now, how will you know which one will work better? Will this work better or the other one work better or something else work better? You don't know that, right? So to determine that by using data, you run an A/B test. Facebook helps you do that. And basically in an A/B test, what happens is, let's say in a normal scenario, what happens in a normal scenario is you have 100 views. Now, all of these 100 views will go to the ad copy one itself, right? Ad copy one, it will go to this, and that's about it. So this ad copy one will get this, sorry, 1,000 views, right? So this ad copy one will get all the 1,000 views. Now, let's say if you add the ad copy one and ad copy two directly without considering them to be A/B testing, what ends up happening is ad copy one may receive like let's say 900 views and this one may receive 100 views, because let's say this received more views and this received less views. Would you say this has performed better or this has performed better? You cannot say that, right? Because performance is not just in views, it is also going to be in terms of let's say total views. Let me just adjust this a bit. So views, then in views, what kind of engagement there is, right? Then there is like traffic or clicks. Then there is like purchase if you have purchase, or let's say there is leads if you're looking at leads. So across this you will try to measure like what kind of numbers that you get, and then based on that you will determine if this work better or this work better. However, Because both of these received different number of views, you will not be able to do that. So for this reason, there is something that we do which is called as A/B testing. So in A/B testing, Facebook will understand that there are two versions of something, and accordingly, it will deliver the same amount of traffic or the same amount of views across both the variations that you create. So this is, let's say, A variation, and this is the B variation. So it will deliver the traffic across both of these variations. And by doing so, what happens is whatever numbers you get across engagement, traffic, and all, you can be more sure of what is working better, and you'll be able to compare them better. So that is the entire point of A/B testing. Sujay is asking, is A/B testing only for new ad campaign? Not really, Sujay. So A/B testing is usually when you want to do a different type of, let's say, you want to test out a variation of something. It can be with a new campaign. It can be with an existing campaign as well. You can just edit the existing campaign, or maybe in some cases, let's say if you have a campaign already running and you want to try a variation of that, you can directly, I would suggest in the most cases, is to pause the existing one and try out by creating a new campaign and doing an A/B testing across that. So that is like a good way for you to do it. When it comes to an A/B testing, usually the number of variations that you have between the both versions, right? The version 1 and version 2, it should be as less as possible for you to be able to judge like what was the reason the like whatever difference has come. So for example, let's say version 1, if it was performing better, what is the reason that it performed better? It sometimes it is about the copy. Sometimes it's like chalo theek hai, there is an image and that's why probably it is working better. But sometimes there can be some deeper understanding as well. So in your case, maybe you can try it out, see if you're able to get some results and all. But usually, when doing A/B testing, you would try to minimize the number of variations that are there between two copies. What I said over there is, let's say if you're already running a campaign, and then uh, maybe in that campaign you're currently using whatever the original version or variation A, let's call it. So when you're trying to do an A/B testing, I recommended that you create a new campaign, pause the existing one, and then you sort of create two versions of, let's say, the first one can be the original version, second one can be whatever change or the changed version, right? And then you test it out. So that is the recommendation. And as you mentioned, it is a data analysis process. So absolutely, when it comes to data analysis, the best way is to sort of have the similar level of like at least statistically similar level of data or views put together to it, so that we can have a proper comparison between the two. Having less number of variations will help you more to understand like what was the reason. So while like trying image and video is definitely going to be quite different, he can still do it as long as there are like very little differences between that. It all depends, because at the end of the day, it's still a platform. And the best thing about Facebook ads is it, because of the way that it works with data, all of your ad copies or all of your creatives or campaigns depend on the amount of experiments and the type of experiments that you do. So while my suggestion is to have minimal variations, probably let's say 2 or 3, or in fact, like if you can have one variation and have multiple copies, you can do that. But you can also like go ahead and try out different variations, or a huge difference, as at least you get an understanding of how Facebook is working with that and how you're able to work with that copy altogether. Let's go ahead with the campaign creation, right? So we looked at like the objective, spending limit. We discussed in depth about A/B testing, and then there is something called as advantage campaign budget, which is like you're setting budget at a campaign level altogether. So once you have all of this done, that's pretty much it on the campaign part, right? You just click next, and then you go to setting up the ad set. Now, ad set is the most important aspect. Now, what happens is usually in a campaign structure, the any kind of ads that you run, there are three important aspects. So first is audience, second is the copy. Okay, now what happens is in the audience, you and obviously there's third one, which is like bidding, budget, which deals more with the spending, etc. So now what happens in audience is you determine your target audience, who you want to target, like what type of audiences they are, and what they are trying to do, etc. In terms of copy, you're trying to create a copy which is like an ad copy or the advertisement, which has the details about what you're offering, and why they should go ahead with you, or why they should even do the action that they are supposed to do, etc. In fact, I've provided a link to like copywriting tips for Facebook ads over here. You can go through this link to understand more about it. And then there is bidding and budget, whereas you look at like what are the different areas of like how much you're willing to bid, what kind of budget you have, and how much you're basically willing to spend for each action performed overall. So let's look at that and understand a bit more about it, right? So we have the ad set. So let's just call it uh, Amazon ad set one. So one thing that you will notice over here is on the left side, it's more about the setting. And on the right side, it will tell you the audience definition. And it also tells you estimated audience size based on the audience that you select. We'll go through those audiences shortly. And then at the bottom, it has estimated daily results, which we'll also look at. Okay. So now in this case, it's like conversion. So conversion is basically where we want to drive the traffic. Conversion is nothing but the based on the objective, what we are trying to convert or what we are trying to do, or essentially what we are asking the audience to convert into, right? So in this case, because we selected traffic, we want to send, let's say, traffic to a website. We'll just select that. So after we do that, we can provide a budget overall for this ad set. So let's just like provide a daily budget. It also tells you a warning based on like if your ad set is higher than usual or something like that. For now, I'm just keeping it as 800. And then you can provide a schedule to it. Usually, like if you don't want or you don't have a specific schedule or when it is supposed to run and all, you can leave this as is, because this basically takes your current time and date as a start date and does not take any end date. Like this is for the further ad scheduling, wherein if you want to run on specific days and all, then you can also select all of those things. So then there is the audience part, right? So when you look at, so as I was talking about bidding, we already looked at it. This is like how much you want to spend. Now there is the audience. So audience is basically you determining what your target audience is. If you have created existing campaigns, or if you have created existing audiences, you can use saved audience and you can like directly select those. If not, let's say if you don't have any audiences, you can create a new audience as well. So in this, obviously this is like a custom audience, which again, if you have created anything or if you want to create it, you can do it here. And then you have these specific targeting settings. And this is the most important aspect, right? So over here, if you see, there is the first targeting, which is like the location. So you can select where you want to target or what are the locations that you want to target. As you can see, the level of location is very, like you can basically determine where you want to target directly. You can drop a pin as well, and that is how targeted it can be. So let's say if I want to target any specific location, I can just search for that. Maybe let's say if I go with Delhi, so Delhi, India, we have like the entire Delhi region. And then within that, maybe, so this is like a neighborhood Chandni Chowk. I can just select that. And I can also like target that location. And as you saw, as I was selecting different locations, or as I was typing the locations, the audience size also changed significantly, right? So this gives you a decent idea of the number of people that are available in this particular audience. And so far we have already selected the broader location based audience, right? So I'm going to go back to India so that for just for this particular test, okay? So, and I want this to be people who are living in or recently in the location. So this option essentially determines like the status of the people. If you want to make sure that only want to target people who are living in this location, you can select this. If you want to target people who are like traveling to this location, you can also select this, right? So accordingly, you can select like these options, and accordingly, your targeting will also work. So once you've done that, next thing is you can select your age. So the age of your specific audience. If you remember, yesterday we did a user persona. We built a user persona, right? So that is the reason it is important. So because we already had the persona ready, based on the campaign, we can directly just select like what is the age range that we want to target. So let's say if it is 18 to 40, we can just select that and we are done. So based on that, the audience is also updated. You can also go as deep as a pin code, but keep one thing in mind. What happens is the deeper that you go, the narrower your audience becomes. And okay, so this is actually very important. And thanks for asking this question, Prashant. So what happens is because the narrower your audience becomes, the cost also increases significantly. Uh, Basically, because the Facebook algorithm then has to determine that okay, you need to only target the audiences in that particular region. Oftentimes the cost per click, or let's say whatever the objective that you have, will also get impacted accordingly. So try to balance it out in a way that it is between the specific and the broad section if you're running a mid funnel campaign. And as you remember, I was mentioning the funnel, right? So try to keep a balance so that you can maintain your cost well. However, if you have like a lower funnel campaign, then you can go as specific as you want, and that's perfectly fine. Because at the end of the day, over there, your main purpose is to get a conversion. So the slight increase in the cost should not be that impactful in your overall ROI, I would say, which is the return on the investment that you're having. Okay, so you can specify the genders, men, women, or all. Then you can determine the detail level targeting, right? So this is the most important, and this is why Facebook ads became so popular. Just to show you the power of this data, right? Like you can obviously search for different things, but I wanted to browse and show you different areas or segments around it. So there are three different segments. One is demographics, then there is interest, and then there's behaviors. In demographics, uh, this is more about your audience themselves. So you can look at their educations, you can look at the field of study, the university they studied in, the amount of undergrad years, the education level they have. Are they at a university, high school? They have a degree or not? Which degree they have? You can have all of these, or you can select all of these details. Then financial, you can look at income, and this is what I was talking about. This data is primarily available for US here, but this will also help you like determine what type of different income levels you can target, specifically in, let's say, some of the US regions and all. Then there is like life events. If they had an anniversary, if they're away from family, away from hometown, maybe they have a birthday, month of birth. So there are so many different options, right? And this is just the demographics section. There is parents, if they are parents or not, new parents, what type of kids they have, relationship status that you update, right? In Facebook, you have all of those different details available. Work. So who is their employer? What is the industry that they work in? Then also like what are the job titles that they have? So all of these different levels of details are available, and that is just demographics data, right? As you can see, it's like reach people based on education, employment, household, and so forth. Second, you have interests. So now in interest, you can go based on like what these people are interested in or what your target audience is interested in. So you can select something like, let's say, business. Within business, let's say if they are interested in marketing, they're interested in agriculture, etc. Then similarly, let's say if they are interested in family, friendship, marriage, and all, there is like shopping, fashion. So this is something that is very relevant for e-commerce. So probably I'll actually select all of these just because like that is how good it is for Amazon, right? But if let's say you're a clothing brand, maybe you can go with some of the specific clothing areas and you can like select those interests. Then there is like food and drink, entertainment, so many different options that are available. As I was talking about audiences, right? There's like different interests that you can look at. And if you're not finding any interest, you can also search for them. So some of the interests are not available directly on browse as well. So, but you can search for them. So for example, let's say if I search for real, you can see there's like the property industry that it suggests. Then there is like the job titles. There's like investing. So there are then Toronto real estate as an interest is shown, which is like a location. So maybe if I want to look at India real estate, so there is something called as Credai. I'm not aware of this, but basically you understand, right? Like you can basically search for different areas or different things to understand what their interests are, even if it does not show up, and accordingly you can go ahead with that. Then there is something around behaviors, wherein like you can select like what type of behaviors they have. So maybe they have anniversaries, maybe they have certain purchase behaviors wherein they purchase with offers. Maybe they have certain customer classifications, people who prefer high value goods, mid to high value goods, right? Then digital activities, canvas games, console games, payment users. So different behaviors are also available. Engaged shopper is another behavior. Then there are some other categories. So all of these different levels of audiences are available, and this is exactly how Facebook helps. Now the best part is once you add these audiences, these are people, or basically these are the audiences that you want to include who match. Now, if you look at it, this is what the Venn diagram is. It's like you have people who are interested in toys, who are interested in fashion, who are interested in, let's say, other things. So you're targeting all of them. They may not have anything in common, but you're targeting all of them. Now there is something else which is called as narrow audience. So let's say you want to make sure that they are interested in something, and in addition to that, they are also interested in something else. So that is like an and, right? So like in a Venn diagram, like people who have similar interest, or people who form the audiences of similar thing, is where you narrow it. So that it is much more easier for you to make sure that you have a very targeted audience altogether. And then you can also exclude audiences. So this is like you're excluding audiences that are a part of certain, let's say, demographics, interests, or behaviors. So all of these three different options or combinations can be made, because, and by doing so, you can adjust the audience size based on what you want to work with. So as you can see, like it says fairly broad right now. So what I'll do is I'll uh, remove some of these categories. Let me just remove some of these, and I'll include people who are interested in, let's say, shopping and fashion. And I only want people who are interested in, let's say, the different clothings. So men's clothing, shoes, women's clothing, children's clothing. I'm okay with all of these, right? So now what I'll do is I'll narrow this audience. I'll be like, these people should be ones who, let's say, if I consider behaviors, purchase behaviors, they are someone who would like to purchase with an offer. See, the audience is too specific. So probably this is not something that I would like to go. Next, I can look at some other behaviors, maybe purchase behaviors, engage shoppers. So this is fairly broad, but there is still room for me to make it more narrower, right? I can also look at digital activities, maybe like categories, behaviors, consumer classification. I'll just go with people who prefer high value goods. This is still very decent. So now, like this is still an or, right? So I can narrow it further and I can add demographics of people who basically, let's say, have financial income. No, this is US, right? So let's just go with work. These are life events. Maybe I'm trying to run something around birthdays, right? So I can probably look at that. So I can say upcoming birthday, and yep. So this has narrowed it down further. So that's pretty much like how you can sort of work with these different audiences. And you can also like select languages that you want to work with. You can once you're done, you can just save your audience so that it is much more easier to go ahead with. So let's just name this shopping audience, just based for your own reference. But basically, you can save the audience once you're done. If you select the lead as an objective, you will get some ideas of how many leads you may get. Based on that, you can provide a goal. You can provide a cost per result goal to tell them like, okay, this is how much you're willing to pay. And based on the result goal that you provide here, your number of clicks, etc., will also change. So let's say if I say like I am going to pay 1 rupee per goal, it says like the result is like less than 10 reach. But if I say I'm willing to pay, let's say 100, you'll see like it says I'll get these many clicks, right? So it all depends upon how much you're willing to pay, and based on that, you can determine like what is the best way. Again, this is like a goal. It does not mean that they will charge you for this. They will actually charge you for impressions only most of the time. Basically, this is how it works, right? Let me just go through this flow very quickly, and then I'll probably show you like what are the different placements and all. So placements is the next important thing in this. So placement is nothing but where you want your ad to be placed, and you can set this up in the ad set. So once we've decided the audience, next we want to decide where we want our ads to show. So usually you can just select manual placement and it tells you what are the devices. Do you want it to show on mobile or desktop? Do you want it to show on Facebook, Instagram, audience network, Messenger, and all of these things are available, right? So you can, if you want to run Instagram ads and you don't want to run it on Facebook, Messenger, and audience network, you can just select that. Let's say if you want to run only Facebook ads, you can do that, or if you want to run on both, you can do that as well as Messenger, right? So it all depends upon your selections over here. There's two aspects to it, right? One is like how much your business is willing to spend in ads. So and second is like how much you're willing to set as a budget for those particular ad copy and all, and the strategy, etc. So obviously budget is an important role because that is real money that you're paying. And at the end of the day, businesses, when they are paying something or paying money, they expect some kind of a return. So my recommendation here would be to sort of keep a budget that works based on your business goals and based on what you want to achieve with the business goal. So that is a very important aspect, and that is how it would be. So if your business is more focused on getting leads or getting, let's say, some kind of a sale, purchase, and all, in that case, you should have more budget towards those campaigns versus the campaigns which are going to bring awareness. You have different placements. You can select advantage plus placement, which is like Facebook itself will be like, okay, we'll show it to wherever we want. But if you like to make sure that you don't spend or waste money, I would recommend that you go with manual placement, because this is still a new feature. And the reason Facebook added this is because they basically want to make money. And this is me being as honest and plain as I can be. Okay. So go with manual placements. You can select the device. If let's say you have, if your goal is traffic and you have a good mobile website, just select mobile. It actually works pretty good. But if you have a desktop website, go with desktop. If you have a responsive one, you can select both. Platform, select based on what your target audience is. For now, I've selected, let's just go with Facebook and Instagram, okay? And then one of the best thing about this is like you can customize what are the different areas you want it to show. Do you want it to show in the feeds? Do you want it to show in, let's say, what are the different areas of the feeds? That is also something that you can select. So if you wanted to show in the Explorer, Explorer Home, Shop, then there is like Facebook right column, video feeds, and so many different feeds, right? You can just select the placement according to your requirement. So let's say if I don't want to show it on Reels at all, I can just unselect this completely. If I don't want to show it on video, I can unselect that, unselect that. In article, I'll unselect that. And it also updates the audience if that size is going to be different. But it basically gives me the freedom to select like where I want the ad to be shown, right? And that is why placements are very important. You can also go more granular in determining if you want to show it on Android or iOS. Given the iOS fiasco, I would actually go ahead and just select Android directly, because that at least like make sure that most of my audiences are cookie based. Then you can also look at excluding certain devices and all of these things. So this is how narrow and this is how targeted you can make, right? One is audiences and second is the placement. Now, once you have determined all of these things, you can also determine like how you want to pay for like, or what you wanted to optimize for. So is it the link clicks? Is it the landing page views? This is what this means is someone actually going to your link and then viewing it, or load the website. So what happens is sometimes people will directly click, but they will not let the website load. So maybe you want to optimize for this. Maybe you want to optimize for reach or impressions, right? So you can select that. So personally, I would suggest going for landing page views. But sometimes what happens is for that, you will also have to set up the proper analytics of the entire Facebook. So if you don't have that, you can just go with link clicks. And once you do that, you can just select like how much you're willing to spend. So let's say if you're willing to spend 10 rupees for each click, you can just mention that. See, it did not change much, right? So maybe I can go lower with this. Let me see. Let me see. Maybe I can go with 5 rupees and it's verifying the edit. Looks like it's still good. Let's lower this a bit. Let's say 3 rupees. See, it went to 0. Let's go with 5 again, or maybe let's go with 4. Okay, so for now, this seems like an optimal number. But obviously, like uh, I'm guessing like it can also be due to some technical glitch, but looks like 4 rupees works best for this particular audience size and the placements that I've selected. So I'm just going with that for now. I can also like select what I will be charged with, but in this case, it is going to be impressions only. So no matter if you get a click or not, uh, Facebook is still going to charge you for the impressions that they are going to give you. And a delivery type is again going to be standard only. So this is basically the ad set, right? In an ad set, as I mentioned, you select where you're going to convert, you select your budget, you select your audience, like how deep, how narrow you want to go with the audience, you select the placements, and you essentially determine how much you're willing to pay for the goal. If you go next, now this is the most important part of the copy, right? So in the copy, you over here, you basically create a ad copy, which determines like what you're trying to sell or how you're trying to sell and all. So let me just pick some page. Let me just pick this page for now. I have not linked any Instagram account here, so I'll just skip that part for now. But basically, you can also, once you connect your Instagram account, you can also like make sure that you have a proper display of the Instagram ads as well with your brand content. Now over here, you can also opt for branded content tools. This is like something which is like a third-party thing. Mostly when you're a new user, you can ignore this, and then you directly go with the ad setup, right? In this, you go with creation of the ad, You can use an existing post that you have, or you can use a Creative Hub mockup. Creative Hub is nothing but like a place in Facebook ads manager wherein you can create your own ads, etc. So as we were talking about it, there's this Creative Hub, right? If you go to it, you can basically manage all your ad copies and all your creatives, images, and whatever that is, and you can leverage that and get all of those recommendations here directly. So in this case, I'm just going with manual upload. I'm going with a single image, just to show a demo, right? Just a quick demo. Standard enhancement is like optimizing ad creative a little bit. Facebook does that. And multi advertiser ads is nothing but it's an option wherein they will show the ads based on like alongside other businesses as well. Personally, I would say, like, depending on your brand, depending on how you want to put your brand and all, you may want to like remove this. But if you're an e-commerce business, you can work with this. If, let's say, you're B2B company, you should not go with this. Then there is the ad creative. So you can have like a primary text here. This is like you can basically add whatever primary text if you have something from your previous one, or if not, you can also create your own, and you can also add a media here. So let me just add some media. Let me see. So maybe I would like to use this image. So one of the best thing about this is like you can crop the image directly here by selecting like what part of it that you would like to crop, and that basically lets you select like how you want to show it. This is like one of the best practices for Facebook. So I would recommend you always keep the size of the image accordingly. And standard enhancements, you can turn it on if you want. This is perfectly fine. So now you see, I selected the page as VZoomer, which is like a page that Facebook page that I have, and it shows like different demo of what it would look like on, let's say, Facebook feed, Instagram feed, and all of those things, right? So far, it is just an image. Now, next, what I can do is I can add a primary text. So this is like a dummy text that I have. You can consider. So this primary text will show up over here in the feed. Are all of you able to see it? So basically this shows up here. You can customize it as you need. You can add a headline. So headline would look something like basically chat with us or whatever that is. You can add a quick description. So let's say dummy text that I've added, and it will show up like the description text here along with the headline. This is visible differently in different feeds, right? So as you can see in the Facebook video feed, it'll look different. In let's say Facebook Marketplace, it'll just be this image. In Explore page of Instagram, it'll have the primary text with the image. That's about it. Then on the call to action, you can have something like, let's say, whatever it is, order now, buy now, learn more. You can select different call to actions. You can select the destination. So this is again the most important aspect. So maybe Amazon is my destination. I'll just select that. If I don't want them to go to a website, I can also select phone calls as an option, by the way. So I can just select like select phone call, and I can have them provide the number, and that's about it. So these are different ways that you can like create the ad copy. And once you're done, you just like publish it. It's verifying the edits. And let me remove this. And that's it. So after you're done with all of this, you can also do a quick review of everything in terms of ad, what it is going to look like in different areas. And once done, you can directly publish it. Okay, so basically we looked at so many different things, right? We looked at creation of ads and all, but now one thing that was missing is when we say that, okay, there is going to be a purchase in your website, the question becomes, how will Facebook actually know if the purchase has happened? The answer for that is the pixel, Facebook pixel. Now it is called as meta pixel, but it's nothing but a piece of code that you will essentially integrate on your website. And what are the different things that you can do with the pixel, right? So as you can see, it's like you can leverage the data that you get to increase reach. You can leverage the data for better tracking implementation, and all of these different things are available over here. And this is basically how you set up the metapixel. So you go to the events manager, and then you click connect data sources. You select the metapixel, connect, you add a name to your pixel, and then you continue. So let's just go to this. Okay, so there are some pixels that are like already added. Let me just click connect data sources over here. Like you can have only one pixel per for each website for per account. So that is a limitation that is there. So these previously it used to, like, this is way back, it used to provide pixels for every single different type of website as well. But anyways, like in this particular thing, so once you set up a pixel, what happens is you will be able to get all the details of the pixel, like what are the different activities that were happening, what are the different let's say interactions that happened, or what are the different events that went through. So let me actually see if I can go with this, get started. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to show a very good demo with this one. But basically, the way that you set up a pixel is you follow these instructions. You say connect data sources, you select web, because you want to implement the pixel on your website. So after that, you select metapixel, you click connect, you add a pixel name, and then you enter your website URL, whatever website you have. And after that, you will have certain options. You can install the pixel manually. So you just go to events manager, data sources, continue pixel setup, and you will get a pixel code. Okay. So let's just say if we go to data sources here, so we have all of these different sources, right? So within that, if the particular source is not already added, you can just, let's say, add app event code manually. So maybe I can just select something like entertainment or education, whatever that app event is, and I can select this. So this is more for app. Seems like they have made some significant changes over here as well. So basically, what you can do is you can essentially install the code manually. So you'll get a pixel code. You can have your website developer implement that code. You can just share that code with them, or you can also like get the code in email instructions, and you can forward that email to your particular developer. If you're using a content management system like WordPress and all, you can also like use some of the partner integrations available. If you don't install the code, then Facebook will not be able to collect a lot of analytics and performance metrics. So let's say if your goal with Facebook is to get sales, you will not be able to track if you got any sales at all. If your goal is to get, let's say, leads on your website, wherein you have a form on your website wherein they fill up the details and all, you'll not be able to track if who has actually filled the detail. So if you're not sharing this, what happens is then you're not able letting Facebook access data through which Facebook can optimize your ads. So it is important for you to set up the pixel, because only then you'll be able to track data, you'll be able to track your results, and you'll be able to essentially run them.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, the use of social networking sites for sharing photos is known as dash dash. Now, for this particular MCQ question, the options that we have here are social networking, photo based social networking, social publishing, and social marketing. Think thoroughly and put your answers in the comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
Okay, so I actually ended up setting a page called as Beyond Ratio. Like I've also like set up a website around it, so that I can probably like walk you guys through some of the details or final details. This was an idea that one of my friends had about providing like real estate tools and property management system. So he's actually working on an app around property management system. So I was like, okay, let me just look at what kind of interest we might get, and we offered like a free creation of a real estate tool. So like I know like the landing page itself isn't that, like I would say it's not that clear, but at the same time it was a initial test that we wanted to do. This was a domain that was set up beyond ratio. The main part about it is like it's like providing a 360-degree real estate virtual tour. So it's like if someone wants, they can get a free real estate tour, and this is a part of trying to um, connect with different brokers or real estate agents, etc. So this is like a registration that has been provided, or like where they can register if they are a dealer, broker, or an owner, and they can register with it. So it is going to have virtual tour management, list management, reporting, security, privacy. Then essentially it will help in managing all your real estate listings, as you can see, in addition to having a proper like virtual tour enabled. So that's the entire idea or premise of it. So yeah, like overall, there are quite a few things that can be improved, but like there's definitely some of the aspects to it uh, which was just set up. So brand can be more related, it can be more real estate related, or a property management system related, or something like that, right? There was a basic page that was set up around it. Which basically you can see like this is what the business suits look like, right? So when it comes to Facebook, they actually have two parts on business suite or the business dashboard. They have like this meta business suite. As you can see, like they have different options here. We already looked at the ads part. And some of you, I remember, were saying that the UI is different. So probably you were visiting this ads. And this is what the UI looks over here. So what happens in this section is a lot of the details that you see here is not as fluent as the actual ad manager. So to actually go to the proper ad manager, instead of going to ads here, you just go to all tools and then you select ad manager, and then you'll be able to view the proper ads and whatnot, right? So just wanted to share this very quickly with all of you that if someone is like trying to understand why there is a difference in UI from last and the current one, is that basically what I was saying is when you go to business.facebook.com, right? So for example, if I just visit this, it directly opens up something called as Meta Business Suite or Suite. So this has a lot of tools for managing businesses and all. But if you want to get to this particular UI, instead of going to ads from here, you just click all tools. Okay. And then you'll have a bunch of different options. Now, all of these options which does not have this kind of icon, right? This external icon, those are the options that are available in the business suite. And the ones that do have this icon, those are some things that is available in business home. So I don't know why they have created this confusing kind of mechanism, but that is the major difference. Okay. So if you're planning to run to ads or do anything, don't go to ads over here, because this will have very limited options and you'll not be able to like customize it as per what you want. Use the ads manager here. Okay. And once you click on this, something like this will open up, wherein like you can go through the similar flow that we went through on the previous session. Okay. Branding is actually one of the important things in real estate as well, right? Because at the end, you're also trying to gain the trust of people. Okay, so apart from that, so there are two different things I wanted to talk about. Let's first look at Pixel, right? And why Pixel is important. So I sort of brushed upon like what Pixel was last time. I think I have the link over here about Metapixel. Yeah. So Pixel basically, as you all know, it is used for measuring the things that happened on your website, right? To show you a demo of what that looks like. So this is the website. Okay. Now I have something called as Pixel Helper. This is like a Chrome extension that is available. So what you can do is just if you visit the website, it will start showing certain numbers. So that is basically what it is tracking. So over here, you can see once you open it, you will see something called as page view. This is nothing but an event that it tracked, which is basically a page view is nothing but me visiting the page. So me viewing the page or any other person also viewing the page is a page view. So this event is tracked by the pixel code. Okay. Second is it also detects some of the additional data. It could be like some additional things that I may have or any other details that I may have, right? Now, as I'm scrolling, it will also capture the scroll data, like it will show up shortly. And if I submit something over here, right, that will also get captured. So let's say if I submit like test, right, if I register, so it went through. And as you can see, the number has increased, right? So over here, you can see there's like contact. So contact is nothing but like someone who tried to do this or basically contact like through the website. There are like multiple triggers that happen. So there's like a duplication that happens, but at the same time, Facebook is able to deduplicate it. And then it is also tracking it as a lead because I'm using a plugin called as a Contact Form 7. So this is again integration of Facebook. But overall, because I submitted it, it will capture it as one only. And another thing, if you notice here, it also captured button click. See, button click detected automatically. So these are different types of data that it collects, and I'll show you what that data looks like. Okay. So as I was talking about, this is Business Suite. Now in Business Suite, we have Events Manager over here. So let's just go to that. So when we go to Event Manager, right, we have like some options here. Let me just expand on this. So we have connect data sources. So by clicking this, you can connect a new website, app, like say offline events or CRM, etc. So I have connected the website beyond ratio over here by using this. Then you will have something called as data sources. So this is basically a data source. Then there is something called as custom conversions. And then finally, we have something called as partner integration, right? So we'll look at all of these. So when you see, right, like basically we have, this is more like a dashboard, quick dashboard that it says like what you can do with all of this and such. So we set up beyond ratio, as you can see, and then it has certain events and all. Now there are two aspects to it. There is one is show all events, which basically goes to the data source section. And another is manage prioritized events, right? So if you want to prioritize certain events, so let's say contacting is one event, page view is another event, form is another event. So if I click on this, I can configure like how I want to prioritize certain events. And event is nothing but what we already noticed, right? With the pixel, there are certain events that are getting tracked. So I can prioritize which event I want to focus on most and which event I want to focus on least. And accordingly, when I prioritize this over here, my advertisements will actually optimize based on these prioritizations. Okay, so as I was saying, right, so you can prioritize these events. So all of this will happen once you have set up the events properly. Now, if you remember, like we initiated some of the events, right, on beyond ratio, like page view and all. So once we go or once we click on this beyond ratio, it will show up over here as well. And we can see like overview and it will show in the bottom here, like what were the events. So as you can see, like these are the different events it was able to track. It also tracked the page scroll, the people who basically scroll the page, when it happened, this is like a date. And it also like over here, it's based on the time of when certain events happened, etc. Right? So let's say if I select today, then it will tell me like what are the different events that happened and when it happened. And like page view is the event basically that it tracked, right? So all of these different things are available for me, and you can essentially set this up for your own thing very easily. And the best way to do that is by utilizing partner integration. Okay, so partner integration is how you can integrate like different software and all of those different things with ease based on what your requirement is. So in this case, I was using WordPress for creating the website. So I utilized the WordPress option. And if you want to transfer your leads or some of the events, etc., you can also integrate it with HubSpot, right? So let's say if you're utilizing Facebook leads generation, like the Facebook leads form, in that case, you can integrate HubSpot with this, and you will get all of those leads directly in your HubSpot. So basically, in Facebook ads, whenever you want to track something, right? We looked at accessing ads or dashboards. So when you're trying to access like some of the advanced dashboards, etc., the best way to do it is when you go to business home. From there, you basically click the all tools and then you access the ones which have this icon. Okay. So for example, we have all tools, and then you can select ads manager instead of ads, right? So this is one part to it. Now, the second part that I was talking about is pixel, right? So now it is called as metapixel. Previously, it used to be called as Facebook pixel. Now, why is this important? Facebook pixel, as I was mentioning, right? It's basically to make sure that you're able to track, able to measure what is happening on your website. You're able to, as we saw in the demo of Beyond Ratio also, like you can track different things. So now, as I was showing, right? Overall, with Pixel, there are multiple things that you would want to do. So there are two aspects to it. One is integration, right? And second aspect to it is like measurement, right? So now, basically, when it comes to measurement, the way the measurements happen is by using events. And integration you can do in two ways: manual or partner. Like these are basically the two methods. So let me just show you. I think we were here. Yeah. So this is, I think, an offline event set. Okay, let me just go back. Let me just create a new one. So let's say I've selected web, then we click connect, test event. So you just say create pixel. Let's just give it a website name, or maybe for now, let's just say I don't have a website. So you see, right? Like the minute I went to this, it says like there are two options that I can basically look at. So one is like I can integrate the metapixel, and another is I can integrate metapixel with conversion API. Now, what is conversion API? Conversion API is nothing but how you prioritize events, how you manage different events, and how you build a proper funnel. So let's say if you have a conversion that is more related to middle of the funnel, if you guys remember, I talked about the middle of the funnel, right? So when you're looking at the middle of the funnel, you can build that out in Conversions API. If you're looking at the bottom of the funnel, you can build that out. So for all of those advanced conversion areas, you can use Conversion API. And then there is Metapixel. So you just select this, you click next, and now as you can see, you have three different options. So Conversion API gateway, like you can, like for now, you can ignore this because this depends on your hosting or wherever you have the website being able to offer it, right? Partner integration is something that will be available based on the softwares that you're utilizing. And manual integration is how you will do, let's say if you have a custom website, right? So if I click manual, for example, and I go next, it'll give me some steps. Okay, I can also share these steps with, let's say if a developer is there or something like that. But like I can just click continue, and it will give me options on what are the events that I want to track. So let's say if I want to track someone searching on my website, someone adding to cart, someone purchasing, initiating checkout. So all of these different options are available. I can select all of these. And what happens from there is, for each of the options that I selected, I can select like what are the details that I want to send to like the pixel. So again, these are dependent on you actually sending those information, right? It's like you have to, if you have a manual website or you have a custom website, you have to make sure that all of these are properly integrated based on the selections. Okay, so you can select like the country, date of birth, phone number, whatever data that you want to share. And there is also something called as best practices, which helps you understand like what are some of the best practices that you should be adding to it. So let's say if I say continue after that, it shows you a review of all of those things. And then there is like a set of instructions. So now these instructions, you can send it to a developer. Okay. So yes, Naif. So basically, you can send these instructions to the developer, or you can like utilize this, or you can like open the implementation guide as they show here, and start to implement it. Like as you can see, like this is the code, and like these are the entire like data for the setup event and such. Usually, a developer is someone who will do it. Again, this is like the most more advanced way of doing it, right? Now, if we go back, let's cancel this. Now we have this test event, right? Let's say if I want to integrate it with a partner event or sorry, a partner integration. And second thing is, let's say if I have like did some kind of a error during setup. So you also get this complete setup option. So you just click that. So, okay, this is conversion API. Let me go back. So you can go to settings over here, right? Settings, and in settings, you will see pixel usage, cookie usage, you will see a pixel ID and all of these different things that are available. Similarly, if you go to the bottom, there is something called as setup through a partner integration. Let me zoom in a bit. So this is what you will use. So let's say if you click this, as you can see, there are multiple options available. So you can set up with WordPress, WooCommerce, Zapier, Shopify, Make Shop, let's say Google Tag Manager. This is a server side one. This is like a bit more advanced version, but like these are a lot of these partners available, right? And if you have like some other software that you're using, you can go to partner integration directly. And then from there, you can like select the partners as well. So it's like there are so many different options that are available. So if let's say you want to track it in some kind of a CRM software, so there's Zoho CRM, Salesforce, HubSpot, all of these available. If you want to track it with some kind of a data platform, if you want to track it with a website, so you can, if you let's say you have Drupal, Joomla, all of these are different CRMs. Okay, so this is how you build websites. So Wix is also a very good example. So on Wix you can create websites. Squarespace is there. So all of these are website builders you can think of, and you can select all of these. And if you don't know coding, right? So that is where I'm coming at. If you don't know coding, you can just go with partner integration based on where you have built the website, and then you can directly integrate it. So what I did is, so this is like the website, right? I've already logged into it. So you can, this uses WordPress, okay? So for integrating with this, I just added a plugin. So for those of you who don't know WordPress, it's like fairly easy to use. It's like there's themes that you can install for managing themes and all. And then there are plugins that you can add. So plugins are basically how you expand or how you integrate different things. So in this case, there is a plugin called as Metapixel for WordPress, as you can see this one, right? So I just installed this, and if we go to the settings, you can see once if this is not installed, it will show connect option here. You just connect your Facebook account with it, and make sure that you have set up or at least created the pixel, right? So as I created the test pixel, at least create that pixel, and once that is done, you just connect over here, and automatically everything will be like everything will get connected, and it will start to track with the conversion API as well. For conversion API, just select this and it will work. Like it is fairly straightforward. You can directly like do it this way. And this is like an example of how partner integration works. So a lot of web hosting, etc. You can install WordPress very easily, or you can also like if you have a separate, let's say web hosting, you can use something like wordpress.org. You can go to that, you can install it. But most of the hosting sites will have an option to install WordPress in a one click. So when you're setting up a website, it's fairly easy to do. I used something called as Elementor plugin. It's something that I personally actually like as well. It's fairly easy to do drag and drop and like update your themes and such. So this is something that you can probably leverage. So when it comes to you trying to track how many leads you're getting, how many purchases are happening, So for that, you need to do some kind of an integration. For you as a marketer, the only step that you need to take is create the event over here. So it can be like connect data source, and just select like where you want to do it, connect it, create this, and like basically let the developer take care of the rest. Okay. Now, apart from that, the when it comes to the website development, that's like a complete different ball game. So I'm just showing that as a example of how it can be, but like when it comes to this particular session or this particular part of it, the main thing is like what this event or what this pixel is all about. And the second part is like what the data looks like, right? That is what I wanted to show here. So when you look at the data as well, it's all about just having different events. Events is nothing but what are the different things that are happening. So it can be a page view, people viewing or visiting your page. It can be contact, people basically contacting you, and all of these different things are tracked once you implement this metapixel. That is what this is. Now what is happening is from all of these different areas, you may get some traffic. Now on the main source of your website, what you're trying to do is you're trying to maybe drive traffic to the website, or you're trying to build a brand across all of this, or you're trying to, let's say, improve your Google My Business page and so forth, right? So there are different areas, and for setting up all of these things and connecting all of these things, you'll require different tools. So for example, for a website, you will actually require something like a domain and a hosting. So domain is basically the name of your website, and hosting is where you're going to store the content of your website. And like once you have both of these, you can set up a website, and then you can start to connect it with various pages, various businesses, and so forth, and all of these other things, right? So like if you want to make sure that you have a website, these are some of the basic things that you do, and then you like also go ahead and sort of set up these other pages and all. So some of the tools will definitely be paid, like hosting. When someone is storing your content, obviously that is going to be paid. Domain is going to be paid. So there are different things. Events manager is about the pixel, the meta pixel that we set up. And we also looked at like how we can set up the meta pixel. We looked at beyond ratio. So this is something that I had set up, and what the different events looked like around it, and how you can essentially look at what those events are, and how it looks at overall from the website perspective. And finally, what are the different options available for you to do integration with it. So that's pretty much it on the Facebook part or the meta ads part. How you create it, how you manage it, how you integrate the events with it. Because unless and until you integrate the events, you will not be able to optimize your ads towards the objective of conversions. Or when I say conversion, it can be leads that are happening on your website. It can be visits that are going to your website. It can be people doing certain action like purchasing, adding to cart, and all of those things. So for that, integration of this is must. The pixel is must. And once you do that, you can just create ads around that and work with it. Okay. So let me show the retargeting. So in Facebook, like in Google, we call it remarketing, but in Facebook, it is called as retargeting. So business suite, right? So in business suite, the next thing is audiences. Okay. So audiences is how you can do retargeting, which is nothing but uh, targeting audiences who have visited your page, for example, or targeting or creating specific type of audiences. So in this particular case, this is an audience that I created for the ads that you're currently seeing, which are running, right? Real estate professionals. So in this, I had used all the audiences of Facebook itself. Now there is a second type of audience that I can create because I have the meta pixel. I just go to create audience, and I can say custom audience. Now, the minute I say custom audience, it will throw some options. It will say there are two main part to it. One is your sources and another is meta sources. Okay. So meta is where, let's say if someone had done something on your meta page, maybe they watched a video. As you can see, like people who watched one of your videos on Facebook or Instagram, there is like lead form, there is instant experience. So there are different things. If you have already set it up on your Facebook page also, you can use that, or you can use your own source. So in this case, let's say your website, your customer list. The customer list is like people, list of customers that are already there, maybe an offline activity, some kind of event, etc. that you had, and all of these things, right? So in this case, I'm going to select website. So I would say like create different type of audiences, different combination of audiences, and I'll show you like what I mean by that as well. And test it out, try it out, and see like what will give you better result. Because depending on who the audience is who the or what the business is, it will be very different, right? So in this case, I've selected website, I've selected next. So now, as you can see, this is a pixel that is already set up. Beyond ratio, I've already set it up. Now, the first thing it says is people, include people who meet any of the following criteria. So I can set it up as any or all. Any means, does it have a graph? No, it does not. Okay. So any basically means, if I include more people and all, it will include all of these under or condition. So they can match this or this. If I include all, then it is an and condition. It's like it should match the first condition that I give as well as second condition. Now, what this means is, let me create a Venn diagram or see if I can have a Venn diagram. Yeah, this is a good one. Simple. Okay, so what happens is, let's say A and B. So if I go back to, where was it? Okay, 1 second, guys. I just lost the tab. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay, perfect. So let me just put this in a bit different window so I don't lose it again. So, okay. Now, like we have, I can select multiple conditions. Now, based on those conditions, let's say I have condition A and condition B. So if I select any, what will happen is it will consider all of these people. But if I select all, what will happen is it will select only the people within this A and B, the people who match both A and B, right? So this is the area and this is what it will target on, or this is what it will focus on. So that is how this works. It's like any is like it will select both of these, and all is like all conditions should be met. So because of that, it will select only the part of the audience. So in this case, I'm just going to go with a single criteria. So I'm like, okay, people who have basically visited beyond ratio. So beyond ratio is the pixel that I have selected. I'll go to events. And now, as you can see, there are different types of events that are available. So I can select like all website visitors, people who visited specific web pages, visitors by time spent, all of these different things can be selected. For now, I'll just select all website visitors. Then I can select a retention date. Retention date is like, let's say if someone visited my website today, then for how long am I going to keep that user in my audience? So I can like put it for 180 days, or I can put it for 30 days. The reason the maximum amount is 180 days is because of privacy concerns. Facebook had to implement this. Okay, so you can select that, and after that you can name this audience. So I'll just name it as beyond ratio website visitors, and I'll create this. Like when you're creating the audience, like that is how it works, like the custom audience. However, what you can do is you can also create a like lookalike audience and a customized audience of a different kind, right? So what I can do is in this, I can include more people. And I can also like, let's say if I want people who have visited for certain amount of time, I can create another audience around this also. So something like visitors by time spent. Maybe I want I want visitors who have spent like more than 25, sorry. So this is basically people who have spent the most time. So let's say if there are 100 people who have visited my website, and out of that, the 25 people who have spent the most time on my website are the ones that I'm selecting here. So I can just select the same retention days. audience name, and I can say 25% percentile time spent beyond ratio. Create and done. So this is how like I can create the audiences, and as you can see, once I've done that, I have all the details of them available over here. So once I click that, you can see like it says like what are the audiences this is all about. It tells me like uh, where I'm using it, if I'm using it anywhere, and what is the history if I've made any changes and all. Once you do this, right, you will have access to these audiences in your ads. So let's say if I go to ad manager, if you're setting a new campaign altogether, right, what I recommend is just set a budget based on whatever seems fine for you as a testing period. So for that, that's actually a very good question and something that one should be aware of, right? So basically, what it's asking is, let's say, if something is working or not working, how to be a good judge of that, etc. So what I'll do is first let me finish the part that we were talking about. So which was retargeting, and then I'll show like this ad has already been running for almost like 24 hours now. I'll show some of the things that I actually made as a change over here as well, so that I can probably talk about that directly. Okay. So yeah, now when it comes to retargeting, obviously it's like the first part to it is having the audience available to retarget to. So in just to clear the concept for everyone, retargeting is where you're targeting people who have done certain action on your website, on your page, or whatever that is. So in this case, we created an audience around people who have who have visited the website called as beyondratio.com, and now we are going to use this to target people who have visited this website, right? So right now it does not have a lot of visitors, so that's why you'll see something like pending and all. But once it has decent visitors and decent numbers in visitors, you'll start to see like a audience size and estimated audience size, etc. So after you have created this custom audience, just like we normally create the ad, right? Click create. So obviously you choose the objective of what you want to do with this. Do you want to get more leads, engagement, traffic, and all? So you can select accordingly. And like talking about the question that it was Pratiksha, right? So Pratiksha had around the judgment. Judgment actually begins from your ad creation itself on what kind of changes to do. So what I mean by that is the campaign objective that you select. So in this case, we'll go with the leads once again. So because like that is what my focus is on over here. So I'll select leads, I'll click continue. The same thing as basically I normally do. So I'll just go ahead, I'll continue with this. Okay, actually, so leads, clicking, let me just close this. So back to it, right? Leads, continue. I'm going to go with manual leads campaign. So this is based on the data and all. It has provided a preset options or preset settings. Facebook ads has provided that. But for this particular session, we'll just go with the manual option. Okay. So manual leads campaign, continue. And we get the same options as we saw the last time. So you can set the campaign name. So I'm going to call this retargeting BR visitors. Auction type, sorry, bidding type will be, this is something, there's no other option. So it will be auction only. Objective is leads. All of these are fine. I don't need to make any changes here. I'll just go next. So now I can set the ad set name. So ad set, as I talked about, in the campaign, you select the objective. In the ad set, you define the majority of the settings like the conversion, where you're going to get the conversion, the audience, and the placement. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to still select website as where I want the conversions to happen. Now, once I selected website, you'll see something like a conversion event over here. So conversion event is something that you can select based on the pixel that is integrated, right? So based on that pixel, I'll just select the leads as the conversion because that is what I'm tracking here. So I've selected that and it will automatically show up here once you have set up the pixel. Okay, so don't worry about it. So once the pixel is set up, you get the option. you've selected the conversion event, and like ad delivery and all, like you can set the goals, you can set the budget. For now, I'm just leaving all of this. I'm not going to actually enable the ad, so I'm just like not making all of these changes. And now this is where we are, audience. So in the audience, what you can do is you can actually create the audience just like you would normally do it. And second option is you can use a saved audience, right? So saved audience, we had a saved audience of real estate profession. Second thing is you can also look at, like in the custom audiences, you have the search option. Just click on that and you'll see like the audiences that we had created. So we created website visitors, we created 25 percentile time spent on the website, right? So these are the two audience we created. Both of these are available. So now we can basically go ahead and like, let's say if I want to retarget people who have visited the website, I'll just click that. And you can see it says like audience definition is not available, daily result is less than 10, because so far, like I just created this audience, right? There's no data or size available right now. And also the website actually does not have a lot of visitors right now. It's a very new website. So that's why you'll see this, and you'll also see like daily estimated results as so low, but which is perfectly fine. Now, let's say if you have already gotten some audience size here, this usually takes like some hours or a few days based on the number of visitors that you get to the website. Based on that, you'll be able to build the size and you'll have a proper audience definition as well. Okay. So now in this, another thing that Facebook does is it also provides this option, reach people beyond your custom audience when it is likely to improve performance. So what Facebook will do is Facebook will, based on the audience that you have selected, it will try to reach people who have similar interests, behavior, and all of those things automatically using their algorithm. So if you want to like want them to do that, you can check this. If not, you can uncheck this. And if you uncheck it, it will only be the users who have are in the custom audiences that you have created. Okay. That's it. So once you do that, the rest of the options are pretty similar. You can just like select next, you can create the ad, you can publish it, and that's pretty much how it works. It depends on what your goal is. If let's say you're retargeting people who have, let's say, abandoned your cart, then I would say don't do it, because those are people who have actually interacted with your website, right? And you want to focus your ads towards them only. Or let's say if you want to focus on people who have done certain action, so then also in that case, you should not check this. But if your goal is to simply identify people who have similar interests or similar intent or behavior, in that case, yes, this is going to be a very good option for you to check or utilize. So another way that you can check into this is, let's say if you have people who have become your leads or who have actually purchased from you. So what you can do is you can actually leverage this to identify more of similar people. So there is obviously something called as lookalike audience. So just like custom audience, you can create the audience from here or here, both the places it will be same. In lookalike audience, you can select your source. So in this case, the source was the website visitors. You can select the location and all, and based on this, it will create a list of people who have similar intent as well. So these are two ways that you can expand on the audiences, the custom audiences that you create using Facebook's algorithm. So this way, even if you don't have a lot of number of visitors and all, you can still leverage the data of those visitors and like target people who may have similar interests. So that is also something that I recommend doing. Awesome. So that's on the retargeting part, like how you can create retargeting campaigns. I'm going to close that. Now, the next thing was on the performance part, right? So I'm just going to select this campaign and I'm going to select this ad set. So in this particular ad set, I don't know why these are showing up over here, even though I've selected them. Let me just go in this. Just give me a second, guys. No worries. So basically, if you see this, right, this ad set, you'll see that there are 3 ads that I had created in this. What I've done is I was like, I'll target different type of creatives. So I'll show you the creatives also. So there was this one creative which was like a vertical image, but I had like cropped the image. So if you look at the image here, like this is one of the like image that I had created. Then there was another one which was like a rectangle image, and I like did not really crop it. I was like, I'll just use it as is. And this was more like to identify people or leverage the posts which work best with this type of format. And I purposefully created a different type of creative for this as well. And then there is the square one. So which again, it's very different from the other two. However, I was like, let me try a minimalistic approach and see like what works. So when I targeted all of these 3 different ads, what happened is across some period of time, I saw the number of, so for me, the objective here was twofold. One is to get traffic to my website, and second is for people to actually fill the form that I just showed you guys. So which was the registration form, right? So this form. So people who fill this form. So this is the primary goal. The secondary goal is people visiting the website. So now with that said, what I saw here is out of these 3 ads, I'll actually change the columns. 1 second. I had created this column set. So one thing is like you should also change the columns and the type of columns that you want to see. Go to customize columns and you can select the columns that are most relevant for you. And the relevant columns will be based on your objective, right? So in this case, for me, it was people, the number of people, like reach is basically the number of people, unique people who the ad reached to. Impressions is total number of times the ad was viewed. Okay. So basically reach into frequency is going to be impressions. Then frequency is nothing but number of times the ad was shown to someone. If like this is like 1.05, right? That means like it was approximately on average viewed by a single person. But if let's say frequency is 2, that means the same ad was viewed by the same person twice. Okay, so that is what frequency is. So free impressions is nothing but reach multiplied by frequency. Then there is clicks. Clicks are nothing but the number of people who clicked on the ad. And as you can see, you can already see the difference, right? The number of people who clicked on the vertical ad were higher than the people who clicked on rectangle or the square ad. So over here for the rectangle, there's like 0. For square, there's like 2. And then for the vertical, it's like 7. And then there is the click-through rate. Click-through rate is nothing but the number of people who basically viewed the ad or who had an impression on the ad, and then they clicked it, right? So it's like number of clicks divided by impressions. Okay. So as you can see across these, the best ad is this one, the vertical ad. It actually has the majority number of clicks. And this one, it had only 2 clicks. But if you look at the amount spent, this one has almost spent similar amount as this one. So for me, it was like this ad is performing better by default when I compare to this and this as well, right? Which is like costed me 70 rupees, but I got like 0 clicks. So based on these numbers, because so far I have not gotten any leads right now from 7 clicks, I obviously cannot expect to get leads anyways. It will take at least like 50 clicks or more than 50 clicks for me to at least expect 1 lead. So that is where I am right now with this. And I'm like, okay, with all of this information, I understand like, okay, the CPC is also high. It's definitely quite high, to be honest. The amount spent is also high, but overall, I'm like, okay, because this is the best performing ad, I'll let this run for now. I pause these 2 ads because this is least performing and high costing, and I have retained this ad. Okay, so if it is okay, Facebook pixel, right? Yeah. So in case you have a new website, it's perfectly fine. It will take time, right? So you have to build up, you have to target different audiences, build up the audiences across different platforms, right? So yeah, for a new website, the best way if you want to grow aggressively is to utilize advertisements. Obviously, this is not a very good example of a very good performing ad copy. This is like it just shows some of the performances, but it's not the ideal one, right? So, but at the same time, based on what kind of settings that you have, based on how well it is performing, obviously I have not added a very good budget over here, or maybe I could have added a better audience, etc. But based on what you're trying to target and what you're trying to do, you will see different results, and accordingly, you can like try to build your audiences as well. So now, for example, as you can see, like there are 7 clicks and 2 clicks, right? Total 9 people who visited from Facebook. So I can create an audience of those 9 people as well, and then I can expand that audience using a lookalike audience also, right? So there are so many different options that are available. Even if it is me using the Facebook audiences or meta audiences, as they call it now, or me utilizing my own audiences, which is very limited, but I'm expanding it with Meta's audiences, right? So there are different options available, even if you're a new website, and that is how I would go. And that is how I'm going right now with this as well. It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to have a good brand recall is basically how easily people remember your brand, etc. Or if you want to have a good brand awareness, you can go with a frequency of 5 or 7 also. But if let's say your goal is to get leads, uh, and your goal is to sort of get conversions or purchases and all, probably having a frequency between 1 to 3 is fine. Basically it on Meta or Facebook ads. I want to touch upon LinkedIn ads after this. Like probably we can do a quick walkthrough around it, given the time. But don't worry, because that walkthrough will be very familiar for all of you, because uh, the platform is not very different from Facebook, and in fact, it is much more simpler than how Facebook operates. The only difference is some of the different type of ads or the different type of ad formats it has, which we will look at. Usually having a CTR of it again depends on the industry, but usually having a CTR of somewhere around 1 to 2% is okay. If you have a CTR of let's say 4 to 5%, that's like very good. It is very rare that I see a CTR of let's say 10%, 15% and such. So like it completely depends on what your product is, what your audience is and all, and also what your ad copy is. But at the end, it's more about like making sure that you're at least meeting somewhere between 2% is like a minimum that I would say you should go for. I would say like 4 is somewhere that you should focus on as one of the targets, but that will take a lot of time to reach. However, don't go with just a CTR as a number, right? Because what happens is, let's say with 100 clicks, you are able to get like 2% CTR or 3% CTR. But suddenly, if you're getting like 1,000 clicks, from that, you may not get the similar level of CTRs. So the reason I'm saying this is because what happens is, as you scale up, as you start to spend more money, sometimes some of these CTR numbers, CPC numbers drop. But don't worry about it. That is completely fine and perfectly fine. People are saying CPC is important, conversion is important. But I will say, like, whatever your business goal is, that is what is important, right? It can be conversions, it can be impressions, it can be like awareness, reach. But at the end, it's like what the goal of the business is. As long as that is being met, that is what is important. And as we saw when we were creating the calendar, also, right? There are multiple business goals that we can set. It can be on sales, it can be on awareness, it can be on different aspects. So it's all about achieving that business goal, right? And that is what is the main objective. As I mentioned, the best answer in an interview for what is a ideal CTR is it depends. And as I mentioned, you can say like 2% to 3% is what you have ideally seen as a okay performing ad in most of the industry. So I would say like that's a blanket answer that you can provide. But again, like that depends on business, the audience, the goal, and so many different things, right? Okay, so let's proceed with LinkedIn ads. So I actually had like a full set of slides around it, but let me do one thing. Let me sort of go through some of these slides to talk about LinkedIn overall, and I'll probably take like few minutes. Okay, so LinkedIn ads, right? So LinkedIn, obviously, the minute we think about LinkedIn, I'm sure everyone has the same thing in mind, that it's like a place wherein people like post their resumes, look at jobs, identify jobs, uh, talk about professional goals or something that they have achieved, talk about their professional lives and such, right? So that's what the platform is. Now, why is LinkedIn important? Is because it's one of a kind of social media platform that is very different from how Facebook or Instagram, etc., operate, right? So, like when you look at LinkedIn, it's more about the professional space. In fact, when let's say if you're going to do job hunting or looking for jobs and all, you may actually end up utilizing LinkedIn for that. So that is what it is all about. It's like uh, it's basically a social network of professionals built for helping professionals, be it grow, network, or help them with sales and all of those things, right? So that's what basically LinkedIn is all about. So obviously, if you're looking for a job, you should use LinkedIn. But apart from that, you can manage your personal brand. You can build your own personal branding. You can like identify good networks. You can like find different resources. You can utilize LinkedIn learning to learn a skill. You can read the articles published by professionals over there, right? LinkedIn has definitely transformed quite a bit, but the fact still stays, right? It is still uh, given the minute you sign up and the minute you create a profile, some of the important things that it asks is about your education, about your current role, about your job and all. And that data is what is important for us. Because as digital marketers, while I agree, a lot of news feed and the things that we see over there is not that ideal today, but at the same time, all of those information that is available on LinkedIn, because it is a professional first platform, that is what makes it so unique, and it also so good. So if you have a B2B company wherein you're trying to reach out to businesses, wherein you're trying to reach out to professionals, in case of this Beyond Ratio website that I had created, probably LinkedIn would be the best bet for me, because I might find more sales professionals over there, people who are into real estate over there based on their job title, etc. Right. So that is the entire point of LinkedIn, right? It's like if you want to find professional people, LinkedIn has the most data around it. As you can see, this is like a quick overview. Like there's like I think this number is quite old right now, but it has like millions of professionals, and around that there are so many millions of decision makers, C-level executives, people who have like who are opinion leaders. In fact, like I don't know how many of you know about Ankur Vaikuru, but he also is very popular on LinkedIn, right? So that is how big it is. So like obviously you can build your personal branding as well on LinkedIn, but for today we are going to primarily focus on the marketing aspect of it. So let me just open LinkedIn really quickly. This is my LinkedIn, right? Like a bunch of different things. This is my profile, a bunch of connections and whatnot. Apart from whatever we have over here, like the company side of it, or the way that you manage your business and all can be a little different. So similar to Facebook, you can just click on your profile and then you can like go to a specific company page as well. So this is Startup Talks. I used to manage Startup Talks some time back. And you can see like I'm able to see the different things about Startup Talks, what the page is all about. There's analytics, search appearances. It has analytics over the page views, unique visitors. Obviously, it does not have much to go with right now. Let me see if I can increase the date range. Yeah, so as you can see, like it had 6 visitors in June, 2 visitors in July, 1st of July, and so forth, right? So you get a lot of these analytics, you get a lot of these visitor demographics and all of these things. This is something like I used to do like almost 7 years back, I believe. It's very big on meetup.com, but the main thing or criteria around this was to help startups grow, and that was the thing. Now, obviously, there's like a bunch of admin tools available. I can just like in a Facebook, let's say page, I can sponsor an update. Sponsor an update is nothing but same as the boosting of the post. And there's like I can invite people, post a job. So this is also available in Facebook these days. But this is where it actually started, right? Posting a job and all. So there are different options available, and I can leverage all of these different options to help grow my company page. Now, similarly, just like Facebook, it has a much more simpler interface for going to advertise. So you can just click on advertise here, and you'll go to something called as campaign manager, right? And this is what it looks like. I had created like a bunch of dummy campaigns and accounts over here, so don't worry too much about it. But this is what the campaign manager aspect looks like. Basically, you go to this section, right? Work, and over there you have an option at the bottom called as create a company page. And just select that, and you can create like what type of page it is. If it is a showcase page, a sub page associated with an existing page, which is more like, let's say if you have like sub pages for a company, but usually for a company, like this is what you would select. And this is like the main option or the first option that you would select. Just click that, you add the details, and then like you just create the page. That's it. Okay. So you can select name, you can add a unique address, you can select the website, industry, organization type, all of these different things you can update and create the page. So like that is one part to it, right? But however, when you're utilizing, let me just put this in a different window. Okay, so when you're utilizing the campaign manager, you can actually, one of the things with this is you can leverage different type of pages, and you can like link multiple pages with different aspects on the campaign overall. So over here, the moment you actually go to the LinkedIn advertise options, what you will see is you will see different accounts that are available. Let me just go to this. So these are some of the accounts that I had created. Just a second. Sorry, guys. So these are some of the accounts that I created. I can create another account also. So let's just go create test account. I can select the currency. I can select the page that I want to associate this account with. So in this case, I can just select like a dummy page that I had created earlier. It was digital. Okay, I guess this was the one. Okay, it's not showing up properly. No worries. So I can also create a new LinkedIn page from here as well. If it is not available, I can save. So as I was saying, right, like in LinkedIn, we have the company page. And now the second thing aspect that I wanted to talk about was the advertise section. So this is the link where you create LinkedIn ads. And I'll tell you like why LinkedIn ads is also quite good. Okay. So you just click on advertise, and you'll go to something called as campaign manager. So just you'll find this option on the top right corner. You click that, you'll go to campaign manager. And over here, if you don't have an account, it will directly prompt you to create one. If not, you can just directly create an account. So I can just like click advertise, and I can go to it, and I can see like all the different accounts that I have or what I'm trying to do. So let me show like what it looks like and how we create it, right? So I think I've already created an account here, test account, right? This is the one. So now this account in Facebook, what happens is we will have campaign, we will have ad set, and then we will have ads. In LinkedIn, it is a little different, but more or less the same. In LinkedIn, it's called as campaign groups. Then there is campaigns, and then there is ads. Okay. So it's more or less the same. In the campaign group, you determine like what is the total like overall group of the campaigns. In the campaigns, you're providing all the settings around the placement, the ad, sorry, the audience, and all of those different details. In ads, you're creating the actual ad. Same as Facebook, this also these options are also the same. So now in this case, there is one default campaign group already created. You can ignore this. For now, I'm creating a new campaign group. Okay, and in campaign group, I can set like test campaign group. Let me just put this as draft, and then maybe I'll just run it continuously, and I'll click create. That's it. So once I've created that, I can select it, and then I can create a campaign within that. Okay. Now the campaign group was already selected, so I can just click next. Now, same as Facebook, we have the objectives here, right? So in Facebook also we had like awareness, traffic, engagement, all. So here also we have brand awareness. We have website visitors, which is traffic, engagement, video views, lead generation, talent leads. So for this, like you need to sign up as a LinkedIn recruiter, website conversions, job applicants, right? So if you notice, the change in the objective is because the platform itself and because of how LinkedIn is different. So because LinkedIn is a professional website, you have talent leads as an option. You have you have job applicants as an option, right? So these are some things that you will not find in any other platform, which is unique to LinkedIn. Okay. So you can select like what type of goal that you have. So for now, I'm just selecting website visits. And once you do that, the options are much more simplified than what we see in Facebook. Okay. But more or less the layout is same. So in the left hand side, you will see we have like objective selection, audience, ad format, placement, budget, and conversion tracking. So we'll go through these options only right now. On the middle side is where you will actually make changes to your settings for all of these things. And on the right side, you have the forecast. Again, very similar to what we saw in the Facebook. And that is why I was saying, like, once we understand Facebook ads, more or less LinkedIn ads is also going to operate in a similar manner. Actually, let me do one thing. Let me just talk about the different type of ad formats that LinkedIn has before I go with the ad creation. Let's go. So it has a similar URL, just like what Facebook has, right? And use this URL for knowing what are the different type of ads that are available. So similar to Facebook, it has image ads, video ads, carousel ads, uh, event ads. So if you have an event, you can also create ads towards it. So you can have like, let's say if you have a business event or a corporate event or something like that, or if you're conducting a webinar, you can create that on LinkedIn and you can create ads around that. Then you can also do document ads, which is actually a new thing that LinkedIn recently launched. In this, you can, let's say if you have created some kind of a case study, or if you have created a white paper of some kind, so you can leverage all of those documents and you can generate leads using that, right? Because the reason a B2B company would create documents is to get some kind of a mid funnel or middle of the funnel leads. So you can leverage that using document ads. Then you have sponsored messaging. So this is more on the sponsored content. Then there is another type of ad called as sponsored messaging. So in sponsored messaging, you have two type of ads again. One is message ads. So this is what it looks like. And I'm sure like in our lifetime of LinkedIn, we have received one such ad or sponsored message so far, like you're invited to this, so forth and so forth. It'll just say that and you can just register to it and something like that, right? So this is something that we are already used to. And then there is a new type of ad, which is like a conversation ad. So in a conversation ad, what happens is once you send the message, people can actually interact with your ad copy. So they can like click, they can register, or they can take certain actions, and they can go through a certain funnel in the message itself. So that is the difference here. And then there is lead gen form, similar to Facebook lead forms. We also have lead generation forms within LinkedIn itself. So if you don't have a website, or if you don't want to get leads on the website, you can utilize lead gen forms to get leads. So if you go to it, we can see an example of it, right? So this is what a lead gen looks like. So normal ad, or whatever ad you have, if someone clicks on it, they will get a form that they need to fill up. And most of the time, this form will directly include the details of the person who has clicked on it. So they can, it'll take just a single click to submit and for them to become a lead. Then there is text and dynamic ads. In the text ads, basically you can leverage some of the different areas on the right side of the LinkedIn. So the placement for this is also very different. So this is the placement. So I'll show you an example of this. Like this area is where you will see that. Okay. So like this is a hiring kind of ad, or basically promoting Aramco over here. But you will also see some different type of text ads over here based on the how relevant it is for you. So this is like a type of text ad that you may see. I think like this is as far as I can zoom in. There is a spotlight ad and a follower ad. So spotlight is what we just saw. That was the spotlight ad. And then, uh, sorry, that was a follower ad, and this is a spotlight ad. Spotlight ad is more like it directly shows up based on if you visited a company page or something like that. So these are the different type of ads that are available. You can actually link your website and all. You even LinkedIn has its own pixel. So if you're focusing on LinkedIn, you also need to leverage its pixel. So they have this, right? They have insights tag, and insights tag is what you will install on your website. Similar to Facebook, it also has options for you to easily install it on your website and then leverage the conversion tracking. So these are the different formats that are available. Okay. And for all your different needs, you can leverage all of these formats to actually create the ad that you want. And we already saw the objectives, right? Different objectives that are available. So if we want people to visit our website and all, we can select the objectives accordingly, and we can then help drive our business goal. The difference in audiences is also something which sets LinkedIn quite apart, right, from how we see it on Facebook. So in this, you will have similar location option, you will have similar audience. Another thing is in who to target, or who your target audience is. You can select audience attributes. You can select targeting criteria like job title. You can select industry. You can select skill sets. All of these different things are available, which is not directly available in Facebook. In Facebook, the primary goal of people is to like talk to friends or make friends and such, right? But in LinkedIn, because the primary thing is about maintaining a professional profile, most of these things will there's like at least 95 to 99% chance that these things will be updated by the relevant or respective users. So that's why this becomes more highly relevant in LinkedIn rather than in Facebook, right? If these are some of your primary goals. Similarly, you can also leverage audiences. So audiences is nothing once you set up the insights tag. So similar to pixel tag, there is insights tag in LinkedIn. Once you set it up, you can do a retargeting. Same as Facebook, you can create the audience and you can do a retargeting. You can also have third party. So third party is like, let's say if you have a third party company contact, etc. These usually are provided by some third party companies. So for this particular option, like in this particular scenario, I wouldn't really look into that. Then there is lookalike. Lookalike is again the similar audience. So once you create your audience overall, let's say retargeting audience by installing the pixel or the insights tag in this case, you can create a lookalike as well. And then we also have a list upload, right? So list upload, you can use company list, you can upload a list wherein you're like putting a contact list, etc., of email IDs or some of the like for name, first name, last name, and all of those different things. You can upload that, and you can target that list also. So usually, if you are conducting a offline event around your company, and people fill up these names on sheets, or they're them visiting them, right? Them visiting the event or something like that. So you can upload all of those lists over here. This is actually similar to how you see it in Facebook. So like these are again estimates. This may or may not happen. You can get a generic idea around the reach. Reach is something that basically this will help you quite a lot with. But let's say cost per lead and all of those metrics that you see here will not be very relevant for you unless and until you run the campaign. So, but still you can leverage these information as a reference for when you're creating the campaigns. So looking at the audience attributes, like we have, let's say company. So company, we can select at categories of companies. If it is Fortune 500 and whatnot, we can select like the growth rate of the company. We can select the industries, company name, company revenue, all of these different things can be selected. Then in demographics, we can select the age and gender. In education, we have degree. So there's obviously like PhD, MBA, or whatever degree that you want the particular person to have, field of study, and the school, like what are the schools that they have actually graduated from. Then we can look at job experience in terms of, let's say, job functions that they have, or be it seniority of, let's say, director, manager, entry. Then there's like job titles, like special job titles that you want to look at, member skills. So all of these different options are available. In fact, like years of experience, these things are not available in Facebook, right? So that is why it becomes something quite interesting. And then there is interest and traits. So here you will see like people with certain interest. So it can be a general interest around certain hobbies, product interests, or it can be like any traits that they have. So for example, if they are open to education, so oftentimes people also say they are open to work, right? So you can select like job seekers for that. So you can select all of these different options. Audience expansion is again like an expansion to whatever you select over here. I would suggest like not to select this initially. And once you're done, you just save audience. Or if you want, like you can leave this also, and you get a very good summary of like what are the selections that you did. So for example, let's say if I select career changes, you can see the audience size has changed. If I want to narrow it further to people who have an education degree, let's say if they have a PhD, for example. So I can select that, and it went down further. And this is basically people in India. Now, based on this, I can also like get a segmentation or different like segmentation of what kind of audience size it is. And then based on the spend, let's say if I'm spending close to somewhere around $3,000, then probably I'll be able to get these many impressions, and all of these details are available. Now, this is just about the audience, right? And that is what determines like what you're trying to do or who you're trying to focus on. The next part is what you're trying to actually target to them. So as we already saw, we have different type of ads available. We have carousel, we have video, text, spotlight, message ads, conversation ads. All of these different formats that we just looked at are available. We can just select whichever we want, and based on that, it will also like provide a forecasting to us, right? So video ad, for example, I had selected it, gives me a forecast of what kind of impressions I'll see. Image ad, if I select, it'll give me a different forecast for all of that. And then I can select like a specific page that I want to use for this. So in this case, I'm going to use this dummy page that I'd created. I just put the link and this has come up. I can associate it also, but I'll leave it for now. Then placement. Placement is what are the places I want the ad to be shown. If I want it to be shown in the audience network or not. Audience is like a third party site that LinkedIn has. So I can disable that also. I can set the daily budget, be it $100, or let the campaign run continuously, or let's say if I want to send a start or end date. So in this case, I can also select like a lifetime budget. I can select like a both daily and a lifetime budget also. So this is a unique option here wherein I can say like daily I want to spend maximum this much, but overall my budget is so and so. So once I've done that, then I can determine the bid strategy here. So optimization goal, I want people to visit my landing page, right? Or I want people to visit my website. So I've selected that. Now bidding strategy is wherein I can go either with maximum delivery or cost cap. Maximum delivery is within the budget, it will try to get me the maximum possible results. What result is? The result is the optimization goal that I had selected. So in this particular scenario, the maximum delivery will try to get me the maximum number of clicks that it can in the budget that I had set of $100. If I set a cost cap, however, I can select like how much I'm willing to pay maximum for each click. So that is something that I can also update over here if I want to have a cost or basically a budget on the number of amount that I'm willing to pay for each click. LinkedIn, for example, I have seen like over here only you can see, right? The target audience is India.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is NFO stands for what? Now, NFO is acronym for one of the options given below, and the options that are given here are news feed optimization, new Facebook optimization, news Facebook optimization, and number 4, all of the above. Think thoroughly and mention the right answer in comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
With India as a location and some of these different target audiences, it is telling me that it will cost me somewhere around $2.6 on average. This is what the recommended cost cap is. So I would assume like that is what how much it would cost me on average for each click, which is actually quite costly. If I were to target with similar demographics in Facebook, probably it will cost me somewhere around maybe $0.5 or even less than that. So that's like a huge difference, right? So yeah, like LinkedIn is actually quite costly. In some cases, I have even seen people paying like $50 per click or $30 per click. But again, that depends on what type of targeting they have. Maybe some of them have US as a targeting, UK as a targeting. So LinkedIn is, however, definitely costlier amongst the entire lot. The primary reason for this is nothing but uh, because LinkedIn has data that other platforms do not have. So if you are a B2B company, you are more likely to get good conversions on LinkedIn compared to somewhere else because of the job or profession and all of these details that are available, right? So because of that, other companies basically are willing to pay more money, and that is the reason even the cost of click for new advertisers is high. So if others are paying higher, so we have to also compete with them, right? So that is the entire reason the cost increases overall. Because at the end of the day, ad platforms, what they do is they try to bid, or wherein we are basically entering an auction wherein the system determines whose ad they should be showing. So let's say if I am targeting you, like Prashant, I'm targeting you, and similarly there is another company who's also targeting you. There is a third company who's also targeting you. Now, whose ad will you see? That ad and all of that is determined by the system based on how much all of us three are willing to pay. If I am willing to pay the most, then probably it will show my ad because that is more than the other competitors, right? So for if you want to beat the competitor, you have to pay more, and that is why it is like so high. There is obviously a huge difference when it compares to different location, right? The cultural difference, how they see the copy, or when I say copy, I mean advertisements, how they understand different things or messages that you have put up, and at the same time how much you are willing to pay as well, right? Because the minute you change the location, uh, the ad platform, so India is usually considered as one of the locations wherein the cost per click or the cost for advertising is low because we have such huge abundance of people, and the scale at which we can target and the way that it works is very different in India. But in US and UK, the amount that every person online is willing to spend is also very different. So that is the reason what happens is the amount of advertising money that is spent for reaching those users is also high. So as an example, uh, like again, don't quote me on the numbers here, but just as an example, someone in India, let's say on average, one Indian may be willing to spend like 100 rupees online, but if you compare the same with US, an average US person would be willing to spend like maybe $10 to $20 on average online, right? Which is such a huge difference. 100 versus let's say $20, which is close to somewhere around 1600 rupees. So that's like 16 times. So that difference is the primary reason that the cost is also so high for them, and that is also the reason the ads will work differently for them. The CPL is somewhere between 450 to 650 rupees, but in LinkedIn, it goes almost till 3,500 rupees for the same target audience and demographics. Exactly, right. So this is what I'm talking about. The cost is definitely different, but it's more about the access that you have. And that is the reason advertisers are willing to pay on LinkedIn, right? So if you also want access to those audiences in LinkedIn, there's not much that you can do, and you have to end up paying that premium. I would suggest that you try to run the ads, you try to understand what kind of reach you're getting, you try to see if maybe you can do some kind of an A/B testing, right? So I think we discussed about A/B testing in the last session a bit. Maybe you can try a different type of copy for people in US. When I say copy, the type of content that you have on landing page, or let's say on the ad copy itself, and then see, try to make those changes, right? Like for example, in India, maybe a very good example is, in India we say used products as second hand products, but in US they don't say second hand, they just say it's used, or actually that's basically what they say, it's used, so it's not new. So something like that is what they utilize. They don't use the same term. So those are some of the small differences. If you just do a quick Google, you'll be able to find some of those things. Insta is only like Insta, I would say you can run through campaign, sorry, Insta, you should be running from Meta Ads Manager only. So basically, Facebook Ads Manager, that is where you can run Insta ads. So all of these ads that you're seeing, right? I can just edit these. For example, if I go to this ad set and I edit this ad set. So if you want to learn, basically run LinkedIn ads, you just go to this. You just go to the placement section. You select manual placements, and over here you select Instagram. That's about it. So Instagram ads is run from Meta Ads Manager itself, and this is basically how you run it. Okay, so yeah, like more or less, as you can see, the options are very similar, right? So once you have selected all of these different things, um, let me just associate it. I can just select next, save, and that's it. So then I come to the setup ads part, wherein I can set up the ads. Same as Facebook again, I can create the new ads. I can add details about the ad. I can add the introductory text, the page where I want them to visit from this ad, the images around it. Let me actually just create one, right? Based on this one itself. Just go with this and just this URL. Let me upload an image really quickly. This one. Yep, add to library. Select. And you can see a very quick preview of what your ad would look like. So this is on mobile feed. For some reason, it just shows for mobile feed. Okay, but yeah, like it gives you a very easy to see preview. You can select a call to action, wherein like apply or register, for example, and that will show up over here. Add to campaign, create. So you can similarly create multiple ads here, and after that, you can just go to next, and you will come to this review section, wherein you can review all the settings that you have set up, and you can launch the campaign. So that's basically like how LinkedIn ads works. Similar to meta ads and all, you would look at similar type of performance details to optimize it, make changes to it, and look at ways to improve upon it. Quite a few of these tools are good. So LinkedIn Helper, I've heard of it, and in fact, it's nice. And then there is something called as Phantom Buster that I personally used on my LinkedIn as well, which is also quite good. So it actually has solutions across LinkedIn and a few of the other things. What it does is it basically automates things based on what you put, and this is mostly free. It has a free, I would say, basically a free slot as well. I think they have removed the free version. Oh, okay. So this is sad to hear. They had a free version before. Now they just have a 14 days trial. But I've personally used this and it's quite nice, wherein you can automate like sending messages to leads and all of those different things through which like you can generate leads as well. So I had talked about a way to grow Twitter, right? So that is one of the top ways that I have actually seen a lot of people use for other social media or social networks as well. You just find people that are relevant. So let's say if this is a person who's relevant for or who is a competitor of mine, for example, I can just go to his posts. I can just go to some of his tweets and all, and I can find people who are commenting on his tweets. So if they are following this person, then there is a good chance that they will also follow me if I create similar content, right? So what I would do is, and this is organic growth or a trip, not a trick for getting organic growth. So what I would do is, now again, I would not focus on someone with such high followers, but probably someone who has very less followers. Maybe this person, okay, 1400 is still high, I would say. Let's see. Yeah, so this is still decent, right? Like this person has like 300 or so followers. I would just go to his page. I would follow him, and I would also like some of his other tweets that he has mentioned. As you can see, there's not much engagement that he has. What happens is, because I'm doing some engagement on his profile and all, he will also then visit my profile for sure. And as you can see, as the engagement in his posts are not that high, there is a good chance that this person will actually notice the engagement that I'm doing. And because of which, they will actually end up following my profile as well, because I have similar content to the other person that they're following. So this is one of the ways that you can do it. So let's say if you set a goal of 20 people every day for every platform. So you do it on Instagram, you do it on Facebook, you do it on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever pages there are, follow them or or do some kind of interaction on their pages, be it the first or the latest post that they have, and then you can pick a post from maybe somewhere in the past and just spend that will take probably around 1 hour to 2 hours every day. It will be very tough, but at the same time, over a period of time, you will start to grow very good followers. Now, Why is this important? Initially, it will be slow, but as you keep growing on the followers, right, the number of people viewing your content will grow. And there was something that I had talked about, virality. Virality is dependent on number of people initially viewing your content, uh, at least spending 50% of time on your content, and then uh, other people who have similar interest or behaviors viewing the same content. By getting these followers, maybe in 1 week or 2 weeks, you will be able to get at least like 100 to 200 followers, right? Just by getting that, you can start to have some form of like percentage of chance for getting a virality of content if your content is good enough. Again, you will also have to spend some time on content, but that is how tough it is for organic marketing, right? And that is how it is when it comes to organic marketing overall. Like, you have to spend time on it, you have to build your audiences, you have to build content, and by doing all of these things within 2 to 3 months, right, if you continue to do it, I can guarantee you, in whatever platform you are, you will have more than 1,000, be it followers, likes, or whatever that is, with good engaging content and engaging account. So that is basically how it works. So over here, if you see, you have like lead gen forms, right? If you have lead gen forms, then you can integrate with CRM. So with the lead gen form, once you create it, you will get an option similar to, let's say, HubSpot CRM and all of those things. So you can directly integrate it and get all of the data. Very similar to Facebook, as I mentioned. Like, once we understand how Facebook works, it will be very similar over here as well. And the same thing goes for other ad platforms. So once you master a single ad platform, the others one, obviously there will be differences. You have to learn some basics around it. But once you understand those basic fundamentals, everything else will operate in a similar fashion. When I say virality, it's more about having more people engage with your content, right? So this is something that how any social media platform operates. Try and understand that a goal for a social media platform is to get as many people as possible to utilize their platform or keep using their platform for longer time. So that is basically what you target. That definitely you can increase your followers by running ads, but there will obviously be certain, I would say, you cannot be sure if they will be engaging with you or not. So if you want to increase your follower count and you want to increase some engagement really quickly, ads are definitely the best way to do it. If you want to do and get genuine engagement and very good follower count who are genuinely engaging with you, then making sure that you spend good time on it is what matters the most. So the best way to go about it with any new business is to keep a balance in both of things. Try to run some ads to gain some initial followers. Try to do the organic outreach to make sure that people are actually, let's say, engaging with your content and all. All of this goes hands in hand. And at the end of the day, it's all about you prioritizing between certain things and doing them.
What is search engine marketing? Now, interestingly, one word that was used even more commonly in the past was PPC advertising. Okay. And I will tell you why that term PPC came, right? Because when Google introduced search engine and they started advertising on search, right? Think of this period, which was 10, 12, 14 years ago, right? Think of any company who's, probably has a very traditional business, has conventional channels like marketing channels like TV, print. Now imagine this advertiser, Google going to this advertiser and telling them that, hey man, why don't you come and advertise on my search engine, right? Or Yahoo going and telling them, hey, why don't you come in and advertise on search? And they would be like, why should I? I mean, what is the return? How do I know that, I have put an ad there, but how do I know that it's bringing me value, right? So the way a Google or a Yahoo would articulate this for that audience is by saying that, hey, you don't worry, you have to pay me only when somebody clicks on your ad. The click is intent. At that point of time, it wasn't very evolved, but ecosystem, but it's only when a click happens that you need to pay me, right? And a number of factors will decide how much you have to pay me per click. But the short and important point is that you pay only somebody on it. Only when somebody has interest, you need to pay, right? And this is very different from all other forms of advertising that used to be there. Think of television, think of print, right? The cost is paid upfront. It's not like, I pay a Sony or a Sun TV based on how many people see it, right? Or how many people buy my product. It's always an upfront payment, right? Whereas search had a very different system of making that pitch to brands and designing an advertising world for itself. And that is why it is incredibly exciting, because it's one of those first things that happened in the advertising tech world, in the digital advertising tech world, and probably one of the most oldest practices. Therefore, it has evolved over the years and has become something very nuanced. Now, how do they work, right? Very, very simple concept to understand, right? So somebody goes in and there is a search engine. It could be Yahoo, Google, etc. And I have a query in my mind, right? I need answers to something. It might be, let's say I did not sleep well yesterday night. I wake up and I wonder, hey, what happened? Why am I not getting sleep, right? Or it can be sometimes, I realize that, okay, I want to buy a motorcycle or I want to buy a car. I will start researching on search to understand what are the reviews like, which are the top performing car models. Do I have dealer network nearby, right? And when somebody starts typing in brands, there are advertisers who want to reach these consumers, correct? And there are so many people who are entering keywords which are similar. So for example, if you are trying to search for top hatchback cars or top SUV cars to buy, obviously think of automotive. How many brands are there? They all want to show their ads, correct? And not only does, let's say, a Tata, Toyota want to show their ads, they also want to pitch specific models to you, correct? So then, since there are so many people who are trying to win over that bid and show that ad to the customer, Google had to put together a very algorithm-based bidding system, right? So therefore, they introduced this bidding system. And when you are actually doing search engine marketing, at the most basic level, all you are doing is bidding. You are bidding for that keyword. You are going and, Google has set out a certain algorithm. It has given people a dashboard to interact with that algorithm, call out what is the keyword that you want to bid for. You're setting certain prices. Now, how does that happen? We'll get into the details of it soon. But this is all that search engine marketing is. If somebody were to ask you, hey, what is search engine marketing? You can start by saying that, okay, it is kind of a bidding in the digital world, in a search engine for a keyword. You can kind of like articulate like that. So I made it like very super, super simple in chunks. But ultimately, when somebody says search engine marketing, it's nothing but it's kind of a bidding. So what are those search engine marketing channels or platforms? So obviously, we spoke about Google search, Yahoo search, Bing search, etc. But when you are an advertiser, you are a brand you're a brand or a business trying to reach consumers, you will need certain platforms where, let's say, if you are the digital marketing manager in your company, you have to get onto certain platforms to put your ad out there, right? So those platforms are these. Very simple, very easy to remember, right? It's just Google Ads, Bing Ads, Yahoo Ads. Google Ads used to be called something else in the past. Okay. So yeah, AdSense is also a very relatable, very similar product, but right now I'll just not discuss that too much. It used to be called Google AdWords. What you know as Google Ads today, largely, most features of it was there in something called Google AdWords in the past. Okay, so if you hear some of the old marketers who still say Google AdWords, for example, even today, sometimes it slips out of my mouth, right? Because when I started having exposure to it, it was called Google AdWords. And it was also because it was about keywords. Got it? So it's like a combination of keywords and ads, right? Obviously, Google dominates this world. Now, what is the implication of this? This means that if you have to crack search, if you have to learn search, you will have to learn Google Ads, correct? Because the other ones have only teeny tiny percentages. And even here, if you notice, some of this is, also because certain restrictions in certain countries, or somebody's computer by default comes with a certain application and people may not change it to a Google, right? So very often, if you have cracked Google, you have cracked search. Understood? This is why whenever it comes to search engine marketing, people largely start discussing Google as a platform. So this is Google Ads, and this is fundamentally what Google Ads does, right? It just helps you create ads, display those ads, and make sure that your bidding happens there properly, right? So fundamentally, what Google Ads help you do is all of these things, right? So not only do you do serve advertising, but when you're a marketer, when you're a business owner, you also want to see how the advertisement is performing. So Google Ads itself will give you suggestions. So don't worry. So when you actually start learning Google Ads, you only need some direction and guidance from a class or an expert, just like what's happening right now. A lot of those micro details, the platform itself will teach you. Got it? So now I want you guys to take a step back, because we are going to discuss something a little bit more than search. Okay, so like I said, there is Google Ads, which facilitates search, but search is not the only thing that Google Ads help you manage. Okay, therefore, instead of just discussing search, we have to take one step back and discuss what is Google Ads to give you an overall picture. Okay, so first thing we already discussed, search ads. So we already discussed that Google Ads is helping you guys put search ads to consumers, correct? And here, what are the search ads? So if you notice here, when that keyword is typed in, 4 different advertisers have bid for that keywords, and somehow they have managed to hit rank 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this page where the search engine results come, do you know what this page is called? The first page where you get the various pages where you get search engine results. So they are called search engine result pages. That's simple. It's literally called search engine results pages. And why that is important is some people will call it SERP also, SERP, right? So they will just say SERP. So don't get confused if you hear that term from some of the folks in the industry. Google Ads also lets you do display ads. So display ads are those which comes with an image, and very often there will be some text which will be part of the image. There will be like a call to action button. For example, in this particular ad, the call to action button is a shop now button, right? So there are even elements like at one corner, there is an option to close the ad. If you go to the left hand top corner, you can see this little tag called ads by Google, right? So all of this shows that this is an ad which is served by Google. So not only are you able to show search ads, but you can also show display ads via Google Ads. Now, the most interesting thing is this display ads can also be done based on somebody's search behavior and the keywords on a particular website. Got it? So that is where that interlink is. You can do display ads without any kind of relationship to the search keywords or the keywords on a website also. But there is an option to kind of make display ads work based on certain keywords as well. Okay, but one more kind of ad that you will see within the search engine result page is called product listing ads. You will see some people call this shopping ads as well. So here what happens is Google figures out that you are trying to buy something. So you are typing in sports shoes, and already some advertisers know that people are going to find shoes via typing in these and these keywords. So they have placed bids, and as expected, if you notice, these brands like Adidas and Amazon that are kind of like trending, right? There are options to run pure play video ads as well. This includes placements like YouTube. There can be video that comes in content on other sites as well, right? So there are video ads also that Google Ads will let you run. Again, there is an entire 90-minute session on this later, so need not worry about this. The last kind of ads that I want to discuss are called UAC ads. Now, I purposely kept this term Universal App Campaigns here just to avoid confusion, because these days, Google has just renamed it as app campaigns. So it might be very difficult for you guys to remember that term. Hence, we have purposely used the old term. It is called UAC ads. This is nothing but those ads that prompt you to install. Okay. So now one more thing about UAC ads is It can be on the search network, website network, can be present on search network, on websites, on Play Store. It can be anywhere and everywhere. So you might know that Google owns a lot of properties on the web, correct? And a lot of other websites are also part of the Google network, where they sign up and partner with Google to show Google's ads, right? So universal app campaigns are nothing but these are campaigns that typically drive a lot of installs. For example, think of Ola, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra. These apps, not only do they go after people for purchases, but sometimes they just run these ads just to drive some installs. So Google has built a very simple product called Universal App Campaigns, where Google will show ads across all of Google's networks, trying to get people to do installs or in some cases engagement, which is opening of an app. So these are exclusively for mobile app. Okay, so this is not for, so suppose let's say a company which operates entirely on a website, you may not need universal app campaign ads at all. Okay, obviously Google had a killer product in search, right? So in 90s, Google came up with search, and something that really did it for them was their algorithm were amazing, right? And their and their page was very clean, just Google. Even today, Google follows that principle, right? You go to google.com and it is just one clean page, which just, prompts you to search, right? And search started doing exceptionally well. It had the best algorithm. It could crawl any page on the web. And I'll come to you, I'll explain what crawling is. But eventually they found this wonderful algorithm and it started working better than anything. So some of you guys may have done search on platforms like AOL, Yahoo, etc. in the past. 15, 20 years back, if you were to do a search on them, those were messy. It was very difficult. You go to search, instead of just giving you search result, it will show you some banner ads and display ads, everything on the same page, which was very confusing experience for the user. So what did Google do? Google made sure that they built a very good quality search platform and said that, hey, we stand for search. So even today, when people say Google, the first thing that they come to their mind is search. Obviously, they have now diversified to so many products, but they made sure that if people think search, at that point of time, Yahoo had Yahoo Finance, Yahoo Cricket, too many things they were doing, right? But Google stood for one single thing for almost 10 years, from late 1990 to early 2010. And interestingly, those days, even Yahoo was biggest. Yahoo even tried to buy Google, or there was some conversation and it fell through, but Yahoo was big. Then Google realized that, and what helped Google succeed? Customer centricity. Google did not try to sell everything to people at the same time. It tried to become good at one thing, helping people find answers. And why did I tell you this story? Because whenever you solve for search engine marketing at your work, you have to think about the consumer and the consumer persona and what do they have in their mind when they search. A lot of people think that, okay, search is about understanding those algorithm, keyword, too much technicalities. That is true. Yes, those are important. But even those algorithms, Google is trying to just mirror human behavior. Correct? It is trying to learn from how people are searching. So it's self-learning. So if you want to beat that self-learning algorithm and get the best value out of advertising, you have to think like humans. So that is why when you go on Google search, the terms are like how normal people speak. It's not anything complicated because it is trying to solve in a very human-centric manner. So the entire point of the story is this, right? So that's what made Google search successful. Same way, when you do your search engine marketing campaigns, thinking in a very consumer-centric manner is how you can solve search strategically. So for example, let's say I am talking about first example of buying a car or buying an SUV. Imagine somebody is searching to find her favorite car. Obviously, there will be a certain nature of search, right? There will be certain keywords that are typed in. So if somebody is looking for the best mileage, probably that person will start searching on best mileage. What if BMW or Mercedes starts bidding on that keywords? It will burn their cash, right? Because nobody who's worried too much about mileage is probably going to buy a BMW or Mercedes, right? Or people who are searching for car EMI schemes. When somebody searches car EMI, very clearly he's trying to look for finance options. He's not trying to look for a car. Maybe he decided his car, or he's maybe thinking about his car later. But what is in his mind is EMI, right? So if you start just thinking that, acha, whenever I see car or somebody trying to buy anything related to a car, I should show my ad, you will just burn your cash. Okay. So the important thing is that you have to get to the mindset of the consumer and decide your strategy from there. All the machine learning that we speak about, Google is just trying to figure out how humans search and what is the best result to show them. Okay. Therefore, Google's algorithms are also extremely dependent on how people respond to those ads. Okay. A lot of other advertising may not necessarily be that. For example, television, right? They cannot customize every ad that is shown to you based on what you like, not like. Are you looking at the TV? Are you muting the TV? There is no way television can do that, right? But even think of YouTube. YouTube also has its, sorry, even if you think of video of ads coming on a Hotstar, for example, although it is digital, it still has some limitations. But search is extremely people-centric. And of all the advertising channels in the world, search is the most human-centric, people-centric, consumer-centric. And that is one thing that you need to understand. So when you hear of these algorithms changes, have you heard of like Google algorithm changes, you know, made in Google's algorithms for search, and have that confused you guys in the past? So you may have thought that, oh my God, now some changes happened. So do I have to learn everything bottoms up again? It's not. You don't have to. Because all Google is trying to do is come closer to humans. So if you understand the people in your category, naturally, you will start performing well in those advertisements. So it's not about understanding technicalities. It's more about understanding people, right? So if you are, let's say, in sales, you know, you can be an exceptionally successful search engine marketer, for example, or you can give amazing inputs to your digital marketing team because you are close to the consumer. You're seeing the sale process. You know what his worries are, and you can use that skill to translate into great advertising, correct? So even if you know nothing in Google search till now, trust me, if you have worked in other functions, you are already in a good space. So you just have to use your knowledge in an effective manner and you will be successful in search. So here are the prerequisites. So if somebody has to run an ad, obviously if you look at the rightmost side of the spectrum, that is where an ad is, you know, live, right? Okay. So this is the overall strategy or roadmap that you have to follow to run Google ad campaigns, right? So you start with figuring out what are the keywords. Now, if you know the keywords, right? For example, when I speak about car loan EMI, it's very clear. Let's say if somebody starts searching something like car loan EMI at low interest rate, very clearly what that customer is trying to find is financing options, but at the lowest EMI. So when you build a landing page to be shown to that particular keyword or that set of keywords, you want to make sure that you build a landing page that answers that query. So suppose I am searching for car loan EMIs at low finance rates. And when I land on the landing page, let's say it is not talking anything about the interest rate, but just talking about, let's say, documentation required for a car loan. Or not even talking about car loan. Let's say I'm talking about, you know, the best car models that are, you know, like the best, the car models which have the best sales. When we go slightly tangential like that, even if the topic is relatable, unless the answer that the customer searching is there in that page and it's right there in front of him, the advertising is not going to work. So whenever you think of creating keywords, so you're not just creating the keyword or the ad, you're also creating the relevant pages in the backend. So make sure that you go to your website developer, or if you're managing your own website, create the relevant landing pages for those keywords. Now, not only do you need those landing pages, but you need to show the advertisement to the customer, right? So the text that you see in an ad is called ad copy. So this is a word that is used by marketers, designers, copywriters, etc. So if you hear a word copy everywhere, it is nothing but the text within an ad. Okay. So when you have all of these things, you can create an ad. And obviously within Google Ads, once that ad starts going live, you can start seeing the results, you can optimize performance, you can manage those ads, etc. So obviously we will come to those steps later. So how does a Google Ads dashboard look like? How do we create ads? All of that is coming. So don't start worrying about it right now. At this point of time, let's start worrying only about the keyword strategy. So we will take it in small chunks so that you are able to understand how the whole thing works. Okay. So these are the keyword types. So, and I will tell you why we have to have different keyword types, but to have that strategy of saying that, okay, what are the keywords that I should bid for? Or what are the keywords that I should not bid for? Or what kind of ads should I show on each kind of keywords? You need to have a strategy, correct? There is this in the entire world of keywords that consumers may search for. How do I identify the right ones to bid for? That is your bidding strategy. Got it? So to define that strategy, we need to identify and understand few keyword types. Yeah. So just, I'm going to keep this on the screen for some time. You can just go through this. You can read each of these lines and I'm going to explain as well. So if you notice, this just seems to be like, you can see some common search categories. So some of them are related to shoes, some of them are related to computers, phones, travel, etc. Very easy, relatable category. So there are mixture of examples from various categories, but things that you can easily relate to. Okay, let's get into explaining this with the first example, which is the laptop wala situation. Now there can be largely three keyword types. So let's say I am a fan of Dell laptops. I have used 2-3 computers in the past, but I over a period realized that Dell is the best laptop. So I'm very clear that I probably want Dell as my computer. I'm going to go just search Dell laptops. So very clearly, it is an indication to Dell that, hey, somebody is searching for me. So Dell can come in and put their ads there definitely, right? Or it can be even a case where, let's say Toshiba, think of Toshiba. So Toshiba, let's say, is number 2 in India market. And they have figured that I should try my best to put my ad there if Dell is showing, if somebody is searching for Dell. So maybe it could be the same brand, it could be a competition. But so the strategy is planned very specifically to the brand keyword. So if you notice, Dell is the brand present. So this keyword type, the moment there is a brand involved in that entire sentence, in that keyword group, right? It is called a brand keyword type, right? And why do you have to split your keywords into these set? Also, I will tell you, but for now, just identify that these are called brand keywords. The moment there is a brand mention, it's very clear that somebody has not only an interest in a category or a service, but they have interest from a particular brand. So these are called branded keywords. Okay. Next are called core keywords. So core represents a category. So if you notice laptop, so let's say I am a consumer, I'm just starting out. I don't have, let's say, any brand particularly in mind. I'm just entering something like laptops, right? Or let's say if I'm traveling, I want to just check out some holiday packages. I just enter holiday packages. Those are called core keyword types. Okay. Now, I would not only mention a category, but I will also give a descriptor of the category. Best laptops, or best looking smartphones, or attractive smartphones, comfortable shoes. So not only is there a category mentioned, but there is something specific about that category that customer is looking for. For example, when he searches comfortable shoes, he is definitely looking for shoes that index highly on comfort. Most probably that person is not looking for a high-heeled shoe, for example, right? It's very clear that it is being searched with a particular intent within the category. Now, this is called lateral keyword. So there is an adjective or a description or an appreciation about the search result. So what happens is, when you think of, now, why do we have to structure keywords into various types? So whenever you are an advertiser working for a certain category, you cannot just write down all the keywords possible in the world. And if you write down, there could be millions of keyword combinations, correct? You cannot strategize for each potential keyword. You will have to obviously come up with a framework, group them, correct? And let's say you are a marketing manager and you are building an ad strategy. Now, if you have to explain your ad strategy to your boss, or if you have to even discuss your strategy with your boss, you will have to go there and start discussing boss. Branded keywords are these and these are this. Core keywords, some of them are these and these are this. Lateral keywords, some of examples are these and this. And my strategy is going to be like this. I'm going to focus heavily on brand keywords or core keywords or lateral keywords. So there are no generalizations. One or two generalizations are here just to help you understand. But remember that they're still generalizations and not absolute truth. Okay. And I will help you understand this by giving you guys an example. Suppose Samsung Galaxy Note is getting released, and all of you guys know Note is a very high-end Samsung smartphone, right? I think it is 70,000 and above, even the cheapest smartphones, right? Or Galaxy S Plus, right? They are also very pricey, 70,000, 80,000 and above. Now imagine they are, trying to capture maximum share of India market, right? Which of these keywords will they attack the most? So this is what a keyword planner will look like. So if you notice, when you open up the keyword planner, the idea of the keyword planner is to give you all the information that you want. And that is something very specific about most advertising platforms. You don't have to by heart anything. You just have to know, acha, I have to go to keyword planner. Everything else, the system itself will tell you. This is not a closed book examination. So that is where, like I said, in digital marketing, only understand the concepts and practice it. You don't have to by heart anything. So here, when you start searching your keyword ideas, immediately Google showed you some relatable keywords. So all the keywords that you entered, it is shown, and if you scroll down, you will get even more keyword ideas. It will also show you across the year, across various months of the year, what are the volumes, how many people are searching, 2 million people, 3 million people. See, if you see on the left, it says 0 million, 2 million, 4 million. It shows the volume of searches in the location that you have chosen, right? And it also shows you the trend line. What time of the month is it high? What time of the month is it low? It shows you a mobile as well as total. So total is basically mobile search plus desktop search, and mobile only search is indicated by the red button. Okay. And if you come to the lower side of the screen, the lower half of the screen, you will notice that it is showing a trend line even at a monthly level, and it is showing how many people exactly typed in that keyword. So 170 people typed in the word called domestic travel. 12,100 people typed the word called holiday packages. 720 people typed international travel. It also shows, is competition low or high? So it actually shows that what is the competition. So if you remember, Google search ads is nothing but a bid. So imagine you have gone to a bidding war. Think of IPL, where they try to bid on various players. So basically, it will show you how much is the share of competition. And there is something called ad impression share. Okay. So typically, if you are running ads, it shows that what percentage of impressions did your brand feature in, right? So right now, it'll when you get into the Google Ads window, I'll show this in detail. It also shows what is the top of the page bid, low range and high range, which means that, hey, in this period, some advertiser, the cheapest an advertiser had to pay in the bid is 1 rupee, 35 paise. But there were other advertisers who had to even pay 19 rupees. Now, why did this happen? Why did it vary between 1 rupee to 19 rupee? It is because it's also a bidding war, right? Every time a search happens, it's getting, so many people are placing automated bids. So in some cases, it may go cheap. In some cases, it may go high. But this is just the range that it shows. So for every keyword, it also shows you the range. It will cost you 5 rupees to 31 rupees or 3 rupees to 107 rupees. Now, why is this important for an advertiser? Suppose you are a diamond manufacturer or in jewelry business. Think of a Bluestone or a Carrot Lane or a Tanishq. Your product has very high value. So you will happily go and bid, even if that bid is, let's say, per click is, let's say, 200 rupees or 500 rupees or whatever, right? Because you're clear that if you convert that customer, you get a lot of money back. But imagine, let's say you are a low value product. You sell a low value item. You may not want to go bid very high on a keyword, right? Because it's possible that, you bid, later the conversions are not low, conversions are low and you don't get the money back. So a number of factors can determine what is the range in which you can play. But the larger idea is that, this can actually give you confidence as to should you go high, should you go keep low, how do you bid on it, right? Now there are different bidding strategies. We will discuss that in detail, so don't worry about how it is done. Just think of this as still the first few steps of this, right? Google also gives you an option to download keyword ideas. So whenever you are searching for any category, Google itself will give you some keyword ideas. It's not a case where you have to do all the hard working or write down all permutations, combinations of what people search. Okay, so you can get keyword ideas. Now, one more thing, to get more keyword ideas, there is not just Google, there are other tools also in the market. The most commonly used tool is called SEMrush. Okay, you can just type semrush.com. Now, what has happened? Google has already mapped in its algorithm that, hey, there is this user called Shubhankar, and Shubhankar is searching for queries which are related to advertising. So Google has now understood that Shubhankar is someone who is either a practitioner of digital or a student of digital. So trust me, wherever you go, most probably if you keep searching for a few of these keywords, you will keep getting ads. So don't worry. SEMrush, other competition, everything in the market, all those ads will follow you everywhere. So here it's technically not necessarily retargeting. SEMrush will do retargeting. If you go to the website and that website starts and SEMrush starts following you around, it can be retargeting. In some cases, there are a lot of aspects that sometimes can be through third-party cookies, sometimes it can be through a number of things, but Google already now knows your search behavior. So what Google has is Google also has some audience list that it keeps. And whenever you do a certain kind of behavior, Google just adds you to that audience list so that Google advertisers can can basically market to that audience list. And next, I'm going to show you something very interesting. Search for answerthepublic.com. So do you notice a screen like this? So here, let's say you start typing in Bollywood and search. I'm going to search and I'm waiting for the answers. Did you go to answerthepublic.com? After a while, it starts showing all the search queries in a cluster, right? And it has clustered answers, typical search queries by people, so for example, which, are, will, all Bollywood related things you can see here. So same way, whenever you are trying to work out any keyword, any category, just go use these tools and they will itself give you so many ideas. What are people searching? What should be your keyword strategy, right? So very data-driven decisions you can make, and there is so much transparency, right? And this is the magic of digital. So let's say you are never going to do Google ads in your life, hypothetically. Let's say you're not a digital marketer. You are in sales, or you are in marketing, or you're in content writing. This can still help you with so many insights about the market. Right? Suppose you are, let's say, engineer for air condition. So you're not even a business manager. You are just an engineer for air condition. But you want to understand what are the issues that people are facing with air conditions. People would have already gone online and would have searched for that. So when you just type air condition repair, you will see all keywords related to it. So you will know, what are the technical problems that are there. So suppose you work for Samsung air conditioners and you want to understand what are the problems with Samsung air conditioners. Just go search Samsung air conditioners and see what are the common questions that people are having. Understood? It's that magical. That is how much information search can give you, even if you are not even in marketing or digital. So obviously when you coming back to the keyword planner, so it looks like this when you open it up and start looking at all the keyword ideas, and it'll give you all these inputs like, is our competition bidding on it? How much should you pay maximum? What is the cheapest you might have to pay to get it? And these are all indicative figures. These keep changing. Next comes the next element. So this is done. Keyword is done. We have gotten into the mind of the consumer. We know what he's thinking, what is he worried about, what is he searching for. Next comes the element of creating a landing page for the customer, right? So if it's an e-commerce item that consumer is searching for, very often it might be the catalog or the listing of that product, in your website. Or if it is a specific information that the consumer is searching, what you might have to give him is information. For example, let's say going back to the problem of not having enough sleep. Let's say somebody wakes up in the morning and starts searching, hey, why am I not getting enough sleep? Or he starts searching sleep disorders. Definitely what he would want to see is an opinion from a medical expert, right? Or a researcher on that, or a research article on that topic. You have to make sure that your landing page for that particular consumer, for that particular keyword is built in a manner where it will be useful to that customer, right? Then only he will click on that ad. Then only will he come to your website. And something that's important is also that Google also tries to read how good a landing page is. Okay. So Google will use a lot of mechanisms to figure out how good a landing page is. We will get to that. But obviously, I will first walk you through how a landing page is created.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So whenever you go to any website, very often that website is actually created in, based on what is the kind of website it is it, or what kind of business it is. There are so many different ways in which, people create websites. For example, if it's an Amazon or a Swiggy, large companies that I work for, I don't have access to edit that website because it's so important. It's so technical, thousands, lakhs of pages, right? It's operated by a separate tech team. So there might be dozens of web developers and IT teams who work on it. Very complicated. So if you are working for a large company, don't think that you can go edit your website. So let's assume you guys work for ICICI. And if you are going to say, hey, I'm going to go create a web page on ICICI, not going to happen. Why? Because there are so many safety features in ICICI website, correct? It's so nuanced, so technical. They will not open up the permission to anybody. So even if you are a digital marketer, you will not have access to the landing page. So you will have to go speak to the web developer. So in it called IT web admins. In some companies, it might just be clubbed under IT team. In some teams, it will be different. IT team would just take care of your, IT infrastructure and stuff. Whereas there will be separate tech team, especially in technology companies, to handle all of this. Now, there are other options in the market, right? So there are some options like landing key, unbounds. Suppose you are a business owner or you're a smaller company where, there is an option to create those pages. Now, these are platforms that can help you do that. So don't worry about this. You can search and learn about them whenever there is a need. At this point of time, based on your requirement to kind of help you create this. So at this point of time, you need not worry too much about this. Yeah. One common platform that a lot of people use to create landing pages is WordPress. So, WordPress was also one of the pioneers in this field. So over a period, multiple other platforms came and took over. But even today, a lot of content writers, so especially if you are in content writing, blogging, they tend to use WordPress, when there is a lot of content, a lot of keywords. So hence, I'm just giving you WordPress as an example. So very often for your website, there will be a WordPress account, which you can get from the team. So let's say you're a content writer, naturally, you'll be given access to this. You just have to log in. There itself, all your pages you don't have to sit down and code. Yeah, it will already give you all options. How does your page look like? What are the menus, widgets, all the aspects of creating a page are already available. You can just create it just through the user interface. Very simple. And any WordPress website that you see usually is created through very simple tasks like this. Again, no need to by heart any of this. When you're on a WordPress page, you will see it. The purpose of showing these two slides is just to help you understand how simple it is. Just think of some of the content writers or copywriters, they're not very technical people. They don't understand how to run ads or they don't know how to code, right? But they still create web pages without anybody kind of helping them, right? Why do? Because it's so simplified. It's that easy, right? I know content writers who don't have any large technical skills, but they're able to do this. It's that simple. So the idea is to demonstrate how easy it is. Now let's get into the specifics of the ad. So you already discussed landing page. Now the advertisement that is shown to the customer has a particular structure. So I already discussed in an earlier slide, ad copy is nothing but the text, correct? The text that shows up in the ad, which prompts the user to click. So this is how every ad version looks like. So, every ad has these sets of headlines, right? So there are headline fields. There are 30 characters that is allowed. Character is basically every alphabet, every digit, every space, right? There are expanded description field. If you notice, every ad also shows the display URL, which shows what is the domain, what is the address in which you will be taken. Yeah. All of these are part of the ad. And don't worry about this right now. We will get into specifics soon. So now, obviously, when you have to write ad copy, right, it has to be very direct and simple. First point is that it should exactly show what is the benefit or what is the unique selling proposition. So let's say, somebody is searching for BMW 1 series, right? Or somebody is searching for BMW 3 series or BMW 5 series. When somebody searches for that particular model, there is something specific that they want about that model, correct? So make sure that your ad has all those, whatever is that unique selling proposition. USP is nothing but unique selling proposition, just a marketing jargon or terminology. So whatever is unique about your product, what is the core about your product, make sure that you put it out there. Okay. And along with every ad, there will be a call to action. A call to action could be about calling a number or going to a website, right? Make sure that you are clearly putting it out there. I already discussed the keyword strategy. It's important that you create brand, core, lateral keyword strategy. And within each of those keyword strategy, making sure that your ads are also written accordingly. So for example, when somebody searches best laptops versus somebody searching Dell laptops, the kind of keywords that you want to show to the customer is also the kind of advertising text that you want to show to the customer has to be also different, correct? Someone searching for Dell laptop, make sure that your ad strongly shows that it is about Dell, and it shows the propositions of Dell so that somebody clicks on it. But let's say you forget to put Dell in your advertisement, that's a complete miss. So customer will search, but your ad has nowhere Dell written on it. Maybe on the website domain name or something Dell is there, but it's not visible very clearly. You did all of that bidding, but you are not very visible in the search engine result page. And of course, you do a lot of keyword planning, research, using the keyword planner. It'll help you understand the volume. So if there are keywords that have a lot of volume, make sure that you put a lot of effort into writing ads as well. That's why you'll have to write so many ads. And I'll show you how that gets structured within the dashboard, but you have to write hundreds of ads. Trust me, some of the big brands will actually have almost 1 lakh ad copies. One more thing to also keep in mind is remove all kind of grammatical errors, keep it short, sweet, all the basics of English. Just make sure that you have written it very carefully, because think of it, you see an ad and there is a grammar mistake in that ad, or it's written in bad English. You look at it and you will think, probably a fake website, right? Or something is wrong, because all good advertising will be done by proper professionals who will make sure that it is done in a good way, right? So whenever you see anything which has errors, bad grammar, etc., you will start doubting it. Now, this is called Google Ads policy. Okay. Now, you're an advertiser and multiple advertisers, are bidding for keywords, and they keep the audience safe, right? In terms of showing right kind of results, not showing results which are potentially risky, and maintaining that consumer experience when he searches, finds something, and the content reaches him, etc. Also, it shouldn't be a case where you start using somebody else's IP, intellectual property, right? So therefore, there are a few things that Google has set in its overall policies. Now, if you don't obey a policy, most probably you could get banned or blocked, right? Or in some cases, it can affect the price that you pay for ad. It can shoot up. So there are various ways in which there can be some very black and white consequences or some negative consequences based on how much if you violate any of the policies. So one of them is, of course, having quality content. So Google also tries to use its algorithm to figure out whether a website has quality content or not. Okay. So for example, if your website is full of images that you have copied from somewhere in the internet, not original content, not given credit, or it is written in poor code, the structure of the website is bad, it's very clear that, okay, someone who's not a strong professional made that website. Okay. So in such a case, what happens is Google will figure that out and make sure that they don't show ads which correspond to that particular landing page. Okay. So Google will figure out that, acha, if I show people this ad, it is, and they click on that ad and they come to that web page, it's giving them very bad experience. So let me not show that ad, or let me put very high price on that ad to be shown. You cannot use any brand name without permission from that brand. So for example, let's say I am Swiggy. I cannot use KFC or McDonald's or any brand without having permission from them and backlisting and the whitelisting in the background. Okay. So one common example for this, suppose, let's say you are a dealer. Let's say you are a dealer for Tata Motors. You cannot put Tata in your ad. Okay. You can put Tata in your ad after you do the whitelisting in the back end, which is a process that you can get done through, just by submitting a small snippet on Google and then getting that whitelist done, then you can show your ads. Your ad should not have anything malicious. Like if you are linking people into a virus or anything that could potentially affect the health of the device from which somebody is logging in, or the security, Google can block you, right? So a lot of these things Google will try to track. And if you try to, instead of focusing on the user, if you start taking any shortcut, very soon Google will figure out. You try to cheat, you will be caught, right? So one example is that, for example, let's say I am Tata Motors and I am advertising for Tata Motors, and I want to capture Google people searching for Maruti cars. So let's say I cannot write Brezza in my ad, because then it will be usage of a competition brand name, right? So I'm Tata Motors, but I cannot use Brezza because Brezza is actually a Maruti's brand, right? So suppose, and I want to bypass this, and I am an evil person, I might say that, hey, instead of writing BREZZA, I will just write BRESSA or BREZA. Now that looks very similar to the competition brand car name, and I might even actually get people to click on it thinking that it's a Brezza ad. But eventually, if Google gets hold of you, or your competition actually finds it and reports, it can get you penalized. Okay. So all of these are there in the ad policies, and I've added a link also into the deck, which you can read. Okay. Now this is how you can do the account creation. Now, if you guys have a fast internet and you are not someone who's detracted, you can even do this in parallel as we discuss. But I would say these are two easy things where literally everything is just like creating how a Gmail account is. You don't need to parallelly create a Gmail account to learn it, right? It's so intuitive. Same way, it's as simple as that. So all you have to do is just type in Google Ads and search, and Google itself, will help you in this landing page. And there, if you notice, once you reach that Google Ads page, it will immediately give you an option to start right away, right? There's even a phone support. If you need any help, you can even call them up and Google might be able to help you, right? Now, the moment you click on it and you sign up, your Google Ads account creation is done. So now this is the structure that you need to keep in mind. Okay, I spoke about Google Ads account. I spoke about campaigns. I spoke about ad groups. Now, how is this all structured in the Google world? So what happens is, within every ad account, there will be campaigns. And within campaigns, there will be ad groups, which involve keywords and ad copy. So when you start creating any ad, how do you start? You first open your ads account. Within ads account, you set up a campaign. Within campaign, you set up ad groups. And within ad groups, you have keywords and ad copy. So when I spoke about how the structure can have thousands of ads or 100, this is what I meant. All of this is organized in a tree-like structure. So what happens is, let's say you're Tata Motors or ICICI, you will have one ad account. So you will start with an ad account, which is mapped to Tata or ICICI. Or let's say if you are a small business, let's say you run a cake shop or a bakery, you can just create an ad account very easily. In the case of big brands, you have to do some backend mapping, etc., to claim that the website is mine, or the store is mine, etc. Those are slightly more nuanced things, but don't worry about it. Uh, those are fairly easy things to do, and very often not even done by you. You will take the help of your agency, etc., to do this, right? Okay. The reality is almost 90% of the advertising is actually managed by agencies. Got it? So if I am taking the example of Swiggy, it's not like Umesh's junior, or by that I mean not a manager or the executive that reports into manager. They don't sit down and make all the ads. Got it? Only a very thin share, only people, generally folks who are on the agency side do most of this operational work, because this takes hours and hours. So one misconception that people have is, okay, if I have to become a search engine marketer, I have to know every element of ad creation, how it is done operationally, etc. No, you just have to understand the concept. Got it? Unless and otherwise you want to get into an agency. But if you are and even within an agency, when you are at a very junior level is when you are hands-on things.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, what is the full form of PPC pages? Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are per pay click, pay per click, price per click, and option 4 both A and B. Think thoroughly, look clearly into the options and mention the right answer in comment box below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.
You will have more senior resources, but they will typically set strategy or come and do a quality check. So you don't have to do hands-on things. You may have to do hands-on if, let's say, you are a small business owner. Okay. You run a bakery, you run a gym, you run a small apparel store, you want to advertise to people, you can set up your own ads, but usually it is very simple. So what happens is small businesses usually have very simple structure where you don't need an agency to manage it. You can go just watch there's so much information already in the course. Sometimes just follow the course, just start your ad account. You can almost do it by yourself. There itself, you will, any digital marketer, trust me, nobody just goes, learns a course and start doing it right then and there. Whenever you're doing any activity, you will parallelly do all the research too. Just make sure that the concepts have landed when somebody teaches you this. But in reality, when you actually get into action, somebody else will do it for you. You can research and follow how somebody else have explained it on the internet, or Google, Facebook itself would have written down all of this in serious, in well documented format. And I'll tell you why. So when Google launches Google Ads as a product, or its multiple solutions in analytics, or data management or measurement or anything, what is the primary thing that determines how successful that platform is? So one is the performance of the product. Yeah, is it converting? Is it giving business value? Is it good for the end audience? Is it good for the advertiser? That is one element. So that's about the product aspect of it, correct? But the success of any platform depends on how easy is it for the people to use. And I will explain that without even taking an example of any technology product, any ad tech product, any advertising technology product. Just think of Paytm or Google Pay as an app. UPI is so simple that anybody can just use it, right? There were people who will struggle with internet banking. So you might know some of your relatives who have never done internet banking, but they can easily do payment wallet or UPI, right? The simpler the product is for somebody to use, more people will adopt it. So the very reason why Google Ads and Facebook are so successful is not just because they are large advertisers, they have a lot of properties, they have a lot of technology, etc. But they made it super simple for people to learn it. But it's not like anybody can just start it. They might need some direction. So they may come to a course like the one that you are in. Somebody's going to give them practical examples, give them the conceptual flow, give them that confidence to make that step, telling them that this is not rocket science, right? And that is the most important thing. That's why Do you know how much it costs to do a Google Ads certification? Like, let's say if it is search ad certification on Google, going through Google's materials and taking that. The most important concept is understanding, hey, what is the keyword strategy? What is my category? What is it that generally people search for? If I have to make my search engine work, it's not just I have to like do correct keyword strategy. I have to build a landing page, right? That holistic understanding, that top view understanding is what is necessary for a digital marketer. For 95% of the roles, that is what is necessary. So this Google Ads product, it's ridiculously simple. But once you start using it, or just going through material, you will realize how easy it is. It takes its time. It's not like, you cannot come to a session and learn it. This is the structure, right? And this one, some people would call it a campaign tree or an ad account tree. People use various words for it, but it's just when someone mentions in a certain context, you will understand. So here there are 3 levels. So one is your ad account. This is just like, going into your banking account or demat account, etc. Obviously at an account setting level, you will have your password, billing information, you have to link your credit card, billing cycles, etc. All the details would come there. Now within that, to organize your marketing activations, one would typically create campaigns. So what happens is usually a campaign will have a theme or a sub-theme, because it addresses one common goal, and there's a similar bidding strategy applied on it. So you break down your campaigns into multiple campaigns, right? So campaign A, B, C, D, etc. right? So a campaign is just to unify the bidding strategy, the targeting, and the overall budget that you assign is also specific to a campaign. So, let's say you're working for Amazon and Amazon decides to launch a new phone in the market exclusively on Amazon. And let's say Amazon is doing a pre-buzz in the sense that, okay, prior to the launch of the product, let's say 5 days in advance, they want to run some pre-buzz. So here it's very clear. There is one, particular objective. There is one specific bidding strategy they can follow. It's only for a certain period of time. They may decide on a certain budget saying that, okay, I'm going to put this 5 crore into this promotion, right? A lot of things can be unified there and all of it can be clubbed under campaign. So it's very simple. Anything that can be clubbed under similar goal, same bidding strategy, targeting, all of this we will get into also in detail. So don't worry, you club it under campaigns. Now comes the next layer, which is keywords, ad copy, ad groups which involve keywords and ad copy. That is nothing but the keywords and the corresponding ad copy. So if you notice, for every keyword that is entered by the customer, you have to show a corresponding ad copy, correct? The grouping of that is done in a structure called ad groups. So once again, I am clarifying, 99% of you, unless you want to categorically become a search engine marketing analyst or an SEM marketer, you need not understand too many details of this. All you need to understand is within an ad group, keywords and ad copies are paired. How do you operationally do it, optimize it, etc. Like very deep level, you don't have to worry about it. Only when you are working in that particular domain, you need to group these two together and think about it. Okay. And so within the ad account, this is how the page will look like. So here we are talking particularly about the search kind of campaign. How do I do a search ads creation? Now, one more thing I want you guys to understand is search ads are slightly difficult to structure and operationalize, right? We are learning it first because it's very fundamental to building that understanding of, what do consumers search? How do I show it? So the right order to learn is probably like search before you get into video marketing at a very high level. You can do some minimal amount of it. But the reality is that once you start doing much more a little bit of display, a little bit of video, etc. When you come back, then search ad structure looks easier. Got it? So you might learn it in a different order. That doesn't matter. In reality, very often when you start learning those formats and you start doing X number of things, search ad ka structure will also start looking easier. So here it's very simple. Within your ad account, you click on campaigns, it'll list all the campaigns that are running. And here you can start a new campaign. So all you have to do is click on a new campaign. Now what happens is, when you click on a new campaign, if you remember when we started, we spoke about how there are 5 types of ad on Google, right? So this is also the reason when you saw my ad account, it actually had various ad types. Got it? I actually have different accounts for search. Interestingly, search accounts are the ones which are usually takes more time to load as well because of the nuances, right? So what happens here is you set campaigns, you're going to click new ad, new campaign, and you will see these 5 types of campaigns, whatever we saw in the beginning. Obviously, you start selecting search. So here also it's very intuitive. If you notice, the moment you came here, the dashboard has everything. It says select a campaign type, and it shows what each of this campaign type is about. So trust me, even if somebody doesn't come with a lot of understanding of what are the kind of ads there, it will exactly lead you there where you want to be, right? And here, if you see this little question mark button, so whenever you see any window or button and you're surprised about what you're not sure about what it is, all you have to do is just tap that question mark and it will give you all the details. It will start listing on the left. You can go into those specifics and you will get all the information you'll need. And once you select search, it will show you various goal types. So every campaign has to have a goal, correct? Goal is ultimately what you want to do for that, business with running that particular campaign. So let's think of it. Let's say your campaign is about getting people to your website. You're very clear that, okay, for example, you're selling automotive insurance. Somebody comes to the website, fills in all that, reads about the product, then only you are clear that the product concept will be clear to the customer, right? So here it is optimized for traffic. Or in some cases, you are not looking for an immediate sale. In some cases, it's just about, let's say the best example to understand website traffic is if you have a content site, there is no sales, nothing to be done there. You're just getting people to the website, giving them the information they need, and probably that is where you can optimize and get the best value out of it, right? Then you choose website traffic. You have an option for sales, leads, etc. So based on your business type, a lot of people incorrectly assume that any campaign I will just optimize for sales and it will work. That's not correct, because in some cases, there's no sales that happens online. If you are, let's say, an automotive dealer running an ad, you want to show leads, right? You will probably optimize most of your campaigns for lead generation so that somebody gives their email ID, phone number, their preferred time for a test drive, which model are they interested in, etc. So you want to do lead generation. So when you're working with a digital marketing team, right? Let's say you are asking them to or requesting them to run an ad. Very often you just have to say that, I think I need a search campaign, and the search campaign should optimize to get me leads or sales or website traffic. That is all you have to tell, right? Or if you're working with your agency and asking them to come up with a plan and execute, very often they will ask you very basic questions like, okay, if the agency guy will ask the advertiser, hey, what kind of search campaign do you want? What is the kind of objective that you're driving? And they will be like, okay, oh, this looks like, do you want to optimize for sales or do you want to go after the goal type of leads? Where do you want to go? And they'll pick a goal accordingly, right? So one more reason why you should not buy hard this is because, trust me, when you actually get into digital marketing, unless you are working only on one platform, you will have to work on Google ads. You will have to work on Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, programmatic, native ads. There might be so many platforms that you have to do. So in such case, there's not even any value in by hearting all of this. One, if you have in a certain business and one channel is important to you, based on your business type, you will naturally remember all of this or learn all of this, because once or so you will easily deploy. So nobody has to by heart in its mind that acha Google mein search has these 3, display has these 5. Okay, in an exam also, in your test, it might be asked just to test your knowledge, but that doesn't break the deal for you. Got it? So even when tomorrow you have a use case in your career where you have to use search ads, all you have to do is either just open up your Google Ads account, which is again free, and just check what are the things that come listed. Or you can even do a Google search and see what are the goal types within search ads. And it will just tell you what are the 3 goal types. Okay. So we started with saying that, hey, I want a new campaign. So you're telling the dashboard that you want to create a new campaign. Then in the next step within the Google Ads platform, you have chosen that I want to do a search campaign. Within search, 3 very simple objectives: sales, leads, website traffic. Each of them are almost self-explanatory, but if you want to know what that is, when you click there, it'll show you what exactly that is, right? Now, when you type, after you select the ad type.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You will come to this particular page where you are going to create more, you give more details to that campaign, right? So you give the name of a campaign. Typically, people name it with a date, objective, something for people to understand, because in large ad accounts, there could be thousands of campaigns. So you put everything in your campaign name so that you can understand what that your campaign is. Now, the most interesting thing is, even within search ads, there is an option to expand it to some display network. Got it? So not only will your ad show up on search partners, but it can also show ads to display network. By that, what I mean is, let's say, again, going back to the car example. So I'm going to take one of you as example. Let's say Komal. Komal started searching for her car, right? Komal would have already typed in certain keywords in Google, right, as a customer. So Google is keeping a watch on all of its customers. So Google knows that, hey, Komal is someone who is interested in automotive. Now, within that, let's say Komal started searching for certain brands, Tata, Tiago, or Maruti Baleno. Google also knows that these are keywords that Komal, as a Google search user, is interested in. So what can Google do is that even when Komal is not searching, so let's say there might be certain times when Komal is not searching, but just browsing other content. So let's say she's on Car Dekho or Bike Dekho. But you may have noticed there also Google has its own display network, right? Google can show banner ads on any website which is affiliated with Google. So it's possible that Car Dekho, Bike Dekho has affiliated with Google. And Google knows that Acha Komal is visiting Car Dekho, Bike Dekho. And even if you have not searched recently, Google might still show you an ad on display. Only thing is, if you are selecting a display network, within that display network also, you will have to probably optimize your ad, the text a little bit. But I mean, right now, do not worry too much about it. This is actually a little nuanced. Even my explanation is not 100% correct. I kind of optimized it so that the confusion is less. Best that, like I said, there will be a well-detailed session on Google Display Network later. When we cover that, you will understand this, right? So right now, do not worry about it but it's just to let you know that there is this option also, right? And obviously you can get into determining your location. So all of this are things that you do on this particular window. One more interesting aspect of Google search is that the text ads that we spoke about not only come on Google ka search window, but YouTube also has its own search engine, right? On your YouTube, when you go up, open up the home page, you have an option to search things. So in some cases, you might put the same keywords in your Google search tab and even on your YouTube search, correct? So you might look for car reviews again on YouTube search. So Google, it's the same platform. Backend may Google knows how to link the two, right? So it can even show those ads there. That is why you might be familiar with this. When you search for something, you will start getting those ads, which are, you might see some text ads also before you see the search results. So this is also done through Google Ads only, Google search only. So in the backend, you're doing the same thing to show ads on a Google search page and on a YouTube search engine result. So when you set the campaign, Google itself will show you a timeline of what are the things that you should do. So campaign settings, you have done everything. You'll have to put a URL. saying that, hey, this is the URL that I want to show. This is the page where I want to send customer to. This is what I want to show. In some cases, you can even show ads to specific audiences. Okay. So here it might be a specific list of audiences that are either defined by Google, or you've brought that audience in from somewhere. Don't worry about it right now. This is best learned. There is a specific segment on this that will come up later in another session. It will be covered there. We will spend more time on things which are very specific to search. So if you remember, when I discussed this segment, we started with saying that, hey, campaigns should have a goal type, a bidding strategy, targeting, budgets, etc. Right? Bidding strategy is what we're going to discuss next. So bidding strategy, these are the 5 basic ones, right? And again, do not try to buy hard this bidding strategy. Okay. This is just for your information. This is always available in the dashboard. So whenever you are creating a campaign, relax, take some time out, look at these bidding strategies, read them up once, and it is right there on the dashboard itself. So whenever you see each of these bidding strategy in the validation, Google will also explain when and where to use that particular bidding strategy. Got it? I'll just give you example of when to use each of these strategies. So let's say, first example, assume that you are Times of India or Scoop Whoop. You do not sell anything on your site. All you have is content. And very often, your success metrics depend on how many people have read your content, right? Which might be the bidding strategy that they are most probably going to use. They can use some of the others also in certain cases, but very often it is a maximize click strategy, right? They could do a flexible strategy, an enhanced cost per click also in some cases, but we are clear that at least it's not going to be a case where it is a return on ad spend, right? Or it is not cost per acquisition. Times doesn't usually run cost per acquisition campaign. Most often the campaign might be to just get people to read a certain content. Now let's take another example. Let's say I'm an e-commerce website. You're familiar with websites like Momsco or the Beardo or Beard Company, etc., which are direct to consumer brands where they try to get a lot of people to their website and get people to buy a product. Now, if your particular campaign's aim is to get maximum spend, and now obviously when a consumer converts, he might buy a 10 rupee product also, a 1,000 rupee product also. There can be different billing, right? Different cart value. So it will probably, let's say it figures out that, again, taking an example, let's say Anand, it figured that, okay, Anand keeps clicking on ads let's say ads for active gear. He's a gym enthusiast. He's a fitness enthusiast. Google knows all of this, right? And Google identifies that Anand is a very good potential customer for a particular, let's say for Nike or Puma, right? And even let's say Anand visits Nike website, convert once, brings a lot of value. It's very clear that there are a lot of indicators which are deterministic or probabilistic, which says that probably this Anand is going to do a very high value transaction, right? So Google will use X number of signals to figure out which customer will potentially give me maximum conversion value. So if that is our use case, that is how we decide on the bid strategy. And that is why, although it looks like a list of 5-7 things, in reality, it is very simple to use. Because when you have a particular product and you want to achieve a specific business objective, very often you may have to choose between just 1 or 2 strategies. It will be so apparent to you when you have a clear business case. I'm going to give you another example. Let's say ICICI launches a new credit card. It wants people to come to the website and sign up for that credit card. So they will put search ads everywhere. People will click on that ad and they want people to sign up ultimately, which becomes a customer acquisition for them. In such case, which is the strategy they may use? Now I'm coming to the bidding part. Got it? So keyword decide what to bid on. Bidding strategy decide, okay, what to optimize it on. And the most interesting bit is, suppose you select something really, really wrong. Sometimes the dashboard itself will tell you. Suppose you're selecting an ROAS against a conversion event where it is not getting the value of the product that is purchased, it will automatically show an error, correct? So if your product doesn't have a monetary value, or that the value of conversion on the website is not being passed to Google, it will tell you. So this is how the setup is. And the most interesting part here to notice is that you can set up a daily budget, which means that it's not a case where your cost per click is very high and you start burning too much money. It's not like that. You can always say that daily I should maximum spend 500 rupees, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, and you can do it at a overall campaign level. So you will have control. So you can split your budget across various campaigns also for the same objective, right? And then make sure that everything it's worked. And here in the bidding strategy, this is nothing but we saw here. It will help you decide on what is the bidding strategy. It's just about selecting. And if you notice again, already on the left side, it exactly explains what is it is about. So you can just go to the dashboard and decide, or your agency will tell you what is it about, and you can discuss with them and decide. So this is the overall structure of setting a bid, setting a budget, etc. And this is similar to, for example, you are actually going to bid on something. Forget the Google search world. Think of it that you are going to bid on buying a car or a house and you're entering an auction. So before you go to the auction, you might discuss saying that, okay, my budget is maximum 5 lakh rupees. I will not bid above that for the car. I will try to see how much I can bid. I will go decide, if Maruti ka car mila, I will bid. Tata ka car mila, I will not bid. Depending on what comes up, I will adjust my bid. But I will not pay above a certain bid, right? Or I will bid according to the conversion value or whatever, right? So here it's just setting criteria and setting limits on how much you want to spend, so that you have optimized in the best manner. Now comes to the most execution-led element, which is nothing but in a search ad, what are the different components? So what happens in a search is that along with the search, depending on the topic, depending on the keywords, you may want to give additional information. So in some cases, for example, let's say you are a travel agency, easiest example. You want people to call you to do a booking, like especially if it's a local travel, right? They are not, I may not even have like a very good website. If I'm a local travel agency, I want to put a call button there. So there is an option to call. In the case of websites, for example, Amazon here, right? Amazon obviously has multiple categories, right? There might be fashion, exclusive, electronics. So based on what is the search keyword, maybe it wants to show some specifics. In the case of certain websites, you may want to show the rating. Like for example, the bottom one, you can see Zara shoes. They have added a rating extension where it is showing what's the rating that his site has, which is most probably the Google rating only. So that kind of gives some authenticity for the product. In some cases, it might be, you might want to prompt the customer to install your app. That is the example of first pose use. So you can even do an install button as the extension. So based on whatever is your kind of ad, kind of business, you can also add an extension to the ad. So it's not just about having a text, but it's also about what are the other elements that you want to add to the ad. So in some cases, there might be multiple things, right? There could be search. In some, there might be ratings and install button. All of this is possible. And type of extensions is very clear. When you set up the search ads, it will give you all the options to set up. You can add your contact details. You want to show some pictures. You want to show multiple site links. All of that is possible. And once you have added all those, all you have to do is just do a save and continue. There are various other options available. These are some specific options. So extensions we already discussed. You want to add a text message option that can be done. Adding a promotion to your ad. So for example, when you see certain ad, there might be a specific call out saying that 20% off, right? Or buy one, get one. Any specific sales promotions also you can show in the copy of the ad itself, right? They can be shown along with the copy of the ad. You can show prices. Sometimes you can give an option of ad rotation to Google. Like, so what happens is against the same keywords, you might create a number of ads and eventually Google will figure out which is the best performing ad. So it will probably show more of that, right? There is an option to keep a schedule. It can be all times of the day, all 24 hours, or you can choose hourly slots. So suppose you are, for example, a restaurant that serves breakfast only, right? So you might know that acha, between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. I should trigger my breakfast ad. There is no purpose showing a breakfast ad during lunch hours or in times when the restaurant is shut. So against your ad, you can decide on the schedule. So these are very logical options. Anything that is required for your any information that you want to show to customers, Google has made sure that all of these are added and you can layer all of this into your campaigns. And now comes slightly complicated stuff. So keywords, if you notice, what is the most complicated aspect about keywords? Long tail keywords are very specific information. Usually when people get specific, they type in 5, 6, 7 words. So it's very clear. But what also, sometimes it may be short also, but the main point is they're very rare. Got it? So it's a very specific information they ask for. It's not very generic. So what also happens is the search volume will be also less. Yeah, please go ahead. And there might be a lot of these long tail keywords. Some of them are very short, but very rare. So there could be so many of these combinations. Now there is something called a broad match modifier. So this one adds a little bit more specific. So it will not take any synonyms. So it will mostly like look for slightly more closer variations, right? And then there are phrase matches. So phrase matches are...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When those two words kind of like occur together, so it's a phrase, you will have a phrase match option. In some cases, you want to show exactly what people want to say. Show the ad only if people are searching exactly for that particular one item. One example is, let's say, you have written some article about Dhoom movie, right? Now, and let's say that article is about Amir Khan in Dhoom 3. You very clearly said you want to clearly show only to that particular mention where it is clear that it is about this particular version of the movie, about this particular actors featuring in that particular movie and something related to him. You don't want to show anything which is related to other Dhoom movies, or Dhoom might also mean 10 different things. It need not be a movie, right? It need not be linked to Amir Khan. It could be so many other things. You don't want to show random, right? You want to be clear that I want to show only when it is this exact phrase. That's where you have an exact match. So these are just technique as you type in the word into that and create ads, right? You just make sure that you write in this format. Again, like I said, 99% of you will never do this hands-on, and it is not required. You will not have to think at this level, but this is just for concept, just to remind you that these are possible. Now, but the last one is actually the concept that you need to remember, the concept of negative matches. So in some cases, what happens? We will notice that if people have a particular phrase, in their search, then most probably he's not your customer. He's specifically not looking for you. For example, somebody searches for cheap smartphones, right? Smartphones under 5,000 or smartphones under 10,000 or smartphones, low budget smartphone or economy smartphones. iPhone or Apple will never want to put an advertisement there because they know that, there is phone in the word. So it's possible that Google may think it is relevant for me and show that Apple ad. It is a waste of money. So Apple will categorically figure out what are the specific keywords. The moment that word is there, it is definitely not for me. Clear? So that is one thing that you want to definitely stay away from, because it is not going to bring you any value. Then there is a negative match. So this is one concept that I want all of you to remember. Okay. Other broad match, phrase match goes up, that your search engine analyst or agency, whoever will do it for you. But negative match, you should think about it. So sometimes, because you are close to the business, you might know it, but the search engine analyst may not know about all of it. So you can give all the list of negative keywords, which can save you a lot of money in search engine marketing. The next customization that you have available is that when you create this ad group, so if you notice there is ad group and there is one window down where you can add all your keywords. Google also gives suggestions here, so you can just click on this button and keep adding them. It's that simple. So everything is in that interface. But the concept here is that it gives you a standard option and a dynamic option. So the dynamic option is where Google itself kind of figures out, hey, what is the best page to kind of like show to this customer, or what is the best ad to show that to that customer based on the keyword. Google itself kind of like dynamically figures it out and does it. Again, these are usually done by very nuanced sites, like, for example, a 99acres.com or Swiggy, right? If you are a small business or so, most probably you will not use a dynamic ad because it requires a lot of backend configuration and a lot of careful thinking. So if you don't get it, it's okay, not very important. But if it's very important to your business, most probably it's a very highly evolved advertiser for very specific use cases. There will be specific teams who will handle it. But just remember that there is a way that Google itself will figure, hey, what is the best ad to show to this guy based on the keyword? So you may have like added a bunch of them, but but you may not also not know which to match to which. But Google will figure out over a period of time and show what is the right one. So it is just a dynamic learning that Google does and kind of does on its own. So this is how you set it up. So this is a very good example for explaining dynamic keywords. Why it's also difficult to explain is, if you notice, it's by definition smart and learning. Got it? So it actually is your use case dependent. By definition it's that way. So the best way to understand it is like spend some time on the page. It has so many examples within the Google Ads documentations itself. Here comes the last element of it. For each of the campaign that you run, right, after you create the ad, it will show, this is the initial view that you saw in my dashboard as well. It'll just show like a summary and it'll have all the details that are required. You can click on this more button here, right? And you can even add other metrics. So here there might be these 10 metrics that are shown for ease of visibility, but based on your campaign type, you can add for any number of elements, and all of that will be shown here. So typically what happens is, based on what is necessary for you, you will customize, you will remove all the metrics that are not necessary and will download, right? And Google also has a lot of visualizations. So even when you get out of your campaigns dashboard and come to the overall overview, it will show the overall health of your account. So let's say if you are ICCI, this is what you see when you log in, an overall overview showing what is the click, what is the click-through rate, what is the CPC. Now, it may not be directly actionable because it's a cocktail of so many different campaigns. When you go down, you will see more specific details, but there will be like an overview. So if you see like very high cost against a keyword, you will have to think through, okay, probably there's something wrong in the way I have set this ad, or my ad is showing up, or there are too many people bidding on this keyword, right? Or my landing page is not good, or whatever I am discussing is not relevant to what the consumer is searching. So there are so many different aspects that will be understood. I mean, that you can like read out from here. This is just like there are an option to do only call only campaign. So even if you don't have a website app also, you can do just calls. This is an easy feature that you can use if you are a small business. All you have to do is when you create the campaign, after you pick up your, obviously website traffic is not possible because you don't have a website. Lead generation is also not your goal. Your goal is to just get that quick sales and conversion. So typically not even leads, people generally prefer sales because it's just about getting that particular click. This is one simplest campaign. Like for example, there are some ads you don't have to worry too much about. Dynamic ads. Most probably there's someone else solving for it very extensively because it is linked closely to the catalog. There's a lot of learning and there are a number of things involved. But if you think of this is at the same time the most simplest format, which is just a phone call away. So you can just select the objective, just put your phone number and you will get that particular call. See, that will come up with this particular call extension that we discussed before. And we also spoke about ad extensions in the beginning, right? So in the dashboard itself, you will see that option. One interesting feature that you have available in the Google Ads dashboard is something called the Performance Planner tool. So what it does is it will give you like, future results of your search campaign. So it's more like a forecasting tool. You pick a certain set of keywords and you have your current campaign and its performance. All of this will give you future predictions. And how you play around with it is you come to the Google Ads dashboard, and there will be an option to pick performance planner from the planning tab. And once you are in, you have to pick the specific campaign, and some campaigns, whichever campaigns have some amount of data. So it's basic analytics, right? So for any forecasting to happen, there has to be some amount of data from the past. So you pick any of the past campaigns, and within that, what is the time period in which you have to do forecasting? Now, it's one simplest example for this is just think of some products which are very seasonal sales. Suppose you have ran the campaign in 2019, there was a particular pattern in sales in 2019. Let's say during Diwali, your product was selling a lot. In festives, your product was selling a lot. Now 2020 has come. Now you're actually operating at a different budget in 2020 than 2019, but underlying consumer trends, interest will have similar patterns, right? Now, based on the new budget that you have, or the new optimizations or stuff that you may have done, what might your sales look like? That's a kind of prediction that performance planner bring. And it's best when there is some underlying seasonal trend or consumer behavior that you want to tap into. So display ads. So here's, and we have actually shown this slide sometime back in the past, right? So what happens here? I mean, instead of just telling you guys in terms of like a definition of this, I will try to explain how this happens, how this network was laid out. Suppose I on a website, let's say Umesh puts up a website, and let's say that website is about fitness. I have a lot of content around fitness. I want to, now in this case, I'm a publisher, I'm the owner of a website, correct? But I'm very clear that, I want to make money from my website. It's not a scenario where, I just put up content there for free. There is some way I have to make money. So what do I do within my website? Either on the masthead, which is like the top 1/3 or so of the screen of the first scroll, or on the sidebars, or at the bottom, etc. I will add certain spaces where someone can place an ad. Now, it's not possible for me to just run around, find people who might be willing to put ad on my website and kind of, monetize it, right? So what do? I just tell Google, hey, Google, I would like to partner with you, and please make sure that somebody is able to put an ad on my website. And obviously, you will collect payment from that customer and payment from that advertiser, and you have to give me a cut of it, right? So basically, any website in the world which is a part of Google Display Network just does this, right? They have inventory on their site, and they also get a tool, just like we have Google Ads, and in the past this was called AdWords. They have something called Google AdSense, right? In the past. Now that is kind of like managed through a particular tool called Google Ad Manager. So all the website owner has to do is list specific places on his website and tell Google that, okay, Google, please take care of this banner placement. You can put whatever ad you want there, right? And since that particular placement became a part of Google's network, it is called Google Display Network. Now, although the term is Google Display Network, sometimes you will notice that, rich media ads will play there, right? Rich media in the sense that there's some amount of interaction, there's some amount of animation, etc., right? Or in some cases, there will be like, you will sometimes see video, short, simple video also play on some certain GDN placements. In some cases, you will even get surveys on GDN. There are something called brandometer. You don't have to think about what that is, and that feature is not available to all advertisers. Hence, we are not teaching you in that course. Only some top brands or top advertisers on Google get that feature. So Google is even able to survey on a placement. Okay, and some of you might have taken some of those surveys. So that is basically display network. And this concept of display network is very important. Google has its own display network. Facebook also has its own display network. It's called audience network. So what Facebook does is it wants to show ads even outside of Facebook, Instagram, etc., right? Which are own properties. So they will go collaborate with other websites, add them to their network. So this is an important concept, and you will see various kinds of networks in the world. Just like Google or Facebook has, there are Outbrain, Taboola, multiple networks in the world, right? But why do you think we try to learn Google Display Network? Why is it that when we are teaching you about the concept, or not just us, in almost every course you will notice that Google Display Network is stressed? What is the reason for that? Okay, I will give you an example. Let's say Anand starts a company. Anand starts a t-shirt selling business. So he sets up a website. There are various t-shirts. Let's say he lists, certain activewear or something like that as merchandise and sells them on his website. Now, when somebody starts advertising, they cannot obviously think of going and learning 20 different platforms, correct? An evolved advertiser like an Airtel or a Swiggy or the likes could have 1,000 different partners and 1,000 ways to advertise. But when someone starts, they will have to be sure that, okay, I invest minimum time, but I get maximum access. In terms of marketer, you will find will know at least one of these two. So it becomes very easy to get the talent. Understood? And one more thing is, where does GDN sit? GDN sits in the overall Google environment, and it is accessible, it is advertisable via Google Ads as a platform. So if you have that Google Ads account, you all of a sudden got access to search, you got access to display, you got access to Gmail, you got access to YouTube. So you got access to a lot of not only like various Google properties, but also different kind of ads. You can run video ads, search ads, display ads, everything. So when you are a new business, young business, when you are starting out, sometimes the best and easiest way is to start with Google and Facebook. So you can look around, you will hardly find any advertiser who don't have these. They may have other channels, but they will always have some amount of Google and Facebook at least, right? So this is something that is important for you guys to know. So suppose, let's say you are starting up. So I saw one of you guys were starting up your company. Make sure that you start with Google and Facebook, because it's the easiest to get going, right? You need some help on it. You get help very easily. You can get started without too many complicated setups. You go talk to your analytics team, tech team, etc. Not just marketers, because you need them also to support you in your advertising and marketing readiness, right? They will also have some amount of exposure in most cases, in terms of doing the technical backend setups. Is that concept clear? And why it becomes easy is, so if you notice yesterday when we discussed Google search and we saw some dashboards, you guys might have felt that, oh my God, it's a little bit too much information, or, in this 30 minutes, I have to go through 5-6 different setup pages. It actually gets easier for you, because what you will notice is that same pattern, because it's the same platform. Display ads also are created in a similar manner. There are a lot of similarities, right? Tomorrow you run, search and display together. You have already kind of like figured out that there are so many commonalities. Or you run shopping ads or video ads. There are so many things that are similar that your learning curve becomes easy, and learning one naturally makes you feel familiar with the other. So these are basically those, some on your screen, you obviously have one display ad. And obviously, if you notice it's very clear that, it's obvious to all of you guys that it's an ad by Google, because on the right top corner, you can see this little tag called ads by Google. So when do we use these display ads? And here what we will do is, for ease, when we say display ads, think of them mostly as banner ads, okay? Because 90% of the use cases might be banner ads. And there is one more reason why banner ads are very common.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in digital marketing, then Intellipaat provides a advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics. It is taught by IIT professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Especially if you are a young company or an advertiser starting fresh. Why do you think banner ads are or display ads are very common? Just think of this case. Again, I'm discussing Anand's website. So I've already made Anand the business owner. Anand has started selling t-shirts. Imagine if he has to shoot a video film featuring that t-shirt or explaining the features. It will have production budgets, right? The video quality, to produce a good quality video, it might take a lot of time, or to create a large social media campaign, it may take time, correct? But display ad ke liye, it is so easy. You can make it in a Canva, or you can just call a designer, and when you sit with the designer itself, and you can just change what you want to put there, right? Your text can change. So for example, he starts saying that, hey, he has some t-shirts and all of a sudden there is Halloween, right? And he wants to quickly build a few creatives. By creative, I mean advertisement, okay? The technical word that is used is called creative, okay? So he wants to build a creative, and it's so easy, right? You can ask your graphic designer, and based on how quick the graphic designer is, you will have the display ad ready. So let's say he starts selling Halloween t-shirts, and all of a sudden he creates those ads and puts them out there and realizes that, okay, Indians are not very interested in Halloween, but let's say there is Dashera coming and he wants to put some, and he realized that, okay, I have some Ravan themed t-shirts. Let me just put that up. Or he can just create it almost instantly. Given even there is just a graphic designer in the house, you can make it so quickly. You don't need so many different talent. So that is the flexibility that display ads also brings. That's why, even apart from all the other reasons, it's good in the mix. So, any advertiser should have a good mix of banner ads and video and audio ads and rich media and everything in the mix. But one thing that always favors display advertising and banner advertising as a subset, when I say this, is because it's sometimes very easy to create those assets. Understood? So even when you guys are thinking through solving your marketing problems, sometimes just see if your marketing problem can be addressed by display network principally, and is it a case, and then it is easy to kind of like take it live, right? Okay, so obviously here now, why do you use display ads? Now I'm starting from the fact that we already learned search ads. In search, we were going to people who were specifically seeking information. So Anand will show their ad, let's say the Dashera Ravan t-shirt ad, only to people who are looking for Dashera themed t-shirts, right? So if there are 10 people searching for it, maybe he's able to reach 5 of them or 7 of them or 10 of them through Google search ads. But let's imagine not all people are actively thinking about buying a Ravan themed Dashera t-shirt, right? But if you just tell people that, hey guys, check this out, there is this t-shirt, maybe people will get interested and some of them will warm up to the idea of buying that t-shirt, right? So whenever you have to like build a little bit of extra awareness, it is a good, compared to search, this is something that can get you better reach, much more higher top of the funnel. And one more aspect of display ads is usually it works, and these are just generalizations. Okay, these are not truths. These are just to help you guys get some directions. A great product to promote. So for example, you will see cars, mobiles, laptops, which are aesthetically good. They typically do a lot of display ads. But, let's say a Vicro Vajradanti or Colgate may not do many display ads, right? Because the product is not impressive. Everybody knows what a toothpaste ad looks like, right? They may largely do a video or something like that, right? Where there are like characters and aapke toothpaste mein namak hai. They will do something, some jhol to kind of make it interesting. So that's one, just some generalizations. Yeah. And display ads are also good when, it might take a lot of time to convert a user. For example, think of Bluestone or Carrot Lane. Nobody decides to just buy a diamond immediately. you may have to continuously be present, keep reminding that person, show various of your ads over a period of time. Some of them may like some of your products and might convert, right? So not necessary that display is applicable only to such products, but when your products are of that kind, display is effective. And display ads are way cheaper also, relatively, right? Because you put it out there, it's easy to watch. Video, only some percentage of people are going to see through it. So you end up paying a little bit more, right? But display, you just kind of like quick information right there, right? And that's where it is kind of like different from search. Yeah. And this is the Google Display Network. So when I talk about when Google started, their network over a period, what do they ideally want to do? They ideally want to reach 100% of the websites in the world, right? If you ask people working at Google and ask them, hey, what do you want GDN's reach to be? They will say 100%, right? But not necessarily like all folks sign up on Google. Like one example could be Hotstar, right? It is Disney owned. If you notice, Hotstar doesn't put much of his inventory on Google. So for example, fire up the Hotstar app, look at all the ads you'll never notice a Google ticker, right? So there are some websites which are not reachable, or some apps that are not reachable, but they still have a great reach. Very often I've heard them quote figures like 60-70%, etc. So there can be websites, there can be mobile apps. YouTube and Gmail are naturally Google-owned properties. Therefore they naturally come into GDN as well. Now this is about how do we create this campaign. So how to create a display ad campaign. So we will walk through steps. You will see the similarities between search, and since the pattern repeats, now you will notice that you are able to pick it up much faster. So in the Google Ads dashboard, you might remember we just click on the new campaign button, and this is where it starts. You have seen this screen already before. So last time we started with the search tab, right? The left top most, and that's where we went, and we went ahead creating campaigns. This time we're going to click the display tab, and interestingly, in the display tab you will see 5 different objectives. Okay, so now one more way to also think through about when do I apply display is also just map it back to these 5 objectives. So when you need sales, or when you do lead generation, when you need traffic to website, consideration for your product, build some brand awareness, all of this display can work because those goals are kind of structured into the Google Ads platform already. So can anyone give an example of a sales application? Any business case where Google display ads may have to drive sales? So we will see that when we come to the creation. Here specifically placements will be shown. So why this particular ad creation exercise was difficult in search is because in search, there's very little thing for you guys to visualize. Understood? Yeah. So understanding search is slightly more difficult, but in the case of display, it's everything that we discuss are things you can like mentally visualize. So we will get into those steps, and then you can, then some of this will land for you. Yeah. So at an objective level, so it's the easiest way to think about it is think about this in blocks. Okay. I want website traffic. I go to that particular goal. Website traffic, I'll just start. Sales is, you understood, right? Very clearly, you are driving a conversion. Now, one more concept that I want all of you guys to understand is also the concept of a catalog. Okay, so every website at the back end has a catalog if it is selling something. Understood? So Amazon has a large catalog, right? Or Swiggy has a catalog of restaurants, right? Tata Click has a catalog of apparels and electronics and everything, right? So everyone has a catalog. So it's usually that catalog that websites use to kind of like drive sales. Now, second example is leads. Leads is very, the best example for leads is when a dealer runs an ad, right? Suppose when you click on some of the display ads for cars, you will notice that when you click on it, it might take you to a form where it will ask you details. It collects the lead details and they will be like, we'll get back to you soon. So the objective there is to specifically collect leads, because you cannot sell a car online, right? As in, like, people don't click and then only they will ask you to kind of like recommend that course, right? So there's a lead generation and sales happens later. Website traffic, best example is, think of something like Times of India or any of those newspapers. They want to put those ads to like get people in and get maximum traffic ASAP, right? Product and brand consideration, very obvious. So you may have seen when new products launch, they kind of like run some ads, and here it's optimized for visibility. So that is the so I'll tell you what the example, one example. Suppose H&M launches a new collection, okay, and they are launching the summer collection. And you might know retail has two different seasons, right? There is summer season and there is winter. There are basically two releases in countries like India. So let's say they have released a new collection, let's say summer. Let's say when they start launching it, they want maximum people to just know about it. At that point of time, they are not just trying to just drive sale all the time. In some instances, you just want to tell people ASAP, because that creates that buzz in the market, correct? You might run some shopping ads also, you might run some sales ads also, that will be also happening parallelly, but there is that buzz creation that you want to do. So therefore you might do some awareness campaigns, right? And when you run an awareness campaign, it is optimized for recall, in the sense that Google will do a number of things to figure out, okay, I don't want to necessarily just sell this to this person, but I want to make that person aware that this product exists. So I will give you an example. Think of 2015 or 2017, when apps like Sirotha or Grow. You guys are aware of Sirotha and Grow, right? They've just entered the market. They help you, basically do stock trading, or they have added products like mutual funds also. So when they entered the market, it's not like a lot of Indians were looking to invest in stocks. We did not have that culture 3-4 years back. They had to actually drive a lot of product awareness, brand awareness first, and get people to understand what this is, and later kind of like started becoming more salesy in nature. So very often, if it's a new product or you want to like create some buzz, you kind of go through and pick those specific objectives. Now, obviously, after you picked your objective, you're selecting, this is just, I scrambled the page a little, just select the display campaign. And within display campaign, there is an option to run a Gmail campaign or a standard display campaign. Gmail campaign is nothing but the ads that show up in Gmail. We'll address it later. But here, obviously, we will look at the first kind of display campaigns, the usual conventional display campaigns. After you select your campaign subtype, you are coming here and you're giving your campaign a name. And I spoke yesterday about why that name has to have a meaning, right? So you give it a name and you figure out which is a location that you want to select. So what happens is you can either you will see an global ad, an India ad, and then you can enter specific location. So if you start typing a location, Bangalore, it will start showing Bangalore rural, Bangalore urban, etc. Right? That way you can be very clear, or you can say Karnataka, it will start showing up. And thus you select what is the locality to which your ad should target. And in the bid strategy, so don't worry about this right now. We will discuss bid strategy in detail later. So if you remember, we discuss on bid strategy in search. Same way we will discuss bid strategy in detail. But right now we will just go with the flow and try to understand what are the things that you do while setting up a campaign. Here, for example, you select one of the bid strategies, which is manual CPC. And if you notice, it's a drop down, right? Which means that you can click off this drop down, see every option, and with exactly on the right side. If you see right side, there is this little tab which says with manual CPC bidding, blah, 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 right? So it will show exactly what that bid strategy will achieve for you. So you don't have to by heart or remember. Just go to the dashboard and it will have that option. And what does that option stand for you? It will mention specifically here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here, this is the bidding type. And one more thing, if you notice, there is an option called get guidance selecting a bid strategy. So you just have to tap on it and Google itself will give you recommendations. Okay. Which strategy is ideal? What strategy corresponds to what product? It will have information there. Next is the budget tab. So budget tab, you put an spend that you want to do on a daily basis. And this is the bid strategy. So I already said that, we will address what are the specific bid strategies. So I will go through each of these strategies. First one, I will give you guys an example. Second, third, fourth, I will wait for you guys to think of and give me an example, right? I want to do a bit of a thought exercise. So one is target cost per acquisition. So this is where for every customer who convert, the idea is to convert maximum customers and convert them at a particular cost. So what happens is, and I'll tell you why this is important. Suppose, let's say you are some gourmet tea online or organic coffee online. So you have your brand and each of your unit is about 500 rupees. Let's say you sell about 300 grams of coffee for 500 rupees, your premium coffee, right? So basically what happens is you run the display ads. Somebody sees that, hey, there is a gourmet coffee, great branding, looks like it's from particular estate, looks good. They come, click, they check out your product and they check out. They come, check the product and they purchase the product. So that's basically an acquisition of a customer, right? But in this case, it might be very clear to you that, okay, if I am selling a 500 rupee product, I should be able to get sales under 50 rupees. If I am ending up paying up 100, 250, 300, I don't have a margin. So you are very clear that from a business perspective, you should get it at 50 rupees. All you have to do is put that cost per acquisition, which is your target cost per acquisition. So you say that 50 rupees looks like a good amount I want to pay. Okay, Google, just help me set the bids such that you get me that conversion at so and so rupees, right? And in this case, since it's a product, I gave you product as an example. In some cases, it might be linked to a video view or a download, etc., etc. But in this case, it's an easy example that's shared to visualize. So what happens? Google will itself set all the bids. So you don't have to worry about it. So you gave a daily budget. So if you notice, you already gave Google a budget, right? You already told Google which is the area location in which you want to run the campaign. So the minimal information that is required is being given. And you have said that, Acha, this is what, and you will give more information that comes in the next page, but you are at least telling Google that this is my primal thing. I should get that acquisition at this much rupees. Okay, do you understood the example? Does this mean that you can just put an amount and Google will always get you that, your target metrics at the exact amount that you mentioned? It could be like this. Let's say your coffee is terrible. I'm just giving an example. Let's say your coffee, it doesn't mention which estate it is from. The branding is bad. It looks like, what you will get from a ration shop. And, you are asking a premium price. If your product is bad, people may not convert. Let's say in some cases, your advertisement doesn't look good. You may have a great product. Your advertisement doesn't look good. There could be so many reasons where that money is not possible. Or in some cases, what happens is when you run this, you will notice that a certain amount of money is getting burned every day. So you will notice, if I put 50 rupees as the limit and I give Karnataka as the location, I get about 20, 30 sales every day. If I have to get more sales, then I may have to at this cost per acquisition target, it may not happen. you will see that equilibrium. Okay, and it sometimes changes also. You know, it will go thoda up and down, etc. But where it simplifies things for you is that you are very clear in saying that acha mujhe itna rupe pe conversion chahiye, right? And maybe you cannot pay anything above that amount, so you wait for that particular range of acquisition cost, and if you know it doesn't scale up, you start trying another channel, or you start selling in a different in an offline channel or something like that. But you have figured ki acha mujhe itna hi pay karna hai, and you're going. In the case of maximize clicks, it is to kind of like get as many people to click on your ads. So here what happens is it will also start showing the ad to people which Google thinks are most probably going to click on your ad. So if you notice, a lot of this Google's intelligence comes from the fact that it knows so much about you. You know, you guys are searching, right? You guys are watching content on YouTube. You guys have your emails, you know, and you know they see everything. They see everything that you're doing, right? They have your Chrome browser and you're browsing on Chrome. So they know everything about you. Your all behavior more than you, Google knows it. What it does is, you know, it even knows that, okay, who is most probably going to click. Let's say Komal here, let's say she's a big cricket fan. Google knows that Komal is a cricket fan. And let's say Komal hates football. That also Google knows, right? So if the advertising is about anything about a cricket content, right? Anything about IPL, Google automatically knows Acha Komal is the person to go to, right? But if it is about football, Google is very clear. There's no purpose showing Komal the ads. Rather show that ad to somebody else. Correct? So basically it is a maximization of clicks. Viewable CPM. Okay, this one I will let you guys think of a use case where this might be required. So for example, let's say Great Indian Festival is to be announced. There's no purpose, you know, announcing it. I mean, obviously Great Indian Festival hasn't started. It's just pre-buzz creation, right? You just want to show to maximum people at the lowest cost, right? Therefore, you just set it there because there's no purpose optimizing this for sales in this case, because sales though it is not there only, correct? Because you know, Great Indian Festival has not started, but you want to tell people in advance so that they prepare, they get their credit card ready, they plan up what is it that they want to purchase, right? All of that. Next is manual CPC. So manual CPC is like you put a particular cost against the click. So, you know, yeah. So basically you say that acha my CPC, every click, I'm going to pay 3 rupees or 5 rupees or something. You will set as your strategy. So one more thing is, for any brand, it's not like, you know, one strategy, one type of bid works all the time, right? Or a brand uses only one type of bid. It's not like that. Every campaign could have a different, each campaign could have a different type of bid, right? And sometimes even in the same campaign, you might actually split it into 2 sub campaigns and run with a different bid model on it. Okay, I will give you an example. Let's say, let's say you have launched a product in the, let's say there is a product launched in the electric scooter space. Now it's very clearly, there are some people who are crazy after this. They will like click, seek information actively, right? So you can probably run a manual CPC campaign for them, right? Or maximize clicks campaign, so that there's like more clicks coming and more people coming on the website, etc., etc. But there can be cases where a lot of people are there who are not really aware about electric scooters. You know, the awareness level is low. So you might also run some of your budget on viewable CPM. So thoda maximum click pe dal diya, thoda viewable CPM pe dal diya, because you actually have like both of those kind of audiences in the mix, and Google itself kind of like figures out, optimizes, and kind of picks up, right? So very often you may have to like sometimes mix match, but you don't have to think about it very technically today. You know, when you know your category, when you know your product, when there is an actual use case, apne aap you will know. right? Do not try to map a bid type back to a use case. Start with your use case and then to the bid type, and then it is very easy. So even if it looks slightly tough for you right now, even if some of you may have, I think most of you got it, but even if it looks confusing, don't worry. When you actually have a solid business case, not a hypothetical business case, it looks difficult when we think of business cases in our mind, but when there is an actual business case, this almost looks very linear. Then even there, if you feel any confusion about how the algorithm works, I'm just scrolling back one slide and just reminding you guys that there is something called get guidance selecting a bid strategy. Just click on it and there will be enough pop-ups there that will show you what bid strategy works for each, and it will also have some examples. When you read it, it will be clear and you can select the bid strategy. So these are some of the other settings within display ads. So previously we saw like very generic settings, and these are like more specific settings. There is an option for ad rotation. So what happens is, let's say you have different ads in the same campaign. You can kind of like rotate and show various ads to consumers so that they don't get like bored of it, right? You can schedule it for various part of the day, start day, end day, type of devices. So you can select iPhone, Apple, tablet, etc., etc. Yeah. You can put frequency capping. That is something very interesting. So in display ads, you can say that, hey, per person, I don't want to show them more than 5 ads a day, because otherwise it will lead to fatigue, right? Or people may get irritated, right? And people may hate your brand, right? Therefore, you can put frequency capping, which is something very interesting about advertising, right? And you have something called content exclusions. Okay, content exclusions are sometimes called brand safety also. So you may have you guys understood what brand safety means? Very often content exclusions most of them are brand safety related. So suppose, let's say your ad is about, imagine your ad shows up on an adult website or a website that propagates hate. Think of your product as, let's say, something to do with meditation, and your ad is showing up on, a sleazy Bollywood website, right? Bollywood gossip website. It just looks out of place, correct? So based on your brand, so you can have some generalization like content, adult content, content about alcohol, or content about that involves politics, hate, anger, sports, anything. So it depends on your brand. What is that doesn't work for you? So you can do the content exclusions. So you can sometimes exclude kids content, because it's possible that the person who's using that website is the kid and not the adult, right? And your product is actually meant for adults who would actually probably buy the product. Kids actually are just using that person's device. So you can do some content exclusions, right? So that's the idea, and they are things that can actually help you, keep your brand safe, or it can save you from unnecessarily wasting impressions on particular websites, etc. Now, obviously, these are the main settings. And when you get into the ad group, so within campaign tree, there are ad groups, right? So within one campaign itself, you can create multiple ad groups. So for example, let's say your campaign is on ICICI credit card, and let's say this credit card has 5 or 6 different features. You can create specific ad groups addressing audiences who like each of those features. So let's say there is one feature of cashback. You can probably focus more on the cashback, put that in an image ad, in a display ad, in the creative, and run it more on people who may like cashbacks, who do a lot of shopping, right? Let's say your credit card also has a feature where you can, let's say, order that credit card home instead of going to a bank for a verification. So you can probably look at some audiences who actually, are far away from your location. Sorry, I'm just going to cancel that example. It's actually slightly confusing. You can probably focus on audiences who seek more convenience, right? Convenience seekers. You will see such audience definitions in Google. So basically within the campaign itself, you could have multiple sub-targeting. So those are basically called ad groups. So when you select ad groups within the same campaign, you can have multiple ad groups, like I said, and each ad group can have a different targeting. So here, if you notice, you have selecting audiences based on their interests and habits. So this is called affinity and custom affinity. Okay. So affinity just means a like for something. Custom affinity is a little bit more specific. So for example, if somebody says foodies or food app orderers, it's affinity. If it's custom affinity, it is it's slightly more specific, like interest in Swiggy or interest in Zomato, right? Now Google has hundreds of thousands of definitions. So how do we figure out what is the definition that we want? We just have to start typing there. Okay, so let's say you are doing any, let's say you are doing an ad on credit cards. You start typing credit card. Right away, it will show a lot of suggestions which are related to credit cards. You know, various audience buckets who are classified based on credit cards. Or you start typing banking, and it will have so many different options. There are so many. You know, it's just hundreds and thousands. That's ever evolving, ever changing. So that is the power of digital advertising, right? It will just show you so many different options. You don't even have to sometimes think what are the audiences that are required. You just, you know, put one or two key words in, and there are so many different suggestions. You will get ideas there itself, right? So you have to just select the audience. One more interesting aspect about display ads is you can now, if you notice here, so I'll just give you guys a little bit of time here. You can look at the second tab. Demographics is already set. You can look at the second tab. There is something called content. Just go through the various matches against that plus. So there was one question from one of the students in the beginning about how do you, where do you want your ads to show? Can you tell Google, right? This is like a larger level answer to it. So you can select it based on keywords, or topics or placements. So what you could do is, it's not necessary that it's mandatory, but you can use that. So for example, if your keyword is IPL, right? Let's say then what happens is any website that discusses IPL, your ad could get served there. This is something interesting. So I will give you specific examples with IPL as an example. Okay. Suppose you are selling IPL jerseys. So you want to show your ad to people, or let's say IPL tickets. So let's say you are Book My Show and you start selling tickets. So you want to put display ads and tell people that, hey, come buy IPL tickets. There are various ways in which you can target people, right? One is you just say that, hey, Google, show this ad in any website where the keyword IPL is there. So here you don't have to start worrying, is this a sports website? Is it a news website? Is it, you don't really think about anything at all, but wherever that keyword is, by naturally in those sites where that particular text is present, your ad will start showing up. You can select particular topics. So topic, for example, it could be merchandising or team, something that involves cricket or cricket coaching, right? You select specific topics and or cricket reviews or cricket betting, right? You can, or match predictions. So you select a few topics, and whichever are websites that cover certain topics, Google will ensure that it shows there, right? And there is an option to select specific placements also. But we'll sort that out later. One more thing is that you can also, so earlier, if you selected a strategy, you will also see what is the bid that you want to put on this particular ad group as per that strategy. So earlier we selected max CPC. That is why in this case it's showing CPC option. So the interesting point is that you can have a different cost, different metric for every ad group. So if you have like 4-5 ad groups, One ad group, you can put 10 rupees. The other ad group, you can put 20. Another ad group, you can put 30. That's also a flexibility. Different audiences, right? So therefore, it'll let you customize the bid that you want to place. When you create the campaign, Google will show you some predictions. It'll show you, hey, it's probably going to reach 22 million people, right? That's 2.2 crore people, right? It'll show you with the bid that you selected. Since you selected 30 rupees as bid, probably you will get clicks in this range. Your average CPC will be this range. Click-through rate will be this range. Impressions will be this range. So you can play around with that bid. Yeah, so you can adjust it to 10, 20, and see how does the predictions change. So it's not shooting in the dark. Google will at least give you a range. And 90% of the time, the number will be within that range. So these are all the technical setups. Now we will set to specifically designing that ad, right? So what does the ad say? So the ad is the element so whenever you start creating that ad, you will see a preview on the right side of your screen. So there's a short headline, there's a long headline, there's a character limit. So if you notice, short headline has a character limit of 25 characters, long headline has a character limit of 90 characters, and it immediately starts showing up on the right. So when you type, the preview will be then and there available for you. You can put which is the URL, which means what is the landing page, what is the business name that you want to show against the ad. All of those elements will come here. Okay. So suppose you put a URL here, and that URL if there are some images, it can pick up. But that's that's based on the structure of the website. That's a slightly technical thing, hence I did not get in there. Okay. Google can also pick up content from the URL that you're putting there. It can you can pick up images that you had previously uploaded, or you can create a fresh upload. All of that is there. Yeah. So what you would typically do is when you plan an ad, you will create all those images with your graphic designer. So for example, in this case, it's let's say about exploration and travel. You might go and ask him, hey, can you make some either download some stock images. So in this case, there's a stock image that's uploaded. In some cases, you might have to download the image and work on it and add some elements to it. You can make him do that and then come in and upload. So these are the different display ad sizes. So GDN, which is Google's display network, can also host those video files. Understood? But when you say display ad, it actually means banner. Understood? So that's where the terminology is. Got it? When you say GDN, although it means Google Network, it can have this. So that's something I clarified in the beginning. Great that you asked again. So now you may have come full circle. Yeah. So for example, we do a lot of rich media ads. So those, they're all animated, moving stuff. It's not even technically simple banner. Something will be moving in that element. Yeah. So these are Google display sizes. So these are terminology. So there's something called International Advertising Bureau, IAB. They have set these standards. So, if you don't set standards, what will happen is there will be too many different placement types, and it will be very difficult for an advertiser to create for all the possible banner sizes that a publisher might come up with. So they came up with few standard formats. This is there in the deck. It'll be with you. You can also just search online, just saying that standard display ad sizes, and IAB's International Advertising Bureau, their list will come up and it'll show all these sizes. So here it's also almost a representation, a scaled representation of their sizes. There will be leaderboards, skyscrapers, buttons, squares, etc. Now these are some of the do's and don'ts of creating display ads, right? So one thing, obviously have multiple copies, in the sense that, you may have noticed display ads kind of are cheap, right? So you can actually like show it to people a lot of number of times. You may have to sometimes, follow them around for quite a lot of time, a long time, right? Because sometimes you're creating awareness, so you want to be in front of their eyes, so you'll, but therefore you need to have a lot of variants of your ads, and sometimes you may also have to customize your ads for various subgroups of people, sub audiences of people, right? Do experimentation, scale based on the experiments, right? One more thing is also that you may have seen certain search ads working very well, right? Take that learnings into creating better display ads, because search represents that there is people who have some interest, right? For example, if it says that, let's say, we see a lot of search volume for Pilates classes or yoga classes in a particular location, it is clear that okay, there's a lot of interest about yoga and Pilates, and some people are searching for it. Now there might be people who have not searched for it, but because they're all friends with these guys, there's naturally a lot more people who might actually have an interest, right? So sometimes you can look at your search ads, see what's working, and that might be a good starting point to design a few display ads and test. And obviously, in the case of most display ads, you want people to take an action. So just make sure that you have a call to action button. So see, anywhere people click at any point in the ad, naturally it will take you to the landing page. But we are all humans. We think very intuitively. So if you see a download button in a banner, there is a higher probability that you will click on it. The truth is you don't have to specifically click on the part where it says download. You can click at any point of the ad and it will take you there, but still it's important to kind of like have a clear call to action, right? And give as much information like prices, EMIs, things that kind of like drive interest, right? And another thing is also sizes. So some people incorrectly assume that, okay, anyway, it's an ad, so let's go with the smaller sizes because sometimes smaller sizes work out cheaper. That's not always the case, right? Based on your category, based on your product, only some sizes may work. Automotive, you want to show your product, you want to show your car, so you might have to pick big placements, right? But you are in, let's say, credit card industry, so you don't have any photo or pictures of a credit card to show. It is meaningless. What you might want to show is what is a cashback, right? Or there is no annual fee. Such things might be sometimes depicted in small ad sizes and might actually work out well for you, right? So based on your campaigns, categories, etc., you have to slowly figure out what is the sizes that work. You can't say that acha, big one works, small one doesn't. Generalizations don't really work. Got it? So these are two kinds of ads in the Google Ads environments. There is shopping ads, video ads, which we will see later. Okay, I'm going to take a pause here and going to start with a different topic. Remember, this is not a platform, it is a topic. It's a topic called remarketing. Okay, so don't think of acha, remarketing is another type of ad within Google Ads. No, it is the type of ads within Google Ads are display, search, shopping, video. Yeah, remarketing is actually more of a marketing principle. Correct? It's a kind of marketing that is possible only in digital, and you can do remarketing in various platforms. You can do remarketing in Facebook, you can do remarketing in display ads, you can do remarketing in video ads of Google, right? And I spoke about so many different other advertising platforms. There are other advertising platforms like MediaMath, Trade Desk, Criteo. Don't think about what these are. They're slightly more nuanced and sophisticated. All of them have remarketing. Okay, so remarketing principally means, so you should, rather than going with a technical definition, think of remarketing as this. You got some signal about a user, okay, in the sense that you are not actively seeking out new audience, but you have some signal to identify a user who is potentially a customer or a user whom you want to follow up with. So you specifically know who is the person you want to go after, right? Or go back to, not go after, go back to, because that person somehow came and either gave you a lead or came to your website, or or viewed an advertisement of yours, already, right? So you have some signal about this user. In that signal, it's nothing but a cookie or an ad ID, or in the case of Apple, it's an IDFA. So these are all like the technical things behind it. It's just the identifier that identifies the user.
So initially, we are going to discuss some of the very generic questions. Our first question can be, what is a digital marketing? You can answer something like this. Digital marketing refers to all forms of marketing that makes use of internet or technological gadgets. Search engine optimization, search engine marketing, link building, social media marketing, email marketing, direct marketing, influencer marketing, and viral marketing are all examples of digital marketing strategies and tactics. The ultimate purpose of digital marketing is to increase brand awareness, expand the size of business sales funnel, reach a certain audience, increase your revenue. So, you can answer something like this, and this would make a complete answer to this question. So, you can answer something like this, and this would make a complete answer to this question. So, let's move to the next question. Our next question is, what makes digital marketing superior to traditional marketing? So guys, in this question, you have to come up with certain points which generally proves that digital marketing is actually superior to traditional marketing. So you can consider these points. These points can be cost effectiveness, increased internet penetration, simple analysis, improved lead and performance tracking, typically with high performance focused return of investment. There is an improved client interaction. There is real time or faster optimization. We can do global coverage. And at the end, consumers have easy access to product or service information. So these are points which is generally linked to digital marketing, proves that digital marketing is actually superior to traditional marketing. And this would make the complete answer to this question. Let's move to the next question. Our next question is, what are various types of digital marketing? So in this question guys, you have to answer what are the technologies related to digital marketing is present in today's scenario. You can answer something like this. The various types of digital marketing available are search engine marketing, search engine optimization, content promotion, email promotion, marketing on social media, and marketing for e-commerce. This would make a complete answer to this question. Let's move to the next question. The next question states that, can you distinguish between branding and direct marketing? So guys, in this question, you would have to differentiate between branding and direct marketing. Let's answer this question by differentiating both of them. So if we talk about branding, branding is basically a digital marketing approach in which a corporation develops name, logo, or design that may be recognized as a brand name. It is a long-term process that must be done consistently and thoughtfully, and it is thought to be one of the most successful techniques. If we talk about direct marketing, it is a digital marketing approach that uses many channels to reach out to its potential clients, such as through emails, brochures, catalogs, flyers, and others. The primary distinction between the two is the time and the mechanism of the delivery to the consumers. Branding is used to raise awareness, whereas direct marketing allows businesses to reach out directly to their clients. By building demand, direct marketing tries to raise a company's income. The use of stories in brand marketing helps you to connect on much deeper level with your audience. Direct marketing has an immediate influence on revenue. A high level of urgency and priority is usually assigned. Brand marketing has a long-term impact on brand equity and act as a buffer against market forces. It is not an emergency, but it is kind of critical. Direct marketers are frequently concerned with testing and measuring. Brand marketers take differentiation into account. Direct marketing KPIs include response, leads, conversion, and sales. And brand marketers are focused on key performance indicators like awareness, recognition, and engagement. So this completes the differentiation between branding and direct marketing. I hope so you would have got some idea regarding this question, how to answer this. Let's move further to the next question. So our next question is, what is keyword in digital marketing? In a digital marketing, a keyword is a word that a user or individual types into a search engine to find specific information. Keywords are quite important in SEOs for higher page ranking. Your site rating will be affected by how and where you utilized the keywords. This would complete the answer for what is keyword in digital marketing. It is kind of a simple question. Let's move further to the next question. So our next question is, mention the primary model for calculating pay per click. So we can answer all the primary models which are present while calculating the PPC. Basically there are two models. The first one is flat rate PPC and second is model based on bids. So we have to explain these two models in this question. Let's see how to answer this question. The most common models for calculating pay per click are flat rate PPC. In this arrangement, both the publisher and the advertiser agrees on a flat price to be paid for each click. Most publishers provide a pricing card or PPC plans based on various regions of their website or network. The sum varies depending on whether the content draws more or fewer individuals. In this strategy, the advertiser competes against other advertiser in a private auction organized by a publisher. The advertiser will notify the publisher of the highest bid he is willing to pay. If we talk about model based on bids, each advertiser submits a bid with a maximum amount of money they are ready to spend on advertising spot in the bid-based model. The publisher will then conduct an auction used automation method. When the visitor activates the ad spot, an auction is held. It is important to note that the winner of an auction is usually chosen by the rank of the money provided, rather than the total amount. Rank takes into account of both the amount of money offered and the quality of material provided by an advertising. As a result, the relevance of the content is just as crucial as bid. So this would complete the answer for this question. Let's move further to the next question. The next question is, what is the strategy used for effective pay per clicks? So in this question, guys, you have to answer the strategies that is used in today's scenario for effective pay per clicks. These are basically adding more to PPC keywords, split ad groups, improving the landing page, and including the negative keywords. But you have to elaborate these points when you are answering this question. You can answer something like this. You must perform the following to run an effective pay-per-click campaign. Add more PPC keywords. By including more keywords relevant to your business, you can broaden the reach of your pay-per-click campaign. If we talk about splitting ad groups, you may boost your click-through rate by breaking your groups into smaller and more relevant ad groups. Examine the following pricey PPC keywords. Examine costly and underperforming keywords. Next, you can improve the landing page to correspond with individual search queries. Change the content and the CTA on your landing page. Including negative keywords can also boost your performance. Adding non-converting terms, negative keywords to increase campaign relevancy and avoid wasted cost. When you search for that keyword, your website or content will not appear. So, this concludes the answer for this question. Let's move further to the next question. So, what should be done to avoid penalty? This is kind of an important question and you can answer something like this. So, we can do these things to avoid the penalty. So, first is, do not link to any other site that has a low page rank. Poison words such as links when you provide hypertext this content to provide a connection to your site. Do not steal text or images from other domains. Avoid redirecting users to another website using refresh meta tags. Don't send users or visitors to another page even before they click on the web page link. So this concludes the answer, and this is kind of an important question. So you should consider these points while answering this question. Let's move further to the next question. The next question is, mention the characteristics of a bad link. You can answer something like this. The characteristics of bad links are links from the sites that are unrelated to your sites, links from low page rank and low traffic, link from link exchanges, links from those sites that are not in Google's index, the paid links, link from same anchor text coming from multiple sites, or spammy links from blogs or articles. So these are characteristics of a bad link. Let's move further to the next question. So our next question is, what are some well-known digital marketing tools? So you can answer this question something like this. The various tools which are present in today's scenario regarding digital marketing are Analytics by Google, Ahrefs, MailChimps, Keyword Planner by Google, Keyword Research, and SEMrush. So this would conclude the answer to this question. Kind of an easy question, but you should be familiar with the tools involving digital marketing in today's scenario, which are used in various industrial practices. Let's move further to the next question. List commonly used local SEO ranking criteria. So in this question, guys, you have to list the most commonly used local SEO ranking criteria. So you can answer these points which would complete the answer, such as creating a separate website for each product and service, choosing a Google My Business listing for your company, maintaining consistency and updating NAP citations on your website, including a Google map, meta tags and content optimization, adding your company to local libraries, choosing reviews and rating. So if you add these points to your answer, this would be the most commonly used local SEO ranking criteria, and this would be a perfect answer to this question. Let's move further to the next question. So, what are some of the techniques for increasing web page speed? So guys, in this question, you have to tell certain techniques which can be used to increase the web page speed. For example, you can say using a simple website design by improving images, improving server response times, reducing redirects, enabling browser caching, selecting a content delivery network such as Cloudflare can be used to increase a web page speed. So this would make a perfect answer to this question. Let's move further to the next question. So what is Google AdWords? So you have to tell about what is Google AdWords basically. So Google AdWords is a pay-per-click internet advertising platform established by Google that allows businesses to run advertisements to reach a potentially targeted audience.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, PPC advertising offers a unique opportunity to dash dash. The options for this question are generate leads at high cost, option 2, grow your customer base, option 3, generate leads at low cost, and option 4, both B and C. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment section with a 1 or 2-liner explanation as well.
Unlike other pay-per-click services such as Facebook ads, Google AdWords provides advertisers with two alternatives for customers to reach its potential customers. Google's search network is a great place to begin. It can be found on Google's display network. So, this would make a perfect answer to this question. Let's move further to the next question. What are the various ad formats available through Google Ads? So in this question, guys, you have to answer the various ad formats that are available in Google Ads. You can say something about text ads, image ads, promotion ads, app promotion ads, video advertisements, and product shopping ads. These are the various formats which are actually present in the Google Ads. So this would make a perfect answer to this question. Let's move to our final question. So the last question is, what are some techniques for automatic bidding strategies which are actually used by Google? So you can answer this question something like this. Google uses automated bidding to calculate a bid value based on possibility of your ad receiving a click or a conversion. Among the following strategies available to you, you can use it for increasing the site traffic as it increases the click and this technique sets your bids automatically to assist you receive as many clicks as possible within your budget. Next is boosting visibility. Share of target and impressions. This method establishes your bids with the goal of displaying your ads at the top of the page or any place in the SERP. Next is increasing your conversions by CPA. This technique sets search or display bids to maximize conversions. Then we have obtaining the desired return on ad spend, goal or ROAs. This method automatically adjusts your bids to assist you acquire as many conversions as possible at the target return on ad spend. Next is increasing your conversions while staying inside your budget, maximizing that conversion. This method establishes bids to assist you to get the greatest conversion for your campaign while spending the least amount of money. So I think so. These points will make the complete answer to this question. So I think so you would have got some idea regarding how the interview questions can be.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics course by CCE IIT Madras. You will get to learn from IIT Madras faculty and industry experts. Reach out to us to know more.